Chapter 1. Arrival in the Ming Dynasty. Chen Piao pushed open the car door and retrieved his suitcase from the trunk, making his way toward the grand ship at the dock. Halfway there, he suddenly pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The call was quickly answered. "Hello? What do you want?" Came the brusque response from the other end. "It's nothing important, I just wanted to check in on you. Worried you might sneak off to go fishing," Chen Piao replied. "Honestly, you're something else. I've already told you I'm focused on work these days. How could I possibly go fishing?" Chu He scoffed, rolling his eyes as he cast his fishing rod, still adorned with bait. "What are you up to? You're not sneaking off to work behind my back, are you? Do you take me for someone like that? If I say I'm not going to work, I mean it. Not everyone is like you." Chen Piao secured his suitcase to a rope and waved at the sailors above to hoist it up. The two families, Chen and Chu, had been close friends for generations, and the two young men had grown up together. However, their personalities were as different as night and day. Chen Piao had always favored the humanities, ranking among the top 3 in his province, and often assisted in his father's companion, quintessential model student. In stark contrast, Chu He, though a brilliant science student, had a penchant for fishing. Each found the other's choices irksome. Chu He thought Chen Piao was overly ambitious for a wealthy heir, while Chen Piao believed He was too laid back, especially for someone of his academic caliber. Thus, they had agreed to keep each other in check. Chen Piao should not immerse himself solely in work, and Chu He must refrain from fishing all the time. "All right, I won't keep you. I'm heading online," Chen Piao said dismissively, ensuring Chu He wasn't off fishing before ending the call. Once aboard the ship, having just retrieved his luggage and preparing to greet the captain, a blinding flash enveloped him. Suddenly, he found himself in a courtyard. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a startled exclamation broke his reverie. "What the hell? Where am I? I just caught a fish," Chen Piao exclaimed, turning to see Chu He sitting on a fishing box, rod still in hand. Chu He had noticed Chen Piao's suitcase and work outfit. "Weren't you supposed to be online?" Chen Piao retorted, "And weren't you supposed to be at work?" The two stood there, staring at each other in bewilderment, having seamlessly transitioned from their respective activities to this unfamiliar courtyard. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound to the system." A mechanical voice resonated in their minds simultaneously. "Holy crap, I've bound to a system," Chu He exclaimed, jumping up from the fishing box. "Why are you shouting? It's not like I haven't," Chen Piao replied, startled as he playfully kicked him. "The host has traversed to the Ming Dynasty. As long as there is no death within the stipulated time, you may return to the modern era. Upon successful completion of the task, the host will be rewarded with a sum of 10 billion. Upon returning to the modern era, the host will revert to the moment just before the traversal. The host's identity has been integrated into the era, and all matters have been harmonized by the system. Additional functionalities are to be developed by the host independently. But after all this fuss, we just end up with money. It would be better to have something tangible," Chu He remarked candidly. His family owned a mechanical processing factory, and his father was even recognized as an outstanding entrepreneur at the provincial level. Thus, money had never been scarce for him. Chen Piao, on the other hand, came from a family that was even more affluent, as his shipping company was a heavyweight in the industry, with business ventures spanning the globe. Indeed, money may hold little value, but we are currently in the Ming Dynasty. Regardless of how much wealth we may possess in the future, at this moment, we are both utterly destitute, Chen Piao sighed, contemplating how fortunate he was to have a system. Without it, should a labor draft or conscription arise, they would likely be treated as mere beggars on the street. "By the way, what functions does your system offer?" "Mine only enhance my fishing rod and claim to be a blessing from the sea," Chu He inquired, leaning closer to Chen Piao. Having examined his system earlier, he had learned that it had merely upgraded his fishing rod, providing him with a blessing of the sea and a never-deteriorate buff. Nothing more. "Let me take a look." Chen Piao activated his system interface, which elucidated its functions. In essence, the system refreshed 4 containers daily, each containing random supplies. These could range from crates of military arms to decaying animal carcasses. There were no limits to what one might find. Once opened, the containers could either be retained or discarded. Retained containers could be stored in the system's warehouse for convenient access, while discarded items would be permanently erased by the system. This action was irreversible. Upon hearing Chen Piao's description, Chu He, filled with indignation, hurled his fishing rod to the ground. "What nonsense is this? Why does your system have such advantages while mine only yields a wretched fishing rod? Is there a way to recharge? I could always invest a bit of money. In the courtyard, Chu He vented his frustrations at the system. Watching his irate friend, Chen Piao couldn't help but smirk. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, as long as it was superior to his brother's system, he was content. Calm down for a moment. Chen Piao intervened. Does your system indicate a return time? At this, Chu He regained his composure, opened his system, and noticed a countdown displayed prominently in the upper right corner. 332-519:55:26. 300,000 hours, which equates to 38 years. We must survive until we are 60 years old in the Ming Dynasty before we can return. Chu He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. 60 years? That's not too bad. Chen Piao responded nonchalantly, leisurely strolling around the courtyard. The system had mentioned that their identities were integrated into the background, indicating that this courtyard was now their home, complete with 2 small wooden houses and a well. Yet, this courtyard felt exceedingly remote. The location was undeniably secluded on a mountain, with not a neighbor in sight. Sleeping here at night, one could only imagine the discomfort of the environment. Mosquitoes alone would be a formidable challenge. All right, let's see if there's anything useful around here. Otherwise, we'll be going to bet on empty stomachs tonight, Chen Piao remarked, addressing the still chattering Chu He. Chu He let out a sigh, resigning himself to the reality of the situation. He turned and walked into the house, beginning to rummage through his belongings. Meanwhile, Chen Piao stood in the courtyard, activating the system to place today's shipment of containers in the yard. Rubbing his hands together, he approached the first container and opened it. What greeted his eyes were neatly sealed boxes, each adorned with labels. Japanese Lolita hollow transparent stockings mixed black and white. French-made cosplay outfit ultra short and risque. Seductive flight attendant uniform set complimentary stockings. After opening merely 3 boxes, Chen Piao was utterly speechless. Could the system not provide something of substance? Well, these are a plethora of garments to me. Am I to resort to peddling hooks? Even if I were to sell hooks, I would likely be treated as an eccentric. Chapter 1. Arrival in the Great Ming. Chen Piao pushed open the car door and retrieved his suitcase from the trunk, striding towards the large ship at the dock. Halfway there, he suddenly pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The call was promptly answered. Hello, what the hell are you doing? A man's voice came through, blunt and unceremonious. Just checking in on you. I was worried you might sneak off to go fishing, Chen Piao replied. Seriously? I told you I'm focused on work these days. Why would I go fishing? Chu He scoffed, rolling his eyes as he cast his fishing rod with bait attached. What are you up to? You're not sneaking off to work behind my back, are you? What do you take me for? I said I'm not going to work, and I mean it. Not everyone is like you. Chen Piao secured his suitcase with a rope, signaling the sailors above to hoist it up. Chen Piao and Chu He came from families with long-standing ties, having grown up together. However, their personalities were as divergent as night and day. Chen Piao had always excelled in the humanities, ranking among the top 3 in the province, often assisting in his father's business, a quintessential model student. In contrast, Chu He, a prodigy in the sciences, had a penchant for fishing. Each found the other's lifestyle irksome. Chu He believed Chen Piao was overly ambitious for a wealthy heir, while Chen Piao thought Chu He too relaxed, suggesting a high-achieving student should at least seek employment. Thus, they resolved to keep each other in check. Chen Piao needed to refrain from incessant work, while Chu He had to limit his fishing escapades. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'm off to browse the internet, Chen Piao remarked, satisfied that Chu He wasn't fishing, before hanging up. Once aboard the ship and having stowed his luggage, he intended to greet the captain when a flash of white light enveloped him. Suddenly, he found himself in a courtyard. Before he could comprehend the situation, a startled exclamation snapped him back to reality. What the hell? Where am I? I just caught a fish. Turning around, Chen Piao saw Chu He sitting on a fishing box, a rod in hand. Chu He, noticing Chen Piao and observing his suitcase and work attire, questioned, "Weren't you supposed to be online?" Chen Piao retorted, "Aren't you supposed to be at work?" The two stood face to face in the courtyard, bewildered by the abrupt transition from their previous activities. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound the system. A mechanical voice resonated in their minds simultaneously. What the hell? I've bound a system, Chu He exclaimed, leaping off the fishing box. Calm down. It's not like you're the only one. Chen Piao replied, startled, as he gave Chu He a light kick. Host has traversed to the Great Ming. As long as you do not perish within the designated time, you may return to the modern era. Upon successful completion of the task, the host will be rewarded with a prize of 10 billion. When returning to the modern era, the host will arrive at the moment before the traverse. The host's identity has been integrated into the era, and all matters have been harmonized by the system. Other functionalities are for the host to develop independently. Humph, after all this effort, it's just about the money. It would be better to have something more tangible, Chu He remarked candidly. His family owned a machinery processing factory, and his father was a provincial-level outstanding entrepreneur. Thus, money was something he had never lacked. Chen Piao's family, too, was no stranger to wealth. Their shipping company was substantial, with business connections spanning the globe. Indeed, money may seem trivial, yet we find ourselves in the Ming Dynasty. Regardless of how affluent we may become in later times, at this moment, we are but two impoverished souls. Chen Piao sighed, contemplating the dire situation they faced without a system. He mused that if they were ever called for labor or conscription, they would likely be discarded like refuse. By the way, what capabilities does your system possess? Mine merely enhanced my fishing rod and claimed it was the favor of the sea, Chu He inquired, leaning closer to Chen Piao. He had just examined his system, which informed him of the rod's enhancement, but aside from the buffs labeled favor of the sea and indestructible, there was nothing else to offer. Let me take a look, Chen Piao said, activating his system panel. The system elucidated its features. Each day, it would refresh 4 containers, each filled with random supplies. These could range from crates of weaponry to decaying animal carcasses. There was nothing that one could not find, only what one could not imagine. Once opened, the containers could be either retained or discarded. Retained containers could be stored in the system's warehouse for convenient access, while discarded items would be permanently erased by the system. This action was irreversible. Upon hearing Chen Piao's description, Chu He, in a fit of frustration, hurled his fishing rod to the ground. What is this nonsense? Why is your system so superior? Mine only gave me this wretched fishing rod. Is there a way to recharge it? I'll gladly invest some money. Chu He lamented, venting his ire in the courtyard. Observing Chu He's impotent rage, a smirk crept onto Chen Piao's lips. Regardless of the merits of their systems, as long as his was better than his friend's, he felt satisfied. Calm down for a moment, Chen Piao urged, restraining Chu He. Does your system indicate a return time? At this, Chu He collected himself and opened his system, where a countdown timer was prominently displayed in the upper corner. 332-519:55:26. 300,000 hours. That amounts to 38 years. We have to survive in the Ming Dynasty until we are 60 to return. Chu He exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. 60 years? That's not too bad. Chen Piao responded nonchalantly, strolling leisurely around the courtyard. The system had indicated that his identity had merged with the background, implying that this courtyard was indeed his home. It contained 2 small wooden houses and a well. However, the remoteness of this place was striking. Perched on a mountain, it lacked even a neighbor. Sleeping here at night would be a challenge, not only due to the environment, but also because of the mosquitoes that could feast upon him. All right, let's see if there's anything useful here, or else we may find ourselves going to bed on empty stomachs tonight. Chen Piao remarked, eyeing the still chattering Chu He. Chu He sighed, resigned to the reality of the situation. He turned and entered the house, beginning to rummage through its contents. Meanwhile, Chen Piao stood in the courtyard, activating the system to place today's shipment of containers outside. Rubbing his hands together, he approached the first container and opened it. Before his eyes lay a series of neatly sealed boxes, each adorned with labels reading, Japanese Lolita hollow transparent stockings black and white mix. Maid's cosplay costume ultra short and risku. Seductive flight attendant uniform set includes stockings. After merely opening 3 boxes, Chen Piao found himself utterly speechless. Could the system not provide something of substance? What use is a pile of clothing to me? Am I meant to sell hooks instead? Even if I were to sell hooks, I would likely be treated as an outcast. Chapter 1. Arrival in the Great Ming. Chen Piao pushed open the car door and retrieved his suitcase from the trunk, striding toward the large ship at the dock. Halfway there, he suddenly pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The call was quickly answered. Hello? What the hell? came the brusque voice of a man on the other end. "It's nothing much, just checking in on you. Worried you might sneak off to go fishing," Chen Piao replied. "You really are something else. I've already told you I'm focusing on work these days. How could I possibly go fishing?" Chu He retorted, rolling his eyes disdainfully as he cast his fishing rod, bait in hand. "What are you up to? You aren't secretly skipping off to work behind my back, are you? How could you think that of me? If I said I'm not going to work, then I absolutely won't. Not everyone is like you." Chen Piao secured his suitcase with a rope and gestured for the sailors above to pull it up. Chen Piao and Chu He hailed from families that had long been friends, and they had grown up together. However, their personalities were as different as night and day. Chen Piao had always favored the humanities, ranking among the top 3 in the province, and he often assisted in his father's company, truly the epitome of a model child. In stark contrast, Chu He, a gifted science student, preferred fishing above all else. Each viewed the other with a sense of discomfort. He believed Chen Piao was overly ambitious for a wealthy second generation, while Chen Piao thought He was too laid back, urging that a high-achieving student should at least seek employment. Thus, they agreed to keep each other in check. Chen Piao should not be consumed by work, and Chu He should not indulge in fishing excessively. "All right, enough of this. I'm logging off now," Chen Piao said dismissively, ensuring that Chu He wasn't off fishing before hanging up. Once aboard the ship and having secured his luggage, he intended to greet the captain when a blinding flash of light enveloped him. Before he could grasp what had transpired, a startled exclamation drew him back to reality. "What the hell? Where am I? I just caught a fish." Turning around, Chen Piao found Chu He sitting on a fishing box, rod still in hand. Noticing Chen Piao and his suitcase, Chu He inquired, "Weren't you supposed to be online?" Chen Piao scoffed, "And weren't you supposed to be at work?" The two stared at each other in bewilderment, having seemingly transitioned from their respective tasks to this mysterious courtyard in an instant. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have bound to the system." A mechanical voice echoed in both of their minds. "What the hell? I've bound to a system," Chu He exclaimed, leaping from the fishing box. "Calm down. It's not like you're the only one," Chen Piao exclaimed, startled, as he gave him a light kick. "Host has traversed to the Great Ming. As long as you do not perish within the stipulated time, you may return to the modern era. Successful completion of the task will reward the host with a bounty of 10 billion. Upon returning to the modern era, the host will revert to the precise moment before the traversal. The host's identity has been integrated into the era, and all matters have been harmonized by the system. Other functionalities are for the host to explore. After all this effort, it all comes down to money. It would be better to provide some tangible benefits instead," Chu He remarked candidly. His family owned a machinery processing factory, and his father was a provincial-level outstanding entrepreneur. Thus, wealth was never a concern for him. As for Chen Piao, his family owned a formidable shipping company, with business ventures spanning the globe. Indeed, money in itself holds little value, yet we find ourselves in the Ming Dynasty. Regardless of how much wealth we may accumulate in the future, at present, we are both destitute, Chen Piao sighed, contemplating the fortunate existence of their system. Without it, they would likely face forced labor or conscription, and with their current circumstances, they might be dismissed as mere vagrants. "By the way, what capabilities does your system possess?" "Mine has merely enhanced my fishing rod, claiming it is blessed by the sea," Chu He inquired, leaning closer to Chen Piao. After some investigation into his system, he discovered it had merely fortified his fishing rod, providing the buff's blessing of the sea and indestructible, with nothing else of note. "Let me take a look," Chen Piao said as he activated the system interface. The system elucidated its functionalities. In essence, it refreshed 4 containers daily, filled with randomly assorted goods, which could range from crates of munitions to decaying animal carcasses. There was nothing beyond the realm of imagination that could not be obtained. The open containers could either be retained or discarded. Those retained would be stored in the system's warehouse for immediate access, while discarded items would be irrevocably eliminated by the system. Upon hearing Chen Piao's description, Chu He angrily hurled his fishing rod to the ground. "What is this nonsense? Why is your system so superior? Mine only grants me a wretched fishing rod. Is there a way to recharge it? I can always invest some money." Chu He stood in the courtyard, venting his frustrations at the system. Observing Chu He's impotent fury, a smile began to form at the corners of Chen Piao's mouth. Regardless of the system's merits or flaws, As long as it surpassed that of his brother, he was content. Calm down for a moment. Chen Piao interjected, grasping Chu He's arm. Does your system indicate a return time? At this, Chu He regained his composure, accessing his system to find a countdown clearly displayed in the upper right corner. 332,519:55:26. 300,000 hours, which amounts to 38 years. We must survive until we are 60 years old to return. Chu He exclaimed, wide-eyed. 60 years? That's manageable. Chen Piao replied nonchalantly, leisurely strolling about the courtyard. The system had indicated that their identities were integrated into the background, implying that this courtyard was indeed their home. It boasted 2 small wooden cabins and a well. However, the remoteness of the location was concerning. Situated atop a mountain, it lacked even a neighbor. Sleeping here at night, not only would the environment be an issue, but the mosquitoes alone could prove to be insufferable. All right, let's see if there's anything here that we can utilize otherwise. We might not go to bed on empty stomachs tonight. Chen Piao remarked, looking at the still chattering Chu He. With a deep sigh, Chu He resigned himself to the reality of the situation and turned to enter the house, beginning his search. Meanwhile, Chen Piao stood in the courtyard, activating the system to place today's shipment of containers in the yard. Rubbing his hands together, he approached the first container and opened it. Before him lay a series of neatly sealed boxes, each adorned with labels. Japanese Lolita hollow transparent stockings assorted black and white. Cosplay-made outfit ultra short and risku. Seductive flight attendant uniform set include stockings. After opening merely 3 boxes, Chen Piao was utterly speechless. Could the system not provide anything of substance? What use is a heap of clothing to me? Am I to sell bait instead? If I were to sell bait, I would likely be branded as an oddity. Chapter 2. Hurry. Set up the net. Chen Piao sat atop a cardboard box, gazing despondently at the neatly categorized containers before him. A total of 170 boxes. And aside from a few containing ancient costumes and wigs, everything else was either related to adult themes or stockings. What use does the system have for stockings? They are inedible. What I desperately need is food. After gathering his thoughts, Chen Piao opened the second shipping container. What treasures from ancient times are these? He grumbled while sorting through the container. Metal frame beds, empty suitcases, power strips, lighters, portable heaters, and power banks. As he surveyed the assortment of items that had been unearthed, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was it truly his misfortune? Why was he only uncovering useless items? Shaking his head, Chen Piao proceeded to open the remaining 2 containers. After a considerable amount of time, he finally managed to assemble the useful items together. For metal frame beds, a set of bedding, countless pots and pans, a collection of spices, and a household medical kit. Have you finished packing? As soon as Chen Piao stowed away the heap of miscellaneous items into the system, he heard Chu He's voice behind him. Are you done over there? What did you find? Chen Piao wiped the sweat from his brow and asked. Nothing at all, just a pile of paper. Take a look at what's written on it. It's all jumbled, and I can't make heads or tails of it. Chu He handed a small wooden box to Chen Piao, and then plopped down next to him. Taking the box, Chen Piao opened it and began to examine its contents. Chen Piao, born in the 23rd year of the Zhongjing era, hunter, 1 in the family. Chu He, born in the 23rd year of the Zhongjing era, hunter, 1 in the family. Chen Piao read aloud the useful information from the paper. In addition, there were 2 land deeds and a map of the surrounding terrain, indicating a location right next to their small courtyard. We are hunters. This means we can't engage in trade. We can only rely on hunting to survive, Chen Piao remarked. What's there to fear? I still have a fishing rod. Worst comes to worst, I'll fish and support you. Chu He replied with a proud grin. Give it a rest. The last time I accompanied you to the fishing pond, no matter how poor the others were, they still caught 1 or 2. You left with 20 pounds of leftover bait and came back empty-handed. I still remember the pond owner's face full of wrinkles. That was just bad luck. Who knew the pond's Christians wouldn't bite on corn? Chen Piao squinted at Chu He and then bestowed upon him an internationally recognized gesture of goodwill. Let us move the beds inside first. Perfect for the 2 rooms, 1 for each of us. Once we're done tidying up, we can head to the riverbank and see if we can catch some fish. The 2 men carried the metal frame beds into the house and laid out the mattresses and bedding. They then changed into ancient costumes and donned wigs before stepping outside. The riverbank was not far from their small dwelling, just a few minutes' walk. As Chu He gazed at the water, he rubbed his hands together and opened his fishing box. Skillfully attaching the bait to the hook, he settled on his fishing box and began to fish. Just watch. I'll use modern technology to give these ancient fish a little surprise. Chu He exclaimed, eagerly focusing on the bobber floating on the water's surface. Enough with the boasting. A fool is a fool, no matter where he goes. Chen Piao gathered a handful of grass to sit on, plopping down beside Chu He and fell into a reverie. What are you thinking about? Why do you look so glum? Upon observing Chu He, it was evident that he was preoccupied with thoughts, prompting an inquiry from the other. I am contemplating our future. We cannot rely solely on my container of blind boxes, can we? Chu He, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. It's not that complicated. With our knowledge from the future, if worst comes to worst, we can rebel. Back in university, I could concoct gunpowder by hand. Wouldn't it be delightful to declare myself emperor? Chen Piao regarded him with an expression of incredulity. During the Hongwu period, large-scale production of gunpowder was already established. Presently, the capital can produce 30,000 pounds of gunpowder annually. Do you truly believe you surpass them in capability? Moreover, firearms are already in production, albeit Emperor Yongle only officially integrated them into the military. Did you not pay attention to the anime? Is there not another way? Chu He retorted, unwilling to concede. I possess a knowledge about producing ice from saltpeter, refining fine salt, and even sugar. Saltpeter ice was known in the Tang Dynasty and by the Song Dynasty. It had reached a considerable scale. Selling salt requires a salt license. Trafficking in private salt is a capital offense. During the Ming Dynasty, sugar was a monopolized resource. Those influential families would eliminate us with the same ease as squashing ants. Chen Piao doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality check. The most pressing issue remains sustenance. Relying on Chu He to catch fish is less reliable than attempting to tear a tiger apart with one's bare hands. Thankfully, we have a system. Without it, surviving in the Ming Dynasty would be a formidable challenge. Are you suggesting we are to live out our lives here? I still wish to see what a brothel is like, Chu He admitted, somewhat disheartened. Not necessarily, Chen Piao shrugged. I have procured a plethora of bedding. Silk was a valued commodity in ancient times. Although it's polyester, it should fetch a decent price. Chu He nodded. He was not well versed in these matters. He could manage to create some machinery, but historical intricacies eluded him. There remained a significant issue. They were registered as peasant hunters. While they would not be conscripted for military service, they could be subjected to corvée labor, which in ancient times was far more grueling than the modern-day 996 work culture, often leading to dire consequences. What shall we do? Chu He exclaimed, dismayed at the prospect of labor. He had no desire to work in the modern era, let alone be compelled to do so in ancient times. Money can solve it. As long as the compensation is adequate, we can manage, Chen Piao replied. Life in ancient times is not easy, Chu He lamented. It seems so simple while watching the anime on my phone, yet experiencing it firsthand proves to be quite the challenge. The afternoon swiftly passed, and dusk began to settle. Good grief. Are you even capable? It's dark now. You haven't caught a single fish. Look at what you've pulled up. A broken jade pendant, an unknown half of a teapot, and a lone shoe. Did you go fishing, or are you attempting to clear the river? Chen Piao berated Chu He, pointing at the assortment of rubbish in the fish net. After sitting for an entire afternoon without a catch, only debris remained. Please, let me explain. I am simply not accustomed to the fish of this era. Chu He protested, perplexed. Upon their arrival, he had been selected with care, logically. He should have caught at least one fish. Trust me, I will cast one last line. This time, I am certain it will yield a reward. Chen Piao pressed his forehead, regretting not venturing into the woods to search for mushrooms. At least that would have spared them from hunger. All right, this is the last cast. If we catch nothing, we shall return tomorrow. As soon as they settled, the sky suddenly brightened, followed by the distant rumble of thunder. Soon after, a torrential downpour ensued, transforming the river's flow into a raging torrent, drenching both men to the core. Forget about fishing. Let us head home, Chen Piao exclaimed, feeling a pang of fear. Although the system provided a household medical kit, a slightly serious ailment could spell disaster for them. You know nothing. The stronger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Watch as I reel in a fortune for you. Chu He, clutching the fishing rod, was reluctant to leave, sensing a tug on the hook. However, it felt lifeless, unlike a fish that would struggle. Quick, quick, quick. The net. Chapter 3. Husband Zhu Xiongying upon hearing there was something on the line. Chen Piao hurriedly seized the nearby net. Damn it. It's heavy. Chu He yanked the fishing rod with vigor. The system had assured that it would never break. So he stood up to pull with all his might. Wait. Don't pull. It's not a fish. It's two people. Chen Piao discerned what hung from the hook. It was not a large fish, but rather two individuals entwined together. Dropping the net, Chen Piao waded into the river to rescue them. It was a woman cradling a child. Their attire suggested they were not of noble birth, but rather appeared to be dressed in burial garments. Upon hearing there were two people, Chu He abandoned his fishing rod and rushed over. Are they alive or dead? They still have a pulse. Let us get them home. With the woman on his back and the child in his arms, Chen Piao ran towards their home without a glance back. Chu He wasted no time, quickly gathering his fishing gear and hurrying to keep pace with Chen Piao. With a resounding thud, Chen Piao kicked open the door, laying the two on the ground as Chu He followed closely behind. CPR. Artificial respiration. Hurry. Chen Piao checked their pulses again. The child's was relatively steady, but the woman's pulse had weakened. CPR and artificial respiration were essential skills for crew members. And during his time on the boat, Chen Piao had often practiced on mannequins. This was the first time he applied it to real people. All right. Chu He wiped the rain from his face and began administering CPR as taught in college. After 10 arduous minutes, they could no longer discern whether the moisture on their faces was sweat or rain. But finally, the two on the ground regained a pulse. What now? Chu He gasped. Out of breath. We still have plenty of clothes. Let us change their wet garments and boil some water. We'll tend to them until they awaken, Chen Piao suggested, rummaging through the system's storage for the only intact set of pajamas. Wait, buddy, that's a woman. How can we, two men, help her change? Chu He erupted. This may be ancient times, but it doesn't mean we can act so thoughtlessly. What nonsense! If we don't change her clothes, her condition will only worsen. A healer must possess a compassionate heart. Do not view matters through your filthy lens. Chen Piao rummaged through and tossed 2 sets of pajamas onto the floor. If it comes to it, you can change the child's clothes. I'll take care of the rest, he said, stepping forward to assist with the clothing change. In his mindset, only the living deserve shame, and only the living could chastise themselves in retrospect. Nearby, Chu He sighed and picked up a set of pajamas to help change the child's attire. The clothing change proceeded smoothly. Once he had made the beds for both of them, Chen Piao led Chu He into another room. Let's change into something else. We'll just manage for today, he suggested. Feeling somewhat fatigued, after an entire afternoon of inactivity aside from watching Chu He fish, he sensed that the addition of 2 more mouths to feed would complicate their lives ahead. After a long day, both Chen Piao and his companion were utterly exhausted, and they quickly settled into bed. As night deepened, Chen Piao awoke after only a few hours of sleep, noticing that the sound of rain outside had vanished without him realizing. It wasn't for any particular reason. Rather, it was due to Chu He's loud snoring. Who could possibly sleep beside an engine? With nothing else to do, Chen Piao opened the system panel. Today's cargo container had been updated, and he decided against returning to sleep. He dressed and stepped into the courtyard, summoning the container under the moonlight. Upon opening the first container, Chen Piao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Inside lay a plethora of weapons, ranging from the green dragon crescent blade to multifunctional Swiss army knives. It was a veritable cornucopia. Additionally, there were several well-packaged compound bows along with various arrows and tips. Wow, fortune has finally smiled upon me. With these, I can go hunting tomorrow. Chen Piao rubbed his hands together, retracting the container back into the system's repository. His trembling hands, fueled by excitement, opened the second container. Bags of rice came into view. Oh my, rice. And it's from Wuchang. Chen Piao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having grown up eating rice, just the sight of it made his mouth water. He eagerly anticipated heading to the city at dawn. If he could trade some for money, it would alleviate his worries about labor obligations. He placed a bag of rice by the door, stored the container, and opened the third one. As he did, a chill struck his face. Using the moonlight, he read the label inside. Premium beef brisket, sealed date, 1995. Goodness, it's older than I am. Frozen meat from the last century. Chen Piao, skeptical yet intrigued, began to inspect further. There were pig trotters from 1996, a little green dragon from 2000, and lobster tails from 2003, a whole container filled with frozen meat, most of which had been sealed in the previous century. He was familiar with such products from the frozen market, but his current concern was the lack of preservation methods. System. These items cannot be preserved. Even if we possessed 4 mouths, we would not be able to consume them all before they melt away. Do not worry, host. Everything in the system's warehouse will remain fresh, retaining its original condition upon entry. Upon hearing the system's reassurance, Chen Piao felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the quality of the meat, if it can be consumed, it is deemed good meat. Now, only the final container remained. and Chen Piao felt he had already profited handsomely. Anything extracted now would be a bonus. It would be splendid if something revolutionary were to emerge. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the last container, which revealed a neatly stacked assortment of books and a pile of stationery. With some leisure time, Chen Piao began to sift through them, the complete collection of the wonderful adventures of mathematics from grades 1 to 6, junior high school physics, and junior high school chemistry. The young boy's academic performance was far from stellar, and with a frown, Chen Piao closed the container, muttering to himself that he expected something groundbreaking. Not merely this childish fare. After this little escapade, fatigue began to wash over him, and he returned to his room, collapsing into slumber. In another room, a woman lay on the bed, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead as her breathing grew labored. Images flashed persistently through her mind. In the 12th year of the Zhengde era, her husband imprisoned as she risked burns from hot cakes to bring him food. In the 15th year, she bore him a son named Zhu Biao. That year, her husband founded the Ming Dynasty, renaming it Hanwu. He commanded their son to mourn for the concubine. Subsequently, the Hu Weiyong case erupted, and her health began to decline. Each incident weighed heavily upon her heart. Perhaps her heart had long since grown cold. Perhaps the moment her husband ascended to the throne, he ceased to be the Zhu Chongba she once knew. Yet, it was a solace to think that in death, she could rest alongside her grandson, a rare moment of tranquility. But wait, I should be in the tomb. Where is this water coming from? Grandson, grandmother will protect you. When she awoke again, Empress Ma discovered her attire had been changed, and her grandson lay beside her, appearing to be unharmed. Before she could comprehend the situation, a commotion erupted outside. Don't mess with the seasonings. That is soy sauce. Do you want to choke me to death? I've never cooked before. I simply said I'd go fishing for breakfast while the fish were biting this morning. But you insisted on steak. Who eats meat so early in the morning? Chapter 4. Zhu Xiongying in the courtyard. Chen Piao was utilizing a makeshift stove, accompanied by the occasionally troublesome Chu He. With a creak, the door to the room swung open, and both turned to look. You're awake, Chu He exclaimed first. Where's this? Who are you? The Empress Ma inquired, and Chu He discreetly nudged Chen Piao, signaling him to respond. I am Chen Piao, a hunter from these mountains. And this is my brother Chu He. Yesterday, while fishing by the river, we witnessed you and a child swept away by the current, so we rescued you both, he said, placing down his cooking spatula with great respect. May I ask your name and where you reside, so that we might seek your family? I am surnamed Ma and reside in the residence of the Xiao family, the Empress Ma replied, momentarily taken aback. I can hardly recall where I live. Strangely, she found herself reluctant to return to the palace, feigning amnesia. Chen Piao was taken aback as well. It appears she has indeed lost her memory. If we pursue upstream, it would be akin to searching for a needle in the vast ocean. Being new to this place, I am unfamiliar with my surroundings. Moreover, she is clad in such extravagant burial garments. Her family must be of considerable wealth. Even if we locate them, they might not believe us. I perceive that you two young men are not ill-intentioned. Might you allow me and my grandson to stay for a while? I could assist you both with cooking and laundry, the Empress Ma proposed, her keen eyes discerning the sincerity within them. She recognized a clarity in their gazes reminiscent of her own grandchildren. Chen Piao glanced at Chu He, silently urging him to offer some counsel. What do you expect from me? If you wish to stay, then stay. I can always catch more fish, Chu He replied nonchalantly, having no objections. In their past, it was often Chen Piao who would take the initiative. Then, dear aunt, please make yourself at home. We have 2 rooms available, and I hope you will look after us in the future, Chen Piao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu He subtly cast him a sidelong glance. They had been childhood friends, and he understood Chen Piao's character well. It was unlike him to invite someone who could potentially offend them. Why had his demeanor changed in this ancient setting? Very well, but regarding my attire. The Empress Ma glanced at her garments, then back at Chen Piao. I assisted in changing your clothes, Chen Piao admitted candidly. I once studied medicine with a barefoot doctor, and if clothing isn't changed, one might develop a rash. I took the liberty of helping you. The Empress Ma scrutinized Chen Piao. Finding nothing unscrupulous in his eyes, she felt somewhat reassured. Please rest for a while, dear aunt. I have some of my mother's old clothes in the house. I will bring them to you shortly, Chen Piao suggested, seeking to excuse the Empress Ma. Then I shall trouble you, young man, she replied, turning to return indoors. What do you mean by this? I know your intentions. You cannot possibly harbor these 2 ticking time bombs in our home. Chu He whispered urgently to Chen Piao. Did you see the clothes they removed? I examined them all morning. They are burial garments. Chen Piao responded in hushed tones. Yet, you mustn't, Chu He began, but Chen Piao interrupted him by raising his hand. The half of the jade pendant you caught yesterday can fit with the half worn by that child. It bears the character Yu. When the Crown Prince Zhu Xiongying was buried, he was conferred the title of King Yu. Additionally, the set of funeral garments worn by the aunt. Who would have thought that a noble from the palace wished to adorn it with a phoenix? Chu He quickly grasped the implication, having watched countless shrimp-themed animations. Are you suggesting that what we have retrieved are Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongying? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. That is my conjecture. Today, let us venture into the city and inquire about the local sentiments, Chen Piao suggested. Initially, Chen Piao intended for Chu He to stay behind and guard the house, but upon reflection, he realized there was little of interest to protect. The most valuable items were likely just a few sets of bedding. All right, but do you know the way? Chu He inquired. What was that for? Chen Piao shot him a glance, then turned back to continue cooking. The breakfast was quite simple, a bowl of plain porridge and a plate of diced steak. Chen Piao served 2 bowls separately to Empress Ma, while also retrieving 2 outfits from the system for her. Observing the porridge and the plate of steak, Empress Ma felt a wave of gratitude. It was rare to encounter someone so sincere, offering such fine rice, and even preparing a dish of meat on their first meeting. After changing into the new attire, Empress Ma gently roused Zhu Xiongying. As Zhu Xiongying awakened, tears streamed down Empress Ma's cheeks uncontrollably. She had initially feared that Zhu Xiongying had succumbed to smallpox, never to rise again. Who could have imagined that she would miraculously survive such a deluge? Grandma. Zhu Xiongying murmured as she opened her eyes and looked at Empress Ma. Upon hearing her call, Empress Ma could no longer contain her tears and embraced Zhu Xiongying, weeping. Don't cry, Grandma. Xiongying is a bit breathless, Zhu Xiongying replied, her little face taut with concern. It's my fault, dear. Is there anything troubling your body? Empress Ma inquired anxiously, releasing her hold. Zhu Xiongying sat up in bed, scratching her head. I don't feel unwell, but it seems there are some things I cannot recall. Hearing this, Empress Ma grew concerned and promptly asked, what do you still remember? I remember you, Grandma, but nothing else seems to come to mind, Zhu Xiongying stated earnestly. Not remembering is good. Not remembering is good. Empress Ma sighed in relief. The palace was rife with treachery. It was fortunate that Xiongying could not even leave its confines. Grandma, I'm hungry, Zhu Xiongying declared, her body craving a hearty meal as the delectable aroma wafted toward her. All right, let us dine, Empress Ma said, holding out a bowl and spoon-feeding Zhu Xiongying. She managed to consume an entire bowl of porridge and half a plate of beef before feeling somewhat satisfied. Observing Zhu Xiongying able to walk, Empress Ma's mind began to concoct a daring plan. Chapter 5. Ing Tian Sitio. Aunt, you finished your meal, Chen Piao remarked as Empress Ma emerged, taking the bowl and utensils from her hands. Thank you, young brother, for treating us with such precious rice, she replied gratefully. Chen Piao tossed the dishes into the basin, smiling at Empress Ma. You are both patients. You ought to eat well. How's the child? Has she awakened? Xiongying, come here. Empress Ma called into the room. Upon hearing the name Xiongying, Chen Piao thought to himself that his earlier conjectures had been largely correct. Zhu Xiongying hopped off the bed and hurried to Empress Ma's side. Come quickly and thank your brother. Thank you, brother, she said sweetly. Too kind. Chen Piao waved his hand. Auntie, today Chu He and I are heading to the city. We would appreciate your help in watching over the house. Madame Ma nodded. The mountain roads are treacherous, and it rained yesterday. Do take care. Rest assured, Auntie, we will be cautious. Chen Piao kicked at the fishing float that Chu He was fiddling with. Let's go. To the town. Oh. Chu He dropped what he was holding and followed Chen Piao outside. Madame Ma watched the two depart, reminding Zhu Xiongying not to wander off. Then busied herself in the courtyard. I say, old Chen, what shall we do in the future? All we have left are Madame Ma and Zhu Xiongying. If you say there is no plan, I truly cannot believe you. Chu He inquired, glancing at Chen Piao. My plan is simply to have no plan. Historically, Zhu Biao succumbed to wind chill. Thus, we only need to discreetly ensure the emergence of a remedy for it. Moreover, with Madame Ma on our side, we need not fear creating something extraordinary. After all, the nobility of Huaishi are all aligned with her. In the worst case, we still have Zhu Xiongying. I refuse to believe old Zhu would not acknowledge a life-saving grace. Suddenly, Chu He pondered something and remarked, what you say is based on your conjecture. What if they're not? We are entering the city to gather intelligence, aren't we? That is our objective, Chen Piao replied as they walked. While Chu He let the words enter one ear and exit the other, as long as Chen Piao had a plan, that sufficed. The two continued their inquiries until they reached the outskirts of Yingtian City by afternoon. Wait, you didn't mention that the road to the city was this long. Chu He leaned on his knee, panting heavily. Who knew? I am equally exhausted. Chen Piao wiped the sweat from his brow. The September sun was exceptionally harsh, and they nearly succumbed to heat exhaustion along the way. Let us enter the city first and see if we can find some water to drink. Chen Piao pulled Chu He toward the city gates. As they approached the entrance, a guard stopped them. Pay the entry fee first. Oh dear. I must be dazed from the heat. Please hold on. I'll fetch the entry fee. Chen Piao dragged Chu He to a shaded spot. Do you have any money? We don't have a single coin between us. Chu He asked hesitantly. We can barter. Chen Piao retrieved a small bag of rice from the system warehouse, weighing it to be around 3 pounds, then returned to the city gates. Please grant us a favor. Chen Piao opened the bag and presented it. Upon seeing the fine rice, the guard's eyes brightened, though he feigned reserve as he accepted it. This is a one-time exception. You may enter. Chen Piao nodded in thanks and led Chu He into Yingtian City. Hey, old Chen, I must say, the streets of ancient times are rather fascinating. Look over there. There's a street performer. Chu He observed the surroundings with great interest. Indeed, but there are no snacks. It would be even better if we could buy a couple of starched sausages, Chen Piao admitted, captivated by the antiquated charm of the streets. No wonder they say ancient cities have a slow-paced, tranquil lifestyle. Living here truly feels like time has decelerated. First, let us locate a pawn shop to exchange our belongings. Then inquire at the granary about their grain purchasing policy. Chen Piao's plan was straightforward, to exchange some items for money and gather information regarding the palace's movements. Make way, make way. Suddenly, the two individuals were pushed aside by a throng of soldiers, who formed a blockade along both sides of the road, while a group of riders on majestic steeds galloped through the center. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu He felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Was it customary for ancient officers to make such a grand entrance? Let us move on. We shouldn't linger here, Chen Piao remarked, sensing that such a display surely indicated a matter of great significance. However, given the precarious nature of the situation, it was wise to refrain from speaking recklessly, lest they be labeled as insurgents. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, Chu He exhaled deeply. Did you see the gaze of that soldier? He has undoubtedly taken lives. Chu He reflected on the soldier's eyes, which exuded an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Is that not obvious? Which ancient soldier has not shed blood? We are not in an era of peace. Chen Piao rolled his eyes, his thoughts consumed by the motives of the mounted figures. First, let us visit the pawn shop to exchange some valuables. Having money will facilitate our endeavors. Finding a secluded spot, Chen Piao retrieved 2 sets of sheets and 2 sets of pillowcases from the system. The pair then entered a nearby pawn shop. Gentlemen, what may I assist you with today? The pawn shop clerk inquired. Silk. Chen Piao declared unabashedly, tossing the items onto the counter before promptly seating himself on a nearby stool. Chen Piao, already fair-skinned, exuded an air of distinction, enhanced by his modern attire, setting him apart from the ordinary. In contrast, Chu He, accustomed to years of fishing, appeared tanned and bore a somewhat forbidding demeanor, resembling a warrior. Please hold on. I shall summon our manager. The clerk, perceiving Chen Piao's demeanor, felt uncertain, as a careless action in Yingtian Prefecture could inadvertently offend nobility. Observing Chen Piao's comportment, Chu He couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, you seemed so refined. Yet now you play the dandy so convincingly. Chen Piao smiled in return, having intended to emulate the character Li Wei from a television drama, unaware of how effective his portrayal would be. Shortly, the pawnshop manager emerged from the back room. Upon seeing Chen Piao, he sensed an extraordinary presence, indicating that he was certainly not of ordinary lineage. Esteemed young gentleman, I apologize for any oversight. I beg your pardon. The pawnshop owner clasped his hands in greeting, instructing an attendant to prepare tea. The tea was promptly served, with the attendant expertly pouring 2 cups for the gentleman. As Chen Piao raised the cup to his lips, he took a sip and immediately spat it onto the floor. Your pawnshop certainly has a sense of humor, serving such inferior tea, he said, casting an annoyed glance at the owner. Having been an aficionado of tea long before his time travel, Chen Piao could easily construct walls from the tea boxes in his study. My apologies, esteemed sir, it must have been a mistake on the part of the staff. The pawnshop owner, recognizing that this gentleman was not easily deceived, quickly instructed the attendant to procure better tea. That is unnecessary. I am in urgent need of funds. Please take a look at these items. Chen Piao furrowed his brow and adjusted the bedspread on the table. Chapter 6. Accompanying me to the club, Chen Piao had specifically chosen a fabric of purple hue, a color he had come across in a book. Noting that such fabric was quite rare during the Ming Dynasty, the shopkeeper picked up the bedspread, examining it closely, but was unable to discern the material. However, upon touching it, he immediately recognized it was no ordinary fabric. Its craftsmanship was undoubtedly intricate. Coupled with its pleasing color, it would certainly fetch a handsome price if resold. Noticing the shopkeeper's perplexed scrutiny, Chen Piao could not help but chuckle. If you can identify the material, that would be quite a marvel. Polyester fibers won't be invented for centuries yet. Have you assessed it properly? Don't tell me you plan to use my silk as a wiping cloth. Chen Piao interjected impatiently. The shopkeeper smiled, placing the item back on the table. Gentlemen, may I inquire what price you have in mind? This is exceptional silk that my father procured from Shu, and it must be worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. Unfamiliar with the market value, Chen Piao casually proposed a price. The shopkeeper wiped his brow, contemplating the audacity of this gentleman, yet he truly admired the silk. Esteemed sir, these pieces of silk hardly amount to a bolt. A price of 1,000 taels is excessive, the shopkeeper expressed, his face revealing hesitation. Moreover, you seem to be in urgent need of funds. Wouldn't you wish to redeem it in a few days when your finances are more favorable? Upon hearing this, Chen Piao stood up. That is indeed true. I shall certainly redeem it. How about 800 taels? 300 taels? 600 taels? The two engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation until they finally settled on 500 taels of silver. The shopkeeper expertly facilitated the signing of documents, culminating in the exchange of 250 taels into Ming banknotes and 250 taels in silver. Once outside the pawnshop, Chu He, holding the money, curiously inquired, Old Chen, the Ming banknotes cannot be converted into silver and are depreciating. Why did you choose to take them? Because, as decreed by your Hongwu emperor, transactions of gold, silver, and copper are prohibited in the Ming Dynasty. The silver is merely for emergencies. True commerce relies on banknotes, Chen Piao replied, inspecting a 1,000 won Ming banknote in his hand. In later times, this would be regarded as a relic. He had only seen one in someone else's collection. Where shall we go now? Chu He asked. To a splendid place. Chen Piao led Chu He through winding streets until they finally arrived before a small building. The Bureau of Music? Have you lost your mind? Chu He exclaimed, looking at Chen Piao in disbelief. Although they were indeed wealthy second-generation youths, they had never engaged in such activities. What are you thinking? Chen Piao shot him an incredulous glance. This place is teeming with all sorts. Gathering information should be effortless. Upon entering the city, Chen Piao had taken note of the Bureau of Music. He was curious to see what it was like in the Ming Dynasty, especially since state-run courtesans could be attributed to Zhu Xiongying. Ah, gentlemen, do not linger at the entrance. Please come inside. Before the two could step in, an older matron beckoned to them from the doorway. TSK, Chu He sighed heavily, it's like a test for officials. Chen Piao could only roll his eyes in exasperation as he followed him into the Bureau of Music. Gentlemen, do come and take a seat. The courtesan led the two gentlemen to a somewhat secluded private room. After Chen Piao seated himself, he casually tossed down a stack of 5 taels of Ming Dynasty banknotes. He had gleaned from his readings that the expenditure level at the Ministry of Music during the Ming Dynasty rarely exceeded 20 taels of silver. In the case of Qinhuai River, the costs might be slightly higher. However, given the nature of courtesans, there were virtually no upper limits to such expenses. Are you two gentlemen here for wine and song, or perhaps for an overnight stay? The courtesan inquired with a smile, collecting the money while casting a keen eye over Chen Piao and his companion. The air of extravagance that occasionally emanated from them suggested they were indeed heirs of a prestigious family. Bring in 2 musicians, and prepare a splendid feast, Chen Piao commanded, tossing another 10 taels of banknotes onto the table. Upon seeing such lavish spending, the courtesan promptly beckoned the waitstaff to prepare food and drink. Rest assured, the ladies of our Ministry of Music are well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. We guarantee that once you experience our services, you will long to return. Just as the courtesan was about to turn to summon the ladies after pocketing the money, Chen Piao halted her with a raised hand. Hold on. I still have a few questions for you. Chen Piao added another stack of 10 taels. My brother and I wish to establish ourselves in Yingtian Prefecture. But as newcomers, we are not well acquainted with the local circumstances. Could you enlighten us? Chen Piao fixed his gaze intently on the courtesan, uncertain if his approach would prove effective, given their precarious identities. Why, I am but a mere woman. What do I know? The courtesan replied with a grin. Bam! Chen Piao slapped down another 10 taels. We are merely here for business. Perhaps in the future, we might require the Ministry of Music as assistants. The courtesan's heart brimmed with joy. These two gentlemen were indeed extraordinarily generous. Very well, allow me to share some insights about Yingtian Prefecture. However, as a humble woman, I may not know much, so please do not hold it against me. She gathered the notes from the table into her possession. Speak freely. Your remuneration is assured. Chen Piao remarked, narrowing his eyes at the courtesan. The courtesan then proceeded to elaborate on the nobility and local strongmen of Yingtian City, aligning closely with the historical context that Chen Piao was familiar with. Earlier today, when my brother and I entered the city, we noticed a group of nobles heading outside the city. What was that all about? Chen Piao posed his most pressing question. The courtesan's eyes darted, and she offered a coy smile towards Chen Piao. I am but a simple woman. Before she could finish, Chen Piao placed another stack of banknotes on the table, pondering how insatiable the courtesan's appetite seemed, despite the generous payment. I've heard whispers. The courtesan gathered the notes, leaning in conspiratorially. It is said that yesterday's rain washed away to the royal tombs, and the emperor has dispatched people to search for someone. Chen Piao nodded, gesturing for the courtesan to depart. What are your thoughts? Chu He inquired once the courtesan had exited. I need a moment to gather my thoughts, Chen Piao replied, recognizing that the current circumstances were beginning to diverge from historical accuracy, and the unfolding events might not align with his expectations. Knock, knock, knock. The tranquility of the room was once again interrupted as the courtesan returned, accompanied by a group of young ladies bearing musical instruments. Greetings, gentlemen. Gazing at the charming women before him, Chu He felt his lips stretch towards the heavens. In later times, under the watchful eye of his family, he would be scrutinized even for a visit to a bathhouse, let alone a club. Now returned to the era of the Ming Dynasty. He was determined to indulge in the pleasures of life. Bring in a new batch. Chen Piao nonchalantly glanced at the group of girls, barely lifting his head as he instructed for a replacement. Had he never witnessed the antics of swine? Such scenes were abundant on television. The madam, observing Chen Piao's demeanor, assumed he was dissatisfied and promptly led the girls away, smiling as she promised to fetch a new set. Well, look at you, old Chen. Sneaking off to the club behind my back, are we? Your expertise is quite impressive. Chapter 8. 20 military sticks in the courtyard. Empress Ma watched as Chen Piao and his companion wandered off into the distance before immersing herself in chores. She was not born an empress. During her days alongside Zhu Xiongying, she managed supplies and was adept at household tasks. Majestic eagle, play in the courtyard, but do stay away from the well. Empress Ma observed Zhu Xiongying frolicking in the yard, an unexpected smile gracing her lips. She suddenly felt that living as an ordinary person held its own charm. Life in the palace, while luxurious, often felt like a gilded cage. Those red walls provided protection but also imposed constraints. The morning slipped by swiftly. Empress Ma tidied the courtyard, gathering stones to construct a simple stove with yellow clay. In the shade of a tree, she and the child relished the hard-earned tranquility. Not far from the river, Li Jinglong idly rode his horse, accompanied by several soldiers. Young master, must we truly search in this manner? We are nearing the river. And after toiling for so long, not a drop of water has passed our lips, a cautious subordinate inquired. Are there any households nearby? Li Jinglong, parched, considered seeking a home for a cup of water. Yes, young master, there are 2 hunting families in the vicinity. My men have seen them while hunting before. The subordinate replied earnestly. Then lead the way, but remember, do not cause trouble. We merely seek a cup of water. A group of men strode toward Chen Piao's modest courtyard. Is anyone home? We passed through this area seeking a cup of water. Upon hearing voices, Empress Ma assumed they were fellow hunters and, without a second thought, stepped outside. Your Majesty, the Empress. Li Jinglong immediately recognized her, dismounting and rushing to her side. There was no mistaking the Empress. Her grace and gaze were unmistakable, even if one were to confuse her with her father. 9 Rivers, what brings you here? Empress Ma sighed, realizing that rather than feigning ignorance, it was better to acknowledge their encounter. Yesterday's torrential rain prompted me, under the Emperor's orders, to investigate your whereabouts. As my men and I passed through, we remembered this household and sought a cup of water, only to find you here. Li Jinglong gazed at Empress Ma with tear-filled eyes. In his youth, he served as a personal guard to Zhu Xiongying, and it was Empress Ma who had recommended him during the rebellion in Yunnan. Let your brothers in. The well is nearby. They can fetch water themselves. Come with me. Empress Ma deemed it necessary to have a conversation with Li Jinglong, especially since they had resolved to reside here. Yes, Li Jinglong signaled. and a group of soldiers orderly settled in the courtyard, some fetching water while others drank. Xiongying? Li Jinglong was taken aback upon spotting Zhu Xiongying crouching nearby, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. When the crown prince had died, he had personally carried the coffin. Was it not said that Zhu Xiongying could not possibly rise again? Could it really be that he had returned to life under the bright sun? Ignoring Li Jinglong's astonishment, Empress Ma pushed open the door and entered the room. Li Jinglong dared not linger and followed suit, questioning whether he was dreaming. First the Empress was resurrected, and now the crown prince. Was it possible he had yet to awaken? Was it all but a dream? Zhu Xiongying, I understand you have many questions, but the truth is, Xiongying and I somehow shed our ailments, and fortunately, the owner of this little courtyard saved our lives. Now, I am merely an elderly woman, Empress Ma stated, seated on a bamboo bed. Her gaze fixed on Li Jinglong standing by. Your Majesty, I do not comprehend. I implore you to clarify, Li Jinglong faltered, unable to grasp her words. Logically, upon seeing him, she should have instructed him to return to the palace, yet here she was, referring to herself as an old woman. Xiongying, and I live quite well here. Today, consider that you have not seen me, Empress Ma gently remarked. With a thud, Li Jinglong sank to his knees. Your Majesty, I come at the behest of His Majesty to seek you. Had I not found you today, I would have let it go. But I have indeed seen you, and I would never betray the Emperor. Trembling, he realized that seeking water had been a grave mistake. If he returned and spoke of this, he would offend the Empress, yet remaining silent would anger the Emperor. Was he not caught in a dilemma? Zhu Xiongying. Empress Ma's gaze fixed on him. If you still acknowledge me as your aunt, then you should remain silent. Empress Ma was genuinely displeased. She had always found him sensible. Yet he faltered at such a critical moment. Kneeling there, Li Jinglong's mind raced. The entirety of Huaishi was under Empress Ma's influence, and his father, Li Wenzhong, had also benefited from her kindness. Did this not imply that if he kept her secret, she might intercede on his behalf should he encounter trouble in the future? With no one else aware of this matter, he was the sole possessor of a get-out-of-jail-free card. As for Zhu Xiongying, did his words carry more weight than Empress Ma's? Had it not been for his father's intervention? He would have demanded that Zhu Xiongying accompany the Empress to the afterlife when she passed. Contemplating this, Li Jinglong clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Empress Ma. Zhu Xiongying shall not fail to honor my aunt's wishes. Upon hearing this, Empress Ma's countenance brightened. She stepped forward and grasped Li Jinglong's hand. Return cautiously. And should you encounter difficulties, come to me. Also, as Li Jinglong returned, he promised to investigate the owner of the courtyard. He pushed open the door and stepped outside, where he spotted Zhu Xiongying standing beside the soldiers. Aunt, why has Xiongying forgotten me? We were quite close before, Li Jinglong inquired. Xiongying has lost his memory. He only remembers me now, unable to recall anything else. The news struck Li Jinglong like a thunderbolt. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Xiongying, do you truly not remember your cousin? Oh, how cruel fate is. Enough of your wailing. Empress Ma called out to the distraught Li Jinglong. If he no longer recognizes you, then reintroduce yourself. There's no need for such a commotion. Well, I was just overwhelmed, Li Jinglong replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Aunt, we shall return now. The results of our investigation will soon be revealed, and we will visit you again then. Remember what I told you. And you know how to articulate it, correct? Rest assured, my words are the most reliable in the capital. Leave it to me, Li Jinglong vowed, patting his chest. The group departed from the small courtyard. On the return journey, Li Jinglong rode with a furrowed brow, despite his decision to keep his feelings concealed. Young master, why the long face? Inquired a minor leader who had initially suggested they procure water. Was it you who proposed we seek water? Li Jinglong asked. Indeed, it was me. Then prepare to receive 20 strokes of the military cane. In the palace, Zhu Xiongying stared at the assembly of military officials, his fury manifesting as he hurled the memorial to the ground. Incompetence. Such a grave incident has occurred with the Empress's tomb. And you cannot even locate the remains of the Empress and our eldest grandson. What use is it to keep you lot? The ministers trembled in fear, with even the crown prince Zhu Biao standing silently to the side, hesitant to speak. The Hu Weiyong case had already resulted in a river of blood. And now another crisis had befallen the royal mausoleum. With Empress Ma no longer present, who could restrain Zhu Xiongying's wrath? However, amidst the crowd, there was one exception, Li Jinglong, just emerging from the Empress's courtyard. His mind was blank, and regardless of Zhu Xiongying's scolding, he remained resolutely unhearing. Zhu Xiongying. A loud shout interrupted Li Jinglong's thoughts. Search along the river? Have you found anything? Zhu Xiongying fixed his gaze on Li Jinglong. Upon entering Zhu Xiongying found Li Jinglong lost in thought and seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Your Majesty, I am powerless. I have failed to locate the Empress's remains. Li Jinglong's face was etched with sorrow and indignation, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Sighing deeply, Zhu Xiongying lamented, Very well. Execute all the craftsmen responsible for constructing the tomb. Father, please. Zhu Biao interjected, attempting to halt Zhu Xiongying. The matter of the tomb involves many individuals. The Ministry of Works has already sent personnel for inspection. I believe it suffices to deal with the officials in charge. Unruly son. Zhu Xiongying kicked Zhu Biao. That is your mother's tomb. And your son's as well. If those craftsmen are not executed, how can you expect your mother to rest in peace? Zhu Biao, neither servile nor arrogant, raised his head to gaze at Zhu Xiongying. Father, the rain yesterday was accompanied by hail, an extreme weather event not seen in nearly a century. Though it arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, it was indeed unexpected. I implore you, Father, to refrain from increasing the bloodshed. Zhu Xiongying's forehead bulged with veins. This audacious boy was becoming increasingly insubordinate. Ever since he had abolished the Chancellor, Zhu Biao's demeanor towards him had become increasingly assertive. Very well. Since the Crown Prince has spoken, let us execute all those ineffectual officials who occupy their posts without contributing. With a sweeping gesture, Zhu Xiongying resolved to deal with Zhu Biao later. 40 strokes. How dare you? Upon hearing the decree of 40 strokes, Zhu Xiongying seized a scroll from the table, ready to strike Zhu Biao. You little rascal, are you determined to argue with your father? The two engaged in a lively chase within the confines of the chamber, while a group of ministers, long accustomed to such antics, remained unfazed. What are you all staring at? Get back to your duties. Dismissed. Zhu Biao, adept at evasion, darted around the palace, familiar with every nook and cranny. No one is permitted to leave. I shall see who dares. Zhu Xiongying rolled up his sleeves, genuinely incensed today. Regardless of who intervened, he was determined to deliver a thorough reprimand to Zhu Biao. Eventually, after tiring from the chase, he returned to his seat, panting heavily as he regarded Zhu Biao. What are you all doing? Relay my decree. All officials involved in the inspection of the imperial tombs are to receive 40 strokes and a year's salary forfeiture. Dismissed. Zhu Biao, also gasping for breath, promptly ordered the ministers to disperse. Noticing the commotion had subsided, Li Jinglong wiped his face, clasped his hands before Zhu Xiongying, and turned to exit the hall. As he walked through the palace corridors, Li Jinglong sighed every few steps and shook his head. The Empress intended to live as an ordinary person in the mountains, residing in another's courtyard. This circumstance felt profoundly unsettling. Lost in thought, Li Jinglong arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, where he discreetly handed a banknote to an acquaintance, effortlessly acquiring information on Chen Piao and Chu He. Glancing over the documents, he found their details rather simplistic, so much so it was almost drowsy. Both had lost their parents early and had grown up eating from the kindness of others. At 15, they had cultivated a small patch of land in the mountains, leading a reclusive existence. After returning the documents, he exchanged pleasantries and left the ministry. Upon returning home, Li Jinglong's father, Li Wenzhong, approached him. What troubles you, my son? Why the furrowed brow? He was well aware of his son's nature, his mind occupied solely with warfare and revelry, leaving little to cause him distress. Sighing, Li Jinglong merely glanced at his father, shaking his head as he walked past. What the? Li Wenzhong, vexed, strode forward and delivered a kick to Li Jinglong, sending him tumbling to the ground. What are you thinking? Do you not even recognize your own father? He scolded. You do not understand, Li Jinglong replied, rising to his feet and gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his expression profound and composed. Bang! Li Wenzhong kicked Li Jinglong down again. I care not what you are. Immediately, Li Jinglong stepped away from my son. While on the ground, he slowly rose, gently brushing off the dust from his garments. He turned to look at Li Wenzhong and said, Father, I am aware that you have many questions. Li Jinglong gazed at him deeply and added, When you reach my age, you will understand. With that, he left the room without a backward glance, leaving Li Wenzhong in a state of bewilderment. What had gotten into this child? Upon returning to his chamber, Li Jinglong sat on the bed, his thoughts in turmoil. Aunt had surely not prepared anything over there. The room contained only 2 bunk beds, and judging by the dismal state of the courtyard, he suspected there was not even a change of clothes. Moreover, his cousin, once a bright child, had somehow lost his memory. He used to cling to him, eager to ride horses, and now, in the blink of an eye, had forgotten him. It seemed he would need to find a suitable time and reason to deliver some provisions tomorrow, ensuring that no one else was aware of it. With this in mind, Li Jinglong began rummaging through his belongings, searching for anything he could take to send to Aunt. His commotion did not go unnoticed. The steward of the Duke of Chao's residence hurriedly sought out Li Wenzhong. "Master, it is terrible. The young master is about to dismantle the house." "What?" Li Wenzhong, who had been teasing his concubine in the courtyard, sprang up from his seat at the news of Li Jinglong's intentions and dashed towards his son's room. Inside, he found the space in utter disarray, cluttered with all manner of items. "Unruly child, are you truly going to dismantle the house?" Li Wenzhong exclaimed, seizing a stick and pointing it at Li Jinglong. "Father, you do not understand. I advise you not to impede me. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear." Li Jinglong believed he was serving the Empress, and though he could not articulate it directly, he sought to imply the gravity of the matter to his father. "Do you think I cannot bear it? Just because you are intent on dismantling the house, I would be justified in beating you to death today, in an instant." The entire Duke of Chao's residence was in chaos. "You old fool. You have but one son. Who else will inherit the Duke's title if you kill me? You will have no one left to bring you a warming pan. You little rascal, I will teach you a lesson today. Even if I take the Duke's title to the grave, I shall not pass it on to you." Chapter 10. Raising a good student. Chen Piao and Chu He returned to the small courtyard just before sunset. Upon their arrival, Chen Piao was greeted by the fragrant aroma of rice wafting through the air. "Aunt, what are you still busy with?" "We went to the city to buy some food, thinking to bring it back for a meal." The two had not eaten much at the Jiafangxi. Firstly, there were others at home, and Chen Piao had not left any provisions behind, save for a bag of rice. Secondly, the meals in ancient times were somewhat lacking. After all, those who frequented the Jiafangxi were there for the entertainment, and the food was prepared merely to accompany the drinks. "I was hoping you would return so we could eat together. Quickly, wash your hands and sit down for dinner." Empress Ma took the oil paper package from Chen Piao's hands and immediately recognized it as food from the Jiafangxi. It was understandable to visit the Jiafangxi, but to claim these two were hunters? In 2 rooms, there was but a single kitchen knife, and not a single bow in sight. To suggest they were farmers? It becomes increasingly improbable, lacking even a table, let alone a hoe. "By the way, dear aunt, we have exchanged some silver and banknotes in the city. We find it difficult to retain any money in our hands, and we kindly request your assistance in safeguarding it." Chu He extended the parcel he held. This was a mutual agreement between the two. After all, with the presence of the golden finger, money seemed less significant. However, it could serve as a means to test this Aunt Ma. Even if she were not the Empress Ma, even if she absconded with the money, it mattered not. It would be merely a way to discern one's character. You two have plenty of uses for the money. It is better for you to keep it. Besides, are you not afraid I might abscond with it? The Empress Ma jested. After all, she was still a guest. How could a guest be entrusted with finances? "Fear not. Dear aunt, we have discussed it. Since we are here, we are family. There is no need for embarrassment. We are rather careless with money. So having someone to keep an eye on it would be quite beneficial," Chu He asserted, unceremoniously thrusting the parcel into the hands of Empress Ma. Upon feeling the weight of the parcel handed over by Chu He, Empress Ma couldn't help but be astonished. The bag must contain at least 200 taels of silver. What had they exchanged? A century-old ginseng? What on earth did you sell to acquire such a sum? Empress Ma inquired, swallowing hard as she opened the bag, revealing not only silver but also a thick wad of Ming Dynasty banknotes. One must question, for a person residing in the mountains to venture into the city of Yingtian empty-handed and return with a large bag of silver. Aside from robbery or gambling, could there be any other explanation? "I recently went fishing and stumbled upon a piece of jade along the way, which I sold at the pawn shop today," Chu He fabricated effortlessly. The nature of windfall profits is difficult to elucidate. After all, if one can fish up a person, what extraordinary events could possibly exist in this world? Is that so? Empress Ma accepted the parcel with a hint of skepticism, turning to find a discreet corner inside to set the bag down. At this moment, Chen Piao had finished washing his hands and was seated in the courtyard. Observing Zhu Xiongying. "Child, come here," Chen Piao beckoned to Zhu Xiongying. Zhu Xiongying assessed Chen Piao, perhaps due to having seen him in the morning. He felt no significant fear towards this older brother. "What is it, brother?" Zhu Xiongying approached, blinking curiously at Chen Piao. "What is your name?" Chen Piao inquired with a smile. "Xiongying. And your surname?" Chen Piao wished to see if he could elicit any information from the child. However, Zhu Xiongying shook his head, unable to recall anything. His memory had faded completely, save for the knowledge that Empress Ma was his grandmother and that his name contained the characters for eagle. Perhaps it was for the best that he could not remember. This marked the beginning of a new life. Chen Piao gently patted Zhu Xiongying's head, realizing that the child could not provide any further insights. Come and eat. You two have been on the road all day without a meal, Empress Ma called as she stepped out of the room, inviting them to dine. For Chen Piao and the others, the meal might not have been particularly sumptuous, but for Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongying, who were both quite frail, it was essential. Out of respect, they refrained from devouring their food as Chen Piao and Chu He did. Zhu Xiongying finished just one bowl of rice before he politely set down his bowl, unsure why he felt compelled to do so. As an inner voice cautioned him against eating too much in someone else's home for fear of ridicule. My goodness, is that all you've eaten? Chen Piao was all too familiar with the appetites of children at that age. When he was 8 or 9, he could consume 2 bowls of rice soaked in broth, and still complain of hunger shortly thereafter. Are you full, Eagle? Chu He lifted his head from his bowl, astonished at Zhu Xiongying's meager consumption. Is the food not to your liking? Why only 1 bowl? You should eat more. You're at that age when you need to grow. Chen Piao took Zhu Xiongying's bowl and filled it to the brim once more. Eat up. If you can't finish it, it's no trouble. You can share it with your brother. If the food doesn't suit you, just take your time. Empress Ma observed Chen Piao rummaging around the room and felt a warmth spread in her heart. In the palace, people treated Zhu Xiongying with superficial courtesy. But who would be as unreservedly kind as Chen Piao was to the boy? Auntie, you should eat as well. Don't worry about him. He will find something to eat later if he is still hungry. We have plenty of rice at home. Eat as you please. Chu He urged Empress Ma, adding a chicken leg to Zhu Xiongying's plate. Eat heartily, young one. That is the way. Zhu Xiongying did not pick up his chopsticks, but instead looked up at Empress Ma. Go on, child. Fill your belly, Empress Ma said, affectionately patting Zhu Xiongying's head, encouraging him to eat. How could one say that a half-grown boy would starve his father? Zhu Xiongying, feasting on the beef short ribs that Chen Piao had prepared, polished off 3 large bowls of rice before finally setting down his chopsticks. Now that's more like it. Lad, Chen Piao observed Zhu Xiongying with fondness. Who wouldn't he appreciate a well-mannered child who refrained from raucous behavior and bore youthful vigor? After the meal, Empress Ma picked up the bowls to wash them, but Chen Piao had intended to do the washing himself. To his surprise, she insisted he go play with Zhu Xiongying instead, watching Zhu Xiongying playing joyfully in the courtyard. Chen Piao mused that perhaps life in the Ming Dynasty was quite agreeable. Who wouldn't he appreciate a leisurely pace of life? Don't you feel like something is missing? Chu He suddenly turned to Chen Piao. Missing? What do you mean? Chen Piao was puzzled by his inquiry. At this age, shouldn't children be at home doing their homework during this time? A sly expression crossed Chu He's face. What do you mean by that? Chen Piao seemed to grasp a notion. You see, one day we will return to our own era. If I were to incite rebellion alongside you, you would undoubtedly refuse. And I consider myself incapable of such a feat, however. If we were to cultivate a promising student, do you believe he could instigate a rebellion? Chu He chuckled as he glanced at Chen Piao. If one were to traverse back to ancient times without leaving any mark, it would be a disgrace to the traveler. We have 38 years until we return. By then, he will be in his 40s. How could he possibly rebel? Chen Piao found the idea somewhat absurd. Chapter 11. Discard this book. Lu Bing was still watching the dogs fight at the village entrance at 47. Why should it be any different? Chu He countered. How many Lu Bangs have there been in history? If you wish to teach, then teach yourself. Besides, I am a civil servant. Do you expect me to instruct him in the art of warfare, drowning enemies with mere words? Chen Piao felt a twinge of interest. Yet the study of the humanities was laborious and demanding. How could one possibly master all that knowledge? I will teach. I will teach. If you refuse to rebel, at least help nurture a student, Chu He retorted, rolling his eyes as he walked towards Zhu Xiongying. After whispering a few words, Chu He picked up a twig and began to write on the ground. Without a lesson plan or a tidy classroom, the two commenced their first lesson. What is Chu He doing? Asked Empress Ma, who had just finished washing the dishes and sat beside Chen Piao. He is teaching Xiongying, Chen Piao replied, keenly observing the two, eager to assess Zhu Xiongying's aptitude. Well, old Chen, come quickly, Chu He called out excitedly. Chen Piao rose and approached them, with Empress Ma equally curious about what Chu He was imparting. 2 variable linear equations, this child grasps it with a mere glance. I have taught for less than 20 minutes, and he understands it all. Chu He initially had intended to test the waters, yet Zhu Xiongying proved to be extraordinarily gifted, having written the Arabic numerals twice. He effortlessly comprehended multiplication and division equations after a single explanation from Chu He, adeptly solving within 1,000. The 2 variable linear equations were likewise mastered with ease, leaving Chu He astonished. Gazing at the densely written equations on the ground, Chen Piao sighed and pulled Zhu Xiongying aside. Hey, where are you taking him? At least give a comment. Chu He exclaimed, somewhat frantic. It was one thing not to offer praise, but to whisk him away was another. I fear he might become foolish learning the sciences from you. I shall purify his spirit, Chen Piao said, looking down at Zhu Xiongying. Listen, my boy. Remember this. Studying the sciences can lead to a loss of humanity. The humanities are the true path. Are you out of your mind? When I spoke to you, you didn't teach. Now you are trying to steal him away. Chu He protested, jumping up to give Chen Piao a playful jab. When would this shameless habit of his ever change? Who is trying to steal him? Studying the sciences is utterly useless. What do you even bring to the table? Chen Piao retorted, shielding his head as he looked at Chu He. I can craft a smoothbore gun by hand. You lack seamless steel pipes. I can even fabricate a steam engine. A steam engine? You don't even have rubber. You can't achieve proper sealing. I can handcraft fine salt. That's illegal, brother. Chu He was at a loss for words. How could he possibly argue with this absurdity? Then tell me, what can you actually do? Chu He inquired. I can guide this child away from nihilism, Chen Piao said nonchalantly. Oh my, you've got to be kidding me. The discourse surrounding Chu He seems rather intense. He possesses a wealth of knowledge, yet it remains untapped. This is akin to knowing there is a maiden within a chamber. And though one could bask in her beauty, the door remains firmly shut. Can you truly contemplate the years of diligent study that have culminated in this? What I impart is immediately applicable, while the pursuit of classical literature merely paves the way for a leisurely life in governance. Chen Piao, brimming with enthusiasm, is indeed a natural prodigy of learning, and Chu He must not be overlooked. How could you be so oblivious to the current circumstances? What merits are there in holding office? The pay is meager, and the holidays are even fewer. Do you think I revel in the life of a corporate drone? Chu He, equally incensed, remarked on how this insufferable individual had shown no such fervor in later generations. It seems that in the Ming Dynasty, people have undergone a transformation. Am I truly addicted to the life of a corporate serf? Today I can learn mathematics from you, and tomorrow I could master the art of fishing. And what of fishing? Is it not a hobby? It is far more pleasurable than your penchant for work. The two engaged in an animated exchange, escalating to a quarrel in the courtyard. As their tempers flared, they rolled up their sleeves, ready for confrontation. You scoundrel! I shall unleash my 500-Newton punch upon your minuscule countenance, Chu He declared, positioning himself with hands on his knees, poised for action. Hey, just a moment. Chen Piao, perceiving the impending clash, stretched his limbs and assumed a stance. Watch closely. This is the grandfather's long fist. Witness the wrath of a liberal arts student. Enough. Empress Ma interjected, stepping forward to separate the two. Why resort to fighting over a student? You are to teach my grandson. Her words brought them back to their senses, realizing they had somewhat overstepped, forgetting that another was present. You both wish to instruct him. Why not one of you teach in the morning and the other in the afternoon? Would that not suffice? That seems reasonable, they replied in unison. You've already taught a lesson today. I shall take the morning session, and you may return in the afternoon, Chen Piao proposed. Very well, I shall concede this time. Chu He waved dismissively and resumed his seat. Chen Piao, however, reveled in his triumph, thinking to himself, you see, I have the materials. Tomorrow, I shall utilize them directly. Do you have any? Listening to your lessons in mathematics pales in comparison to the delight of my storytelling. Conversely, Empress Ma wore a troubled expression. The exchanges between the two young men bore no resemblance to scholarly discourse. As Chu He spoke of smoothbore guns and steam engines, she found herself utterly bewildered. Chen Piao's teachings were somewhat more comprehensible. Mastering his lessons, and then acquiring knowledge of classical literature could indeed lead to a career in governance. Perhaps merely rooted in the 4 books and 5 classics. Deep down, Empress Ma did not perceive their knowledge as particularly profound, suspecting that they were merely exaggerating concepts learned in their youth. Night fell swiftly, and the 4 retreated to their respective quarters for rest. The following day, after breakfast, Chu He, uninterested in Chen Piao's liberal arts lecture, took his fishing gear and ventured outdoors, leaving Chen Piao and the others behind. Eagle, come sit. Chen Piao pointed to the area opposite him. The conditions for lecturing could hardly be described as modest. They were indeed quite dismal, lacking even a proper table. With only a makeshift stone to sit upon. There is no need to feel anxious or constrained in my class. Just ensure you remain awake, he declared. Retrieving a volume bound in coarse cloth that depicted the history of China, he had taken the liberty of altering the book, having torn out all the historical accounts following the Yuan dynasty. You may hold on to this. It will be utilized for today's lesson, he instructed. Zhu Xiongying received the book with both hands, his eyes immediately drawn to the exquisite illustrations within, images he had never encountered in any textbook before. Even the eavesdropping Empress was taken aback. Could a book possess such beauty? Though the rough fabric of the binding somewhat marred its elegance. Brother, are we going to cover the entire book today? The eagle-eyed Zhu inquired, fearing he might not retain everything. Not at all, Chen Piao replied, taking a deep breath. The first lesson today is to discard this book. Discard it? Zhu Xiongying was perplexed. Why would he throw away a book he had just received? Not in that sense. What I mean is to transcend the textbook. This book is merely for your reference. Feel free to peruse it when you have leisure. The knowledge I impart will not be confined to its pages. Chen Piao appeared entirely at ease. The humanities are not merely about rote memorization. They require personal interpretation, especially now that there is only one student present. The method of cramming knowledge down students' throats is utterly ineffective. I ask you, in reviewing history, from the establishment of the Xia dynasty to the fall of the Yuan and the rise of the Ming under Emperor Hongwu, what insights can you glean? Or more pointedly, what lessons can be drawn? Chen Piao engaged Zhu Xiongying in conversation, much like a storyteller. Lessons? Zhu furrowed his brow. The grand hall within the palace often narrated historical tales to the students. Although he presently suffered from amnesia, the knowledge remained etched in his mind. Speak freely. There is no need to feel tense. I assure you, I once he strike your palm. Chen Piao chuckled at his expression. A ruler must not be foolish. A minister must not be treacherous, and a commoner must not be disobedient, Zhu Xiongying thoughtfully replied. Chen Piao nodded, recognizing the boy's innate aptitude for learning. One would find it hard to believe he has never attended school. Yet, to articulate such thoughts before the age of 10 suggests his prior teachers possessed considerable skill. But tell me, do you think those infamous tyrants throughout history were aware of their folly? Were the notorious treacherous ministers conscious of their actions? Did the farmers leading uprisings understand they were rebelling? Why, despite the multitude of examples and the lessons of the past, do people continue to rush headlong into such actions? Zhu Xiongying was somewhat bewildered by the inquiry. Although he possessed a strong aptitude for learning, he had yet to fully grasp the essence of what Chen Piao was conveying. Child, the first lesson I impart to you is that humanity learns nothing from history. You are still young and may not comprehend my words, but this is the first lesson I wish to share with you. History remains unchanged, even if our clothing, speech, cuisine, and the weaponry we wield in battle evolve. These are mere faids. Across millennia, the same errors will be repeated, and the same individuals will meet their demise. To reference past history cannot truly be termed as learning from it. Only those who transcend history can genuinely reflect upon it. Zhu Xiongying sat before the elder Chen Piao, his mind teetering on the brink of understanding yet remaining elusive. Countless questions hovered on his lips. Yet none found their way out. Silence enveloped the trio. Even Empress Ma was taken aback by Chen Piao's words. As this was a question that had never before been posed, she had previously believed that the Ming Dynasty was an improvement over its predecessors, that the common folk fared well in comparison. However, corruption remained an inescapable blight. Every dynasty grappled with corrupt officials, yet in the Ming, it seemed as if every officer was ensnared, each deserving of punishment. Brother, how can one transcend history? Zhu Xiongying inquired. Foolish child, Chen Piao replied gently. Those who transcend history are called sages. From the perspective of those who live through history, we may not necessarily surpass their deeds. There is nothing wrong with seeking advantage and avoiding peril, but to act knowingly against the odds is an arduous endeavor. Chen Piao spoke softly while Zhu Xiongying listened with innocent curiosity. This is my first lesson, and also your assignment for today. If you stood at the crossroads of history, would you fare better than they did? Empress Ma nodded in agreement. Chen Piao's teachings were far from simplistic. While teachers often spoke of learning from others as a means to discern gain and loss, and using history to understand the rise and fall of dynasties, no one had ever realized that history remains itself. They all sought lessons from history, oblivious to the fact that the greatest lesson is that no lessons are to be gleaned. This young lad, barely in his 20s, had managed to grasp such profound truths. It was indeed astonishing. Very well, today's lesson has concluded. Go amuse yourself. Just tell me your answer tomorrow. Chen Piao affectionately ruffled Zhu Xiongying's hair. The boy nodded obediently and returned indoors to neatly place the books Chen Piao had given him, before scampering out to play in the courtyard. What a wonderful child. Chen Piao mused, retrieving a sheet of sketch paper and a pencil from his system space. This was one of his long-held hobbies, a delightful pastime during idle moments. Young sir, may I inquire about your mentor? Empress Ma asked curiously as Chen Piao settled down. Me? I've dabbled in various schools of thought. I've learned a bit from them all, he replied, and Empress Ma nodded, not pressing further. Before long, a voice called from outside the courtyard, "Is anyone there? I am passing through and seek but a bowl of water." The caller was none other than Li Jinglong, who had spent the night contemplating a plausible excuse to deliver something, ultimately deciding to feign a chance encounter. Someone. Chen Piao set down his pen and paper, rising to gaze at Li Jinglong. At this moment, Li Jinglong was clad in coarse fabric, a bundle slung across his back, his face smeared with dirt. "Good sir, I hail from a nearby village, hunting in the woods. I happened to pass by and thought to ask for a bowl of water," Li Jinglong remarked. "Come in. I shall fetch you some water," Chen Piao replied, opening the wooden gate of his courtyard to welcome Li Jinglong inside. Upon entering the city yesterday, Chen Piao had learned that there were indeed several villages nearby, and naturally, many hunters as well. Perhaps they would prove useful in the future. With a clatter, Li Jinglong paused as he unloaded the bundle, which subsequently fell to the ground. "Oh dear," Li Jinglong exclaimed, rubbing a piece of ginger across his face, squeezing out a few tears from his eyes. "Oh dear. It's me, Xiaojiang. Do you remember me? Our family has searched for you in vain." Li Jinglong dashed forward to kneel before the Empress Ma without a moment's hesitation. "Xiaojiang?" The Empress rolled her eyes, finding the pretense rather poor. "Indeed. Just a few days ago, that heavy rain washed away your and your cousin's graves. I have sought you tirelessly," Li Jinglong wailed, weeping profusely while marveling at his own performance. Chen Piao, holding a bowl of water, was taken aback by the dramatic turn of events. Having just completed his first lesson, the family had already arrived seeking him. Xiaojiang, the Empress, equally exasperated, helped Li Jinglong to his feet. "I'm perfectly well. Why are you crying?" Chen Piao extended the water to Li Jinglong, saying, "Aunt, since he is your kin, you two may converse. I shall take a rest." Li Jinglong accepted the bowl and drank it down in one gulp, then settled obediently beside the Empress. "Aunt, I have looked into the matter you assigned me. The courtyard was spacious, so there was no concern about being overheard. What news? They are quite respectable, ordinary commoners, so you need not worry," Li Jinglong said as he retrieved his bundle. "I pondered all night and ultimately brought a few items for you. I feared other gifts might be too conspicuous." He unwrapped the bundle to reveal a large sack of fine rice and several pieces of cured meat. This trip out of the city had been conducted secretly, primarily to avoid being seen by the other nobles. Chapter 12. You caught half a potato while fishing? Gazing at the provisions Li Jinglong had brought, the Empress felt a mix of gratitude and amusement. "You may keep the items, dear aunt. When time permits, do come visit. I have certain tasks for you." "What tasks?" Li Jinglong inquired. "Upon your return, seek out the crown prince and pose him a question. In light of history, what has he gained? Or perhaps, what lessons has he learned?" The Empress shared with Li Jinglong the question posed by Chen Piao, eager to see the crown prince's perspective on the matter. Li Jinglong repeated the question to himself, nodding in agreement. "How fares the Hu Weiyong case now?" "Still the same. After you departed, the emperor became quite unhinged. Now everyone is on edge, fearing they might be implicated in Hu Weiyong's affairs," Li Jinglong replied candidly. The Empress nodded, having no intention of involving herself further in courtly matters. Let them unfold as they may. It was far better to live well in the future than to dwell on the present turmoil. "Aunt, do you truly not intend to return?" "There's no need to return. What good is it? It is far more comfortable here," remarked Empress Ma. However, Li Jinglong's expression grew troubled. "But aunt, I fear being discovered by others. You are well aware of my father's temperament. If he finds out I frequently visit you, he will undoubtedly inform His Majesty. If the truth comes to light, simply have him come here. With me around, you need not worry about Zhu Xiongying causing you any harm. That is indeed a point, but this place is rather harsh. If you wish, I could purchase a small estate for you. Why endure living here?" Li Jinglong pondered the situation of an empress residing in the mountains. "This place is quite nice. In a few days, could you assist me in acquiring some farming tools and furniture? I will provide you with the funds." Empress Ma also felt that the place was too dilapidated, lacking even a dining table. It seemed prudent to procure some furnishings. Chen Piao would likely not object. "Very well. I shall return now to arrange for it. It should arrive swiftly," Li Jinglong nodded, preparing to depart. "Be careful on your way down," Empress Ma instructed. Then called over Zhu Xiongying, who was playing nearby. "Xiongying, this is your cousin. Greet him." "Hello, cousin," Zhu Xiongying exclaimed, approaching Li Jinglong. "Ah, greetings, Xiongying." Li Jinglong felt touched. Forgetting was not a grave matter. They could always rebuild their relationship, for Xiongying remained the same. "Are you leaving now?" Chen Piao had sensed the unusual atmosphere in the courtyard and stepped outside. There are matters to attend to at home. I must trouble my aunt to rely on you for care. I will send some money over in a few days. Li Jinglong stated. Money is not necessary. Discussing finances creates distance. Do visit often. Chen Piao waved his hand, relieved he did not have to take both of them away, as he genuinely cared for Zhu Xiongying. After bidding farewell to Li Jinglong, Chen Piao returned to Empress Ma's side. Placing a recurved bow and 2 machetes on the ground, he had specifically chosen a model suitable for rapid shooting, equipped with a small compartment for arrows beside the bowstring, allowing for quick firing. Most astonishingly, this bow featured a numerical control sight, capable of displaying the target's distance and even magnifying it. Is this truly a bow? Its design is quite peculiar, Empress Ma inquired with curiosity. She had seen bows in the military, but had never encountered one with wheels on its limbs. This bow was passed down from my father. It weighs only 35 pounds. Would you like to give it a try? The compound bow required minimal strength. In the modern era, Chen Piao had visited archery ranges where many young women enjoyed using compound bows. 35 pounds equates to approximately 40 pounds in weight. Is it really possible? Empress Ma was eager to try this unprecedented bow. Why not? Chen Piao adjusted the bowstring and taught Empress Ma how to use the release mechanism. The compound bow was easy to handle. After just one demonstration, she mastered it. Knocking an arrow, she released it, and the arrow flew true, embedding itself firmly in a tree within the courtyard. How can this bow be so light? Empress Ma inquired, recalling that a 35-pound bow could hardly be so light. However, observing the depth of the arrowhead embedded, it indeed resembled that of a 35-pound bow. I do not comprehend this either, but Chu He will understand. When he returns, he shall explain it to you. Chen Piao scratched his head, unable to articulate why the compound bow was so light. While he was proficient in its use, he was at a loss regarding the knowledge underlying it. As they conversed, Chu He returned, carrying an armful of fishing gear. How many fish did you catch? Upon seeing Chu He, Chen Piao couldn't help but chuckle, relishing the opportunity to tease the airman. Just take a look, Chu He exclaimed, tossing the fish basket onto the ground before heading to the well for a drink of water. Well, quite the bounty, Chen Piao exclaimed. Rummaging through the contents of the fish basket, he pulled out a half shoe, a brush, clothing, trousers, a bowl, and half a sprouted potato. Just as Chen Piao considered discarding the potato, he suddenly recalled its significance. You caught a fish with half a potato? He queried, holding it up. Ugh, don't even mention it. That wretched potato caused a 2-pound crucian carp to escape. It infuriates me, Chu He declared, setting down his bowl in exasperation. Indeed. In the eyes of a fisherman, only fish mattered, Chen Piao quipped, turning to grab a knife to chop the potato. Chen Piao, is this edible? Why are you cutting it? Empress Ma asked curiously. This is a valuable item, just wait and see. Chen Piao recalled the process of planting potatoes quite vividly. He would cut the potato into pieces, dip the cut surfaces in wood ash, and dig a hole for planting. Auntie, please keep an eye on this potato. Just ensure the soil isn't too dry. The rest will take care of itself. With his knife, Chen Piao carved a hole and planted the potato. All right, rest assured. I will watch over it, Empress Ma replied, though she didn't fully understand. Yet, since Chen Piao had his reasons for doing so, she trusted his judgment. What do you need both a bow and a knife for? Chu He inquired. I intend to venture into the mountains and see if I can procure some game. Chen Piao responded, preparing his gear as he turned to Chu He. If you can't catch any fish, I need to consider what to eat. Oh, come on. How was I to know that wretched river could yield a potato? Had I known, I would have chosen a different fishing spot, Chu He retorted, somewhat irritated. Strangely, ever since arriving in the Ming Dynasty, the items caught had been bizarre and varied. Not a single fish was seen, yet an assortment of junk was collected. I shall take my leave. You continue your lessons with the eagle, Chen Piao instructed before heading up the mountain. Be careful on your way, Empress Ma cautioned, her concern evident. Fear not, Chen Piao reassured her. He was not genuinely intent on hunting. Rather, he sought a secluded spot to open today's containers. With family present in the morning and darkness enveloping the evening, he had no choice but to find a place on his own. Chapter 13. Never ascend the mountain without a gun. In search of an uninhabited area in the mountains, Chen Piao deposited 4 containers in an open space. What is all this? The system is deliberately vexing me, he lamented, gazing at the open containers. One contained an assortment of tobacco, alcohol, and tea. Another was filled with guitars, basses, and drums. Yet another housed an array of snacks such as chips, biscuits, and crispy noodles. The most absurd was the final container, filled with instant cameras. What am I to do with a mountain of cameras in ancient times? Am I to establish a photography studio? After calming his nerves, Chen Piao retrieved the container back into the system warehouse. Perhaps it was time to see if he could hunt. Grasping his compound bow, he ventured deeper into the forest. He walked for an entire afternoon, leaving him parched and his throat feeling as though it were ablaze. Had I known hunting was this arduous, I would have turned back long ago. Chen Piao wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating returning, lest he be caught in the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, he heard the sound of an animal. It resembled a bird, yet also echoed like a cat. Chen Piao held his breath, cautiously peering ahead, finally fixing his gaze upon a patch of grass not far away. In his limited understanding, it appeared to be some sort of small creature. Whether it was edible, he could not ascertain. You shall be my target, he resolved, for today had yielded him no spoils. He selected a triangular arrowhead, designed specifically for hunting. Its functionality akin to a trident, no carbon-based life form could withstand its strike. Drawing the bow, aiming, he released the arrow. With a swift whoosh, it flew forth. Yet, just 3 seconds after the arrow was loosed, Chen Piao was overcome with regret. His mind raced with recollections, for that was no small creature, but rather a fully grown leopard. The moment their eyes met, Chen Piao's mind went blank. Flooded with memories from his life, everything from his childhood bedwetting to the dinner the night before his crossing into this world. Oh no, father, I've made a grave mistake. His adrenaline surged, and he dropped the compound bow, instinctively fleeing. The entire sequence from the arrow's release to his sprint took merely 3 seconds. An adult leopard can reach speeds of approximately 125 kilometers per hour, 3 times that of a human marathon champion, achieving a 100-meter sprint in just 3 seconds, outpacing even a Bugatti. In the first second of Chen Piao's flight, the leopard, feeling its body ache, rose and roared in pursuit. The human anthem is that of courage, and as the leopard closed the distance, Chen Piao steeled his resolve. Drawing a machete from his waist, he shut his eyes and swung wildly. By sheer fortune, the blade struck the leopard, causing it to veer slightly and collide with Chen Piao's left side, knocking him to the ground. Perhaps luck was on his side. Or perhaps a touch of serendipity favored him, for the sharp machete plunged directly into the leopard's chest. Gasping for breath, Chen Piao's legs trembled, and his heart pounded furiously. Seeing the leopard motionless on the ground, he seized a stone and frantically struck the beast's head until it was unrecognizable. Only after the adrenaline subsided did he begin to calm, gazing at the disfigured creature before him. Oh, he exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. Father, thank you for your years of prayers on my behalf. Upon my return, I shall honor you. It was a sensation akin to surviving the gates of hell. Why had he foolishly released that arrow? He had nearly met his demise in this strange land. Retrieving a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the system warehouse, he lit one with trembling hands. Damn it, without a gun, I shall never ascend the mountain again. After smoking 3 cigarettes in succession, Chen Piao finally felt a bit better. He tossed the discarded recurve bow into the system space and began contemplating how to deal with the cheetah. An adult cheetah typically weighs around 100 pounds, and this particular one appeared to be a mere wretch among its kind, devoid of any excess flesh. Chen Piao removed the arrowhead and knife from the cheetah's body, then retrieved a set of sheets from the system, cutting them into strips to fashion a twisted rope. He first bound the cheetah's 4 legs in pairs, grasping its hind leg with his left hand and its foreleg with his right, exerting slight force to hoist the entire cheetah onto his back. In the courtyard, as the sky darkened ominously, Empress Ma anxiously gazed in the direction Chen Piao had vanished. Why hasn't he returned yet? She was all too familiar with the dangers of the mountains. Entering alone and not coming back before nightfall often meant trouble. Chu He, come help. Her voice echoed through the valley. Chu He, who was tutoring Zhu Xiongying, immediately rose and dashed toward the source of the call. Aunt, I'm going to check it out. Stay here with Xiongying, he instructed, sprinting toward Chen Piao's direction. Holy cow, you actually killed a cheetah. Chu He exclaimed upon seeing what Chen Piao was carrying, unable to contain his surprise. Don't just stand there. I can't carry it anymore. You take over. Chen Piao, feeling somewhat fatigued, expressed his limitations. He had not undergone any formal training and typically served as a sailor on his family's boat. Carrying 100 pounds of meat after walking all afternoon was no small feat. He was doing remarkably well, just to remain upright. Give it to me. Can you walk? Chu He inquired. I can walk. Hurry up. Chen Piao replied, his clothes soaked in the cheetah's blood, which dripped continuously from his wounds. How did you end up with the cheetah? You didn't just stumble upon a carcass, did you? Chu He asked as they walked. Do you think I wanted this? Who knew a cheetah's call sounded like that? If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked it for anything. I've decided, as long as the system doesn't refresh my weapon, I won't venture into the mountains. Chen Piao still felt a lingering dread. Had the arrow not pierced the cheetah's body, returning today would have been uncertain. I should have gone into the mountains with you. At least I have some hunting experience, Chu He remarked. You've hunted before? How come I never knew? Chen Piao responded. My grandfather is from Inner Mongolia. When I was a child, he took me hunting for sheep. As they entered the courtyard, Empress Ma noticed Chen Piao covered in blood and grew increasingly concerned. Why did you go hunting cheetahs? Are you hurt? She asked anxiously. I'm fine, Aunt. Not a scratch on me. Just this thing is heavy, making it difficult to carry back. Chen Piao reassured her while fetching a bucket of water to wash off the blood. By the way, how should we handle this creature? Is cheetah meat palatable? Chu He questioned, eyeing the bloodied animal. Cheetah meat is hardly delicious. It's even less palatable than pork, Empress Ma replied with a smile. If you're interested, you can prepare its hide. You could fetch a good price in the city. Hides. None of us know how to handle that, Chen Piao said as he approached. Nonsense. Chu He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Piao. Have you forgotten what my grandfather does? This hide is no different from sheepskin. Allow me to handle it, he declared, as he seized a kitchen knife and began to expertly strip the skin. Chapter 14. Indestructible, I say, old Chu. Are you even capable? You've punctured the hide with so many little holes. Can it still be used? Chen Piao observed with keen interest, holding his bowl of rice. Shut your mouth. You know nothing. It's like how denim jeans require a few rips, only then do they exude a certain allure. Chu He, drenched in perspiration, pondered how this leopard hide differed from sheepskin. He had never faltered when working with the latter. Honestly, there's no need to take it to town for sale. Once you prepare the hide, just find a tailor in town to craft a suit for the eagle, Chen Piao remarked, exasperated. Had he known, he would have never allowed Chu He to attempt this. Reject illegal hunting, protect wildlife. Chu He successfully peeled the entire leopard hide and soaked it thoroughly in clean water. After their meal, the four of them sat around the fire pit in the courtyard, engaging in casual conversation. Chen Piao sat aside, sketching on a piece of paper with a pencil. What are you drawing, Chen Piao? The Empress Dowager inquired with curiosity. She found herself increasingly intrigued by the two. Chen Piao's outlandish remarks in the morning had left her astounded, and in the afternoon, Chu He's explanations of complex equations had left her bewildered. Now, Chen Piao was showcasing his artistic prowess. Without needing to look, Chu He smirked and tossed a piece of wood into the fire. It's probably just a girl of around 10, dressed in lavish attire, with her hair styled, and a birthmark on her left hand. The Empress Dowager leaned closer to Chen Piao to catch a glimpse, confirming Chu He's description. Who is this? She asked. Just a friend. Chen Piao replied with a smile. Friend, my foot. Chu He scoffed. We've grown up together since childhood. I know all your friends better than you do. If you know them, how could I not? Chu He was correct. The two had been inseparable since kindergarten. And although they were placed in different classes in high school and pursued different majors in university, their bond remained unchanged. What is going on? The Empress Dowager turned to Chu He, inquiring. The moment the question escaped her lips, she regretted it. This was clearly a personal matter, and she had no right to pry. I apologize for my indiscretion, the Empress Dowager quickly said. It's all right, Auntie. Let Chu He explain, Chen Piao suggested, setting down his pencil and retrieving 2 cans of beer from his pocket. After tossing one can to Chu He, he opened his own and began to drink. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? Chu He exclaimed as he opened the beer and downed nearly half the can in one go. We're childhood friends, having grown up together. A few years back, he suddenly told me that he had met a girl during his childhood, yet he hasn't seen her in years. At that time, I was puzzled. Do you think I am unaware of who you are, Chen Piao? From childhood to adulthood, you have been my sole companion. How could you possibly know any girls? During that time, he was utterly frantic, dragging me all over the world in search of that girl. Whether it was former teachers or acquaintances, everyone claimed there was no such person. You cannot imagine the state he was in. He even began to doubt his own sanity. Chu He recounted a summary of the story, but the actual developments were far more absurd than he described. In his quest to find this person, he sought out every individual who might have known her. The most exasperating part was when a friend studying civil engineering traveled all the way to Africa. He managed to locate a person whose family had long been unreachable. You would think he could simply make a phone call to inquire. Yet he insisted on flying to Africa to find her. During those days, he nearly choked on the food he had in Africa. Eventually, He suspected he was losing his mind and went to a psychiatric hospital seeking treatment, but the hospital adamantly refused to admit him. I had seen many claim they were not mentally ill, but this was the first time I encountered someone insisting they were. In the end, the doctor had no choice but to explain the Mandela effect to him, prescribing a few medications before sending him on his way. Is that so? Queen Ma nodded. The individuals depicted in the painting were unknown to them, yet Queen Ma recognized one, her visage and the birthmark on her left hand. I believe I can assist you with this. I know the person in the painting. Both of them simultaneously spat out their drinks in disbelief. What? This person truly exists? Andy, where is she? Could you take me to meet her? Chen Piao exclaimed, overjoyed. After searching for so many years, he had finally found the original. Do not rush. I have asked Zhu Xiongying to purchase some furniture for me, which will be delivered tomorrow. At that time, I will show him the painting and let him guide you to her, Queen Ma replied, as she didn't wish to enter the Yingtian mansion just yet. So she needed to ask Li Jinglong for assistance. Who is Zhu Xiongying? Chu He had never met Li Jinglong, and no one had informed him upon his return. A relative of Andy S. I encountered Chen Piao while passing by this morning, she explained. Chu He did not inquire further, since Chen Piao had not mentioned it. It suggested that this individual posed no threat. That night, Chu He was in the courtyard washing himself, while Chen Piao lay in bed, tossing and turning. At that time, Chen Piao was merely a boy of 10. It was during that summer vacation when Chen Piao's mother departed from this world, and his father, engrossed in his flourishing business, had no time for him. Although Chen Piao enjoyed a life enviable to other children, his toys were plentiful, and he played games at will. He always returned home feeling profoundly lonely. It was during that period that a little girl unexpectedly appeared in his life, stating that her father was equally busy and had no time to play with her. Thus, the two youngsters became good friends, spending the entire summer together. However, once summer ended, that girl vanished without a trace. To keep her memory alive, Chen Piao began sketching from a young age, and the drawer in his study held numerous portraits, all depicting that girl. Why are you still awake? Chu He entered the room, bare-chested. I was pondering something, Chen Piao replied, shaking his head and shifting the topic. What do you think? Is our system more science fiction or fantasy? In the realm of science fiction, Chu He pondered aloud, given the nature of this genre. Do you think my container could yield the water droplets of the trisolarans? Presently, your foremost task is to uninstall the Tomato Novel app, Chu He scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. Chen Piao, upon hearing this, flopped onto the bed and retorted, what purpose does your system serve then? Is it merely a fishing rod? This was not the case, for Chu He had activated his system interface. The system had bestowed upon his fishing rod two enhancements akin to enchantments. One rendered it indestructible, while the other was known as the Favor of the Sea. I am familiar with the Favor of the Sea, but does this indestructible attribute truly mean what it suggests? Chen Piao inquired, a sudden curiosity igniting within him. What do you imply? Chu He felt an unsettling premonition arise. If the system proclaimed it as indestructible, does that imply that no matter the method, be it slashing, burning, skinning, or severing, it would remain intact? Chen Piao retrieved a gleaming watermelon knife from the system. I must inform you, this is my sole fishing rod. Should it indeed be damaged, my system would lose its purpose. Not to mention that I spent over 20,000 acquiring it from abroad. I cherish it dearly. What are you fretting about? The system has declared it indestructible. Chapter 15, I must inform you. This is my sole fishing rod. Be gentle. In the courtyard, Chen Piao positioned the fishing rod at an angle on the ground, brandishing the watermelon knife with flair. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing, Chen Piao declared, and with that, he struck the fishing rod with a powerful blow. The force of the strike reverberated through his hand, leaving it slightly numb, yet the fishing rod lay unscathed. Not even a scratch to be seen. Goodness, is your fishing rod made of rebar? The blade of the knife has dulled. Observing the slightly blunted edge of the watermelon knife, Chen Piao nodded in satisfaction. If this were taken to the battlefield, no divine weapon could rival this fishing rod. Thankfully, the fishing rod remained intact. Under the moonlight, Chu He meticulously examined it, only releasing a sigh of relief once he confirmed its condition. Has your system refreshed? What has it yielded today? Chu He cautiously secured his fishing rod and inquired while seated in the courtyard. Let me check, Chen Piao replied, opening the system panel, which indicated that there was still half an hour left until the next refresh. Half an hour? Then let us sit a while longer. Fetch me a can of beer. Chu He extended his hand. Chen Piao promptly retrieved a case from the system, along with some biscuits to accompany the drink. The two exchanged no idle chatter. each cracking open a can of beer and drinking heartily. Are you truly going to seek out that girl tomorrow? Chu He broached the subject. I simply wish to see her. After searching for so long, what harm is there in meeting her in person? Chu He tossed a piece of biscuit into his mouth. I still recall the scene when you were searching for her. It hardly resembled the real you. Not like me. Why have you become so different? Chen Piao remarked with a smile. How should I put it? In the past, you gave me the impression of being deeply concerned about many matters, yet simultaneously indifferent. When I witnessed you frantically searching for him, I thought it was a sign of post-traumatic stress. Chen Piao's mother had passed away while he was absent, reveling in carefree abandon at his grandfather's ranch during that period. It was only after the school term commenced that Chu He learned of this from his father. With a chuckle, Chen Piao shook his head, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. I shall accompany you to the city tomorrow. I, too, wish to glimpse the woman whom my brother has cherished for decades. What was it called again? Ah, yes, the White Moonlight. Chu He leered at Chen Piao. Oh, please. If we were in our own era, I might have considered pursuing her, but this is the Ming Dynasty, Chen Piao remarked, taking a couple of swigs from his drink. Chu He appeared perplexed. Why can't you pursue her in the Ming Dynasty? It's the first time I've heard you express a desire to chase after a girl. Consider this. One day we shall undoubtedly encounter the future. You may marry and bear children here, and when you eventually pass away, your family will mourn you. Yet, you would turn around and continue living in the future. Is this not a form of selfishness? Chen Piao articulated his perspective. Furthermore, we have already become the butterflies of the butterfly effect. Perhaps an inadvertent flutter of our wings could alter the entire course of history. This is precisely why I am reluctant to rebel, as I do not believe we would surpass those emperors. Chen Piao's insights resonated with Chu He, who nodded in agreement. You know, the advancement of humanity requires a gradual approach. Only by solidly establishing our foundations can we avoid calamity. Otherwise, we may end up like Wang Mang, meeting a tragic end. Chu He expressed a hint of frustration. But thinking about the subsequent Qing dynasty fills me with rage. If that history had not occurred, any nation destined for glory must traverse a path of humiliation first. It is only through such trials that a nation can unite, as the old saying goes. To incite madness, one must first foster arrogance. Our greatest contribution to posterity may well be to refrain from action. Chu He regarded him with disdain, disbelief evident in his gaze. Then why do you teach the young eagle those things? Have you not already begun to interfere with history? Regardless of whether the young eagle and my aunt resemble Empress Ma and the Crown Prince, I merely wish to equip the young eagle with the ability to protect himself in the tumultuous times ahead. After all, I genuinely care for this child. He was indeed truthful on this matter. The young eagle's perceptiveness was remarkable, evident even from the casual remarks made during today's lesson. You are quite perceptive, in my view. You are a hypocrite, decrying interference with history while simultaneously imparting knowledge to the young eagle. If you are not a hypocrite, then who is? Chen Piao chuckled softly, dismissing Chu He's critique. The system has refreshed. Let us move away and open our boxes without waking my aunt. Chen Piao finished his beer and walked towards the yard's exit. The two soon found themselves not far from the courtyard. The nights of ancient times differed from those of later eras. Even without a full moon, the path was discernible in the darkness. You take two. And I shall take two. We will each open our own. Chen Piao pointed to the two containers on the right. All right, shall I show you something grand? Chu He rubbed his hands together and stepped forward to open the box. Chen Piao approached his own container and began to unlock the large door. What is this? Under the moonlight, Chen Piao could not discern the words on the box. So he retrieved a lighter from the previously opened container and used its flame to illuminate the text. 4. Does this not imply an assignment? What does this verse signify? Chu He, come over and take a look at this. Do you recognize it? Chen Piao handed a small piece to Chu He. What is this? Chu He held it in his hand, using the light from Chen Piao's flame to inspect it. I can't tell what the English on it means. But I cannot comprehend the rest, Chen Piao replied honestly. After flipping it over for a moment, Chu He finally located the ingredient list. Upon reading it, he realized it was a chemical substance. Look here, this refers to cyclotrimethylenitronitramine, along with polyisobutylene and white phosphorus. This is, without a doubt, explosive material. Chu He finally understood. It turned out Chen Piao had opened a box of explosives. Oh my goodness! Chen Piao nearly tossed the lighter aside. Thank goodness I didn't bring the lighter too close. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. He patted his chest, his heart racing from the shock of the day. Simpleton, you clearly don't understand. Chu He said with a smirk as he toyed with the explosives. This material is particularly stable. It won't ignite with fire unless detonated with a blasting cap. Why didn't you mention that earlier? You nearly scared me to death. Chen Piao, feeling no shame, argued that he genuinely did not know the substance was explosive, especially since it bore the word for assignment in English. Who would have thought it referred to explosives? Do you have any blasting caps? Without them, this material is essentially just clay. It serves no purpose. Chu He suddenly became intrigued and began rummaging through Chen Piao's container. Look, there are indeed blasting caps, and they are individually packaged. Chapter 16. The Eternal Emperor? Stop fiddling with it. You might give someone a heart attack. Chen Piao retrieved the container back into the system's storage. Explosives are only interesting when witnessed from a safe distance. Chu He shrugged and walked to his own open container. While I was preoccupied with your finds, I haven't even checked what I unearthed. He pulled out a box from the container. Can you help me read what is written on this? Chu He was unable to understand the English text, as his vocabulary was not as extensive as Chen Piao's. Remington 870. Chen Piao glanced at the box and promptly spoke the name written in English. Wow, a shotgun. Chu He exclaimed as he opened the box to reveal several shotguns lying quietly inside. See, a real man should wield this. Chu He toyed with the shotguns. Recalling how he had only encountered them at shooting ranges abroad, now he could finally possess one himself. A true man should handle a machine gun. The rate of fire and ammunition capacity are what truly matter. Yours is only suitable for bird hunting. Chen Piao returned the container to the system storage, which automatically arranged the items within. He also provided Chu He with a box of shotgun shells. Just keep these guns at home. At least you'll have some means of self-defense in my absence. Chu He scoffed. What is that supposed to mean? Do you doubt my wrestling skills? I grew up on the grasslands. I could take on two of you. He, while I may not be your match, the bandits of ancient times truly took lives. And you? You've likely only slain sheep at most. Chen Piao maintained a profound sense of reverence for the ancient era. After all, in those times, the methods to make a person vanish were numerous. Hurry up and open the boxes. Once you're done, go to sleep quickly. I'm already feeling drowsy. Chen Piao kicked the ammunition beneath his feet and approached his container to continue opening boxes. Chu He said little, as he too felt a bit weary after having consumed some wine that evening. The two of them opened the last two containers. What did you find? Chu He inquired. Come see for yourself. I can't describe it well. Chen Piao swallowed hard. What on earth is it? Why the fuss? Chu He revealed a box filled with weapons, including tasers, electric batons, and even multifunctional flashlights. The two stood before the container, which appeared hollow, shrouded in the night, making it difficult to discern its contents. What did you uncover? Why is it empty inside? Chu He pondered, somewhat perplexed, as the other containers were brimming with items, yet this one was devoid of anything. How the hell would I know? Chen Piao was equally baffled, though he reasoned that the system had no reason to harm him. Holding a lit lighter, he stepped closer to peer inside. Wait a moment, I recall seeing a flashlight just now. Chu He suddenly remembered that he had indeed found a flashlight. He rummaged through his container and extracted a flashlight, illuminating the previously dark space. In the center of the container stood two complete sets of military gear. Wow, the fusion of ancient and modern equipment. But why do these sets resemble something from a game? The more Chu He looked, the more familiar they seemed, as if he had encountered them in a video game. Chen Piao disregarded Chu He's musings and picked up the manual lying on the ground. 2028 Industrial Production, Special Operations Ming Dynasty Jinui Full Armor. The manual was thin, detailing only the instructions for wearing and the accompanying gear. After perusing the manual, Chen Piao discerned what the two sets were. They were tactical uniforms, yet at this stage, they were of no practical use. The current armed forces had not yet reached the level of equipping firearms on a large scale. Even if they did, the maximum range of firearms was only around 80 meters. However, the thought of donning such attire while shooting was exhilarating. Merely standing there, the intimidation factor was unparalleled by any ordinary armor, especially with the blend of ancient and modern elements. The company had excelled in this creation. It was a pity, though, that without rebellion, this gear would remain idle in the container, gathering dust. Chu He regretfully patted the armor. His rebellious spirit remained restless, yet without Chen Piao joining him, he lacked the confidence to rally a team. An occasional thrill wouldn't hurt. When we have time, let us go hunting in the mountains. Especially now that we have guns, Chen Piao suggested. With firearms in hand, his confidence surged. At least he felt bold enough to venture into the mountains now. Let us go. It's time to sleep. Chen Piao exited the container, and in that brief time, he was already sweating profusely. Goodness. This ISNTA container at all. It's a steamer. Chu He took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, instantly feeling an overwhelming sense of coolness. The two tidied up the container and, after a brief wash in the yard, fell into a deep slumber. As dawn broke, Zhu Xiongying pushed open their door, calling out, "Chen Go, Chu Go, time to eat. Grandma has prepared breakfast." The two rose from their beds as if drained of vitality by some supernatural force. The previous days of rain had kept the temperature in the wooden house relatively low, just barely conducive for sleep. However, with the rain now completely dried up, the temperature surged, making the wooden house feel akin to a sauna. "What is going on? Did you not sleep well?" Ma Huangho inquired, observing their lethargy. "It's too hot. I couldn't sleep well," Chen Piao replied, pouring himself a bowl of water and gulping it down. "If you go to town today, please buy some saltpeter to make ice for the house." Ma Huangho served each of them a bowl of porridge. "Right, I forgot to get the saltpeter. Let us buy some today. We're not short on money," Chen Piao said, taking a sip of porridge. For breakfast, Ma Huangho prepared wild vegetables she had picked from the field, simply mixed with seasonings Chen Piao had brought. "It's so hot today that I have no appetite," Chu He remarked, cradling his third bowl of plain porridge. "Could you set down your bowl while you say that? Have you ever seen someone with no appetite eat 3 bowls of porridge?" Zhu Xiongying laughed, her petite face lighting up with joy. Ma Huangho stifled a giggle, amused by the child's innocent fibbing. "So what? We have money. Our family isn't worried about food," Chu He unabashedly declared, slurping down his porridge. After breakfast, Chen Piao proceeded with his usual routine of teaching Zhu Xiongying. "What did you come up with for yesterday's homework?" he asked. "You assigned homework yesterday? How cruel." Chu He protested. Today, he had decided against fishing, as he had mentioned he would accompany his aunt's relatives into the city. "Shut up. This is none of your concern." Chen Piao shot him a glance. "I believe that if I were Emperor Qin Shi Huang, I may not have done better than he did. He was a hostage in his youth and gradually unified the 6 states. This alone surpasses almost everyone. Yet, due to his upbringing, he failed to comprehend the sufferings of the common people, misusing labor, imposing harsh punishments, and extorting wealth. These are undeniable facts. If I were Qin Shi Huang, I might have already failed when I became a hostage." Zhu Xiongying articulated her thoughts. Chen Piao, sitting nearby, couldn't help but nod in agreement, recognizing the child's insightful analysis. Shouldn't Qin Shi Huang be revered as an eternal emperor? How did he become a tyrant instead? Beside him, Chu He interjected once more. "Xiongying, why don't you enlighten him?" Chen Piao, disinclined to engage in lengthy discourse, entrusted the matter directly to Zhu Xiongying. Chapter 17. The frustration of Li Jinglong. When the Qin state had just unified, the first emperor ordered the construction of his mausoleum and the Great Wall. Although many emperors in subsequent generations undertook similar endeavors, the burden on a newly unified nation was still exceedingly heavy. While there were indeed achievements to be celebrated, the tyranny that followed his rise to power was equally notorious. The phrase "the world suffers under Qin" does not refer to a mere faction, but rather encompasses all the common people under heaven. Chen Piao's eyes sparkled. The boy's insight was remarkably astute, indeed a treasure found. "So why did so many of us admire the first emperor back then?" Chu He inquired of Chen Piao. "Because you are viewing it from the perspective of the first emperor. If you were to consider the plight of the commoners tasked with building the mausoleum, your thoughts would differ," Chen Piao replied. "In the future, refrain from relying too heavily on marketing accounts that can lead to misguided thinking." Rising to his feet, Chen Piao produced 4 beautifully bound books from his pocket. "Xiongying, what I am about to present to you is a work authored by an individual who transcends history. In the coming time, I will guide you through these 4 volumes, piece by piece. I may not be able to fully elucidate all of this person's thoughts, but I will impart all that I know. Are you willing?" Having just finished washing the dishes, Empress Ma overheard Chen Piao's words. It seemed that the previous questions were merely a precursor, a test of Xiongying's perceptiveness. This was the true pursuit of knowledge. With a soft thud, Zhu Xiongying knelt before Chen Piao, exclaiming, "Please, Brother Chen, teach me." "Rise," Chen Piao urged, assisting him up. "A man of this age should kneel only to his closest kin and for matters of gratitude. I am but one of your many mentors. You shall not kneel again." He then instructed, "Take these books and read them yourself. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come and ask me." Handing the 4 volumes to Zhu Xiongying, Chen Piao concluded, "All right, let us commence our first lesson. Open to the first chapter of the first volume." Time trickled by as Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongying listened intently, absorbing the many strategies and principles that were previously unknown to them. It was evident that such groundbreaking work was not of this era. What sort of individual could produce such an extraordinary masterpiece? Meanwhile, Chu He, resting his chin on his knee, had succumbed to slumber. Chen Piao's fervent lecturing reminded him of his high school days, where he had always found sleep during lectures to be most gratifying. Enough for today. We shall read no more. Too much may overwhelm you, Chen Piao declared, stretching his shoulders. All right. Zhu Xiongying eagerly tucked the books away and scampered back to his room, placing these volumes alongside the history book from the previous day. Awake. Do not sleep any longer. Chen Piao kicked at the dozing Chu He. Is class over? Chu He yawned, stretching his limbs. Indeed. The most refreshing sleep was that taken during lessons. You truly have a remarkable capacity for relaxation, even on the floor. What can I say? I'm a science student. Your lectures are beyond my comprehension. Chu He waved dismissively. Uncle. Chen Piao had more to say, but outside the courtyard, the voice of Li Jinglong could be heard. Is this your aunt's relative? Chu He inquired slightly. Yes. Why? Chen Piao questioned, somewhat puzzled by his inquiry. Look at him. He resembles a dandy, although he dresses simply. His gait is distinctly confident. He is certainly not an ordinary person. Chu He discerned a peculiarity in Li Jinglong's demeanor. Chen Piao pondered for a moment. If Aunt Ma were indeed Empress Ma, who could possibly address her as aunt? Oh my, Li Jinglong. Just yesterday, my aunt referred to him as Xiaojiang, the divine warrior of the Ming Dynasty, Li Jiaojiang. Let us find an opportunity to probe further, Chen Piao whispered. While they were conversing, Li Jinglong entered with a group of people, each carrying furniture. Aunt, I've brought some furniture for you, all second-hand and quite affordable, Li Jinglong announced, addressing Chen Piao and Chu He. These pieces were procured from a local landlord under the pretense of being second-hand, but in truth, they had never been used. Even with Li Jinglong's audacity, he would never dare to present genuine second-hand items to an empress. I appreciate your kindness, Brother Xiaojiang, Chen Piao said, approaching with a respectful gesture. Aunt, please provide some treasure notes for Brother Xiaojiang. The amount is inconsequential. Chen Piao recognized the considerable value of the furniture. Though the designs were modest, it was apparent they were crafted from fine wood. Whether he paid generously or less, he accepted it as a fair exchange. Very well. Please take a seat. You have matters to discuss with Brother Xiaojiang, Empress Ma instructed, stepping inside to retrieve the treasure notes. Brother, do you seek my assistance? Li Jinglong asked, motioning for the workers to bring over a few chairs. Once seated, he inquired. There are a few trivial matters, Chen Piao replied, handing over the portrait he had prepared in advance. I wonder if Brother Jiang recognizes the person in this painting? Li Jinglong took the portrait and examined it. This is. He recognized the individual depicted, but was baffled as to how a mere hunter like Chen Piao could know her. I am familiar with her. But may I ask why you seek her? Li Jinglong questioned, sensing that he might not truly know the person in the painting and that Empress Ma likely understood the situation as well. But why had she sent him to identify her? To be honest, I have often dreamt of this girl since my childhood. She has always accompanied me in those dreams. In recent years, I have searched for her in vain. Yesterday, when I revealed the portrait, my aunt saw it and suggested I ask you to help me find her. Hence, I humbly inquired, Chen Piao explained. Li Jinglong appeared troubled. If someone of noble birth were to spot them in the city and ask a question, how would he justify his actions? Is it truly a dilemma? Chen Piao observed his expression, suspecting that perhaps the girl had already married. As people in ancient times wed at a young age, it was likely that peers of his age already had children of their own. Xiaojiang, take your two younger brothers with you to have a look. You will be heading to the city soon anyway, said Empress Ma as she stepped forward. If it's convenient, please take them along. If not, just point them in the right direction. Li Jinglong thought to himself, well, since you have already spoken, how can I refuse? Very well. Then both of you shall accompany me into the city. I know a place where that girl is surely to be found. Li Jinglong replied affirmatively. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Chen Piao said, clasping his fists in gratitude. There's no need for thanks. It's but a trifling matter. Empress Ma nodded. Now this is more like it. Please take this bundle of banknotes with you. I would appreciate it if you could make the trip up the mountain. Li Jinglong had initially intended to decline, but upon seeing Empress Ma's stern gaze, he felt compelled to accept. By the way, Aunt, my father asked me to deliver this to you, insisting it must reach your hands. Li Jinglong handed a neatly wrapped letter to Empress Ma. It contained the question she had asked him to pose to the crown prince the previous day, but he had failed to remember a single word of the lengthy discourse. In the end, it was the crown prince who, noticing his confusion, had written down the important points for him to review later. Very well, when you return, please convey my regards to your father. And you too, do not dawdle. Go freshen up, for we must not give anyone cause to mock us upon entering the city. Empress Ma accepted the envelope and turned to Chen Piao and his companion. Chapter 18. You give the road big oil. Chen Piao and Chu He changed into fresh attire and washed up in the courtyard, concerned about returning late. Chen Piao retrieved a bag of beef ribs from the system and handed it to Empress Ma, informing her that if he were delayed, she should feed the eagle first without waiting for them. The workers, whom Li Jinglong had recruited from nearby villages, dispersed after collecting their wages, heading in a different direction from the three boys. As they departed, Empress Ma slipped a few banknotes into Chen Piao's hand, suggesting that the boys, having forged a bond, might enjoy a drink out together. The trio officially embarked on their journey into the city. Brother Zhang's family has quite a good relationship with aunt, doesn't it? Chen Piao inquired tentatively. Indeed, she is my maternal aunt, and the eagle is my cousin. My current position is still managed by my aunt, Li Jinglong replied proudly. Oh, and what do the eagle's parents do? Haven't you told him about his father? Chen Piao's eyes narrowed. A flicker of panic crossed Li Jinglong's face, but he quickly regained his composure. However, Chen Piao noticed every subtle change in his expression. To be honest, my uncle and my cousin do not get along well. He has been conducting business in Beiping for years. When my aunt passed away, she sent him a letter, but who knows if he even bothered to return. The eagle has been without a mother since childhood, growing up under his grandmother's care. Li Jinglong told a lie, knowing the emperor would not hear these words. He would simply need to communicate with Empress Ma later. I see, it was my indiscretion. But what is the eagle's surname? Having called him Eagle all this time, I still do not know his family name. Li Jinglong was thoroughly flustered. What should the name be? It would not be prudent to disclose the surname Zhu, as that would undoubtedly reveal the truth. However, if I were to mention another name, and they were to inquire with the queen upon returning, what if our accounts did not align? After much contemplation, Li Jinglong finally devised a flawless explanation. While it is often said that family scandals should remain private, given the amicable relationship between you and my aunt, I shall confide in you. This child, Xiongying, was adopted from elsewhere, and before we could change his surname, he unfortunately fell ill. As for his original surname, you might as well inquire with my aunt. Li Jinglong thought to himself that he was indeed a genius, skillfully deflecting blame with remarkable finesse. But why hasn't Xiongying's grandfather come to visit? Surely, your esteemed father would know, wouldn't he? Chen Piao's incessant questioning was giving Li Jinglong a headache. This person kept shifting from one inquiry to another, as if there was no end in sight. This is a matter concerning my aunt, Brother Chen. If you wish to know, perhaps you should consult her. Li Jinglong was genuinely at a loss for words. If he continued fabricating tales, the entire Zhu family would be laid bare by his own hand. Ah, it seems I have spoken too freely, Chen Piao observed, narrowing his eyes at Li Jinglong. This young man clearly appeared to be lying, evidently concealing something. I am unaware of Brother Jiang's full name. I am Chen Piao. And this is my brother Chu He, he inquired once more. Forgive my simplicity, I am Li. With the single character Jiang, Li Jinglong replied casually. Ah, so you are Brother Li. I had assumed your surname was Jiang. Chen Piao chuckled awkwardly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Li Jinglong. Feigning? I wonder how long you can maintain that charade. My aunt has always addressed me in this manner, and if you two brothers wish, you may do the same. The three of them strolled along, exchanging light banter, until they reached the gate of Yingtian City. The soldiers guarding the city were the same ones who had previously halted Chen Piao. Upon recognizing Li Jinglong, they began to rise to greet him, but were met with a piercing look that sent them back to their posts. Here are our entry fees. Li Jinglong placed a small handful of copper coins on the table. Very well. The guards dared not utter another word, for fear that a misstep would lead to their own downfall. Chen Piao and Chu He exchanged glances, well aware of the soldiers' previous demeanor, which had shifted to one akin to a mouse encountering a cat upon seeing Li Jinglong. They said nothing further, trailing behind him into the city. Look, that is the person you seek. Li Jinglong led them to the entrance of a residence, where a grand platform had been erected. Upon it, two individuals wielding wooden weapons engaged in a spirited duel. Beside them hung a wooden sign boldly proclaiming, Martial Arts Contest for Marriage. At that moment, the Lady Chen Piao sat atop a high platform, eagerly observing the combat. This is unusual, Chu He remarked, taking in the crowd that surrounded them, 3 layers deep. Whose daughter is this? Such an impressive turnout. While Chu He was still pondering, Chen Piao had already discerned the plaque above the entrance. Yongchang Marquis's residence. The Yongchang Marquis? Is that not Lan Yu? Chen Piao swallowed hard, recalling the infamous figure who had met a gruesome fate in the 26th year of Hongwu. The one who had led campaigns against the northern Yuan, only to bombard his own city gates. Unbeknownst to Chu He, who failed to notice the plaque. He tugged at Li Jinglong's sleeve and inquired, "Who is this esteemed young lady?" "The daughter of the Duke of Youchang," Lan Wakath sighed as Li Jinglong led the two of them to the entrance of a household. If spotted, it would be difficult to explain. "Old Chen, look, I am far more appealing than your painting." Chu He was indifferent to who this person was. His inquiry stemmed merely from curiosity. "My brother is to be paired with the daughter of Lan Yu. That would require an elaborate detour." Chen Piao nodded in acknowledgement, conceding that Lan Wang'a was indeed threefold more beautiful than his depiction. Moreover, a distinctive purple birthmark adorned her left hand. Suddenly, Chen Piao recalled that he possessed a Polaroid camera. Observing that no one was paying attention to him, he feigned retrieving the camera and film from his pocket. "When did you acquire a Polaroid?" Chu He was not particularly curious about the camera itself, only intrigued by when it had been procured. "I got it earlier but thought it of no use, so it remained untouched," Chen Piao replied. "A Polaroid? What is that?" Li Jinglong noticed the small device in Chen Piao's hand. "It's rather complex to explain. You will understand shortly," Chu He replied evasively. Chen Piao took out the Polaroid, pulled out the lens for focusing, and aimed it at Lan Wang'a, capturing the moment with a click. Unbeknownst to him, the flash was automatically activated, blindingly bright, thus drawing Lan Wang'a's attention. "You, the one standing at the back. What was that you just held?" "What the?" Taking candid shots without turning off the flash. "You creep." Chu He stared at Chen Piao in disbelief. "What are you panicking for?" Chen Piao, unfazed, tucked the photograph away. "Bring him here." Lan Wang'a commanded her servants, preparing to apprehend Chen Piao. "What do we do?" Chu He inquired anxiously. If they were caught, revealing their disguises would undoubtedly expose them as spies from Beiyuan. "Stay calm." Chen Piao placed his hands behind his back, surveying the approaching servants. "Chu He, are you ready?" Chen Piao stretched his limbs. "Ready for what?" "You don't intend to fight them, do you?" "Now is the time to unleash our secret weapon." Chen Piao's gaze was resolute. Li Jinglong, who had been crouched nearby, mentally cursed them both. "You two hunters think you can take on their servants? That Eslon you were dealing with, if captured, will be in dire straits." The onlookers began to notice Chen Piao and his companion, casting bewildered glances their way. "Did you notice their legs?" "Legs? What the hell are you talking about?" "We shall utilize our strong legs." "And then what?" "You give them the slip." "Chu He," Chen Piao shouted as he ran, his speed estimating that he covered 100 meters in merely 3 strides. Chu He, internally cursing, thought, "If you're going to run, just run. Why the lengthy explanation?" However, there was no time for contemplation. He grabbed the crouching Li Jinglong and hurried to follow Chen Piao's lead. "What a mess you two have caused. Why are you dragging me into this? I'm just minding my own business." Chapter 19. Lan Wang'a as the three figures dashed away. Lan Wang'a's gaze morphed into one of intrigue. "My dear daughter, worry not. Those 3 rascals shan't venture too far. I shall have them bound and return shortly." Emerged a middle-aged man clad in satin from the shadows. This man was none other than the current Duke of Youchang, Lan Yu. He had expended considerable effort concerning his daughter. While other girls had already wed, she appeared disinterested in suitors. A few years prior, the emperor had proposed a match with a prince, but the girl, in a fit of rage, had stormed to Empress Ma, throwing a tantrum that involved weeping, wailing, and threats of self-harm, declaring her utter aversion to marriage. Ultimately, Lan Yu, through persistence, convinced her to agree to a martial contest for suitors, yet before long, the proceedings were interrupted by 3 ruffians. "Never mind, though I can't shake the feeling that I've seen him before," Lan Yu sighed. "My dear daughter, after all these years, let us be candid. What manner of man do you truly desire? The eldest daughter of the Su family has already borne 2 children. Yet you remain without a suitable match. Speak freely, and should you wish for a particular type, I shall procure one for you, even by force if necessary." After pondering for a moment, Lan Yu added, "Except for those already wed, that would not do." Years prior, Lan Wang'a had suffered a grave illness, and upon her recovery, she began to utter nonsensical phrases that bewildered others, mentioning things like mobile phones, tablets, and amusement parks. Lan Yu had consulted various renowned physicians, all of whom concluded that she was in perfect health, with no ailments to speak of. In recent years, with little else occupying his mind, he had turned to arranging a marriage for Lan Wang'a, but she seemed to spurn every potential match, causing him considerable vexation. Why not just capture that fellow who led the way? Lan Wangge quipped playfully, turning back towards the duke's estate. Ah. It is better to be poor than to remain unwed, Lan Yu sighed, instructing his servants to disperse the crowd before summoning the steward. Did you take note of those 3 individuals? Indeed, sir, but the steward hesitated. Speak. I assure you, I shan't harm you for your words. The one who was dragged away appears to be General Li, son of the Duke of Chao, the steward replied. Lan Yu inhaled sharply. Are you certain you saw correctly? Rest assured, my eyes are never mistaken. Furthermore, the 3 were indeed companions and seemed to be acquainted. Li Jinglong. What could he be after? Anyone associated with Li Jinglong cannot be of good character. Word has spread along the Qinhuai River, branding him as a scoundrel of sorts. Very well, return to your duties. When they are apprehended, bring them to the estate. I shall pay a visit to the Duke of Chao, Lan Yu sighed, setting forth towards the Duke's residence. Meanwhile, on Chen Piao's side, the 3 meandered through the streets of Yingtian City, deftly eluding the Duke's servants. Blast it. You may run, but why drag me into this? They are not after me. Li Jinglong huffed, leaning on his knee, panting heavily. Huh? I thought he was referring to the 3 of us. Chu He was also catching his breath, having not engaged in such exertion for a long time. Beside him, Chen Piao was squatting on the ground, panting, as he retrieved a Polaroid photograph from his system space. Although the exposure was somewhat heavy, the beauty of Lan Wangge was captured perfectly. Over the years, Chen Piao had not been particularly fond of Lan Wangge. It was merely a small obsession. Now that he had seen her, he felt a sense of release. Old Chen, now that you've seen her, doesn't it feel good? Chu He remarked playfully as he crouched beside Chen Piao. Get lost, Chen Piao retorted, tucking away the photograph and glancing at Li Jinglong. Brother Jiang, I apologize for dragging you into this. Saying this, Chen Piao produced a double-action spring knife from his system and presented it to Li Jinglong. This is for you. Consider it a small gift. What is this? Li Jinglong inquired, accepting the spring knife with a puzzled expression. There's a button on the side. Push it forward and give it a try, Chen Piao suggested. Li Jinglong grasped the spring knife and gently pressed the button with his thumb. With a click, the blade sprang forth from the front. Wow, this knife can do that, Li Jinglong exclaimed, astonished. That's nothing. If you push it back, it retracts, Chu He scoffed. Li Jinglong, wide-eyed, pushed the button backward, and indeed, the spring knife retracted smoothly. Incredible. Ignoring the curious glances from the 2, he squatted down beside them, playing with the spring knife repeatedly. So, are we heading back? Or shall we explore the city a bit more? Chu He inquired. Let's find a stall selling saltpeter, buy some, and then head back. That will suffice for today. Chen Piao replied, standing up with a deep sigh. He suddenly felt quite exhausted. After running around the city, they would still have to return. Come on, Brother Jiang. Are you returning with us or staying in the city? Chu He asked. Huh. You all go ahead. I still have some work to do in the city. So I won't be joining you, Li Jinglong said, putting away the spring knife, thinking to himself that he had acquired a delightful toy to show off. All right then. We'll head back first. Do come visit my home when you have the time, the 2 said, exchanging pleasantries with Li Jinglong before turning to leave. Li Jinglong, however, made his way towards the Qinhuai River, continuously toying with the spring knife, which he grew increasingly fond of. Young Master Li, please hold on. As he walked, a group of individuals wielding sticks surrounded him. Who are you? Li Jinglong squinted his eyes. We are servants of General Lan, here to request your presence. The leader of the servants stated. Your family head is quite imposing. Is this how you invite guests? Li Jinglong retorted, though he was not one to be trifled with. Being the son of the Duke of Chao, young master, we are merely carrying out orders. Please come with us, the servant gestured politely. Very well, I shall accompany you, Li Jinglong replied. Li Jinglong displayed a playful smile upon his face, perhaps due to Chen Piao seeking him out. This matter was known solely to him. Even his father remained unaware of his meeting with the Empress. Well, if he desired to find out, he could pursue it himself, for the burden did not rest upon his shoulders. Accompanied by a servant, Li Jinglong arrived at the reception hall of the Lan family estate. Without hesitation, he took a seat, while the attentive butler poured him a cup of tea. Please wait a moment, young master. My master shall return shortly, the butler said. Li Jinglong casually toyed with a spring knife in his hand, stealing a glance at the butler. Your master certainly has a lofty demeanor. Inviting me here only to be absent, he remarked. The butler, awkwardly smiling, retreated, only to turn and see Lan Wangge striding toward the reception hall. Lao Fu. We have a guest, she announced. The butler, Lao Fu, nodded in acknowledgement. It is the young master of the Duke of Chao's household, summoned by the master. Li Jinglong? Lan Wangge queried, somewhat puzzled. What does my father wish with him? Lao Fu leaned closer, ensuring their conversation remained private among those three who fled the matchmaking event today. He was one. Thus, the master had him invited. Very well, I understand. You may attend to your duties. I shall entertain him, Lan Wangge declared. Striding confidently into the reception hall, Li Jinglong was still in the room, sipping his tea. Upon noticing Lan Wangge's arrival, his hand trembled slightly. Lan Wangge's reputation in Yingtian City was formidable. If Su Miaoyan represented the pinnacle of the cultured elite among the second-generation nobility, then Lan Wangge stood as another apex. In all of Yingtian City, one could scarcely find a woman more formidable than she. Do you have business with me? Li Jinglong asked, feeling quite uncomfortable. Lan Yu. The individual in question possessed a keen mind. Perhaps a few words from him could deceive her. However, Lan Wangge was a different matter altogether. She would not hesitate to confront Chen Piao directly. What do you have in your possession? Show me. Lan Wangge demanded, extending her hand without hesitation. While others perceived Li Jinglong's outward splendor, Lan Wangge saw through to the facade, recognizing him as merely a decorative pillow. What others leave with me, I merely play with. It shall be returned in a few days, Li Jinglong remarked, tucking the spring knife securely into his jacket, unwilling to part with such a valuable item. That would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. Ah, Li Jinglong, you can still articulate that word? I've heard tales. You possess a moniker across the Qinhuai River. What was it? The little white dragon of the waves? Lan Wangge said, her face concealing a smile, openly mocking Li Jinglong. Begone. If you've come merely to ridicule me, I shall take my leave. Li Jinglong retorted, his impatience evident. Look at you, so quick to anger. Lan Wangge said as she rose from her seat. I simply wish to know who those two individuals were that accompanied you today. Li Jinglong sighed at her inquiry. Lifting his cup of tea for a sip, he did not respond, his expression gradually deepening in contemplation. Speak. Why the solemnity? Lan Wangge urged, growing impatient. Just say it plainly. Do not attempt to seek him out. It may invite calamity. Li Jinglong set down his cup, speaking earnestly. I also advise you to quell your curiosity. He is a perilous character. Lan Wangge appeared somewhat speechless. Is he a monster, then? Disaster ensues. If you do not speak, I shall inquire myself. After all, there are numerous witnesses to your actions, and I refuse to believe I cannot find a single person. Lan Wangge declared, turning to leave. Wait. Li Jinglong suddenly called out to her. Indeed, she was quite the madwoman. If she were to locate Chen Piao, it would spell trouble. The Empress Ma had no intention of making an appearance, and no matter how the information leaked, it certainly must not originate from him. If you wish to meet him, that is feasible. I can facilitate an introduction. However, all I can do is leave him a letter. If he desires to meet, he will. If not, there is little I can do, for if he wishes to remain hidden, I may not be able to find him, Li Jinglong said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating the limitations of his assistance. This was intriguing. Lan Wangge slowly turned back, her interest piqued. In this world, few command such respect from Li Xiaogong. I find myself genuinely curious. Ha. Li Jinglong chuckled awkwardly. Let us agree on this. Should he consent, I shall not concern myself with what transpires upon your meeting. Li Jinglong deftly shifted responsibility, ensuring he had done all he could, leaving the decision to Chen Piao and Empress Ma. Very well, but you must divulge his true nature to me, Lan Wangge replied thoughtfully, readily agreeing. Li Jinglong shook his head. To be honest, I am as much in the dark as you are. Li Jinglong was acutely aware that the two young men were mere hunters, while the novelty of their spring-loaded knife intrigued him. It did not astonish him to any significant degree. All right, I shall await your news. You should return now, and I appreciate your effort in this matter. I shall speak to my father, Lan Wangge concluded before exiting the reception hall. Li Jinglong shook his head, realizing he would need to deliver this letter himself. What a day it had been. Once home, Li Jinglong collapsed onto his bed. Write a letter? To what end? How should I compose it? If I mention that Lan Wangge wishes to meet Chen Piao, under what pretense should I write? As a friend? To them, I am merely a somewhat affluent commoner. How could I possibly be associated with Lan Yu? And the Empress? Why do I constantly find myself in such predicaments? After much contemplation, Li Jinglong approached his writing desk. A brush held delicately between his lips, and began to inscribe his thoughts meticulously. To ensure security, he also penned a letter to Empress Ma, detailing the events of the day and the conversation exchanged with Chen Piao. Liu Zai. Li Jinglong called out to the outside. Young master, what is your command? A servant resembling a houseboy entered. Take this letter to Li Jinglong, he whispered into the servant's ear. Make sure to be discreet. And remember, regardless of who inquires about this matter, you must profess ignorance. Do you understand? I understand. The servant, referred to as Liu Zai, nodded solemnly. Li Jinglong felt reassured by Liu Zai's loyalty. He often entrusted him with delicate tasks, confident in his discretion. Then off you go, Li Jinglong exhaled, reclining back into bed and idly toying with the spring-loaded knife. Father! Father! Barely had Liu Zai departed when Li Wenzhong burst into the room. What is it, father? You seem quite flustered. Li Jinglong lay in bed, responding weakly. Lan, you just came to ask who you went out to play with today. What trouble have you stirred up? What trouble could there be? Lan Wanga is merely holding a martial arts contest for marriage. I took some friends to observe, but who knew Lan Wanga would act so irrationally, insisting on seizing my friend? Li Jinglong casually deflected. I see. As long as you haven't caused any trouble. Li Wenzhong nodded and sat beside Li Jinglong. My son, why have you been so secretive these past few days? If there's anything, share it with your father. Don't keep it bottled up. Li Wenzhong sensed something was amiss with his son ever since the incident at the royal tomb. Please, do not inquire. It is nothing pleasant. If you knew, it would only add to your worries. You might as well spend time with my mother. I cannot rely on you for anything these days. Li Jinglong sighed, feeling that without him, the family would fall apart. You ungrateful wretch. I built this entire Chao Guogong mansion. And now you claim you cannot depend on me. I ought to chastise you for your disobedience. Li Wenzhong removed his boots and lunged at Li Jinglong, lying in bed. Li Jinglong could not even muster the energy to evade, turning onto his stomach, exuding a sense of resignation. Go ahead and strike. Today you may hit me as much as you wish. It will save you from seeking me out for trouble later. Upon seeing his son's demeanor, Li Wenzhong halted his actions abruptly. Son, it is not that your father wishes to strike you, but consider how other children behave. Who spends their days at the Qinhuai River as you do? If you truly had the heart, you should strive to achieve something worthwhile. In that case, your father would support you unconditionally. Li Wenzhong spoke earnestly. Humph, Li Jinglong scoffed dismissively. Suddenly, a look of terror crossed his face. A career? A dreadful thought surged in Li Jinglong's mind. The Empress was hidden in the mountains, accompanied by the crown prince of the Ming Dynasty. The bond between the Emperor and Empress had always been strong. There was no reason for them to remain sequestered in the mountains. Ah, father, your words are truly reckless. Chapter 21. Playing with firearms, Empress Ma received a letter from her sixth son. One was addressed to Chen Piao, which she chose not to read, instead opening the correspondence from Li Jinglong. After perusing the letter, Empress Ma chuckled and shook her head. Indeed, it is quite a challenge for Zhu Xiongying. Grandmother. What are you reading? Zhu Xiongying approached, his small face inexplicably smeared with mud. Nothing, Empress Ma replied, shaking her head and tossing the letter into the fire. Eagle. My dear, what do you wish to pursue in the future? Empress Ma gently grasped the small hand of Zhu Xiongying, who, unbeknownst to her, shook her head in response. It's nothing, you'll understand in due time. Go play for now, dinner will be ready shortly. Empress Ma wiped Zhu Xiongying's face and observed her joyfully frolicking in the courtyard as her thoughts began to wander. Initially, she had envisioned a life of simplicity in these mountains, yet the more she interacted with Chen Piao, the more she was astounded. Professor Chen Piao's knowledge seemed entirely anachronistic, akin to the strategies of emperors. Professor Chu He's mathematics was equally intriguing. Though the convoluted formulas perplexed her, they presented a novel avenue of understanding. The wealth of knowledge and the fascinating concepts brought forth by these two individuals appeared far beyond the scope of what the Ming Dynasty could offer. Who were these remarkable figures? Could it be that they were indeed two reclusive sages, residing in the depths of the mountains, awaiting worthy souls to discover them? Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. Moreover, this modest courtyard contained merely 2 rooms, having previously tidied up for them. She recalled that there was not even a wardrobe inside, only 2 boxes, a compound bow, the short knife he had produced earlier, and the beef he had carelessly discarded before departing. None of these items seemed to have originated from within the house. Where, then, did they come from? With such extraordinary talents, why did they not pursue careers in government or endeavor in business, instead opting to dwell in a humble cabin in the mountains? Truly, they were peculiar individuals. With a sigh, Empress Ma commenced preparing dinner. Auntie, we're back. Chen Piao and Chu He returned, their hands laden with ample quantities of nitrate, along with various pastries and delicacies purchased from the city. Why did you buy so much? Empress Ma inquired, taking the items from them. We saw them on the way and decided to bring some back, Chen Piao replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he handed a pastry to Zhu Xiongying. Xiongying, come try this pastry. It's still warm. Thank you, Brother Chen. Zhu Xiongying replied as she accepted the delicacy. Don't mention it. Just enjoy it. Zhu Xiongying nodded, breaking off a piece of the pastry first for Chen Piao and Chu He, then for Empress Ma, before finally savoring a piece herself. What a wonderful child, mused Chu He, delighting in the sweetness of the moment, having encountered numerous unruly children in his time. It was refreshing to meet one so considerate and academically astute. Who wouldn't he be fond of her? This pastry is truly delightful. Far superior to the cakes we had in our time, Chen Piao remarked after swallowing his bite, genuinely impressed. Deliciousness matters little if the price is exorbitant, he continued. You can't overlook that. You shouldn't think that way, Chen Piao countered, brushing crumbs from his hands. These are handmade, crafted using ancient methods, devoid of additives or preservatives. If you market it as a century-old establishment and enlist a few lovely maidens to create promotional videos, wouldn't that elevate the price even further? Besides, were our pastries so affordable back then? Do you recall how much that egg tart cost? 50 coins. I could practically itemize the cost of my phone bill into that. Chu He pondered this, realizing Chen Piao had a valid point. No wonder pastries were frequently depicted as luxuries in period dramas. Just don't overindulge. Dinner will be ready soon, Empress Ma called out, and then turned to prepare a meal. Chen Piao and the others, feeling a bit idle, began to play with saltpeter in the courtyard, while Zhu Xiongying squatted nearby, assisting them. The method of making ice was quite simple. One merely needed to mix saltpeter and water in the correct proportions. Then place the mixture in a container for cooling and cover it to let it settle for a while. Upon seeing the saltpeter, I felt an urge to engage. Chu He, noticing the ample supply of saltpeter, couldn't resist rubbing his hands together. Shall we take a few shots? Chen Piao, too, felt a twinge of excitement, recalling the last time he had handled a gun during his travels in Russia. Let us go, Chu He exclaimed, springing up and retrieving the shotgun and ammunition he had previously brought in. Chen Piao, however, merely scoffed, pulling out a magazine and over 100 rounds from the system. What on earth? Are you planning to test the gun or silence someone? Chu He whispered. Come on, you know we can't enjoy ourselves too much. Since we have the chance to play, let us make the most of it. Zhu Xiongying, intrigued by the unusual objects the two had produced, approached curiously and asked, Brother, what is this? This is called a gun. You can also refer to it as a firearm, Chen Piao replied as he loaded the bullets into the magazine. Firearm? Empress Ma's ears perked up. She recognized this. There had been troops using firearms during the rebellion, but their reloading speed was rather poor, making them less impressive in military ranks. However, weren't firearms supposed to be long and require ignition? Oh, you seem to have quite a bit of knowledge, Chen Piao teased. This is a modified firearm. I'll let you try it out shortly. It was acceptable for Zhu Xiongying to fire a couple of shots, as the machine gun had a tripod, and since this wasn't a game, as long as it wasn't a high-caliber weapon, a child could still manage it. Great. Great. Zhu Xiongying clapped her hands in delight. After all, she was still a child, and encountering something novel, it was only natural she wanted to try it out. Chen Piao, firearms are not toys. Can Xiongying handle it? Empress Ma was not overly concerned about Chen Piao endangering Zhu Xiongying, but she was worried that the commotion they might create could be too loud. It's perfectly safe, Auntie, Chen Piao assured her as he assembled the magazine and beckoned Zhu Xiongying. Come on, Xiongying. Brother will take you to play. Okay. Zhu Xiongying bounced along, keeping pace with Chen Piao. Wait for me. I need to load some bullets, Chu He said, stuffing bullets into his pockets until he had a handful. Then he caught up with the two. Empress Ma, feeling uneasy, decided to follow closely behind them. The group walked for a short while until they ventured deeper into the mountains before stopping. What shall we shoot? We can't just fire into the air, Chu He said, loading the shotgun and looking at Chen Piao. Let us shoot at trees. There's nothing else to aim at, Chen Piao replied, surveying the surroundings where the only objects were trees. All right, shall you go first or shall I? You go ahead, mine is too loud. Chen Piao placed the gun on the ground and gestured for Chu He to proceed. Then I want to be polite. Chu He raised the shotgun and aimed at a nearby tree. Wait, Empress Ma suddenly called out to them. What is it, Auntie? Chu He jumped slightly, turning to ask. Did you hear any sound? Empress Ma placed her hand behind her ear, as if she heard someone calling. Chen Piao and Chu He, in unison, began to listen intently. Help! Help! It seemed there were indeed voices, and not just one. Chu He remarked, Female, approximately 20 in number, aged between 15 and 20. How do you know that? Chu He inquired, puzzled, for he recalled that Chen Piao did not possess such a skill. Enough with the nonsense. They are right over there. Chen Piao pointed into the distance, where a group of women was rushing towards them. Chapter 22. The Game of Strategy, Sir. Please save us. Someone is chasing us. A cluster of women knelt before them, chattering excitedly. Hey, hey, hey. Quiet down. One at a time. Chen Piao, unable to endure the cacophony, waved his hand to silence them. However, upon noticing Chen Piao's willingness to engage, the women grew even more animated. Silence. Damn it. Silence. Chen Piao's shout only fueled their fervor. With a series of gunfire, he lifted his machine gun and fired into the sky. I said, damn it. Silence. At last. The clamorous crowd quieted. Let someone speak clearly. Before they could respond, a group of burly men came charging down the path from which the women had arrived, wielding iron weapons. Dare to run, do you? When we get back, I'll make you pay. The leading man cursed, his chest heaving with exertion. Sir, we were abducted from Yangzhou. Please help us. A girl closest to Chen Piao suddenly implored. Yangzhou? Chen Piao stroked his chin thoughtfully. What should we do, Lao Chen? Chu He was also uncertain. They couldn't possibly fire upon them and risk taking lives. Chen Piao was similarly conflicted. To abandon them would be too cruel, considering the horrors of human trafficking. To intervene, that might incite the wrath of powerful figures. As Chen Piao wrestled with his dilemma, Zhu Xiongying approached and tugged at his hand. Brother, please help them. Gazing at Zhu Xiongying beside him and then at the women kneeling on the ground, Chen Piao's heart softened. Everyone, stand behind me. Upon hearing his intention to intervene, the women hurriedly positioned themselves behind the group. Hey kid, don't meddle in things that don't concern you. Get lost. The leading man shouted, brandishing a knife at Chen Piao. Mind your language. Chen Piao replied fearlessly, producing an electric baton from his pocket. The crackle of the baton and the sparks it emitted startled the men. I'm not here to converse with you. Bring your superior, Chen Piao asserted, exuding an air of arrogance. Boss, what should we do? This is troublesome. Why not just take them out? We're in the wilderness. No one will notice, one of the henchmen suggested to the leader. Shut up. The leading man, seeing Chen Piao's demeanor, was uncertain. If he were to offend a noble's offspring, his own life could be at stake. May I ask your name? The leading man called out to Chen Piao. Do you even think you're worthy to ask? Hurry and summon someone who can handle this. Otherwise, I shall have to cut you all down. Chen Piao's audacity surged forth, for in these desolate mountains, killing a few would be of no consequence. Summon the shopkeeper, commanded the leading man. Yes, replied a subordinate, hastening towards the direction from which they had come. Chen Piao, do you have the ability? Shall I fetch the money from home? Inquired Empress Ma. No need. That sum would be insufficient. I have my own methods, Chen Piao replied, standing composed. Before long, a portly middle-aged man approached. May I inquire who this esteemed gentleman is? He asked, clasping his hands in greeting. Are you in charge of these individuals? Chen Piao queried. Indeed. I am Lan Si, the adopted son of the Duke of Yongchang. Lan Yu. These individuals are to be sent to Yingtian City under my auspices, Lan Si replied respectfully, racking his brain to recall if he had encountered this person before, or which noble he might belong to. The Duke of Yongchang. Chen Piao chuckled. No wonder Zhu Xiongying sought to eliminate Lan Yu. How long has it been since he became duke? And already there are those delivering so many women to him. Very well. I have always been benevolent. Yet I cannot allow you to take advantage of me. Name your price. I shall purchase them all. Chen Piao had accumulated a fair amount of goods in his system and was eager to part with several items, particularly stockings and uniforms. Lan Si was somewhat tempted. These women were merely frail mares collected from Yangzhou. The intention of sending them to Yingtian City was to sell them under the name of Lan Yu. Whether sold to him or another, it was all the same. What is it? Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? Or do you doubt my ability to pay? Chen Piao inquired. Having been raised by a merchant father, Chen Piao had learned the art of negotiation during drinking sessions with his father. No. Lan Si hastily gestured. Perhaps you could send someone to fetch the money? The contracts are in my possession. We shall exchange payment for the goods. Agreed. However, I have no cash on hand. It is all silk. If that works for you. Splendid. If not, we shall leave. Chen Piao smiled slyly. Certainly, but I wish to inspect the goods first. Not a problem. Please find 2 individuals to assist me in carrying the items. Lan Si replied. Chen Piao nodded. All right, but you must leave someone here. We have so many people. Are you truly afraid I might flee? Chen Piao retorted, then turned to whisper to Chu He, do not act rashly. Only engage if absolutely necessary. Rest assured. Chu He replied, reassuringly gripping his shotgun, feeling a strong sense of security. Lan Si found 2 individuals to accompany Chen Piao as they descended the mountain. Chu He, can we manage this? Empress Ma asked with concern. She contemplated that if the situation became dire, they could resort to self-exposure. Mere threats might suffice to intimidate their adversaries. Fear not, Aunt. Old Chen would not undertake a venture without assurance. Chu He replied confidently. After years of camaraderie with Chen Piao, he had complete faith in him. After a while, Chen Piao and his 2 companions paused by a dense thicket. You wait here. The goods are all inside. I shall retrieve them for you. 2 errand boys exchanged glances, and upon seeing Chen Piao turn to stride into the thicket, they attempted to follow. The moment their feet lifted, Chen Piao's hand swiftly met them. What do you intend to do? Is this something you are permitted to watch? Is this how your master instructs you? Chen Piao's arrogance resurfaced as he unleashed a torrent of scolding upon the 2. My apologies, esteemed sir. You proceed. We shall not follow. The errand boys dared not utter another word. Even if such a young scion were to beat them to death, the worst consequence would simply be to compensate their master a trivial sum, while their own lives would be forfeit. If I catch you making any furtive movements, I shall have your eyes plucked out. Once Chen Piao had finished his tirade, he stepped into the underbrush. There were still ample bed linens in the system, and Chen Piao promptly extracted 200 sets. Come in. Carry the goods. He clapped his hands, beckoning the 2 boys to enter. Upon seeing the enormous boxes, the 2 errand boys swallowed hard. Good heavens! This must weigh 300 pounds. What on earth is all this silk doing in the depths of the mountains? Chapter 23. Returning home. Chen Piao cast a glance at them before turning to continue on his way. Regardless of whether they chose to lift the boxes, the goods were already present. After all, the whip of Lan Si could not reach him. As he ambled along, Chen Piao finally returned to the site where the 2 factions were at odds. Boss Lan, would you care to inspect the goods? Chen Piao inquired. Naturally. Lan Si, seeing the size of the box, rubbed his hands together and stepped forward to open it. What lay before him were bundles of meticulously cut fabric, vibrant in color and adorned with unprecedented patterns. It was estimated that this box contained 300 pounds, translating to nearly 80 bolts of cloth. Acquiring this group of not-so-elite Yangzhou thin horses was more than sufficient. Indeed, you are a man of your word, Lan Si declared, producing a stack of papers from his pocket. This is the bill of sale for these thin horses. I kindly ask you to sign it. Lan Si placed the bill on the box and then clapped his hands, summoning a servant from the crowd, equipped with ink and brush. The bill of sale had been prepared in advance, facilitating a quick transaction for the buyer. Chen Piao stepped forward, took the brush, and began to inscribe his name on the document. As an admirer of traditional culture, possessing a flair for calligraphy was hardly a flaw. After completing the bill of sale, he finally set down the brush. Your handwriting is exquisite, young masterly, Lan Si remarked, glancing at the document in his hand. You flatter me, Boss Lan. Chen Piao responded, knowing full well he could not leave his name. In the realm of literature, who did not know the name Li Fei Yu when it came to matters of blame? I shall not hold you up any longer. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. I shall take my leave. Lan Si directed his servants to lift the box, and they marched back along the original path. If I had known it would come to this, I would have stayed home, Chen Piao mused, holding the bill of sale as he approached the group of women. Thank you, noble benefactor, for saving our lives. A chorus of voices rose as a throng knelt before Chen Piao. Old Chen, how shall we deal with these people? Are we really bringing them home? There won't be enough room, Chu He inquired as he walked over. Are you asking me? Chen Piao let his eyelids droop, perplexed by the situation. He had come out with the intention of having a bit of fun, yet ended up rescuing so many people. Get up. You need not feel grateful to me. Were it not for my family's eagle urging me to save you, I would have kept my mouth shut. He tossed the contract of servitude onto the ground. Contrary to his expectations of a scramble for it, the group of women merely exchanged glances, none daring to claim the contract. What is this? Am I responsible for providing meals now? Chen Piao mused, somewhat bewildered. Chen Piao. Empress Ma approached and tugged at him. Even if they possess the contract, they remain of low status, and they cannot restore their citizenship on their own. Chen Piao was genuinely unaware of such matters. This complicates things. Old Chen, come here. Chu He beckoned him over. As Chen Piao stepped closer, Chu He whispered, let your aunt handle this group. You mentioned suspecting her to be Empress Ma. We can easily shift the blame. Besides, if she is not, that Li Jiang fellow must come from a wealthy background. We certainly cannot shoulder this burden. These 20 or so people mean 20 mouths to feed. Given their emaciated appearances, they likely cannot even wield a hoe. They are of no use, Chen Piao contemplated, realizing the truth in Chu He's words. However, he then turned to Chu He. Are you reluctant to work? What nonsense is this? You question my integrity. Chu He, caught off guard, quickly defended himself. Chen Piao narrowed his eyes at Chu He, fully aware of his thoughts. If the supplies he had promised were unstable, and they ran out of food, they would be forced to seek employment, leading to a mundane existence. For a fisherman, that would be quite unbearable. Chu He, meanwhile, wondered how he had been discovered. Rebellion is one thing. Work is another. Rebellion allows for nightly revelry, while work does not. Let us proceed as you suggested. This group is ultimately a burden. Chen Piao had no desire to lead a group of women in the mountains. Observing their lack of discipline and presumably low educational levels, he feared they might flee on a whim. Exactly. Chu He smiled with satisfaction. I'll inform my aunt. You manage those women. Chu He, gun in hand, approached Empress Ma to discuss their plan, while Chen Piao turned toward the group of women. If you do not wish to leave, that is fine. Tomorrow, I will find a good family for you. They will assist in nullifying your low status and restore your freedom. Upon hearing this, the women began to whisper among themselves, uncertain of Chen Piao's true intentions. Silence. Chen Piao detested chatter, especially from a group of women. Those who wish to leave need not stay. Those who wish to remain must wait patiently for tomorrow. Understood? After a prolonged silence, a strikingly delicate woman stepped forward. I shall not leave. I only ask that you do not expel us and provide us with food. We are capable of working. Oh, how intriguing. What is your name? Chen Piao inquired. I am surnamed L, and my given name is Chan. L. Chan expressed an intuition that Chen Piao was not merely a dandy. Otherwise, he would not have spent such a considerable amount of silk to purchase so many people. If he truly favored a slender horse, he could have procured much better silk with that sum. Very well, you are now their leader. I shall speak to you regarding any matters that arise, and you will see to it. Chen Piao was indifferent to who held the title of leader. He merely sought quietude when Li Jinglong took them away. Your servant obeys. Enough. No need to kneel. Gather your things and follow me. Chen Piao noticed that the discussions on the other side of the Chu River had concluded, and thus decided to return home. Chen Piao, are you truly sending them away? Empress Ma approached and asked. Indeed, so many mouths to feed. Just managing meals is a concern, and primarily, we are accustomed to a quieter life and do not wish to oversee so many. Chen Piao crouched down, disengaged the safety of his firearm, and prepared to depart. Empress Ma's gaze began to shift, sensing that there was certainly a secret surrounding these two individuals. Otherwise, with Chen Piao's capabilities, he could dine anywhere more splendid than in the mountains. For the sake of the eagle, Empress Ma resolved to take a gamble. A throng of people marched towards Chen Piao's small courtyard. The previous provisions would undoubtedly be insufficient, and fortunately, Li Jinglong had delivered a large pot. Or preparing meals would have posed a significant problem. Brother, have I been a burden to you? Zhu Xiongying sidled up to Chen Piao and asked. What nonsense are you thinking? Chen Piao pinched his cheek and retrieved a lollipop from the system to offer him. There is much suffering in this world that we cannot perceive. Having such a heart is commendable. Zhu Xiongying accepted the lollipop and looked up at Chen Piao. Then can I save more people? As long as you possess the capability, pursue it freely, but remember, never overestimate your abilities, nor underestimate them. Chapter 24. Night conversations. That night, Chen Piao, Chu He, and Zhu Xiongying sat in the courtyard, where a spread of snacks and beer adorned the table. The ground was littered with firearms and ammunition, along with an array of weapons retrieved by Chen Piao from the system. Old Chen, is this really necessary? Is it truly required to bring out the Gatling gun, just because we have more people at home? Chu He looked at the Gatling gun propped in the courtyard. A few lines of concern etched on his forehead. You understand nothing. This is a precautionary measure. You should grasp the principle of a man is innocent. But a treasure invites suspicion. If that Lanzi truly investigates us, it would be quite difficult to evade scrutiny. Besides, someone of his caliber has likely never encountered Empress Ma. If we do not prepare, we wouldn't even know how we perished. As he spoke, Chen Piao stowed the loaded firearm into his space. But you need not have brought out so much. There must be over 2,000 rounds for that Gatling gun alone. What do you mean by that? I'm merely being prudent. Remember, 10 directions of ambush. I won't proceed unless all are accounted for. The two exchanged words while raising their beers and downing them in one go. You are suffering from paranoia. Instead of fretting, you should consider renovating this house. Chu He burped and casually opened a bag of chips, placing it in front of Zhu Xiongying. Do you think I haven't thought of that? We are isolated here. Do you know how to build? You can't even lay a foundation. Chen Piao retrieved a can of cola from the system and opened it, placing it in front of Zhu Xiongying. Let us find someone. This house is frigid in winter and sweltering in summer. We might not even reach 60 before we freeze to death. Chu He casually grabbed a piece of cake, unwrapped it, and began to eat. I don't eat chocolate. This is for you. Chu He offered the cake to Chen Piao, who accepted it without any disdain and popped it into his mouth. In my opinion, we shouldn't bother with renovations. Let us pool some funds and tear down the yard to rebuild it. Brother, Zhu Xiongying tugged at Chen Piao. Why do I feel like making money with you is remarkably easy? Because your brother has never lacked money from childhood to adulthood. Chu He interjected. Come on. Just because I haven't lacked money doesn't mean it was handed to me. Don't equate me with you. Chen Piao retorted, pulling up 2 cans of beer from a nearby well. Eagle, remember what I told you. Whether now or in the future, making money is simply about buying low and selling high. The key is having a sharp eye. Your vision must be astute. Chu He scoffed, cracking open a beer and taking a hearty swig. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. The business he runs is as shady as they come. I've never seen anyone more unscrupulous than him. What is wrong with that? How am I unscrupulous? Chen Piao protested, somewhat displeased. Remember when you were running the warehouse? $19.90 for 6 bottles of drinks. You yourself mentioned the profit margin. Chen Piao smacked his lips. Why bring that up? Let us drink. Brother, just how much does Chen earn? Zhu Xiongying inquired with curiosity. Chu He held up 2 fingers. $2? That's not much, Zhu Xiongying remarked while munching on chips. Nonsense. The cost is $2. Chu He pinched Zhu Xiongying's cheek. Let me clarify. That was the initial price. Later, I was buying at 90 cents each. Chen Piao tossed a pack of cigarettes to Chu He and lit one for himself. Chu He and Zhu Xiongying regarded him with disdain, as if they had never seen someone so brazenly embody the term shady businessman. Why are you all staring at me like that? Chen Piao replied, exasperated. And you dare to criticize me? You were a major shareholder in that warehouse supermarket. Chen Piao addressed Chu He. The idea of starting a warehouse supermarket was merely a whim, while Chu He seized the opportunity, pilfering $2 million from his father to fund the venture. Chen Piao held only 30% of the shares, while Chu He possessed 70%. Moreover, he recouped his investment within 2 months, even replacing the stolen money without his father noticing the deficit. That doesn't change the fact that you're a shady businessman, Chu He declared with righteous indignation. We only operated the supermarket for half a year, and you swapped for a $600 vehicle. What do you want from me? If you feel guilty, then give me the car. Cough, cough. Chu He cleared his throat. Let us drink. No more talk of that. Zhu Xiongying didn't comprehend what the 600 referred to, but inferred from their conversation that it must be quite valuable. It seemed both of them were indeed unscrupulous merchants, which explained their camaraderie. What are you 2 discussing? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Empress Ma stepped out of the room, where it was now filled to capacity. She found herself unable to sleep, having overheard a few individuals conversing in the courtyard. Thus, she decided to join them and reminisce about the past. Chen Piao chuckled. The past? Taking a seat. Empress Ma casually picked up a chip and began to munch on it. What is this? Its flavor is so peculiar. The crisp texture combined with a hint of tomato lingered delightfully in her mouth. It's just chips, made previously. Chen Piao casually fabricated a lie. Aren't you going to sleep yet, Aunt? Is it because there aren't enough ice cubes? There are still ice cubes, but with so many people around, it's hard to sleep. Plus, at our age, we require less rest. Chen Piao nodded, pouring a can of cola for Empress Ma. I have always been curious. With such talents, why don't you 2 seek a position of honor or strive for a career? Empress Ma inquired. How to say? Chen Piao took a sip of his drink. Because we are both aware of our fate. Life expectancy of 60 is rare. And with 10 years of youth followed by 10 years of frailty, that leaves us with merely 40 years. Dividing those into days and months, we are left with 20 years. With calamities and illnesses, along with the whims of nature, there is not much time remaining. On our 60th birthday, we shall depart from this realm. That is our destiny. Empress Ma chuckled softly, taking a sip of her cola. The effervescence exploded in her mouth, the sweetness tinged with a subtle acidity, harmonizing beautifully. Don't speak like a rainbow catcher. You are the president. Chu He interrupted, completely out of place. Not at all. I was just being grandiose. Can you refrain from interrupting me? Ha 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 ha. Zhu Xiongying laughed heartily at the side. By the way, Chen Piao. Empress Ma pulled out a letter entrusted to her by Li Jinglong. This is for you from Xiaojiang. I forgot to give it to you when you returned. Take a look now, Li Jiang. Chen Piao furrowed his brow and retrieved a flashlight from his pocket to illuminate the letter. It contained only a few characters. Lan Wanga. Do you wish to meet? What does it say? Chu He inquired. Nothing much, just that Lan Wanga wishes to see me. Oh, the daughter of a noble family has fallen for the one who loves to show off. This could make for an interesting book. Chu He gazed at Chen Piao with eager curiosity. Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Piao tucked the flashlight away and set the letter ablaze with his lighter. She can do as she pleases. Associating with Lan Yu? Are you not afraid of death? Chapter 25. Lan Si? I believe you're lovesick. How do you mean? Empress Ma asked. Lan Yu is still a marquis, daring to take in so many adopted sons and even engaging in some scandalous affairs in Yangzhou. Isn't that blatantly provoking the emperor? I acknowledge his prowess in battle, yet one must maintain a sense of moderation in all endeavors. If he continues on this path, it is likely to culminate in a decade's time. The infamous case of Lan Yu during the Ming Dynasty transpired in the 26th year of the Hongwu era, involving as many as 15,000 individuals. Even his own skin was exhibited nationwide. The chronicles of the Ming Dynasty characterizes Lan Yu as fierce, obstinate, and arrogant. Believing himself superior due to his military achievements, he disregarded the decorum expected of a vassal before the emperor and acted with impunity while commanding troops. Empress Ma nodded. Recognizing that Lan Yu indeed possessed a boisterous demeanor, yet he was also an exceptional warrior. In the years 4, 7, and 11 of the Hongwu era, he accumulated numerous military accolades. What about Lan Wanga? Haven't you been preoccupied with thoughts of her? Empress Ma inquired curiously. She is a girl. If Lan Yu musters the audacity to approach His Majesty for a marriage alliance, once that union is established, she would be safe, and my worries would be unfounded. Chuckling, Chu He discarded his beer can. When you couldn't find her, you were consumed by thoughts, yet now that she has been located, you adopt an indifferent faade. What's wrong with that? What do you expect me to do? Marry her, and then serve Zhu Xiongying like a lapdog? Do you truly believe I am that sort of person? Chen Piao, slightly inebriated, spoke without much thought. Chen Piao. Empress Ma tugged at him. Mind your words. Walls have ears. If it were merely the four of them in the house, Chen Piao could speak freely, but there were others present. True. I've had a bit too much to drink. I'm just heading to the restroom, Chen Piao remarked, kicking Chu He. Why don't you bring out a flashlight? What if I get my hands wet? Chen Piao scratched his head and retrieved the helmet from his combat suit. Let us use this. Are you daft? Urinate in that? It has thermal imaging. Just think of it as a night vision device. Chu He responded, taking the helmet and putting it on as well. Old Chen. Chu He's voice resonated deeply. What is it? Chen Piao inquired, but upon looking up, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. In the nearby woods, a multitude of heat sources crowded together. What should we do? Cold sweat beaded on Chu He's forehead. In such desolate terrain, he could hardly believe these individuals were merely visitors. Do not panic. They must have only just arrived, or they would have already attacked us. Chen Piao rapidly devised a plan. Let us return and don our gear. Prepare the weapons. If they intend to strike, we shall take the initiative. Agreed. The two retreated to the courtyard, where Chen Piao whispered a few words to Empress Ma. Are you saying someone is watching us? Empress Ma quickly grasped Chen Piao's meaning. We do not yet know who it is. Aunt, please return indoors and ensure the women are safe. I have taught the eagle gun, even if something happens to us. The eagle can protect you. With that, Chen Piao turned to Zhu Xiongying. Eagle, do you remember how I instructed you? Yes. Zhu Xiongying nodded firmly. When we go out, if you hear unfamiliar voices, open fire without hesitation. Your grandmother's safety rests entirely in your hands. The Gatling guns in the yard were securely fixed, exhibiting virtually no recoil. All that Zhu Xiongying had to do was press the fire button. Rest assured, brother. Leave it to me. Zhu Xiongying patted his chest. Grandma, please attend to the sisters. The eagle shall protect you. Queen Ma cast a worried glance at Chen Piao and his companions. Please be cautious. Do not worry. Chen Piao surveyed the surroundings of the yard, estimating nearly 70 individuals had gathered. Once Queen Ma entered the house, Chen Piao retrieved 2 tactical suits from the system, a base layer of flying fish attire, complemented by an all-encompassing Russian ballistic vest, complete with soft armor on both arms and a mask for added flair. Once they donned their combat gear, Chu He hefted a 15, laden with magazines and grenades. A long knife strapped at his waist, while Chen Piao carried a machine gun, relying on the system for various loaded firearms. Are you ready? Chen Piao inquired. To face fire and water, old Chen. Chu He jested as they steadily approached the crowd. Good sirs. Hiding is rather dull. Come out and chat. Chen Piao chambered his machine gun, speaking as he walked. Pop, pop, pop. Young Masterly is indeed cautious. He even discovered us. Lan Si emerged from the bushes. Boss Lan, visiting at such a late hour without a word of greeting. I could have prepared some refreshments, and we might have shared a drink. Through the night vision, Chen Piao observed that Lan Si was clad in armor. Do not feign ignorance with me. There has been no sight of Li Feiyu in Yingtian City. You think you can deceive me? A lewd grin spread across Lan Si's face. After returning to Yingtian City, he had inquired about Li Feiyu from Lan Yu, only to find no trace of anyone by that name. His visit this time was at the behest of Lan Yu. Is it merely a merchant? It matters not if he comes to catch the autumn breeze. But you are not here for that, are you? Why not step into my courtyard? I have plenty of fine wine here. Chen Piao subtly nudged Chu He with his elbow. Understanding the cue, Chu He raised his firearm, aiming at Lan Si's thigh. Do not insult me. If I kill you, everything will be mine. Just a merchant, truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Lan Si clapped his hands, and those concealed around them raised their torches. You left and right. Lan Si, leaving Chen Piao with the machine gun, wore a grim expression beneath his mask. Understood. Awaiting your command. Chu He's breathing quickened. Boss Lan certainly knows how to boast, but alas, you will not escape today. Chen Piao raised his weapon, aiming towards the crowd. You have yet to unleash your harsh words, Lan Si, when a thunderous sound erupted from their direction. In an instant, Lan Si felt as though his legs were pierced by some force, collapsing to the ground in agony. Yet, his cries paled in comparison to the cacophony of gunfire. Upon hearing the shots, Zhu Xiongying swallowed hard, his grip on the Gatling gun trembling. In the room, Queen Ma soothed the startled women. The skirmish did not last long. Although some among them wore armor, the rifles and machine guns wielded by the two were overwhelming. Even with bulletproof vests, their bodies would be left battered and broken. Chen Piao stored his firearm back into the system. It was his first experience of taking a life. The scene he witnessed through the night vision goggles resembled a video game, yet he was acutely aware that this was no game. The fallen were all vibrant lives extinguished. Chapter 26. Post-War Trauma. Demons. You are demons. Lan Si crawled on the ground, dragging his incapacitated legs, with Chen Piao and his companion donning ghostly masks looming behind him. How is this possible? Two mere peasants from the mountains. They shouldn't even rank in the grand scheme of Yingtian City. How could they annihilate over 70 of us in mere moments? Chen Piao, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach, approached and seized Lan Si by the hair. I had no desire to entangle myself with you. Yet, you sought us out. Had I not fortuitously discovered your presence, my family of 4 might have perished at your hands today. I am the adopted son of Duke Lan Yu of Youchang. Aren't you afraid? Before Lan Si could finish, Chen Piao swung his machine gun, striking Lan Si's face with a resounding thud. Afraid? That word does not exist in my lexicon. Chu He, struggling against the overwhelming smell of blood, tugged at Chen Piao. Let us return for now. I am feeling a bit unwell. Upon hearing this, Chen Piao nodded, stowing away their equipment and dragging Lan Si towards the courtyard. Eagle, it's us. You can let go now. Chu He shouted from a distance towards the courtyard. Zhu Xiongying, the child is still young. Do ensure not to mistakenly shoot the two. All right. Do you need assistance? Came Zhu Xiongying's youthful voice. No need. Return inside and bring out your aunt. Okay. The two flung Lan Si onto the ground in the courtyard. Finally, they could no longer contain themselves and retreated to a corner to vomit. What happened? Queen Ma rushed forward upon seeing the two retching violently. Video games can be quite harmful. No one warned me that killing would be so nauseating. Chu He felt as though his bile would erupt, the scent of blood lingering in his nostrils, refusing to dissipate. Stop the pointless chatter. Chen Piao's hands trembled slightly. Through the night vision goggles, he could witness the limbs of those individuals shattering under his offensive. Such a visual onslaught could likely only be found in the depths of the dark web. After retching for a considerable time, both he and his companion felt somewhat better, though their gazes remained vacant and their bodies began to quiver. Have some water. The Empress offered, presenting 2 bowls filled to the brim. Everyone experiences this during their first kill. Even seasoned generals have endured such moments. Although the Empress had never faced the brutality of the battlefield, she had witnessed new recruits lose control of their emotions upon entering combat. They either succumbed to madness or frequently exhibited emotional instability, sometimes even turning against their comrades. If such situations were not managed well, it could lead to serious complications for the individuals involved. However, Chen Piao had no inclination to heed her words. His mind was incessantly replaying the harrowing scenes he had just witnessed. Post-traumatic stress disorder, often referred to as PTSD, manifests as a delayed or prolonged psychological disturbance following significant trauma. There had been reports from the United States regarding this condition. Chen Piao's murmurs captured the attention of both individuals. Old Chen, Chu He nudged him. Huh. Chen Piao emerged from his daze, his previously unfocused gaze sharpening. Are you all right? Chu He inquired, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, Chen Piao replied, accepting the water from the Empress and downing it in one gulp. Let's tend to Lan Si. Rising to his feet, Chen Piao retrieved 3 flashlights from the system and handed them to his companions. Chu He. The Empress grasped Chu He's arm. You both have taken a life, but I sense you are coping better. Keep a close watch on Chen Piao. His condition is precarious. Chu He nodded. During the skirmish, he had kept his eyes tightly shut, feeling nauseated solely due to the stench of blood. Chen Piao strode towards Lan Si, illuminating his injuries with a flashlight. A bullet had struck his right leg, its tip embedded deeply, likely damaging the bone. Are you going to treat him? Chu He asked. Of course. We cannot allow him to perish like this. Chen Piao retrieved a first aid kit from the system, donned gloves, and prepared to operate. Wait, are you capable of this? I had no idea you possessed such skills, Chu He interjected, restraining Chen Piao. Have you never seen a pig run after eating pork? They've depicted this in dramas. Chen Piao broke free from Chu He's grasp, clamping the flashlight in his mouth as he uncapped a bottle of alcohol. Without hesitation, he poured nearly half the bottle over Lan Si's wound. The pain roused Lan Si, who had been knocked unconscious, causing him to writhe on the ground. Even Chu He, observing the scene, couldn't help but grimace in sympathy. This must be rather painful, he thought. This isn't painful. Chen Piao chuckled, poised to proceed with the next step, when Lan Si began to struggle, attempting to flee. Run? Chen Piao retrieved a stun baton from the system, activating it against Lan Si's thigh. The Empress and Chu He watched with furrowed brows, contemplating how Lan Si had indeed chosen the wrong opponent. This is for you. If he moves, shock him. Andy, hold the light for me. Hurry and complete the surgery. Chen Piao handed the electric baton to Chu He, then crouched down to tend to Lan Si's wounds. Time passed gradually. Lan Si, during this process, lost consciousness numerous times, each instance without exception resulting in being stunned by Chu He. All right, once we have him secured, let us see if anyone comes to ransom him tomorrow. Chen Piao removed his gloves, walked to the well to wash his face, and then returned to the courtyard. In Yingtian City, at the residence of the everlasting Duke, Lan Yu paced restlessly in the study, accompanied by the steward, Lao Fu. Why hasn't Lan Si returned? It's just 2 merchants, after all. Even if they were to be raided, he should have returned by now. Upon arriving in Yingtian City, Lan Si sought out Lan Yu and recounted his dealings with Chen Piao. After much contemplation, Lan Yu could not fathom who Li Feiyu, mentioned in the contract of servitude, might be. After inquiring around Yingtian City and confirming that no such person existed, he dispatched Lan Si with the intent of executing a bold move. However, as the clock approached midnight, Lan Yu grew increasingly anxious without any news. Rest assured, my lord, nighttime operations can be fraught with difficulties. Allow me to lead a group to investigate, Lao Fu respectfully suggested. Very well, take 10 of the servants and investigate outside the city. Be discreet. The emperor has been in a foul mood recently, so proceed with caution, Lan Yu nodded. He was confident that a group of 10 could easily handle 2 merchants. Yet he feared that Lan Si might abscond with the riches, as it was rare to encounter merchants capable of producing such fine silk in large quantities. Understood, my lord. Lao Fu replied, exiting the study to assemble 10 servants before galloping out of the everlasting Duke's residence. Chapter 27. A tumultuous upheaval. Lao Fu and his men rode swiftly towards the location where Lan Si was expected to report. As they neared Chen Piao's courtyard, Lao Fu noticed the glow emanating from within. Extinguish all lanterns. Approach me on foot. With a commanding voice, Lao Fu instructed the servants to snuff out their lanterns. Thus, they brazenly advanced towards Chen Piao's small courtyard. Who goes there? Before they could draw nearer, Chen Piao, as if sensing danger, slammed his hand on the table. Chu He reacted swiftly, springing to the side of the Gatling gun, gripping the trigger tightly. Meanwhile, the Empress Ma picked up a flashlight from the table and directed its beam towards Lao Fu's direction. Esteemed sirs, we are hunters from the west. We lost our way at sunset, and have come to intrude upon your peace. What do you mean? Chu He swallowed hard, reflecting on how many lives had been extinguished that day. He was still adjusting to the role of a fisherman amidst such chaos. Stay alert. Do not let them in. Are we speaking to ghosts? Chen Piao was not convinced by their claims. Regardless of the era, one must be prepared to venture into the mountains. It was implausible that hunters would be lost in such terrain. State your name? Present your credentials? Chen Piao inquired, testing the waters. He had often seen bandit slang in short videos and wondered if it would be applicable in ancient times. We hail from Xining village, trading in Rookie Man. Lao Fu called out. Chu He gazed incredulously at Chen Piao. Your skills are rather extensive, are they not? And what are you two discussing? In Xining village, the hunter, surnamed Fu, known as Chen Piao, proclaimed "Dapa," which translates to hunter. The term Rue Chi symbolizes happiness, embodying a metaphorical significance. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Young brother? 1 in 10,000. It turned out he was brotherly. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lao Fu's eyes. If he was indeed Li Feiyu, it would imply that Lan Si had already fallen. I have a brother named Lan Si. Might I ask if any of you have encountered him? As Lao Fu spoke, his hand rested upon the long knife at his waist. Lan Si. Chen Piao clapped Chu He on the shoulder, retrieving a loaded rifle from his system space and handing it to him, while he himself chose a shotgun loaded with dragon breath rounds. He was not yet fated to die. Upon hearing this, Lao Fu's mind began to churn with doubts. How could Lan Si, who commanded over 70 men, be unable to handle these two? From your words, it appears you two are a dog under the command of Lan Yu. Chen Piao nonchalantly handed Chu He a tactical helmet and donned one himself. You insolent wretch! You dare insult me! Kill! Lao Fu unsheathed his long knife, charging towards the small courtyard. Auntie, turn off the lights! Chen Piao shouted. The quick-witted Ma Huangho promptly extinguished her flashlight. The sudden darkness plunged Lao Fu and his men into temporary blindness. Watch over the house. I'll deal with them, Chen Piao commanded, raising his shotgun and firing at Lao Fu and his companions. Under the cover of night, the shotgun in Chen Piao's hands roared like a fiery dragon, spewing flames with each pull of the trigger, each shot a breathtaking spectacle. Most terrifying of all, Chen Piao had no need to pause for reloading. He simply switched to another loaded weapon from his system, for he possessed an abundance of ready firearms. Lao Fu stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the weaponry before him. What the hell is this? It's even more formidable than incendiary oil. There was no time for contemplation as Lao Fu took off running. Yet, ultimately, it was futile. After dispatching the group of lackeys, Chen Piao switched to a pistol loaded with tracer rounds. Where do you think you're going? Don't run. Let the young brother savor your plight. Chen Piao fired as he pursued, not intending to hit Lao Fu, but merely to instill fear. The tracer rounds created a luminous trail, keeping Lao Fu in a perpetual state of uncertainty as to when he might be struck. Eternal Chong Marquis. Chen Piao shot Lao Fu in the thigh. Lan Yu. With a crack, another shot rang out beside Lao Fu. You insolent wretch. Chen Piao meticulously continued firing. Each gunshot echoed in Lao Fu's ears like a death knell, striking at his heart. Return and inform Lan Yu. I, Chen Piao, am not to be trifled with. Otherwise, I shall raise his eternal Chong Marquis residence to the ground. Chen Piao kicked him with arrogance before turning back towards the small courtyard. Seeing Chen Piao gradually distance himself, Lao Fu, dragging his wounded leg, made his way to his horse. After a laborious effort to mount, he sped towards the direction of Yingtian Prefecture. Meanwhile, back in the courtyard, Chen Piao felt an overwhelming sense of agitation within him. All he desired was a few days of peace, yet it seemed an unattainable wish. Old Chen, what is the matter with you? Chu He inquired, concerned for his well-being. Nothing. Chen Piao rubbed his temples. Chu He, I have come to realize that these people are merely seeking trouble. It seems impossible to have even a couple of peaceful days. What nonsense they spout. This entire affair cannot be ignored by anyone. Chu He patted him on the shoulder, extracted a cigarette from the table, lit it, and handed it to Chen Piao. Indeed, it is quite troublesome. Chen Piao sat on the stool, smoking, his mind swirling in a chaotic tempest. A torrent of emotions, irritation, aggression, and fury swelled within him. Seeing his distress, Empress Ma felt uneasy as well. To be frank, it was all due to Zhu Xiongying's words that had led Chen Piao to this state. She pondered whether to reveal her identity. If she intervened, this farce would swiftly come to an end. However, having finally embraced a humble life, that moment would also signal its conclusion. Brother Chen, what has happened? Zhu Xiongying, rubbing his eyes, emerged from the room. He had just fallen asleep, only to be roused by the sound of gunfire outside. Xiongying, come here. Chen Piao beckoned him. What is it? Zhu Xiongying asked, bewildered. Tell me, what do you wish to do in the future? Chen Piao's gaze was earnest, as if he were making a momentous decision. Zhu Xiongying, unsure of the reason behind such a question, looked up at Empress Ma. Your brother is asking you. Speak for yourself. Empress Ma sensed that Zhu Xiongying's answer would determine the family's future trajectory. I didn't know before, but after listening to Brother Chen's lectures, I don't aspire to be a saint. I wish to be a leader for the proletariat, to ensure that those farmers toiling for their livelihood no longer suffer under heavy taxes. Chen Piao nodded approvingly. Good child. I shall assist you. Upon hearing Chen Piao's words, both Chu He and Empress Ma were taken aback, their hearts stirred by a tempest of emotions. Chu He couldn't suppress a smile of excitement. This is surely a rebellion brewing. My nights of revelry. My extravagance. It is about to commence. Meanwhile, Empress Ma wondered if Chen Piao had extraordinary knowledge to impart to Zhu Xiongying. If the Ming want to allow me peace, then let us upheave the heavens. Chapter 28. The stirring of Yingtian City and take Xiongying back inside, and do not come out until dawn, no matter what sounds you hear. All right. You both must ensure your safety. Empress Ma cast a worried glance at the two. Observing Chen Piao's relaxed demeanor, she felt a pang of sorrow. Once Empress Ma returned indoors, Chen Piao retrieved the day's shipment from the system. What do you think will come out today? He inquired. Who knows? You should ask your system, came the reply. Chen Piao chuckled, opening the 4 containers of the day. One contained glass products, another hybrid rice, complete with planting guidelines. A third held improved wheat seeds, and the last was dragon potato number 9. It appears we are truly meant to cultivate the land. Chu He sighed. If we are to farm, then so be it. Who among our ancestors has tilled the soil for 3 generations? Chen Piao seemed unfazed. Perhaps due to his prolonged stay in the city, he held a particular affection for farming. Not me. My grandfather was a shepherd. Very well. From now on, you shall tend to the grasslands. Seek out those northern Yuan herdsmen, for you can speak Mongolian. Chen Piao retracted the container from the system and jested with Chu He. Off you go. Only you can chatter away. The two resumed their seats in the courtyard, where Chen Piao retrieved an assortment of firearms and ammunition from the system, methodically chambering each one. Are you truly contemplating a direct confrontation with Lan Yu? If he reports back to Zhu Yuanzhang, we shall be finished, even with our firearms. We cannot contend with the entirety of the Ming Dynasty, Chu He inquired, observing Chen's actions. How you've matured. Why aren't you shouting about rebellion? Chen Piao teased while handling the ammunition, noting that Chu He had become significantly steadier compared to when he first arrived in the Ming. Of course, who would dare to rebel without any strength? Zhu Laosi required 800 men to muster his forces. Chen Piao chuckled. If Lan Yu truly comes, we can engage in verbal sparring. If that doesn't suffice, we can create a commotion. What kind of commotion? Chen Piao retrieved 2 boxes of explosives from the system. You enjoy tinkering with such things, so crafting a time bomb should be a simple task for you. Chu He, bewildered, could not discern whether Chen Piao was jesting or serious. Are you serious? These are not mere firecrackers. Each box weighs nearly 50 kilograms. Just 2 kilograms of explosives could reduce us to ashes. This much could obliterate a mountain. Is it really that formidable? Chen Piao stroked his chin. Indeed. Do you think this material is akin to Play-Doh? Chu He smirked, then let us set it off from a distance. The louder the explosion, the better. Though Chu He did not fully grasp Chen Piao's intentions, he proceeded to manipulate the explosives. Fortunately, the system contained remote detonators. Chu He quickly divided the 2 boxes of explosives into over 10 smaller portions. Just one remote control? Chen Piao extended his hand, eager to touch the remote lying on the table. Before his hand could reach it, Chu He kicked it away, sending him tumbling. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? These explosives are interconnected. One wrong move, and we'll be reduced to ashes. Chen Piao rubbed his waist and gradually stood up. Then for heaven's sake, be gentler. Are you trying to kick me to death? I might as well send you back to the northeast. Chu He glared at him, removed the batteries from the remote, and finally sighed in relief. This device is not a toy. Let me install it first. I will return to give you the batteries. With that, he took the explosives and exited the courtyard. In the Youchang Marquise, old Fu returned to the study, nursing his injuries. Upon seeing him, Lan Yu hurried over, inquiring, what has transpired? What happened? Master, Li Feiyu is exceedingly arrogant. He possesses firearms that can spew flames. The servants I brought with me have all perished at his hands. He even warned that if provoked, he would blow up the Youchang Marquise. With a resounding crash, Lan Yu kicked the study table, shattering it to pieces. You recover well in the manner. I shall confront that Li Feiyu. Lan Yu's malevolence surged from the depths of his heart, anger coiling like a serpent around his courage. The entirety of the Youchang Marquise residence sprang into action, even rousing Lan Wanga from her slumber. What has happened? She inquired of a nearby maid. It is said that the master has suffered a loss at someone else's hands and is now gathering people to settle the score. Settle the score? Is it necessary to create such a commotion? Lan Wangge shook her head and donned her garments before stepping outside. Upon reaching the study, she fortuitously encountered old Fu receiving treatment. Fu Bo, what has happened? How did you sustain such grievous injuries? Just as old Fu was about to speak, Lan Yu approached. Why are you up, girl? Hurry back to bed. Father, Fu Bo is gravely injured. I must see him. Lan Wangge would not simply obey. Despite Fu Bo's stern demeanor towards others, it was under his care that she had grown up. With such a significant incident unfolding, she could not remain uninvolved. What business does a young lady have meddling? Stay at home, Lan Yu insisted. I will handle this. Lan Wangge narrowed her eyes. Very well. I shall remain here. Not allowing herself to be confined, she mused that the courtyard walls were scarcely 2 men high. How could the Yongchang Marquis's estate truly imprison her? Lan Yu nodded, summoning the household servants and arming himself, leading a formidable entourage out the door. With this movement, the entire city of Yingtian stirred. Many of his adopted sons, upon hearing the news, hastily rose from their beds and followed in Lan Yu's wake. The Jinui were swift to relay the information to Zhu Xiongying. Your Majesty, the Yongchang Marquis has departed the city with a contingent under cover of night, and many troops have also mobilized to follow him. Zhu Xiongying, engrossed in reviewing memorials alongside Chu Piao, nearly overturned the table upon hearing the report from Mao Chang. Preposterous. Has Lan Yu gone mad? Departing the city at such an hour with troops. What does he intend to do? Rebel? Zhu Piao frowned as well. How many are following Lan Yu? Replying to the crown prince, approximately 800. Mao Chang responded. Excellent. Zhu Yuanzhang's temples throbbed. 800 men. With 800, Hua Zibing could conquer the Wolf Jusher. Zhang Liao could execute a surprise attack. Li Shimin could instigate the Xuanwu Gate. And Lan Yu dares to lead 800 men out of the city. Is he intending to seize the armory? Zhu Piao, weary of offering counsel, recognized the gravity of Lan Yu's actions. Had it not been for their prior plans to dispatch him against the northern Yuan, he might have met his demise long ago. And now? If he survived until the day after tomorrow, it would be a grace from the heavens. Father, allow me to lead some men to investigate. I believe he would not turn against me. Upon hearing Zhu Piao's words, Zhu Yuanzhang gradually calmed. Then mobilize 500 imperial guards. Let us see what Lan Yu intends. If necessary, Zhu Yuanzhang left his sentence unfinished, yet Zhu Piao understood his implication. Though Lan Yu was indeed skilled in warfare, the circumstances of today would surely bring him to ruin. Chapter 29. The Crown Prince takes charge as Lan Yu hurried along. A sense of unease began to envelop him. His household servants numbered merely over 50. Why then did the sound of hoofbeats seem to multiply? Halt! Lan Yu tightened the reins and glanced back at the following procession. Good heavens! What an immense gathering! He swallowed nervously, merely counting the torches behind him. It appeared there were over 500 people. What on earth is this about? I am merely here to resolve a personal vendetta, not to incite a rebellion. Why has everyone come along? Lan Yu shouted. Father, we heard you were in trouble. The brothers have come to lend a hand. At the forefront stood Lan Yu's newly adopted son. I could hardly believe this. Even if I were to address my issues, I would only bring along a few retainers. With all of you here, what would the emperor think? Lan Yu felt a deep frustration. This motley crew had never shown such enthusiasm before. Oh well, at dawn, I shall personally plead my case to the emperor. Everyone, follow me. There is no turning back now. Having gathered so many, it is certain someone will report our presence to the emperor. I can only anticipate a scolding upon arrival. What else can be done? At worst, I will endure a beating and perhaps a few years of salary deductions. A throng of people marched resolutely towards Chen Piao's humble abode. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, Chen Piao was loading his machine gun. Wait, is that thunder? Chu He inquired. Is it? Chen Piao too heard the rumbling sound. No. Chu He put down the detonator and pressed his ear to the ground. Good heavens! That is the sound of hoofs. I've heard that noise on the grasslands before. Hoofbeats. There must be at least 800 of them. Who is staging a rebellion? Chen Piao racked his brain for historical context. It seemed that during the 15th year of Hanwu, there was no insurrection in Yingtian City. What could be the purpose of mobilizing such troops? Hey, old Chen. It seems they are heading straight for us. The sound is getting closer. Chu He swallowed hard. Was it really necessary to send so many to deal with the death of a few of Lan Yu's sons? Prepare your night vision gear. Follow my lead. Chen Piao donned his night vision goggles once more. At this critical juncture, you still have the presence of mind for humor. Chu He scolded. Putting on his own night vision gear. Inside the house, Empress Ma also heard the commotion. She was certain that it was the sound of war horses. Truly, as Chen Piao had stated, if Lan Yu did not rein in his ambitions, it would likely spell trouble within these few years. However, she trusted that Chen Piao would manage the situation adeptly. At worst, she could reveal her identity, no matter how arrogant Lan Yu might be. He would not dare to act against her. The sound of heaves came to a halt before the courtyard. Li Feiyu, come out and speak. Lan Yu shouted towards the courtyard. What the hell are you shouting for? I am right here. Chen Piao felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The horses of this group were clearly of fine pedigree, and many riders were clad in armor. Could it be that his use of firearms had been exposed? Chen Piao truly could not fathom what crime warranted such a large assembly. Where's my son, Lan Si? Lan Yu bellowed. Ah, so you are Lan Yu. Instead of seeking you out, you've come to find me. Chen Piao lifted his flashlight, illuminating the figure of Lan Si lying on the ground. How dare you harm my son? Lan Yu pointed an accusing finger at Chen Piao. Speak plainly. There is no need for theatrics. Chen Piao remarked, clearing his ears. We conduct our business with utmost integrity. The young rascal infiltrated my vicinity in the dead of night. It is a miracle that I did not end his life. If he continues to provoke me, I shall render him incapacitated as well. Lan Yu clenched his teeth. Since his enlistment, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Enough of your incessant prattle. You wouldn't even dare to curse. Chen Piao, gripping his machine gun, returned to his seat. I anticipated your arrival today. Thus, I have prepared an amusing surprise for you. Chen Piao picked up a small block of explosives, ignited the detonator, and hurled it towards the rear of the courtyard. Through the veil of night, Lan Yu could not discern what he had thrown. 1 second. 2 seconds, the explosives did not detonate as Chen Piao had envisioned. What the hell? Could it have been dampened? Why isn't it exploding? Chen Piao whispered, covering his ears. You created this mess. Why are you asking me? Chu He's features contorted in disbelief. The block Chen Piao had thrown weighed at least half a kilogram. It was far more potent than mere firecrackers. Huh? Were you frightened? Indeed, I am. Before Lan Yu could finish his retort, a resounding explosion erupted from the front. Chen Piao and Chu He flinched in surprise. And this is only 200 grams. Can you devise a way to remove those that were just prepared? I fear for my life. Chen Piao felt a wave of trepidation. The explosives in the game were never this formidable. I buried only half of it. Had I buried it all, I fear we truly would not survive. Chu He meticulously calculated the distance, ensuring that each piece was precisely accounted for, guaranteeing that neither of them would be harmed. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated poorly. Lan, do you fear? What was it you just said? Chen Piao taunted Lan Yu. You little scoundrel. How dare you hoard firearms? By the laws of the Ming Dynasty, such an offense warrants execution. Brothers, charge. Lan Yu, grappling with a lack of justification for his actions, found himself fortuitously presented with a pillow to rest his head upon. Now, when he returns, there shall be an explanation. What do we do now? Chu He's hand rested on the trigger, waiting for Chen Piao's command to fire. Do not move. Chen Piao shouted suddenly, revealing a lighter in his hand, igniting it and gesturing towards the untouched explosives. I tell you, I have concealed 5,000 pounds of black powder in this courtyard. Those who wish to live should step back. Chen Piao's declaration genuinely intimidated them. After all, he had just thrown something capable of detonating. Do not heed his nonsense. 5,000 pounds. What an audacious claim. Kill them. Lan Yu did not believe there could be such a quantity of black powder. Even an arsenal would struggle to amass that much. Chen Piao swallowed hard. This Lan Yu truly was a rascal. Did he not comprehend the meaning of death? The Crown Prince has arrived. Just as tensions escalated between the two factions, a eunuch's voice echoed from behind. The Crown Prince? The Ming Crown Prince? Who desires sushi? Chu He inquired. You fool. The Ming Crown Prince Zhu Biao. Chen Piao, struck by inspiration, retracted all the firearms and helmets from the courtyard, leaving only a heap of explosives on the ground. Crown Prince. Upon seeing Zhu Biao, Lan Yu quickly dismounted and knelt on one knee. Lan Yu, why have you taken soldiers out under the cover of night? The Empress Ma within the dwelling heard Zhu Biao's voice and stealthily peered out through the window. Your Highness, a report from my subordinates. In this mountain, there are thieves secretly hoarding black gunpowder. Due to the urgency of the situation, they have taken it upon themselves to lead troops out of the city. The villain, Lan Yu, is the first to accuse others. He claims to have witnessed Chen Piao casting what appeared to be a bomb. He cannot believe that there is not even a trace of flame left in this courtyard. Oh? Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes. Your Highness. Chen Piao fiercely pinched his thigh. I was merely a hunter in the mountains. subsisting on the meager wealth left by my ancestors. Today, upon entering the mountains, I encountered General Lan's adopted son, Lan Si, who was selling emaciated horses from Yangzhou. Out of a moment of compassion, I exhausted my savings to buy those horses. But who would have thought that Lan Si would seek total annihilation? Now, General Lan has even slandered my brother and me for hoarding gunpowder. I implore your highness to be our advocate. Chen Piao collapsed on the ground, weeping sorrowfully. Chapter 30. Resolution of the matter. Is this truly the case? Zhu Biao's face darkened ominously. Lan Yu's actions of adopting sons had previously been discussed with Lu Bowen, and he had not anticipated that after a few years of neglect, Lan Yu would become so audacious. Your Highness, it is my subordinate's lack of discipline. But this man has indeed concealed gunpowder. He just threw something resembling a bomb and even boasted that he has hidden 5,000 pounds of black gunpowder in this courtyard. Lan Yu hurriedly defended himself, pointing towards a box in the courtyard. He just brought a flame close to those boxes. That must be the black gunpowder. Zhu Biao pondered for a moment and summoned the commander of the Imperial Guards. Young brother, would you mind if I send someone to investigate? If the situation is not as Lan Yu claims, I shall certainly advocate for you. Of course, I do not mind. Your Highness, please. Chen Piao stood up, accompanied by Chu He, stepping aside. The commander of the Imperial Guards exchanged glances with his subordinates, signaling them to search the courtyard. The commander himself approached and opened the boxes in the courtyard. Finding them neatly packaged, he directly opened one to confirm that the boxes contained such items, ensuring his peace of mind before reporting back to Zhu Biao. Your Highness, this substance does not resemble gunpowder. Rather, it appears to be soft clay. Zhu Biao nodded, looking towards Chen Piao and his companion. Young brother, what is this substance? Please elucidate. Fuel. Chu He stepped forward. It is a kind of fire starter that, once ignited, emits an unpleasant odor. Then please, young brother, demonstrate. Zhu Biao gestured invitingly. Your Highness, this is absolutely unadvisable. If this substance is akin to black gunpowder, how would I explain to His Majesty if anything were to happen to you? Lan Yu interjected urgently, genuinely concerned for Zhu Biao's safety. Who knows if this substance might explode? Should an incident occur, he would be guilty of a grave offense. I can just stand back, Chu He declared confidently. For this substance cannot be ignited by an open flame. Your Highness, the entire courtyard has been searched. There are over 20 young women inside, along with a woman and a child. A member of the Imperial Guard reported. Zhu Biao nodded, signaling for them to withdraw. Then let us proceed as the young brother suggests. The truth shall be revealed through trial. The commander of the Imperial Guards handed the explosive to Chu He, thoughtfully providing him with a torch. Chu He accepted the explosive and moved to the far end of the courtyard. I am about to ignite it, Chu He shouted, and a group of Imperial Guards positioned their shields in front of Zhu Biao. Let us begin, Zhu Biao commanded. In plain view of all, Chu He placed the number 4 upon the torch. Contrary to the crowd's expectations of an explosion, it was the object in Chu He's hand that ignited with fervent flames, incinerating the number 4 entirely in mere moments. Zhu Biao waved his hand, signaling the guards to withdraw. Lan Yu, do you have any further excuses to offer? Lan Yu stood dumbfounded. After years of playing the role of the hawk, I found myself now pecked by one. I had no ground to stand on in this matter. Their transactions were bound by contracts, while Lan Si had trespassed into private dwellings. According to the laws of the Ming, Chen Piao could have executed Lan Si without consequence. It was my failure to maintain discipline, and Lan Si's contempt for the law warranted punishment. I too should face consequences for taking men beyond the city walls. Kneeling on the ground, Lan Yu readily admitted his faults. You shall forfeit your salary for 3 years and return to receive 60 strokes of the military cane. Zhu Biao glared at Lan Yu, wishing to execute him immediately, were it not for the fact that he still needed him for the campaign against the Northern Yuan. Yes. Despite the fire in his heart, Lan Yu suppressed it. Return to the palace. Zhu Biao waved his hand broadly, turning to leave with his entourage. Your Highness, Chen Piao called out. Does the little brother have something to say? My family's circumstances are indeed dire. I have exhausted my wealth purchasing those emaciated horses from Lan Si. I implore your Highness to assist in finding them a better fate. Otherwise, following me will only bring them suffering. Chen Piao sought to rid himself of this burdensome responsibility, weary of providing for their needs daily. Sighing, Zhu Biao observed this individual, though slight in stature, possessed a commendable resolve, willing to sacrifice all he had for the sake of others. Even if living in a wooden hut, he sought to secure a future for those women. Very well. Among my imperial guards, there are some who remain unmarried. I shall take it upon myself to bridge connections for them. Thank you, Your Highness. Chen Piao clasped his hands in gratitude and turned to summon the women from the house. His Highness wishes to act as matchmaker. You shall soon live peacefully. The group of women hurriedly knelt, offering their thanks. The journey from selecting to nurturing the emaciated horses in Yangzhou had not been without its trials. During lunch, some of the girls had arms scarcely wider than two of Chen Piao's fingers. As he watched the crowd disperse, Chen Piao finally sighed in relief. The crown prince truly possessed a noble heart. He even took Lan Si with him upon departure. Chu He stretched and turned to return to his quarters for some sleep. Hey, why haven't you left? Chu He exclaimed. Chen Piao turned to see El Chan standing in the courtyard, gazing at the two of them. I wish to stay by your side, young masters, El Chan respectfully declared, recognizing that Chen Piao and Chu He were no ordinary individuals, with no family left. She preferred to remain in the small courtyard rather than accompany the crown prince. Chu He looked toward Chen Piao. If you wish to stay, then do so. But be mindful of your words. You must be aware of what is appropriate to say and what is not. They harbored numerous secrets. From the systems they possessed to the weaponry at their disposal, far too much to disclose. I understand. All right, go to sleep. We've been busy all night. It's time to rest. Chen Piao shook his head, overwhelmed by the events of the night, which far exceeded those of the past few days. How could he possibly sleep? Chu He suddenly remembered this dilemma. There were only 4 beds in the house, yet 5 of them were present. Let us have Auntie bring the eagle into our room. We can combine our beds, and we'll deal with the remaining arrangements at dawn. Gradually, the courtyard fell into a serene silence. Chen Piao lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest as visions of Lan Si and his companions haunted him like relentless nightmares. It was not until the sky began to brighten that Chen Piao dressed and stepped outside, retrieving a few cans of beer and snacks from the system, and sat in the courtyard, indulging in solitary drinking. Chapter 31. Acquiring land. Li Jinglong, after attending the morning court, was headed to Chen Piao's humble abode. Today's court session had been particularly riveting, with a scathing reprimand directed at Lan Yu that lasted an entire hour and a half. Li Jinglong rode on horseback, a freshly baked flatbread in hand, munching as he walked. Li Jinglong. A loud call nearly caused him to drop his bread. Who is it? He turned to see Lan Wanga approaching on a magnificent steed. Hey, what are you eating? She inquired. Grain flatbread, he replied impatiently, wondering why she had sought him out instead of remaining at home. Oh, where are you off to? Lan Wanga teased. Just strolling. I'm in a good mood and want to take a leisurely walk. Is that any of your business? Oh, a stroll, is it? I suspect you're headed north of the city, or perhaps to the mountains. Lan Wanga had stealthily followed Lan Yu's entourage the previous night and had caught a glimpse of Chen Piao, recognizing him as the young man who had accompanied Li Jinglong. Surely, Li Jinglong wouldn't genuinely take me to Chen Piao's residence. After all, news from my uncle hasn't arrived yet. What if I inadvertently say something wrong? The repercussions would be dire. Well, as luck would have it, I have nothing to do either. Let us pair up. Lan Wanga was determined not to let Li Jinglong off the hook. Fine, Li Jinglong replied with a charming smile. I'm not in any rush, so I'll just lead you on a little detour outside the city. After all, he reasoned, Lan Yu had been punished with military punishment. Surely, she could not remain absent from home indefinitely. The two meandered outside the city, with Li Jinglong carrying a water flask and provisions, confident that they could wander all day without fatigue. However, Lan Wanga, witnessing Li Jinglong's nonchalant eating and drinking, felt a surge of irritation. Could you possibly refrain from eating? She snapped. What of it? You know the pressure I endure bringing you out for a stroll. I am a notorious libertine from Yingtian Prefecture, walking alongside the esteemed daughter of the Lan family. Such news would tarnish my reputation, Li Jinglong, the villain, preemptively accused. Knowing that it was better to strike first, regardless of the logic behind it, Li Jinglong, Lan Wanga, infuriated, drew her dagger. Stop pretending you don't understand. Take me to find Li Feiyu at once. Li Jinglong, puzzled, asked Li Feiyu, who is that? Is there such a person in the city? I don't know Li Feiyu. And, for heaven's sake, do not point that meat-eating weapon at me. Fine. If you want to take me, I'll go on my own. Lan Wanga sheathed her dagger and rode towards Chen Piao's small courtyard. Li Jinglong watched her vanishing figure, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. This direction, she couldn't possibly be heading to Chen Piao's home, could she? Just to be cautious. Li Jinglong decided to follow her. After all, there was still plenty of time in the day, and he could always go in the afternoon. Yet, with each step, His anxiety grew. Indeed, she was truly going to Chen Piao's residence. Li Jinglong hurried, but failed to catch up. Lan Wangge dismounted and shouted into the courtyard, "Li Feiyu, come out." "Goodness. Lady, stop shouting. Are you not afraid of trespassing? What if someone comes out and attacks you?" Li Jinglong attempted to pull her away. But to his surprise, she grew more fervent. "Li Feiyu, what the hell are you shouting for? Can't you see I was just sleeping?" Chu He emerged, yawning. Having barely slept for a short while. "Why is everyone looking for Chen Piao again? Where is Li Feiyu?" Lan Wangge recognized Chu He. He had stood beside Chen Piao in the early hours. Chu He glanced around the room, and then the courtyard. "Isn't he right here?" He approached the table and pulled Chen Piao from a pile of boxes. Goodness, how much did he drink? Seeing the scattered bottles, Chu He couldn't help but frown. He placed Chen Piao on a stool and rummaged through a medical kit, taking out a box of naloxone, opening a capsule, and placing it under Chen Piao's tongue. "Come inside and sit. Don't linger outside." After tending to Chen Piao, he finally opened the door to let the two in. Chu He, who has arrived. The Empress, draped in a garment, stepped out from the room. "Li Jiang, brother, and a lady." Chu He replied. "You." The Empress began to speak, but Lan Wangge swiftly interrupted. Li Jinglong, quick on his feet, delivered a swift kick. Chu He looked at them in confusion. "Do you two have a grudge?" "No," Lan Wangge exclaimed. "There was a wasp on her clothes. I helped her get rid of it." "Then what was that yellow you just said?" "Yellow, from Uncle Huang's family." Li Jinglong fabricated a lie, ensuring the Empress's identity remained undisclosed as she had not revealed it herself. "Is that so? Don't just stand there. Please, have a seat." Chu He nodded, inviting the two to sit down. Listening to their conversation, Lan Wangge's confusion deepened. How had it turned into a conversation about Uncle Huang's family? Furthermore, hadn't the Empress been buried not long ago? How could she possibly be here? Holding on to her doubts, Lan Wangge took a seat beside Chen Piao. "Wake up. We have guests." Li Jinglong nudged Chen Piao, who, despite Lan Wangge's visit, was still drunk. "You can't just call him like that. Watch this." Chu He cleared his throat and leaned towards Chen Piao's ear. "The sky belongs to the hayfike." Chen Piao, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly opened them. "The ground belongs to the Asala." Everyone in the courtyard stared wide-eyed. What on earth was being said? What was this hayfike? What was this Asala? What is happening? Chen Piao rubbed his swollen eyes. "We have guests." Chu He pointed at Li Jinglong and the others, then turned to wash his face. "Oh." Chen Piao's consciousness was still somewhat hazy. "Do you smoke?" He pulled out a box of cigarettes and offered them to the two. "Aren't you here to find him? If you have something to say, just say it." Li Jinglong whispered, "I suddenly don't want to speak." Lan Wangge was at a loss for words, clearly unsure how to respond. This man was evidently still intoxicated. Would he even comprehend what was said? "You are the daughter of Lan Yu, right? I recall you were quite eager to strike me yesterday." Chen Piao grabbed a can of cola and gulped it down in one go. "I did not. Who told you to wave things in front of me yesterday?" "Just in time. As both of you have arrived, I have a business proposition for you." "Business? Business?" The two exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what kind of business he could possibly have. Was he looking to sell land? Wait. Chen Piao unsteadily stood up and retrieved 2 boxes from within the house, gently placing them on the ground. "I want to buy land. It must come with tenant farmers, and there shouldn't be too many people involved. I don't mind if it's a bit impoverished. How much can you procure?" Land with tenant farmers, even if it's not lavish, still requires a significant amount of silver. "These 2 boxes hardly seem like silver," Lan Wangge questioned. Chen Piao dragged the 2 boxes closer, producing a small knife to open them. "Holy cow." Li Jinglong, sitting nearby, was the first to glimpse the contents, glassware. "I only need 1 piece of land. Whoever brings me the land deed first, I shall engage in business with them. I have 4 boxes of items like these, and I will take them all at the end." Chen Piao felt no regret. As these items were freely given by the system, they couldn't be consumed, so exchanging them for some money was quite reasonable. Li Jinglong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This business was bound to be profitable. Each box of glassware appeared to weigh at least 10 pounds, with various styles. If sold in the city, wouldn't it be quicker than selling land directly? Lan Wangge, unable to discern the items within the boxes, stood to investigate further. Just then, Li Jinglong abruptly rose from his seat, dashed out of the courtyard, and swiftly mounted his horse, galloping away. From a distance, Ma Huangho, observing the exchange among the group, couldn't help but chuckle. Li Jinglong has gone back to fetch the land deed, while this girl remains utterly clueless. What did he go for? Chen Piao asked, puzzled. "I don't know. What's in that box of yours?" Lan Wangge inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's glassware. Chen Piao placed a glass cup on the table. The design and clarity of the glass astonished Lan Wangge. Is this glassware? How is it so crystal clear? Lan Wangge continued to marvel at the piece. Stop gazing. They have already gone to fetch the land deed. If you wait any longer, it will be gone. Ma Huangho urged from the side. Ah. Lan Wangge suddenly came to her senses. That scoundrel. Running off so quickly. Is he in a race to death? It was clear that pursuing him now would be futile. She could only sit back down, her face a mask of regret as she stared at the glass cup on the table. It was only at this moment that Lan Wangge took a closer look at Chen Piao. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he exuded a refined elegance, surpassing even some of the celebrated young scholars in looks. Li Feiyu, what does your family do? Lan Wangge broke the silence. I am not called Li Feiyu. Chen Piao replied, pulling a comic book from the system and beginning to peruse it on the stool. His feelings toward Lan Wangge were complex. While he found her somewhat appealing, he ultimately had to return to the modern world, and too much interaction would not bode well for either of them. Huh? Then what is your name? Lan Wangge pressed. Chen Piao remained silent, engrossed in his comic. What are you reading? The words above elude my comprehension. How did you manage to craft these exquisite pieces of glasswork? Lan Wangge bombarded Chen Piao's ears with a multitude of questions, akin to a child with endless curiosity. Magnificent. Chu He, draped in a towel, stood beside Empress Ma, extracting a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket as he munched and observed. Is there something wrong with Chen Piao? Empress Ma inquired. What do you mean? The girl converses with him, yet he merely lowers his gaze to his book. Does he have an affinity for men? Empress Ma's views were not so antiquated. Long ago, some wealthy merchants favored male companions, and even certain brothels employed male courtesans. That's utter nonsense. After all these years as his brother, I know him all too well. Then why does he act so indifferent towards her? Empress Ma pressed. I don't know. Chu He shook his head. How can I explain that? Should we say that at 60, we wish to return to the modern era? And Chen Piao has no desire to marry 2 wives. Who would believe such a thing? Finally exasperated, Chen Piao slammed his book on the table. What are you doing? You startled me. Lan Wangge frowned. Is it so difficult for you to be quiet? Why not just talk to me? My father was beaten because of you. What harm is there in having a chat? Chen Piao's expression twitched. Isn't it expected that your father gets beaten? In 10 years, he'll be gone. What should we discuss? Shall we talk about how your father's skin is going on a national tour? Is your father Li Huang? I'm off to wash up. Chen Piao stood and went to fetch water to wash his face. Upon seeing Chen Piao leave, Empress Ma quickly moved closer to Lan Wangge. My dear, what do you think of him? When people reach a certain age, they often take to matchmaking. I wonder why. Lan Wangge glanced at Chen Piao, then at Chu He, who had returned indoors. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to? Oh, you can inquire about that with Zhujiang. First, tell me your thoughts on him. Empress Ma's curiosity ignited. He is quite handsome, but too aloof. He hardly acknowledges me when I speak. Let me tell you, this young man possesses genuine talent. Your father sent numerous people yesterday, and they were all put in their place by him. Furthermore, he is well educated. If you're satisfied, you should invite your father for a proper discussion in a few days. Your Majesty. Lan Wangge felt somewhat embarrassed. They had only just met, and she was already being urged to introduce him to her family. Call me Aunt from now on. Empress Ma playfully nudged her. Yesterday's incident stirred quite a commotion. Make sure your father disperses his group of adopted sons upon your return. Otherwise, it will become a matter of years. I understand, Aunt, but why are you here? Why not return to the palace? Lan Wangge asked curiously. That's not for you to worry about. If possible, spend more time with Chen Piao. If you encounter any difficulties, consult Chu He. They are childhood friends. Empress Ma chattered away with Lan Wangge beside the well, while Chu He, munching on seeds, listened with keen interest. I say, old Chen, the girl is pursuing you. You should at least acknowledge her. There were girls who pursued me back in the day. Yet I never heard you say such things then, Chen Piao remarked as he wiped his face with a towel. That's different. Chu He tucked the unfinished sunflower seeds back into his pocket. Those women were only after your money. Now, they come knocking at the door fueled by passion. Finding such admirable girls is akin to searching for a lantern in the dark. Chen Piao cast a disdainful glance at him, saying, Then why don't you mention that she is the daughter of Lan Yu? If Lan Yu were alive, it would impede our grand ambitions. Why don't you devise a strategy to recruit Lan Yu under our banner? Chen Piao was at a loss for words. Did he truly consider himself a politician? Is Lan Yu someone you can simply recruit at will? Do you think this is like marrying a wife? Go on, go ask what we're having for breakfast. You can chatter all day long with me. Chu He shot him a glare before turning back to the table to engage in conversation with the 2 others. Chan and Zhu Xiongying had just awakened, their faces reflecting a lack of restful sleep. "Brother, what are we having to eat later?" Zhu Xiongying asked while rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing Zhu Xiongying, Lan Wangji's pupils involuntarily dilated. Why is the crown prince here as well? She had initially thought the revival of the Empress was already outrageous enough. How could the crown prince also be alive? Continue your conversation. I'll go prepare the meal. Ma Wangho called out as she rose and headed towards the stove, while Chan took Zhu Xiongying to wash up. "Old Chen, what are your future plans?" As soon as Chen Piao sat down, Chu He leaned in to inquire. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Piao pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket, laying them on the table as he spoke. "First and foremost, agriculture. My vision is to implement a commune system within 3 years, transitioning thereafter to a land contracting system." "I have a question." Chu He raised his hand. "Since we are already landlords, why do we need to engage in these extravagances?" Chen Piao felt somewhat speechless. They had already resolved to embark on a significant endeavor. Although traditional development was swift, it lacked the ability to garner people's hearts. "Ask Xiongying yourself. Don't direct your questions at me." Chen Piao shot him a glance before continuing his explanation. "The second point involves a dual focus on agriculture and industry, including water conservancy, irrigation, drainage systems, as well as septic tanks and sewage systems. I require a comprehensive plan for these. Have it ready by tonight." "Oh," Chu He nodded, instinctively reaching for his computer. "Don't even think about it. Do you want me to arrange a squad of Asala guards for you too?" Chen Piao burst into laughter while seated on the stool, proclaiming he disliked working. Yet here he was, quite engaged. Chapter 33, The Pretentious Brother. "Sit down already. Don't embarrass yourself." Chen Piao beckoned. Meanwhile, Lan Wanggu was left in confusion. "What is an Asala guard? I've never heard of such a troop before. I've only conceptualized this much regarding industrial matters. We will finalize the development strategy after we assess the land. Furthermore, in agriculture, we need to cultivate cotton as a winter safeguard. The yield of daiming cotton is approximately 40 kilograms. There are numerous areas for improvement, including precise irrigation, fertilization, and pest control. In terms of commerce, I need not elaborate on the yield of long shu 9. I plan to reserve some for our consumption while sending the remainder for brewing. I have a question." Lan Wanggu raised her hand. Chen Piao and Chu He both looked up, having almost forgotten her presence. "Go ahead," Chen Piao nodded. "What is long shu 9? Lan Wanggu inquired, and Chen Piao sighed. Turning back into the house to retrieve several fist-sized sweet potatoes. "This is long shu number 9, which you may also refer to as sweet potato. It is indeed edible." "Edible? How does one consume it?" Lan Wanggu asked with curiosity. "Brother, how do we eat this? Should it be boiled?" Upon hearing it was food, Zhu Xiongying hurried over to ask, "How is it prepared?" "It can be prepared in various ways: pan-fried, stir-fried, boiled, deep-fried, steamed, baked, braised, or stewed," Chen Piao replied, handing the sweet potatoes to Zhu Xiongying. "Just toss these directly into the fire. By the time the meal is ready, they should be done as well." "All right," Zhu Xiongying exclaimed, rushing to Ma Wangho's side. Ma Wangho had overheard their conversation and reached out to take the sweet potatoes, but Zhu Xiongying declined. "Grandma, I wish to do it myself." "Very well, my little eagle," Ma Wangho said, watching fondly as Zhu Xiongying busied himself. The child had become quite talkative and cheerful since staying here for a few days. After assisting Zhu Xiongying, Ma Wangho settled beside him at the table. Lu Chan, seeing there was little else to do, retrieved a tea set from the house. He opened the bottle of cola that Chen Piao had left on the floor the previous night and poured it into the tea set before serving it. "I have a suggestion," Chu He remarked, glancing at the brewing notes. "What is it?" Chen Piao asked. "Making liquor from sweet potatoes, or what is known as sweet potato liquor, is frankly not very pleasant. The taste and texture are quite abysmal." Chu He genuinely disliked sweet potato liquor. His father had once brought home a bottle aged for 20 years, and one New Year's he had taken a sip, only to find it bitter and harsh, far inferior to other spirits. "Then let us produce sugar," Chen Piao noted, crossing out the brewing instructions. "Producing sugar is feasible. This raw material is rich in sugars and has a high yield. I will conduct further research to see if I can extract some color from it." Chu He contemplated the viability and promptly agreed. As they continued their discussion, Lu Chan served each of them a glass of cola. "This is our preliminary plan. Do you have anything to add?" Chen Piao asked Chu He. "Nothing else comes to mind. Given our current productivity, 3 years should suffice to accumulate a considerable fortune." "That is good," Chen Piao remarked, putting away the notes and taking a sip from his teacup. "Is there no tea at home?" "Who are you asking?" You've been to town several times. Do you not know? Tea, indeed. Chu He retorted. We should buy some next time. Drinking cola every day will surely elevate our blood sugar levels. The group sat around the table, engaging in light conversation. At that moment, Li Jinglong rode in on horseback, followed by 2 horse-drawn carts. Xiaojiang, what happened to your face? Ma Huangho asked, noticing the bruises on Li Jinglong's face. Don't mention it. My father, that old man, wouldn't he let me take the land deed, so I received a beating for it, Li Jinglong replied, his cheeks swollen, revealing the severity of the beating he had endured. I brought the land deed. A total of 1,000 mu. You just need to sign it, Li Jinglong said, holding his cheek as he retrieved the deed from his pocket. 1,000 mu. Chu He swallowed hard. Is that substantial? Chen Piao struggled to grasp the scale of it. When converted, it amounts to 667 square meters, equivalent to 93 football fields. Do you understand now? Well, Chen Piao shivered at the words. Brother, aren't you at a loss with so much land? Not at all. Lan Wanga interjected. Currently, 1 mu of land fetches merely 20 taels of silver. If you hand over these glasswares to him, you could easily sell them to a noble and recoup your costs. Chen Piao nodded. Yet soon turned his gaze towards Li Jinglong. Your family is quite affluent, isn't it? Considered a mid-level landlord, I presume? Li Jinglong, unflustered and composed, replied. My father earned military merit in his youth. He was wounded and could not return to the battlefield, but Duke Chao bestowed numerous gifts and lands upon him. And this parcel has been left unattended. I see. Chen Piao refrained from further inquiry, playing along with the pretense. How many tenant farmers are there? He inquired. Just over 100, all robust laborers. Including their families, there are about 400 people. Over 100? Chen Piao mused. With such a workforce, it would take over half a month to cultivate 1,000 mu of land. The fastest-growing sweet potatoes require 3 months to mature. This implies a 3-month gap between sowing and harvest, during which commercial ventures could flourish, especially with Chu He's assistance, allowing many initiatives to commence. All right, I'll take it, Chen Piao declared, rising to retrieve 2 boxes of glassware from the room, handing them to Li Jinglong. Just take these away. Be careful not to damage them. Understood. Let us finalize the agreement. Li Jinglong beckoned, and several workers carefully loaded the boxes onto the cart. Chen Piao then produced a brush and ink, signing his name on the land deed. So your name is Chen Piao, Lan Wanga realized for the first time. Chen Piao ignored him, handing the completed deed to Li Jinglong. Shall we visit the fields? It's not far from here. A cart ride will suffice. Let us eat first. The meal will be ready shortly, Madame Huang said. Then let us eat. Chen Piao, feeling famished after throwing up the previous night and consuming so much alcohol, was in need of sustenance. Brother, are the sweet potatoes ready? Zhu Xiongying asked. Sweet potatoes? What are those? Li Jinglong inquired, unfamiliar with the term. Delicious. Chen Piao smiled mysteriously, leading Zhu Xiongying to the cooking area. He carefully extracted the sweet potatoes from the pot with a twig and placed them onto a plate. Roasted sweet potatoes. Come and have a taste. Chu He swallowed hard, seizing a roasted sweet potato and starting to peel it. The others, skeptical, followed suit, mimicking Chu He's actions. This smells incredible, Li Jinglong exclaimed, gasping as he took a bite. The sweet, delightful flavor filled his mouth, despite their unimpressive appearance. They were undeniably delicious. Unlike them, Chen Piao did not devour his food ravenously. He took a sweet potato, peeled it, and offered it first to Zhu Xiongying, before grabbing another to savor delicately with his chopsticks. Who are you trying to impress with that act? Chu He scoffed at Chen Piao's demeanor. Chapter 34, Moving House. Chen Piao let out a cold laugh, ignoring Chu He's mockery. Oh my, what a sight you all are, exclaimed Empress Ma, holding a pot of congee, unable to suppress a chuckle as she observed several individuals with dust-covered mouths. Upon noticing each other's grimy faces, they burst into laughter. Go wash your faces and hands. The Empress gently patted each person's head. Chen Piao set down his chopsticks with a smile and rummaged through a box on the ground, producing several packages of konjac to place on the table. Once everyone had washed up, they sat down to enjoy their meal. After dining, the group boarded Li Jinglong's carriage, while Lan Wanga and Li Jinglong rode their own horses. Before long, they arrived at a small village inhabited by tenant farmers. There's a newly constructed villa over there, considerably more spacious than your current courtyard, and it can accommodate many more people, Li Jinglong explained as they walked. Moreover, the land is already prepared. Planting has yet to commence this year, so if you take over, you must begin planting immediately. Indeed, quite impressive. Chen Piao nodded incessantly at the neat rows of land. However, you must accompany me to the city shortly to purchase more seeds. Although Li Jinglong was not well versed in agriculture, he was aware of the 24 solar terms. If we do not seize the opportunity to plant within these few days, we will miss this year's sowing entirely. Chu He. 1 acre of sweet potatoes requires approximately 3,500 seedlings, while rice demands 6 pounds and wheat 20 pounds. Sweet potatoes will occupy 200 acres, with the others taking 400 acres each. How much seed will we need in total? 70,000 sweet potato seedlings, 16,000 pounds of wheat, and 1,200 pounds of rice, Chu He answered almost instinctively. A 40-foot container has a maximum weight capacity of 30 tons. Each sweet potato weighs about 300 grams. And if we take 25 grams per seed, will that suffice for 70,000 seedlings? That will be sufficient. With plenty to spare, Chu He responded promptly. The rapid exchange left the others astounded. His ability to calculate such numerical queries effortlessly was remarkable, and even more astonishing was his instantaneous responses. Did he not ponder his answers? Very well. Then we need not purchase seeds. There is more than enough. What? Zhu Xiongying, noticing the collective reaction, imitated their exclamations. No. Li Jinglong swallowed hard. But that is for 1,000 acres. Just transporting it by cart will take several days. What do you mean by not buying? A man of the mountains possesses clever schemes. Chen Piao chuckled. Let us go inspect the courtyard. It's truly uncomfortable to sleep in that wooden house. If possible, we should find someone to help us move today. Chen Piao considered that since they would be staying long-term, it was best to address any dissatisfaction promptly. Then let us depart. I have already sent word to the village chief. He should be here by now. Li Jinglong led the group to a large courtyard. At the entrance, an elderly man, upon seeing their arrival, quickly brushed off the dust from his clothes and approached them. Esteemed guests, I am the village chief of this hamlet. Should there be any matters to attend to, please command me. The old man bowed, his demeanor exuding servility. He had been informed of the arrival of distinguished guests and had been waiting outside since early morning. The land in your village has already been sold to him. Henceforth, he shall be the landlord of this land, Li Jinglong stated, displaying the land deed to the elder. Excellent. Whatever this esteemed guest requires, just say the word. Do not be anxious. Let us first inspect the house, Chen Piao suggested. Certainly. I shall open the door for you. The elderly man remained visibly anxious, uncertain of the character of the newly arrived landlord. Nevertheless, constrained by his own status, he approached with utmost respect and opened the gates to the courtyard. Is this the small courtyard you spoke of? Chen Piao inquired, surveying the 3-entranced yard. Goodness. Chu He swallowed hard. This must be at least 5 acres. Not just that. Li Jinglong chuckled. It's 6 acres and 3/10. Chen Piao gasped in astonishment. 6 acres equated to nearly 3,700 square meters. Rest assured, this courtyard is perfectly suitable for residence. It undoubtedly meets all standards, and I assure you, no one will trouble you here, Li Jinglong added, emphasizing that this was indeed his family's land, especially with the Empress residing nearby, necessitating clarity. I'm not worried about that. It's just Chu He prompted. What is it? Li Jinglong queried. I somewhat regret handing that group over to the Crown Prince yesterday, Chu He confessed. The Crown Prince? Li Jinglong seized upon this crucial detail. He visited you yesterday? Contemplating, Li Jinglong recalled how Lan Yu had led a group out of the city late last night. Surely, they wouldn't have sought out Chen Piao, would they? His eyes darted toward Lan Wanga, who shot him a fierce glare. What are you staring at? Be careful not to have your eyes gouged out. Lan Wanga snarled at Li Jinglong. Ignoring their bickering, Chen Piao ventured deeper into the courtyard, admiring the antique architecture and the exquisite symmetry characteristic of the Ming Dynasty, which was a feast for the eyes. How much do you think this courtyard would fetch in the future? Chu He mused. Not less than several tens of millions. How remarkable. A glass cup that no one initially coveted ultimately exchanged for so many treasures. A leverage of several tens of thousands. Even if I were Musk, I couldn't withstand such a gamble, Chu He remarked with awe. Who could have imagined this as ancient times? In the future, we'd probably only engage in low-risk trades. It's unlikely we'd encounter such exorbitant profits, Chen Piao chuckled, acknowledging the many challenges that lay ahead. This is merely the first step. As they strolled and conversed, they thoroughly explored the courtyard before returning. What do you think? Shall we move now? Li Jinglong and the others were sitting in the courtyard, and upon Chen Piao's return, they inquired. Quite splendid. Let's relocate at once. I must trouble brotherly. Chen Piao replied. Not at all. Just wait for me. I shall summon people to assist with your move, Li Jinglong declared, rising to head outside. I'll accompany you. Empress Ma stood up, eager to follow. Stay seated, Aunt. This is labor-intensive work. I can manage it myself. I assure you, I will bring everything for you, Li Jinglong insisted before dashing out of the courtyard. That boy. Be careful on the road. Empress Ma called after him, her concern evident. Understood. The village chief, noticing a slight lull in the conversation, mustered the courage to approach Chen Piao. Esteemed sir, isn't that a bit out of place? Just call me young master. Chen Piao frowned, wondering if the old man was having trouble seeing. Beside him, Lan Wang stifled a laugh. Young master, does he really look that old? Young master. The sowing season is nearly upon us, and regarding the seeds, the chief continued, the entire village consists of tenants essentially working for the landlord. In previous years, the seeds were purchased by the landlord, while the tenants did the labor. Rest assured about the seeds. Tomorrow, come to my place to move the seeds. But let me make one thing clear. You may offer suggestions, yet my words carry the utmost authority. Do you understand? Chapter 35. Zhu Di understood. The village chief nodded vigorously. I have no further matters to attend to. You should go about your business. Chen Piao issued the dismissal order, as some matters are better discussed behind closed doors. The old man took his leave, saying, Young master, just call for me if you need anything. After watching the village chief depart, Chen Piao was about to inquire if the Empress had any thoughts regarding the courtyard when he noticed Chu He munching on something, his hands cradling a handful of green items. What are you holding? Chen Piao asked. Plums. They are delicious. Would you like one? Chu He tossed a plum into his mouth, crunching away, then deposited the rest of the plums onto the table. Without a second thought, Chen Piao seized a plum and followed suit, crunching along with Chu He. Lan Wangge, observing from the side, frowned. Aren't you too afraid of the sourness? It is well known that these green plums are notoriously tart, even bearing a hint of bitterness. Delicious. Sweet. Chen Piao exclaimed, tossing another plum into his mouth. Skeptical, Lan Wangge picked up a plum and took a bite. Ugh. The moment she tasted it, she spat it out, the sourness overwhelming her senses. Far beyond what any human should endure. Pa pa pa. Ugh. Seeing someone finally fall for it, Chen Piao and Chu He also expelled the plums from their mouths, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhu Xiongying sat nearby, reveling in the hilarity, while even Empress Ma could not help but chuckle. They had witnessed Chu He picking the plums and had seen his comical expression upon tasting the first one. You tricked me. Lan Wangge glared at the two. When people engage in mischief, they often unite inexplicably. Little girl, take note. Chu He tossed the plums aside. Aunt, look at them. They are bullying me. With no other recourse, Lan Wangge turned her gaze towards Empress Ma. All right. Empress Ma pulled her down to sit. You two should also be ashamed. How could you endure such sourness? Chu He chuckled lightly, feeling a tad bored, and shifted his attention to Chen Piao. What are you looking at me for? Chen Piao inquired. I'm a bit bored. Can you think of any entertainment? Entertainment? Chen Piao discreetly opened the system to take a look, but it appeared that nothing could alleviate his tedium. I have a guitar. Why don't you play it for a while? Chen Piao suggested. No way. Don't bring out those pretentious things. What about the mini turntable? Chen Piao asked. That works. Bring one out for me. Chen Piao nodded, reaching into his bosom and boldly pulling out a large box. No. You. This. Lan Wangge's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he pull out something so large from his clothing? A magic trick. Zhu Xiongying exclaimed excitedly. Chen Piao, with a playful flick of his hair, replied, Do not worship me. I am merely a legend. In the blink of an eye, Chu He had already set up the turntable, plugged in the power, and was testing the sound. Not bad. It's working. What do you want to hear? I shall play a song for you. Three ancient figures gazed in astonishment at a small object that emitted sound. Is there kunku? Inquired Lan Wangge. Kunku? What is that? Chu He looked towards Chen Piao. It's the water-milled tune. You won't be able to play it. Just perform a little ancient melody. Chen Piao replied as he produced an automatic guitar from his robe. Ancient style? Chu He searched the small screen of the turntable. This life to come. Upon hearing the title, Chen Piao chuckled. How could one reach the Ming Dynasty without performing this life to come? Flowers bloom and wither, filling the sky, while you appear and vanish, elusive as dawn and dusk, making it difficult to capture your visage. Initially intrigued, Empress Ma began to feel uneasy as the song progressed. Why does this tune evoke the feeling of losing one's grandson and son? Meanwhile, Lan Wangge, sitting nearby, was dazzled by Chen Piao. Knowledgeable, musically inclined, courageous, and undeniably handsome. Who wouldn't he be enamored by such a young man? The more she looked at Chen Piao, the more familiar he seemed. Yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. In Yingtian City, Zhu Di sat in the pavilion of the Yin Wangfu, accompanied by the monk Yao Guangxiao. "Monk, where exactly is my mother? Days have passed, yet not even a trace of her body has been found." Zhu Di gazed at the monk. Just days after Empress Ma's burial, Zhu Di had hastily returned from Beiping. He had searched the royal tomb when the incident occurred, but found nothing. On the way, he met this monk, who spoke of gifting him a white hat. The Empress is the mother of a nation. How could a humble monk dare to speak presumptuously? The monk replied, but Zhu Di furrowed his brow. "You, monk, are merely speaking in riddles. Surely you must have calculated something. The matter of divination is inherently elusive. It is merely conjecture." "Oh, pray tell." Yao Guangxiao inhaled deeply, pausing the motion of his prayer beads. The river adjacent to the royal tomb flowed gently, and it was a distance from the Yangtze River. If the palace guards had not found anything, Yao Guangxiao left his thoughts unfinished. Yet Zhu Di grasped his implication. "Are you suggesting that my mother was rescued? I observed the heavens at night. When the Empress passed, the stars surrounding the Ziwei star were particularly dim, yet recently, those stars have unexpectedly brightened, and 2 new celestial bodies have appeared." "What does that mean?" Zhu Di was bewildered. "It is likely that the Empress has indeed been rescued, and those 2 new celestial bodies correspond to 2 individuals. However, no matter how I deduce, I cannot ascertain their specific location, and their emergence has even caused the Ziwei star to dim slightly." Zhu Di recognized the gravity of the situation. "Are you implying that someone capable of rivaling my father has emerged in Yingtian City, and that those 2 individuals coincidentally rescued my mother?" Yao Guangxiao remained silent, continuing to play with his prayer beads. Observing his demeanor, Zhu Di refrained from further inquiries. "Yesterday, Lan Yu led troops out of the city. This matter has even alarmed my elder brother. What is your take on it? The individual known as Lan Yu is quite arrogant and domineering, having amassed over 3,000 adopted sons within his military ranks. It is likely that his Majesty will not retain him for long." Zhu Di nodded in agreement, recognizing that his thoughts were largely aligned with this assessment. The Northern Yuan continues to cast a watchful eye. "So who do you believe would be most suitable to lead?" Zhu Di had his own suspicions. His father-in-law, Su De, would undoubtedly be the most appropriate choice for command. However, the old man's ailment has deteriorated to the point where he cannot walk, and he can only consume bland food. "Lan Yu? Huh?" Zhu Di scoffed. "Just moments ago, you claimed that Lan Yu would not survive much longer, yet now you suggest he lead the charge against the Northern Yuan. Is this not a contradiction? Arrogance is merely a character trait, and is not necessarily indicative of capability. Given General Su's severe illness, his offspring are still unprepared. And Tang He has retired from political affairs, showing no interest in governance. The matter of the Northern Yuan is of utmost importance, and only Lan Yu meets the necessary criteria." Chapter 36. Roulette. The national treasury is currently depleted, and the expedition against the Northern Yuan may require some time. My elder brother has recently reprimanded Lan Yu, so he should be subdued for a while. Zhu Di turned to the side and observed Yao Guangxiao. "You seem to be preoccupied. I dare not conceal anything from the Prince of Yin. Since my arrival in Yingtian City, I have been constantly concerned about those 2 new stars. Today, I come not only to discuss the current state of Yingtian City with the Prince, but also to seek permission to venture outside the city, where I might also recruit talented individuals for your highness." Yao Guangxiao's expression was inscrutable, his inverted triangular eyes appearing particularly ominous. "You are quite forthright. I am not entirely at ease with allowing you to go. Conversely, denying you would make me seem overly cautious." Zhu Di sighed. "Then I beseech the prince to accompany me outside the city, thus proving my unwavering loyalty." Yao Guangxiao spoke with neither deference nor arrogance. "It would be better if you went alone. If my father were to learn of my departure from the city, he would likely send my elder brother to chastise me." Zhu Di shook his head and rose to return to the room. "Return promptly. Should you linger, there will be no dinner left for you." Yao Guangxiao watched Zhu Di retreat into the house before leisurely saddling a horse and meandering out of the princess' residence. Zhu Di, however, was not entirely at ease and discreetly dispatched 2 attendants to follow Yao Guangxiao. Once outside the city, Yao Guangxiao wandered aimlessly in the vicinity of Yingtian City, inadvertently arriving at the small courtyard where Chen Piao had once resided in the mountains. The courtyard was now empty, save for the debris on the ground, indicating that someone had previously lived there. A miscalculation? Yao Guangxiao extended his hand to perform a divination. "Strange. Could it be that a person's fate can also be altered? He murmured to himself, then rode down the mountain. This aimless wandering continued until dusk. Upon reaching the Grand Qin residence, Yao Guangxia calculated 3 times to ensure he had not erred in his path. Rubbing his hands together, he knocked on the door. At that moment, the others were seated in the courtyard preparing for a barbecue. Upon hearing the knock, El Chan set down the seasoning he was holding and went to answer the door. Who is it? Seeing the visitor was a monk, El Chan asked with caution. I am Dao Yin. Passing through this area, I seek a bowl of vegetarian fare. El Chan. Who has arrived? Chen Piao. Unable to hear the voice at the door clearly, called out. A monk. He claims to be here for vegetarian food. A monk? Chen Piao felt a twinge of confusion. Is there a temple nearby? It must be the master from the heavenly temple. This is the only one close to us. Li Jinglong took a swig of beer and remarked, this brew is truly delightful, possessing a sweet wheat essence and a refreshing effervescence. Chen Piao indeed has quite a few treasures. Let us invite the master in. Eagle, please fetch a scoop of rice for the master from the kitchen. Chen Piao instructed. Oh, very well. Zhu Xiongying set down the chicken leg in his hand and dashed toward the kitchen. Eagle? Yao Guangxiao at the entrance keenly sensed something amiss. Master, please follow me. El Chan gestured for him to enter. Then it would be my pleasure. Yao Guangxiao quickly regained his usual composure and followed El Chan into the courtyard. Little did they know, the gathering in the courtyard was quite extravagant. Li Jinglong, son of the Duke of Chao, sat on the ground grilling skewers, while Lan Yu, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Yongchang, held a jar in one hand and a large meat skewer in the other. What was most astonishing, however, was Empress Ma, who was cutting vegetables at the table. Master, here is some rice for you. Zhu Xiongying handed a plastic bag filled with rice to Yao Guangxiao. Thank you. Young benefactor. Yao Guangxiao accepted the rice, intending to stow it in his pocket when Zhu Xiongying suddenly exclaimed, Great monk, why are you wearing a black monk's robe? It was a remark that caught both Chen Piao and Chu He off guard. Black monk's robe? The two, who had been preoccupied with grilling meat, abruptly lifted their heads. Goodness! Chu He slowly lowered the meat skewer in his hand. Black monk's robe. Downward triangular eyes. Movements like a sickly tiger. Chen Piao discreetly drew out an electric stun gun. This esteemed master. My apologies. I have yet to inquire your name, he said, rising slowly. He did not believe Yao Guangxiao had come to beg for alms. According to the timeline, he should be in Beiping at this hour. No, wait. With the passing of Empress Ma, the princes had all come to the capital to mourn. Not only Yao Guangxiao, but also various regional princes were in Yingtian City. Chu He swallowed hard, stealthily reaching for a stick. Yao Guangxi was starting to feel apprehensive. Why did these two appear so menacing? I am the monk Dao Yan. Crack. Just as Yao Guangxiao announced his name, Chen Piao's stun gun discharged, striking him. Ah! Yao Guangxiao's body convulsed violently, and within moments, he collapsed to the ground. What happened? Empress Ma, witnessing Chen Piao's aggressive actions, hurried forward to inquire. Chen Piao remained silent. Deactivating the stun gun and producing a pair of handcuffs to restrain Yao Guangxiao's hands behind his back. Daoin, my secular name is Yao Guangxiao. Let me ponder what you have been up to lately. Chen Piao feigned contemplation while rubbing his chin. You must have met with Prince Yan recently, correct? How long have you known each other? 2 weeks? That sounds about right. Yao Guangxiao's back instantly soaked with cold sweat. It was known that this trip to the palace to pray for Empress Ma was his first public appearance. Who would have thought that after just a fleeting encounter, this individual before him could see straight through him? Prince Yan? How's the fourth so entangled with this monk? Empress Ma has captured crucial information. Yet she chose to remain silent. Both Lan Wanga and Li Jinglong have also heard the name of the Yin Wang. They ceased their drinking and eating, attentively listening. Great monk, speak the truth. What brings you here? Chen Piao and Chu He crouched down, curiously observing Yao Guangxiao. I truly stumbled upon this place by mere chance. Yao Guangxiao swallowed hard. With the Empress and the 2 noble descendants present, he dared not reveal anything concerning himself and the Yin Wang. Refusing a toast is akin to accepting a punishment drink. Chen Piao, suddenly in a mischievous mood, produced a revolver and a bullet devoid of gunpowder and primer. Alongside a standard bullet. Let us engage in a little game. Chen Piao opened the revolver's chamber. This gun has 6 chambers. I will randomly place a bullet in one of them. If all 5 shots are blanks, I shall let you go. To assure Yao Guangxiao of his sincerity, Chen Piao loaded the standard bullet into the revolver and aimed it at a large tree in the courtyard, pulling the trigger. With a resounding crack, a bullet hole appeared in the tree. Now, the game begins. Chen Piao ejected the bullet from the chamber, inserted the blank, and spun the chamber vigorously. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the chamber returned to its position. By the way, what was the probability of this game? I seem to have forgotten. Chen Piao glanced at Chu He. The first shot has a 1 in 7 chance, the second 2 in 10, the third 2 in 5, the fourth 3 in 10, the fifth 5 in 10, and the sixth shot is guaranteed to hit. However, these probabilities are not very precise. Most perish on the third shot. Chapter 37. The Master of Feigned Ignorance, Great Monk. When the gun fires, someone shall die. When someone dies, there will be weeping. When there is weeping, hearts are laid bare. You must have at least 3 things to tell me. Chen Piao aimed the gun at Yao Guangxiao. At that moment, Yao Guangxiao's mind raced, desperately contemplating how he might survive. Click. The first shot was fired, yet nothing transpired. The royal tomb is in turmoil. I am tasked by the Yin Wang to seek the Empress Ma's remains. I ventured out alone without provisions, hence I came to beg for a morsel. Yao Guangxiao could only place his hopes upon Empress Ma, and his words were directed towards her. Click. Without hesitation, Chen Piao pulled the trigger for a second time. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this answer. If the Yin Wang sought a corpse, he would dispatch troops to do so. It was implausible for a newly acquainted monk to undertake such a task. You still have 2 more things to say. Yao Guangxiao's brain raced. Striving to preserve his own life while satisfying both Empress Ma and Chen Piao, all the while avoiding giving the 2 noble youths any leverage against him. Chen Piao. Empress Ma interjected. As a mere woman, I should not interfere, yet you mentioned that this monk has ties to the Yin Wang. Would such actions incite the Yin Wang's ire? Moreover, Li Zhang's father also has some connection with the Yin Wang, which complicates matters. Yao Guangxiao astutely grasped the significance of these words. It was evident that Chen Piao was unaware of Empress Ma's true identity, while she was deliberately concealing it. Li Jiang? Could it be referring to Li Zhiojiang? Indeed, Brother Chen. Although I am unaware of the enmity between you two, my father still relies on the Yin Wang for sustenance. Li Jinglong stepped forward to mediate the situation. I see, Chen Piao nodded, yet he remained skeptical of their words. Apart from Lan Waka, the others in the room were all disguised. You have 2 more sentences. Yao Guangxiao cursed inwardly, bewildered as to why Chen Piao refused to heed anyone else's words. As a humble monk, I have observed the celestial phenomena, and a new star has inexplicably appeared alongside the Ziwei Emperor star. From my limited understanding, this heralds the emergence of a sage. Following the guidance of the stars, I have come here, hoping to meet this sage under the guise of seeking alms. This time, Chen Piao did not pull the trigger. A sage? Where is there a sage in this courtyard? It wouldn't be that nonsense from a few days ago, would it? Chu He, take him away. I have questions for him. Chu He nodded and escorted Yao Guangxiao into a side room. Empress Ma exchanged a glance with Li Jinglong, who immediately understood and leaned by the door to eavesdrop. Monk, there are many outsiders. It's awkward to inquire when there are so many people around. Now that it's quieter, I shall ask you once more. What brings you here? Yao Guangxiao swallowed hard. Empress Ma deliberately concealed her identity, which he could not disclose. He also refrained from mentioning his connection with the Yin Wang, for if Lan Wanga relayed that information to Lan Yu, it could spell trouble. Lan Yu was already under pressure and was likely frantic to achieve merit. Rumors were stirring among the vassal kings about rebellion, a serious charge indeed. Yesterday, Lan Yu led his troops out of the city, even catching the attention of the crown prince. I deduced from the celestial signs that this signifies the advent of a sage. I recently became acquainted with the Yin Wang and intend to assist him in forging a great career. My visit is also to recruit talent. Yao Guangxiao fabricated a half-truth. Upon hearing this, Chen Piao fell into deep contemplation. Could this truly be the butterfly effect? Gathering the group of Yangzhou's thin horses, Lan Si had now appeared, followed by Lan Yu, and soon the crown prince and Yao Guangxiao would emerge as well. Was Zhu Xiongying far behind? This answer pleased him. Yet letting Yao Guangxiao go was out of the question. Let me ponder how to threaten you. Chen Piao mused, stroking his chin. Yao Guangxiao felt completely dazed. Was the threat so overt? You entered the city to pray for Empress Ma's blessings, and on the way, you encountered the Yin Wang. If I recall correctly, you gifted him a white hat. Chu He interjected. And you, monk, are quite intriguing. Though a monk, you have taken a Taoist as your master, forsaking the Buddhist path in favor of studying the arts of yin and yang, military strategy, and tactics. These can be renamed as dragon-slaying techniques. Chu He's words struck Yao Guangxiao like a bolt from the blue. How did they know all this? The man had quite a reputation. Chen Piao chuckled softly. The second-generation leader of Quansheng, the dark-clad chancellor, Sun Shuzi, and the recluse of the solitary temple. Quansheng. Yao Guangxiao felt a flicker of confusion. He could understand the latter names, but what was this Quanxing leader? Bah, bah, bah. I misspoke. I've learned too much and got it all mixed up. Chen Piao instinctively blurted out references from comics he had seen in later years. History had never mentioned Yao Guangxiao as the leader of Quanxing. None of this matters. What is crucial is what you are doing. What are you planning with the Yin Wang? Yao Guangxiao was drenched in cold sweat. From his perspective, Chen Piao and Chu He appeared to possess the uncanny ability to discern the secrets of the universe, even being acutely aware of his every move. They were not only knowledgeable about his acquired skills, but also seemingly privy to his innermost intentions. Were these two truly content to play the roles of humble villagers, emulating Zhu Xiongying while awaiting others to visit their thatched cottage? That was a concern he need not entertain. Chen Piao suddenly lowered his head and leaned in close to Yao Guangxiao's ear. From the moment you entered, I sensed something was amiss. You were concealing something from me. Yao Guangxiao's heart was in turmoil. Revealing the identities of the crown prince and the empress would mean he would have no opportunity to apply his knowledge. Thus, he shifted his gaze, formulating a different plan in his mind. When I entered, I noticed that the child in the courtyard possesses an imperial demeanor. I assume you have observed this as well and intend to keep it hidden. By saying this, Yao Guangxiao confirmed Chen Piao's suspicions. Empress Ma, Zhu Xiongying, Li Jinglong, and Lan Wang were indeed all performing in this grand play. Have you realized this? Chen Piao inquired. I am unaware of what you are referring to. Yao Guangxiao feigned ignorance. Their conversation was hushed, and outside, Li Jinglong could not catch a single word. Uncle, they are inside. Li Jinglong quietly informed Empress Ma of the dialogue taking place. What is the fourth brother up to? Empress Ma pondered. From their discussion, it was clear that Yao Guangxi was a rare talent. However, the notion of dragon-slaying techniques, do such things truly exist in this world? Jiang, go fetch paper and ink. After you return, deliver it to the fourth brother, she commanded. Understood. Li Jinglong turned and entered the study, emerging with a set of paper and ink. Empress Ma picked up the brush and wrote several bold characters. Behave and come here. You know what to say. She folded the letter and handed it to Li Jinglong. Rest assured, Ent. I will ensure it is done. He accepted the letter and returned to his seat by the stove to continue eating. Chapter 38. Zhu Di goes to the East Palace. One cannot deny, Master truly excels at feigning ignorance. Chen Piao stepped forward and unlocked Yao Guangxiao's handcuffs. Now we share secrets. I hope the Master will refrain from disturbing me, for I possess many means to ensure your demise. Thank you for your benevolence, Yao Guangxiao replied with utmost respect. After sending Yao Guangxiao away, the two resumed their positions by the barbecue grill. Chen Piao, may I see the gun you had earlier? Lan Wang inquired. By the way, you truly loaded a bullet. Aren't you afraid of accidentally firing it? Chu He suddenly recalled. What were you thinking? Chen Piao retrieved the revolver, tossing the bullet to Chu He and the gun to Lan Wang. My goodness, there is no primer, Chu He exclaimed, extracting the bullet's tip. What on earth? There is no gunpowder either. I'm not foolish. If it were to misfire, it would be a serious matter. Chen Piao guzzled down the beer in his hand, while Lan Wang became enamored with the revolver. Just as she was about to inquire about its price, Chen Piao snatched it back without a word and stuffed it into his own embrace. What are you doing? Lan Wang shouted. This item should not be handled carelessly. What if it misfires? But there is no gunpowder in it. What could possibly happen? Chen Piao did not respond. Instead, he opened a bottle of beer and clinked glasses with Li Jinglong. This is unfair. Lan Wang, noticing Chen Piao's indifference, stood up and glared at him. I saw it. You gifted Li Jiang a beautiful knife. Can't I even take a look at your belongings? Huh? What does that have to do with me? Li Jinglong retorted, his expression darkening. Besides, how do you know that knife was a gift from him? Mind your own business. Lan Wang shot a glare at Li Jinglong, who merely scoffed and turned his head aside to eat. At that moment, Chen Piao retrieved a Casio 91 watch from the system. This watch had been found among the equipment alongside the stun gun, and Chen Piao could not comprehend why it was there. Here, it's for you. Only then did Lan Wang sit down, wipe her hands, and accept the watch. What is this? She inquired. A device for telling time. Chen Piao explained how to read the watch. After a single explanation, Lan Wang understood and joyfully donned it on her wrist. You are quite impressive. Chu He whispered to Chen Piao. What is the matter? Chen Piao was somewhat perplexed. This watch is worth little more than 100 yuan domestically. Go and inquire. Which girl would cherish 100 yuan gift as much as she does? The two turned to glance at Lan Wang, who was now proudly displaying the watch to Li Jinglong. Even Zhu Xiongying looked on with envy in her eyes. I don't have anything of great value here. I can't possibly give her a grenade. That would be expensive and practical. The group enjoyed a raucous feast. As the time to close the city gates approached, Li Jinglong and Lan Wanga returned to Yingtian City. Li Jinglong was in no rush to go home. After parting ways with Lan Wanga at the intersection, he rode to the Prince of Yan's residence. At the Prince of Yan's estate, Yao Guangxiao was incessantly fiddling with his prayer beads while Zhu Di sat before him, bewildered. Since his return, Yao had been tight-lipped, merely shaking his head in response to any inquiries. Your Highness, the son of Duke Chao, Li Jinglong, seeks an audience. He says he has brought you something. A servant called out as he rushed in. With that, Yao Guangxiao's eyes widened. All right, I'll head over now. Zhu Di stood and walked towards the door. Yao Guangxiao halted the movement of his beads, looking up to gaze at the stars above. Golden scales are not meant for a mere pond. When Zhu Di reached the entrance, he found Li Jinglong holding his horse, playfully twirling a switchblade. Zhu Jiang, uncle. Zhu Di approached and grasped Li Jinglong's arm. It has been quite some time since I returned. You didn't even come to visit. Well, my father has been well, so some matters have fallen upon me. Li Jinglong replied, Don't just stand there. Come into the courtyard. Zhu Di gestured for Li Jinglong's horse, and a nearby servant promptly took it to the stable. The two settled in the study, where Zhu Di kindly poured a cup of tea for Li Jinglong. Are you not busy today? In a bit. I'll have the servants prepare some dishes. Let us enjoy a drink together. Zhu Di was genuinely pleased to see Li Jinglong, as they both had served in the army under his father-in-law. I want to eat. I came after dinner, Li Jinglong said, retrieving a letter written by Empress Ma from his bosom. What is this? Who sent it to me? After Zhu Di took the letter, he did not rush to examine it. Instead, he first inquired of Li Jinglong. I cannot say for certain. Open it, and you shall know, Li Jinglong replied, gesturing towards the letter with his chin, then turned to inspect the study. Where is Yao Guangxiao? He should have returned by now. Zhu Di's hand hesitated as he prepared to open the letter. What do you mean, Yao Guangxiao? If you have something to say, speak plainly. Zhu Di's forehead beaded with perspiration. It's nothing. Cousin, please take a look at the letter. Li Jinglong waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Di's breath quickened. Something felt amiss when Yao Guangxiao returned, and now Li Jinglong seemed off as well. What was happening? As he opened the envelope, an exhilarating surge of emotion compelled him to rise from his seat. The handwriting, the strokes, and the familiar phrases, he sought to glean some insight from Li Jinglong's expression. But the latter kept his head lowered, fiddling with a folding knife. I have delivered the letter. If cousin is interested, then tomorrow. Dress in plain clothes and accompany me out of the city. Very well. I shall accompany you. But do not deceive me, Zhu Di asserted. Agreed. Just don't bring Yu Guangxiu. He was quite frightened today. With that, Li Jinglong pushed open the door and exited the Yin Wangfu, leaving Zhu Di alone in the study, gazing at the letter in silence. Ba, does the Yin Wang have concerns? Yao Guangxiao's voice echoed from the doorway. You monk. You return without a word. What on earth transpired today? Zhu Di, somewhat irritated, found everyone behaving like riddles. I am afraid I cannot elucidate the Yin Wang's queries. Please consult with Master Li tomorrow. One after another, what is with these riddles? Zhu Di sighed, placing the letter in the drawer. He then rose and made his way to the Eastern Palace. Brother. Upon entering the Eastern Palace, Zhu Di began searching for Zhu Biao. Fourth brother? What are you doing in such a hurry? Zhu Biao emerged from a room, having just returned from their father and having taken only a few bites of food. Heard Zhu Di calling out in the courtyard. I was eating, brother. Just in time, I haven't finished. Zhu Di rubbed his hands together. Let us eat together. I just came to mooch a meal. Zhu Di did not have a fondness for the crown princess. In his eyes, elevating a concubine to the position of wife was a practice only Zhu Chongba had ever undertaken. Chapter 39. The miserable fate of Lan Yu. We shall not intrude further. I shall ask the servants to add a few more dishes, Yao Guangxiao said as he led Zhu Yunwen out of the room. Where is my eldest nephew? Surely he is still hungry. Call him over to eat. It will all be cold soon. Zhu Di served himself a bowl of rice and sat at the table, eating while he spoke. Eat slowly. Have you never had a meal before? You are not a child anymore. Zhu Biao playfully tapped Zhu Di on the back of his head. Zhu Di, cradling a bowl, chuckled softly before indulging heartily in his meal. Go summon Yun Ting. Zhu Biao instructed a nearby palace maid. Yes. The maid bowed to Zhu Biao and exited the room. Speak. What brings you to me? Zhu Biao inquired as he settled down. He, I wish to venture outside the city tomorrow and thought to greet my elder brother, Zhu Di replied. Absolutely not. Zhu Biao promptly dismissed Zhu Di's request. You are a prince. Do you not understand the implications of your return? You wish to frolic outside the city? Have you forgotten you are no longer a child? Zhu Di showed no remorse in response to Zhu Biao's admonitions, continuing to smile while holding his bowl. I merely wish to see the world beyond the city walls. Xiongying has come to visit me today. It has been years since we last met, and we ought to rekindle our bond. Moreover, I've been at the Yanwang residence for several days and am utterly fatigued. Zhu Di pressed on, unashamedly seeking to persuade Zhu Biao. After all, he had submitted a report to his elder brother, providing himself a scapegoat should others criticize him later. There is no room for negotiation. Zhu Biao furrowed his brow. Ah, brother, I shall return in a couple of days. Miao Yun is pregnant in Beiping, and I wish to procure some fine mountain goods for her. If I return empty-handed, she will surely be displeased. Zhu Biao sighed deeply, setting down his utensils. Return early tomorrow, and remember to bring Xiongying along. That lad is far more dependable than you. All right, now let us eat. Zhu Di resumed his meal with gusto. Father, fourth uncle. Zhu Yunting's voice echoed from the doorway. Come, Yunting, sit here beside your fourth uncle. Zhu Di called out. Without responding, Zhu Yunting glanced towards Zhu Biao. Your fourth uncle is calling for you. Go sit beside him. Zhu Yunting nodded timidly and took a seat beside Zhu Di. Come here, my dear nephew. Enjoy some chicken legs. As you grow, your father will teach you to ride. Zhu Di offered a chicken leg into Zhu Yunting's bowl. Initially, Zhu Yunting appeared ready to follow in Zhu Xiongying's footsteps, expressing gratitude before devouring the food. However, he instead looked up at Zhu Biao. That is from your fourth uncle. Quickly eat. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunting took small bites. Zhu Di, furrowing his brow, set down his bowl and looked sternly at Zhu Biao. Elder brother, please do not think me tiresome. This child is merely 4 years old. Even the finest tutor cannot impart much at this age. Xiongying was riding with me in the palace at this very age. Why do you persist in pressuring him? Zhu Biao remained silent for a long while before finally exhaling a sigh. Tomorrow, take Yunting with you. Let him enjoy some time outside. I admit I have been rather strict lately. Since the passing of the Chang matriarch, Zhu Biao had set exceedingly high expectations for his children. A mindset that intensified following Zhu Xiongying's death. That is precisely right. Zhu Di chuckled lightly, adding more vegetables to Zhu Yunting's bowl. Eat well. Tomorrow, your fourth uncle will take you out for some fun. Lan Wangge sauntered back home. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Lan Yu basking in the moonlight. Father, what a delightful mood you are in. Stargazing at such a late hour. I'm not stargazing at all, Lan Yu retorted, seething with frustration. He had just been reprimanded by the crown prince, and his daughter had abandoned him to spend the day with that scoundrel, Li Jinglong. Speak. What did you do today? Did you not say I should hasten to marry? Am I not going out to secure a golden husband for you? Lan Wangge sat beside Lan Yu. Nonsense. Today, my subordinates reported that you left the city with Li Jinglong. What sort of golden husband can be found with that scoundrel? You are forbidden from going out tomorrow. Old Fu's leg injury has yet to heal. You must go and see him tomorrow. Old Fu's injury is quite troublesome. Lan Yu even sought the imperial physician. Yet they were at a loss. They all claimed the wound was deep, and there were even burn marks in certain areas. How is Uncle Fu? Lan Wangge did not respond to Lan Yu's words, but instead inquired about Old Fu. There is no way to tell what struck him. There are even burn marks in that gaping wound, Lan Yu sighed. Father, you truly are foolish. Lan Si couldn't even stir up a ripple with over 70 men. And you let Uncle Fu take those few people with him. Lan Wangge recalled Chen Piao's revolver. It was most likely that weapon which inflicted such a severe injury. Indeed. Only that gun could cause such damage. This time, it was a real setback. Had it not been for the crowd alarming the crown prince, I would certainly have dealt with him. All right, enough nonsense. You should have a measure of your own capabilities. Tomorrow, you will accompany me. I shall introduce you to the golden husband I have secured for you and inquire if he can tend to Uncle Fu's injury. As she spoke, Lan Wangge toyed with her watch. The more she looked at it, the more she admired it. How did Chen Piao manage to create such a thing? Where to? I shall not accompany you young ones. It is rather dull. Lan Yu scoffed. Are you certain? Lan Wangge narrowed her eyes. Absolutely certain. Then I shan't return tomorrow. Lan Wangge stood and called towards her room. Prepare my clothes and belongings. This lady shall not return home tonight. You are mad. Your father is still alive. And you will stay out all night? Do you wish to emulate Li Jinglong, the wayward dragon of the waves? We shall see. Perhaps in 10 months. You will become a grandfather. Ha 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 ha. Lan Wangge playfully patted Lan Yu's back and skipped towards her room. Ouch. You little girl. Ouch. Father. Lan Yu grimaced in pain. She struck with true ferocity, targeting the most severely injured spots. Lan Waka, if you dare go out tomorrow, I shall break your legs. Spare me, father. You must first sit up and speak. Lan Wanga stretched languidly as she returned to her room. I, Lan Yu, am powerless to unleash my wrath. This girl has become increasingly headstrong over the years. Who has she learned this from? Come here and help your father. Lan Wanga returned to her room and buried herself under the blanket. The image of Chen Piao singing lingered in her mind. An echo of a past life where lovers reunited. His focused demeanor while reading rendered him the most captivating man in her eyes. That night, everyone slept soundly. Except for Chen Piao, who lay on the rooftop surrounded by several cans of coffee and beer. The more he tried to sleep, the more vivid the gruesome scenes replayed in his mind. After much contemplation, Chen Piao resolved to forego slumber, determined to assert the dominance of his own body. Chapter 40. Zhu Di arrives at dawn. Li Jinglong rode alongside Zhu Di and Zhu Yuntong. This isn't the road out of the city. Where are we headed? He inquired. First, we shall visit the Yongchang Marquis' residence. Lan Wanga will accompany us as it's not far and conveniently along the way. Li Jinglong had noticed yesterday that Empress Ma was subtly attempting to matchmake Chen Piao and Lan Wanga. He figured it would be a simple favor, as they were already headed in the same direction. But didn't that girl refuse the Emperor's marriage proposal a few years back? I recall her causing quite the scene with the Empress, he remarked. Indeed. This time, our destination aligns with hers, so we shall bring her along. Li Jinglong rummaged through his belongings, producing 3 flatbreads, distributing one each to Zhu Di and Zhu Yutong, before taking a bite himself. The trio swayed as they approached the Yongchang Marquis' residence. Just as they were about to enter, they heard Lan Wanga shouting from within. Why are you preventing me from leaving? Is it my father who instructed you to block me? I swear, I'll have you all dealt with. Outside. The 2 men exchanged bewildered glances. Why is she already causing a ruckus this early? Inside the courtyard, Lan Wanga stood with her hands on her hips, pointing accusatorily at the household servant blocking her path. Miss, this is the master's wish. Please do not make it difficult for us. Nonsense. I am not yet married. The Lan family has not reached a point where he can control everything. Zhu Di turned to Li Jinglong, suggesting, perhaps you should knock? Li Jinglong swallowed hard, replying, I think we should leave. Agreed. Just as they turned their horses, they heard the voice of Lan Yu approaching from behind. What are you two up to sneaking around? Lan Yu, still clad in court attire, bore a wound on his back, hesitant to move too quickly. While Li Jinglong had changed clothes and visited the Prince of Yan before arriving. The Prince of Yan? Lan Yu finally noticed Zhu Di's presence and quickly dismounted to pay his respects. I am Lan Yu. Greetings to the Prince of Yan. What is happening in this courtyard? If Lan Wanga wishes to leave, let her go. Why hinder her? Zhu Di spoke fairly. Your Highness may not be aware. Yesterday, my daughter left the city with Li Jinglong and did not return until sunset. Given Li Jinglong's reputation, how can I feel at ease? Hence, I resorted to this extreme measure of confining her within the courtyard. Zhu Di squinted at Li Jinglong. A lone man and woman out for a day? You truly are bold. Dear uncle, please don't look at me like that. I did nothing. Li Jinglong protested vehemently. It was she who insisted on accompanying me. Li Zhujiang, I can hear your voice. Open the door for me. As Lan Wanga heard the commotion outside the courtyard, she could not discern who was present. But she distinctly recognized Li Jinglong's voice. Straining her throat, she shouted, if they wish to leave, then let them. If you are uneasy, you can accompany them. I shall ensure your safety. Zhu Di, not pondering too deeply, acquiesced to Li Jinglong's desire to take Lan Wanga along, reasoning that it was merely a trifling matter. With a loud bang, the gates of the Yongchang Marquis' residence were forcefully kicked open from within. You old fool, did the military staff not inflict any pain upon you? Lan Wanga, wielding a brick, hurled it at Lan Yu. Observing the frenzied Lan Wanga, Lan Yu, despite the pain coursing through his body, began to flee. You little wretch, do you still wish to commit patricide? Enough of this. What family prevents a woman from stepping outside? Mark my words. If I were uninjured, I would summon your mother to deal with you. I could easily render you incapable of seeing her. Zhu Di swallowed hard once more. Had she truly been this fierce all these years? Not quite. It was only in recent days that she had exhibited such vigor. Ultimately, Lan Wanga proceeded to the Chun residence, while Lan Yu trailed behind, visibly sullen. How infuriating. He had already felt unwell attending court, and now he was to accompany a group of young ones outside the city for an outing. What would people think? I say, have you communicated with your father? Do not speak recklessly upon arrival. Li Jinglong inquired. Lan Wanga nodded earnestly, assuring him, Rest assured, there will be no issues. Throughout the journey, Zhu Di grew increasingly irritated by their conversation, which revolved around topics he could not comprehend: beers, wines, and some obscure references to life experiences, including Orland's barbecue. It was all foreign to him. Upon arrival, Li Jinglong tethered the horse in a shaded area. Are we here as guests? Why are the servants of this household not coming out to take the horses? Zhu Di asked, puzzled. Ah, that is a long story. You shall understand once you enter, replied Li Jinglong. Chen Piao's household has but one servant. If he can rise at all, that is already remarkable. After securing their steeds, they approached the door and knocked vigorously. Chen Piao, it's me, Li Jinglong. Before he could finish, the door swung open. So early, Chen Piao exclaimed. Is it not earlier than you? Li Jinglong queried. No, I simply did not sleep, Chen Piao responded, stifling a yawn and downing a can of coffee in one swift motion. And who are these guests? Ah, allow me to introduce. Li Jinglong cleared his throat. This is my aunt's fourth son, who just returned from Beiping. He is the younger brother of Xiongying. In our home, Xiongying is the eldest. And this is the second son. After introducing Zhu Di, Li Jinglong turned to Lan Yu, saying, this is my father. Lan Wanga interjected. He would not let me leave this morning, so I brought him along. Is that so? Well, come in and have a seat. Chen Piao gestured invitingly. The group entered the courtyard in a grand procession. Who has arrived? Ma Huangho emerged from the kitchen, having heard the noise outside, initially thinking it was the day for seed collection. Mother, Zhu Di exclaimed, rushing forward and kneeling before her. Why are you here? You did not even send word to your child. With tears glistening in his eyes, Zhu Di gazed at Empress Ma. Ever since childhood, he had been the most mischievous one. Each time he faced punishment, Empress Ma would always comfort him. Ah, the fourth son, she would say. Though she herself remained remarkably steady, this young man harbored malicious intentions and even dared to recruit someone like Yao Guangxiao. It would be a mere light punishment if he were not to receive a beating immediately. Please, take a seat for a moment. The meal will be ready shortly, Empress Ma said, gently patting his shoulder. LV Chan, go boil some water for our guests. Understood. At this moment, Lan Yu was utterly bewildered. Was the Empress truly present? Did she not witness him surrounding Chen Piao the other day? Brother, who has arrived? Zhu Xiongying emerged, rubbing his eyes. My dear nephew? Zhu Di exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Ah, Lan Yu was on the verge of revealing the title prince, but Lan Wangge swiftly covered his mouth. Who? Chen Piao inquired, puzzled. Zhu Xiongying, Li Jinglong clarified, inwardly cursing Lan Yu for being so indiscreet, nearly letting the secret slip. Oh, please sit down. The meal will be ready soon, Chen Piao urged, inviting the others to take their seats. Xiongying, it's your fourth uncle. Why do you seem so distant? Zhu Di, instead of taking a seat, rushed to Zhu Xiongying's side, inspecting him closely. I can't remember. Zhu Xiongying's small face scrunched up in confusion, unable to recall having a fourth uncle. Have you been hurt? Shall I fetch a doctor to check on you? How could you forget your fourth uncle? Zhu Di anxiously glanced around, fearing he might overlook something. Dear uncle, please don't trouble Xiongying. Let him play outside with Yinting. Let us sit down and chat for a while. Li Jinglong interjected from the side. Yes. I got a bit too excited. Zhu Di chuckled, patting his head. Yinting, go play with your elder brother. Zhu Yinting stood timidly to the side, hesitating to approach Zhu Xiongying. Ultimately, it was Zhu Xiongying who took his hand, leading him away from the small courtyard where the adults conversed. Chen Piao observed everything with keen eyes. This child seems to have a rather difficult life at home. Does he have a stepmother? Chen Piao inquired. Indeed. My elder brother's first wife passed away early, and this child has always been raised by his stepmother, Zhu Di sighed. Both children share the bloodline of the Chong clan, yet their treatment appears worlds apart. Zhu Xiongying enjoys a carefree childhood here, while Zhu Yinting is confined within high walls, often scolded by his stepmother. Heh, Chen Piao chuckled softly, choosing not to comment further. This was a family matter, and it would be inappropriate to pry. Why is the Marquis of Yonchang visiting this small courtyard? Is he perhaps seeking justice for Lan Si? Chen Piao mused, taking a sip from a can of coffee. No. Lan Yu swallowed hard. With Empress Ma present, along with Prince Yin and Li Jinglong, it would be quite inappropriate to broach the subject of seeking justice. My old servant was injured by you, and the doctors in the city are at a loss. I wish to inquire if there is any hope left for him, Chen Piao stated. Old Fu? Chen Piao pondered, recalling the messenger from that day. As there were only 2 survivors. What is his condition now? He asked. Something is lodged in his leg, and the doctor mentioned burns. Even if treated, the chances of success are quite low, came the response. Chen Piao nodded. Has he developed a fever? Just a slight one. Nothing severe. There's no major issue then. Chen Piao turned and returned to the room, retrieving a few medications from the medical kit intended for inflammation and fever. Take these back with you. Have someone extract the foreign object from his leg, remove the surrounding necrotic tissue, and finally, grind half of this anti-inflammatory medication into powder to apply to the wound, while the other half should be taken orally. If he develops a fever, administer this antipyretic. A group of individuals eagerly observed the array of medicines laid out before them. In their experience, medications were either dark and murky or liquid in nature. This was the first time they encountered such pristine and immaculate pills. Can these truly heal? Zhu Di expressed his skepticism. No. Chen Piao replied resolutely. Are you suggesting I am deceiving you? If these cannot cure, why would I present them? Zhu Di slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly. If you doubt me, no explanation will suffice. Chen Piao remained composed, unfazed by Zhu Di's accusations. What is all this commotion? Chu He ambled out of the house, having been disturbed by their noise since early morning. Who is this? He inquired. Chen Piao answered. My NS fourth son. Oh, Chu He replied, turning to freshen up. Keep these medicines. If any issues arise, seek me out, and I will prescribe further treatment. Chen Piao pushed the medications towards Lan Yu. Thank you. Lan Yu accepted the medicines with utmost respect. No need for thanks. We are even now, Chen Piao remarked, showing little interest in lingering on the matter. Instead, he felt a peculiar chill in the air and wondered why it felt colder than usual. By the way, is everyone aware that we are to work today? There are so many of you here. Work? What kind of work? Li Jinglong asked, puzzled. Farming. This is of utmost importance. Congratulations to you all. It is better to arrive early than to arrive late. Let us head to the fields together shortly. Chen Piao rubbed his hands together, considering them free labor. A sumptuous dinner could be prepared in the end without spending a dime. Empress Ma emerged holding a bowl, just in time to hear Chen Piao's words. You sly one. She lightly admonished him. The Duke of Yongchang is a guest. How can you ask him to labor for you? Lan Yu inwardly cursed, realizing that if Empress Ma had made such a statement, he would have to participate despite his injuries. However, he was already in pain from attending court that morning. Was it not akin to pushing him to his demise? These are trifles. It is merely work. How much land is there? Li Jinglong interjected. 1,000 acres. 1,000 acres? Lan Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. How long would that take? I am merely jesting. How could I possibly have the Duke of Yongchang till the fields? Chen Piao chuckled, understanding that Lan Yu had endured numerous lashes and could not possibly recover in a single day. It would be unduly burdensome to expect him to work. At that moment, Chu He returned from freshening up, taking a seat and looking towards Chen Piao. What is your plan for today? Please establish some guidelines. Certainly. Those who can wield a hoe will plant wheat, while you will take a few individuals to inspect the rice paddies. If we can sow rice today, that would be splendid. I devised some details last night. Last night, were you awake at midnight contemplating this? Even here, you are still scheming. Chu He served a bowl of porridge to several individuals, glaring at Chen Piao. Do you think everyone is like you, living solely to eat and sleep, with only two thoughts in your head? Chen Piao scoffed disdainfully. Ha! Chu He chuckled derisively. Where is my porridge? You've served everyone else but neglected me. What does that imply? He questioned, observing as Chu He plopped down onto a stool. I have no intention of coexisting with this relentless competition, Chen Piao retorted, rising to serve himself a bowl of porridge. Young eagle, stop wandering and come eat. Queen Ma called out from outside. Understood. A group of people sat in the courtyard, sipping their porridge. My dear brother, I am curious about your earlier mention of involution. What does it entail? Zhu Di, sensing the atmosphere had grown awkward, sought to lighten the mood. Ask him. I too am unaware of its precise meaning. Chu He gestured with his chin towards Chen Piao, drawing the collective gaze of the table towards him. Involution refers to the phenomenon of competing with peers by exerting greater effort to acquire more resources. For instance, during school, if you and your classmates agree not to study, but you secretly do, that's what we call involution. Brother, is involution a good thing or a bad thing? Zhu Xiongying inquired, looking up. It possesses both merits and drawbacks. Prolonged involution can be profoundly draining on one's spirit, and such depletion is slow and chronic. If one remains in a state of involution for too long, it can lead to psychological issues. And what are the benefits? Zhu Di asked, intrigued by this novel concept. A certain level of pressure can enhance performance. enabling individuals to find a balance between self-improvement and self-acceptance. Zhu He nodded, but you mentioned this as a chronic issue. Once involution begins, doesn't that mean it inevitably leads to depletion? Indeed, humans are consumables, Chen Piao replied, regarding Zhu He as if he were foolish. How could humans be consumables? Zhu He suddenly grasped the notion. In warfare, we need people. In agriculture, we need people. In governance, we need people. Viewed from this perspective, humans indeed are consumables. Involution is omnipresent. It is precisely this consumption of people that has gradually propelled the Ming Dynasty forward. Chapter 42. Is your temperature control broken? The table fell silent once more. But if involution is everywhere, how can we transform it into a positive force? Zhu He, ever the eager learner, inquired. Positive? What are you pondering? Chen Piao regarded Zhu He with contempt. Once involution begins, it cannot be halted. Only those in power can restore balance. If involution is mild, no one will work. If it is severe, society will become grotesque. As he spoke, Chen Piao pulled out a bottle of coffee and took a sip. This brother seems quite intrigued by these matters. He squinted at Zhu He. The attention of the table swiftly shifted from Chen Piao to Zhu He. Having studied for 2 years, my experiences in business also touched upon involution, hence my curiosity. Is that so? I see you have quite a few calluses. I thought you were a soldier, Zhu He remarked, swallowing hard. I simply do not fancy such things. I enjoy practicing a bit at home. Oh, Chen Piao and Chu He exclaimed in unison, as if suddenly enlightened. The 4th son of Queen Ma. That would be the Yongle Emperor. All are ancient turtles, pretending to be river turtles. Perfect. I happen to possess 2 fine knives. Would you care to assist me in examining them? Oh, what kind of fine knives? Upon hearing the mention of blades, Zhu He's interest was instantly piqued. Chen Piao produced 2 Nepalese military knives, meticulously sheathed in leather, presenting one to Zhu He and the other to Lan Yu. Both men, having undergone martial training, were invited to evaluate these weapons. Zhu He unsheathed the knife, and with a mere glance, he discerned its exceptional craftsmanship. The artisan who forged this blade was undoubtedly skilled. The grip conformed perfectly to his hand, while the blade's weight surpassed that of the hilt, exhibiting a pronounced curve designed explicitly for cleaving. With his years of military experience, Zhu He surmised that in the hands of a capable wielder, this knife could effortlessly sever a man's thigh. This blade was forged from superior steel, capable of slicing through bronze and jade without inflicting damage, impervious to rust and moisture. Brother, your claim seems exaggerated. Zhu He expressed skepticism. Any iron, even the finest steel, is susceptible to the ravages of time. How could there exist a blade that resists corrosion? Indeed, the craftsmanship is commendable, but your assertions stretch credulity, Lan Yu concurred, sharing Zhu He's doubts. No matter how illustrious a blade, it inevitably succumbs to the passage of decades. Chu He interjected with a smirk. A stainless steel knife rusting would indeed be remarkable. This is a matter of craftsmanship. Given the current advancements of the Ming Dynasty, it would take 6 centuries to produce such steel without expert guidance, he continued. 6 centuries? Impossible. The skilled artisans of our Ming Dynasty are plentiful. Such a time frame is unfathomable. Zhu He was the first to voice disbelief. Then this knife is a gift to you both. Perhaps you can seek someone to study its properties. Chen Piao chuckled softly. This feels inappropriate. It is my first visit here, and I cannot simply take your possessions. Zhu He sheathed the knife, reflecting that had Empress Ma not been present, he would have claimed it without hesitation. Take it. It is not a precious item. Chen Piao waved dismissively. With that, he set down his bowl of rice. I shall check the warehouse. The seeds should have arrived. Wait for me. I shall accompany you. Chu He drained his bowl and followed Chen Piao toward the warehouse. The courtyard was left with only Empress Ma and her entourage. Lu Chan, go assist them. Lend a hand. Empress Ma fabricated an excuse to send Lu Chan away. Yes. Lu Chan promptly obeyed and followed after Chen Piao. Once the 3 had departed, Zhu He turned his gaze towards Empress Ma. Son, kneel. She commanded. Zhu He instinctively dropped to his knees, bewildered. Mother, what troubles me? What of Yao Guangxiao? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhu He's forehead. What a monk skilled in dragon slaying. Keeping him close. Do you harbor thoughts of rebellion against your elder brother? Zhu He swallowed hard. Mother, it is not as you presume. My encounter with that monk was purely coincidental. I harbor no intent of insurrection. Zhujiang, share what you heard yesterday. Certainly. Li Jinglong recounted the conversation between Chen Piao and Yao Guangxiao from the previous day. Zhu He, kneeling on the ground, grew increasingly alarmed as he listened. The guards dispatched yesterday had only accompanied him to the entrance, leaving him entirely ignorant of the specifics that transpired within. He was taken aback to discover that his most intimate secrets had been laid bare before Chen Piao. "Do you have anything else to say?" inquired Empress Ma. "None. I recognize my error. I shall execute Yu Guangxia upon my return." Faced with such a predicament, Zhu Di had no choice but to concede. "It is good that you acknowledge your mistake. There is no need to kill Yao Guangxiu. Simply find an excuse to bring him to me later." "As he is indeed a rare talent," she continued. "Is that so?" Zhu Di responded, somewhat perplexed. How could he possibly facilitate this? From Chen Piao's remarks, it was clear he understood the nature of Zhu Di's relationship with Yao Guangxiao. Moreover, from Chen Piao's perspective, there appeared to be no connection between him and the Prince of Yan. To suddenly present Yao Guangxiao would seem rather clumsy, no? What? Is it too challenging? Empress Ma glared at Zhu Di. "In a few days, I will devise a means to bring him," Zhu Di replied weakly. "That is more like it. Come, let us eat. We have work to do after the meal." Empress Ma lifted Zhu Yuntong, exclaiming, "My dear grandson, do you miss your grandmother?" "I do. My good grandson is so obedient. Grandmother will feed you." Were it not for her desire to avoid drawing Zhu Yuanzhang's attention, Empress Ma would have wished to keep all her grandchildren close by. Reluctantly, Zhu Di returned to his seat, sipping his porridge in small bites. Meanwhile, Chen Piao and Chu He arrived at the warehouse, leaving Lu Chan outside to keep watch. Chen Piao retrieved 4 containers filled with seeds from the system. "Did you inspect today's containers?" Chu He inquired. "Not yet. Let us take a look now." The once spacious warehouse was suddenly filled with 8 containers. "Quickly, open them. The village chief should be arriving soon," Chen Piao urged. The two opened the containers. One held premium fruits, another kitchen utensils, a third spices. And the last contained zombie meat from World War II. "Zombie meat? Perhaps Xu Yuanzhang has encountered this before," Chu He remarked, kicking the container. "This zombie meat has been here before. How can it possibly reappear?" Chen Piao questioned, puzzled. "That is quite normal. It's a blind box. Receiving duplicates is to be expected," Chu He replied. Chen Piao nodded. "Take out 200 pounds of frozen meat, and I shall retrieve some rice and spices. As well as a large pot, let's gather a bit of everything." After a flurry of activity, they managed to organize everything. Observing the seeds laid out in the warehouse, Chen Piao suddenly collapsed onto a low bench. "Hey, are you all right? Why are you sweating so much? Are you too warm?" Chu He asked. Noticing Chen Piao drenched in perspiration. "This amount of exertion shouldn't cause this," he added. "I'm fine. It's actually a bit chilly in here," Chen Piao said, wiping his sweat with his sleeve. "Chilly? Is your temperature control broken? It feels stifling." "Is it?" Chen Piao exchanged 2 bottles of beverages from the system, and they each took a bottle to drink. Chapter 43. "I do not expect you to, young master. The aunt and the village chief have arrived." Lu Chan's voice called from outside. "Come in." Chen Piao tossed aside his empty beverage bottle and beckoned the others to enter. "My goodness, so many." Li Jinglong swallowed hard. "Village chief, summon the villagers and have them move everything outside. The warehouse must be emptied. The people are waiting outside. I will go and call them now." The village chief responded affirmatively and turned to gather the people to move the items. "Are you all right? Why are you sweating so much?" Lan Wanga also noticed Chen Piao's drenched forehead and took out a handkerchief, squatting down to wipe his sweat. This scene drew the attention of Empress Ma and others, who turned to look at Lan Yu. Lan Yu felt somewhat uneasy under their gaze, but could not find the words to say. Earlier during dinner, Empress Ma had mentioned these two and had clearly expressed strong support for their union. If she were to oppose it now, it would seem quite ungrateful. "I'm fine. It's just been a while since I exercised," Chen Piao said. At the village square, several large iron pots were bubbling with water, while the entire village, both young and old, sat nearby. "Hello? Hello?" Chu He held a megaphone, confirming it was functional before addressing the villagers. "The wind rises, the clouds soar. Where can we find valiant men to guard the 4 corners?" "What the hell are you saying?" Chen Piao snatched the megaphone from him. The villagers looked gaunt and weary. Even the robust laborers who came to carry the seeds lacked vitality. "Let me say a few words." Chen Piao, resembling a leader on an inspection, held the megaphone in one hand and turned his back with the other. "From today onward, this land will be under my management. I have established some new regulations for you." Chen Piao took out a notebook from his pocket and began to read from it. "Anyone in the village with a skill should report to my aunt. Whether you can hunt, forge, or farm, you are welcome to sign up. I will arrange good work for you. Those without a skill can choose to farm. Those who opt for farming can participate in the grain distribution at the end of the year. The amount of grain distributed will depend on how much work you put in. Now, someone might ask, what if someone falsely reports their work, claiming to have done more than they actually did? What then? Therefore, I have decided to measure your labor through work points. For manual labor, each person will earn 10 work points per day. For skilled labor, each person will earn 8 work points per day. Women and the elderly at home can also engage in lighter work, earning 6 work points each per day. Grain distribution will be divided into basic rations and work point rations. Basic rations will be 30 pounds for each able-bodied man, 20 pounds for each woman, and 10 pounds for children under 12. 100 work points can be exchanged here for 40 pounds of grain. The more you work, the more you earn. Today, I will divide you into groups. Group leaders will tally the work points of their members and then verify them with me. Chen Piao's voice grew hoarse, and he pulled out a bottle of water, drinking it down. Does anyone have questions? Please ask now. Chen Piao shouted. The villagers looked at one another, and no one had any inquiries. If there are no questions, then so be it. Today marks the first day of work. I shall treat you all to meat. After enjoying my feast, you better work hard for me. All right. At the mention of meat, the villagers began to applaud enthusiastically. Everyone will have a share. Go home and fetch your bowls. Those with skill should report to me. Chen Piao tossed the horn to Chu He and promptly seated himself on a bench. A rather affable-looking man approached. I have raised a few pigs. Does that count as a skill? Pigs? That counts. What is your name? Chen Piao inquired as he produced a fresh set of paper and pen. Lu Tower, the man replied. Chen Piao raised his head in puzzlement. 14? Chu He could not contain his laughter. 14? Do you need me to summon a squad for your protection? Chen Piao shot him a glare and lowered his gaze to write in his notebook. All right, go back and fetch a bowl to prepare for dinner. I have other plans for you. Of course, of course. Lu Tower nodded respectfully and made his way home. Before long, Chen Piao had jotted down over 10 names in his notebook. Those who had cultivated fruit trees, households of hunters, blacksmiths, and a mix of various trades. Yet none who could read. Village chief, do you have any thoughts on the groupings? Chen Piao asked, toying with the pen in his hand. Glancing at the village chief beside him. I can hardly read a word. Please do not put little Lao Air in a difficult position, the village chief replied, wary of saying something amiss that might provoke Chen Piao's ire. Then tell me how many laborers remain in the village, excluding the 13 skilled individuals mentioned earlier? Chen Piao pressed on. Exactly 100. The village chief, a lifelong resident of the village, was well aware of the population. 100. Chen Piao's lips twitched. Chu He, what is your take? Simple. Chu He seized Chen Piao's paper and pen. Assigned 20 individuals to the sweet potato field, divided into 4 groups of 5. 40 for rice cultivation, 30 for wheat, and 10 for logistical support, with 5 in each group. To prevent nepotism, group leaders cannot be direct relatives within 3 generations. Chen Piao nodded. No wonder you are the child of a capitalist. Your mind is sharp. Get lost. Chu He retorted. So it's settled then. Is there a roster of names in the village? Bring it to me. Yes, indeed. I will fetch it right away. The village chief stood and hurried towards his home. In a short while, he returned with a ledger. Here's the roster. Take a look. Chen Piao accepted the roster and, along with the village chief, identified the names of the strong laborers. The task was not overly complex, merely somewhat tedious. Village chief, you should go eat. There will be much work ahead that requires your involvement. Chen Piao rubbed his temples, pondering how his father managed to run such a large company. Managing 300 people was exhausting enough. All right, I shall take my leave. What am I to do today? Chu He suddenly inquired. Head over to the rice field and see if there are any areas that could be improved. Aim for efficiency, Chen Piao directed. Understood, but I only know about machinery. I am not well versed in farming, Chu He replied. I don't expect you to know. Just go and see if there are any ways to ease the labor. Chen Piao said, retrieving a can of coffee and taking a sip. Hey, I see that the shrimp anime has developed the curved plow. Should I help you improve it? Which blogger are you following? Shrimp AI roll. This blogger does not actually exist. Any resemblance is purely coincidental. Unfollow them when you get back. The curved plow was invented in the late Tang Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty had already adopted it long ago. Upon returning, one seeks high-quality shrimp. What value is there in the mediocre? Chapter 44. The Miracle of Survival. Once the villagers finished their meal, Chen Piao briefly outlined the general groupings and arrangements for the village. Now, those responsible for wheat and rice, go fetch the seeds and commence work. Those tasked with sweet potatoes, each take a bag of sweet potatoes. Wait for my instructions. Excellent. The villagers were filled with enthusiasm. for the previous landlords would never have provided them with such delectable meat, let alone the richness of the soup. Chu He exchanged greetings with a few individuals and joined the rice group in the fields. Is there anything else we need to do? The Empress Ma inquired with curiosity. Chen Piao, holding a comprehensive guide on sweet potato cultivation, glanced up while reading. The sweet potatoes must be prepared beforehand. To conserve costs, they must first be cut. Chen Piao was unfamiliar with sweet potato cultivation. This was his first realization that sweet potatoes also required vine turning. Cut them? Can they still be planted? Empress Ma, puzzled, nonetheless took a seat and grasped a kitchen knife. Indeed, but we also need wood ash. Upon hearing this, the village chief looked up at Chen Piao. The village was busy cooking, so there should be plenty of wood ash available. In that case, Li Jiang, take the logistics team and collect wood ash from each household. See how much we can gather. Understood. Li Jinglong clapped the dust off his hands and rose, leading the group into the village. Each batch should ideally weigh around 10 taels. Households with women can also bring them to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can plant. Brother, what should the two of us do? Zhu Xiongying tugged at Zhu Xiongying. You two can just go play. Don't wander too far. Zhu Xiongying nodded and began to frolic around the square with Zhu Xiongying. A crowd of men, women, and children formed a circle in the middle of the square, all wielding sweet potatoes and cutting them piece by piece. How boring. Lan Wangge could no longer endure the monotonous task and sprawled out, refusing to work. Boredom is precisely the point. Do you think this is a tea house? Should I brew you a fine pot of tea and hire a storyteller? Lan Yu retorted. Father, you only know how to make snide remarks. You cultivated land as a child. I did not, for I had a good father, unlike you. Hey, do you dare to challenge me? Lan Yu raised a hand, ready to strike. Lan Wangge rolled his eyes and turned to Chen Piao. Chen Piao, you've read many books, right? Tell me a story. A story? I'm not good at storytelling, Chen Piao replied without changing his expression. What does one take him for? A lazy person seeking tales? Brother, I want to hear too. Zhu Xiongying had unknowingly seated herself beside Chen Piao. I want to listen as well. Zhu Yinting chimicked. Then let us begin. Chen Piao lifted his head. The title of the story is The Expedition of the Stars. Wonderful. Lan Wangge was the first to applaud. The phantoms shatter the void, shaking the prison. The crimson flames scorch the heavens, testing the heroes. A century of stellar scars witnesses cause and effect. As the sea of calamity engulfs the coffin in a tide of blood. Friends, for the first time, the purple shadows wield guns, showcasing divine prowess. Grandfather and grandson duel, unveiling the enmity of the world. In the depths of a prison during the Yuan Dynasty, there sat a young man named Xiao Kongcheng, merely 17 years of age. He possessed strikingly sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an aura so fierce that the guards dared not approach him. Although Xiao Kongcheng was innocent, he chose to confine himself within his cell, refusing to heed anyone's pleas for his release, which left the guards utterly exasperated. Suddenly, Xiao Kongcheng sprang to his feet, snatched the firearm from a guard's hand, and ignited it with a torch affixed to the wall, aiming it at his own forehead. In a flash, a violet specter materialized, grasping the iron bullet with both hands. Chen Piao regaled the onlookers with a fantastical retelling of his extraordinary adventures, leaving himself parched from the effort. Indeed, Xiao Kongcheng is a true man, Zhu Di exclaimed, his thumb raised in admiration. But what of the subsequent events? Did that monster named Dao perish? Zhu Di was curious about the unfolding narrative, wondering why it had abruptly ceased. You are exhausting me. I've finished with the sweet potatoes. Once the land is planted, I shall continue. Chen Piao rolled his eyes, truly considering himself a storyteller. At that moment, Li Jinglong returned, laden with ash from the village's stoves. I've stripped every hearth. Do you think this is sufficient? He gestured toward the cart behind him. It's nearly enough, if not. We can manage in a couple of days, Chen Piao replied, rising to dust himself off. First, sprinkle a layer of ash in the furrows. Then toss in the sweet potatoes. Our assembly line will commence. One sprinkles ash, another places sweet potatoes, and another fills the soil. A throng of individuals made their way to the designated plot for sweet potatoes. Chen Piao led the charge, taking initiative as they began their labor. Is it going to rain? It feels so oppressive, he remarked, sensing something amiss with his body. Why was it growing increasingly cold? Not only that, but he was also sweating profusely. What is wrong with you? Lan Wangge set down her sweet potato and approached, touching Chen Piao's forehead. Goodness, why is it so cold? She felt as if she were touching a corpse. Chen Piao's body was nearly devoid of warmth. What is the matter? Chu He happened to pass by and paused upon hearing their exchange. Feel his forehead. It's freezing, Lan Wangge said with concern. Chu He stepped closer to touch it. What have you eaten, my friend? Yesterday, I drank alcohol, then had some energy drinks and coffee, and in the dead of night, feeling too warm. I took some Zhu Xiongying, Chen Piao replied. Good grief. It's a miracle you're still alive. Chu He exploded, aghast at the thought. Given this consumption. Maintaining clarity while toiling in the fields was already a formidable feat. Hurry back to rest. It doesn't even matter if you sleep or not. Just lie down. Whatever you do, don't die here. He urged, pulling Chen Piao to leave. Is it really that dire? Chen Piao shrugged off Chu He's grip. I just feel a bit chilly. It's not that serious. Chu He shot him a disbelieving glance. Not that serious? A drop in temperature, extreme excitement. And night sweats. Any one of these is quite serious. Lan Yu, come here. Chu He beckoned Lan Yu over. What is the matter? Lan Yu approached, hoe in hand. You need to handle this. Chu He whispered a few words to him. Leave it to me. I will be gentle. Lan Yu moved closer to Chen Piao, placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't be anxious. Dizziness is normal. Lan Yu ice chamber? Chen Piao remained puzzled when Lan Yu suddenly struck him on the back of his neck. What the? Chen Piao's body immediately succumbed, paralyzed by the blow that targeted his vagus nerve, intended to render him unconscious swiftly. Father, what are you doing? Lan Wangge rushed over, her voice laced with concern. He hadn't slept in ages. Let him rest, would you? Chu He sighed. Lan Yu, you are injured. Please take him back. Could you kindly keep an eye on him? Just as Lan Yu was about to agree, he caught the fierce gaze of Lan Wangge, reminiscent of a butcher's knife. Ahem. My injury is nothing serious. I'll carry him back. You take care of him, daughter. Chapter 45. The pitiful Zhu Xiongying. When Chen Piao opened his eyes again, the sun was nearly setting, and the sounds of chattering and the aroma of barbecued food wafted in from outside. His throat felt as if it had been scorched by fire. How long have I slept? Chen Piao rubbed his head and stepped outside. About 5 hours, Lan Wangge replied, handing him a bowl of water. Without a moment's thought, Chen Piao accepted the water and drank it down in one gulp. Look at you now. Your complexion has improved significantly. Chu He nodded. How did work go today? Chen Piao settled beside them and exhaled deeply. Chu He handed him a notebook. Here are today's work points. Take a look. As Chen Piao opened the notebook, he noted the meticulous record of work points, even detailing the women who assisted in cutting sweet potatoes today. As long as it's recorded, that's good. Do you have any improvements on your end? None. There's a small irrigation ditch there. If you need to water, just dig a trench. We should be able to farm this 1,000 acres in about half a month, Chu He explained. However, a serious problem has arisen. Chu He abruptly shifted the topic. I inquired today, and it seems that planting rice at this time is rather late. The area around Tian City primarily cultivates wheat, and we would have to wait until next May or June to plant wheat. Chen Piao stroked his chin. What if we constructed a greenhouse? It is feasible. But can you manage it? What do you mean? Chen Piao inquired. For 400 acres. Setting up a greenhouse would require approximately over 270 tons of steel pipes. Plastic would need nearly 36 tons as well. Where would we source such materials? At this, Chen Piao felt a headache coming on. If the rice fields were left fallow, it would mean a complete loss of 400 acres of harvest. However, if we change the land use, it would require reclearing next year, which would be quite troublesome. Do you have any ideas? Chen Piao asked. I have no solutions either. I've calculated the cost of glass production. The expenses are exorbitant. Moreover, acquiring the materials is nearly impossible. As for other materials, either they lack transparency or fail to retain heat, Chu He admitted. Hearing this, Chen Piao felt even more troubled. If Chu He couldn't find a solution, there truly seemed to be none. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I'll ponder over what we should do. Chu He understood, recognizing this as a cue to see what the system might offer. I say, you two, while you chat away, don't forget to turn the meat skewers. They'll burn. Li Jinglong interjected from the side. Oh, damn. As Chu He awoke from his reverie, he hastily seized a meat skewer, only to discover it was too late. It had turned as black as coal. Haha, a single-core processor really can't compete, Chen Piao quipped. He then pulled a can of beer from his pocket, preparing to open it, but was unexpectedly thwarted by Lan Wangge, who snatched it away with a swift motion. No drinking allowed. Chu He said you nearly perished. Are you not afraid of meeting your end? Furrowing his brow, Chen Piao regarded Lan Wangge and soon conceded her point. Perhaps it was prudent to abstain from drinking for the next few days to recalibrate his biological clock. Meanwhile, a gaggle of onlookers, save for Lan Yu, wore expressions of amused delight as they observed the two. They say northeastern men have 3 pipes, Li Jiang. Do you know what they are? I don't know, replied Li Jinglong, who was struggling to contain his laughter, given their personalities. It was certain that Chu He's words were not complimentary. As children, we are governed by our mothers. In middle age, by our wives, and in old age, by our daughters. Uft. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the entire table. What the hell are the 3 pipes? Is that what you meant? If you're free, then go grill some skewers. It's obvious you need to. Chen Piao retorted. By the way, don't you have a Polaroid? Bring it out and capture a photo. Chu He suddenly recalled his Polaroid. To him, nostalgia was something to pursue in the future. What mattered was savoring the present. Polaroid? What is that? Zhu Di inquired. Chen Piao felt that this moment deserved to be commemorated. Throughout his life, he had only Chu He as a friend, and he rarely experienced such a lively gathering. You'll know shortly. Chen Piao produced the Polaroid from his pocket, placed a stool in front of them, adjusted the angle, and set it to continuous shooting. Come on, Auntie. Sit in the middle. The 2 children beside her, and everyone else, find your spots. Chu He urged everyone, let us all smile. If it turns out unattractive, there won't be a second chance. Click. The Polaroid captured their likenesses in a snapshot. Wow, this is amazing. Zhu Di's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this device truly so miraculous? It's far more convenient than hiring an artist. He, brother, do you have any more of these? I'd like to buy 2 to take some pictures of my wife. Zhu Di looked at Chen Piao with admiration. Chen Piao promptly handed him a camera along with an ample supply of film and batteries. Buying it is unnecessary. To me, this contraption is akin to scrap metal. Such a waste. Li Jinglong exclaimed, eyes wide. How could such a fine item be considered scrap? If you genuinely believe it to be scrap, then do give me 2 as well. Li Wenzhong was still fuming. Even if he received several boxes of glass, it wouldn't suffice. Not only had they confiscated the glass, but he had also been beaten upon returning home yesterday with all the indirect jabs. Chen Piao distributed a camera to each of them, along with a generous supply of batteries and film. Lan Wangge gazed at the Polaroid in her hands, gingerly tucking it into her pocket. Wait, that is not right. Lan Wangge suddenly recalled something. Didn't you use that to take a picture of me the other day? Hand it over. Let me see. She extended her hand toward Chen Piao. Yes, I can attest to that. He indeed took a picture. Chu He, unable to contain his excitement at witnessing Chen Piao's unusual demeanor, felt compelled to tease him relentlessly. Despite Chen Piao's usual sharp retorts, a faint blush crept onto his face. I know where he stashed it. Upon seeing this, Chu He promptly rose and began to rummage through Chen Piao's belongings. Hey, be gentle. What are you doing? Ouch. Chen Piao, too embarrassed to resist, allowed the search to continue, feeling that aside from the awkwardness, there was little else to be concerned about. Here. Chu He triumphantly extracted a photograph from Chen Piao's embrace, revealing it to be one of Lan Wangge holding it. Ah, you actually took a candid shot of me. Lan Wangge, surprisingly unfazed, thought to herself that Chen Piao, who often acted pretentious, was in fact a clandestine and bashful individual. I did not take it secretly. Many people witnessed it. Lan Wangge turned to Li Jinglong. What are you looking at me for? I had no idea it would be used like this. A few peers were playfully chattering nearby, while Zhu Di sat off to the side, sharing drinks with Zhu Yu. Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Yunting were seated not far off, and the 2 children had also been captured in a photograph. Zhu Yunting gazed at the image, a pang of nostalgia swelling in his throat. When his elder brother was still around, it was always his brother who would serve him chicken legs. Since his brother's departure, it felt as though no one cared for him anymore. Here, have some candy. Noticing Zhu Yunting's somber mood, Zhu Xiongying mimicked Chen Piao, pulling out a lollipop from his pocket and offering it to Zhu Yunting. Zhu Yunting accepted the lollipop but did not rush to eat it. Instead, he looked up at Zhu Xiongying. Brother, can I come to see you often? Of course. We can attend classes together. What Brother Chen teaches is truly fascinating. Zhu Xiongying was more than willing. The village children feared their identities. Even if they attempted to approach, their parents would whisk them away, anxious that they might say something inappropriate. In contrast, Zhu Yunting was the perfect companion. However, father would not allow me to visit. And mother also said that children should not wander about freely. Mother? Zhu Xiongying was puzzled by this term, as his previous amnesia had caused him to forget who his mother was, vaguely recalling that she had passed away. Ah, no, not mother, but stepmother. Zhu Yunting quickly corrected himself. Brother, when you're not home, stepmother constantly hits my palms and makes me memorize verses. I'm too foolish. I still haven't managed to recite them after several days. Chapter 46. The cruelty of a woman's heart. Stepmother treats you so poorly? Zhu Xiongying, having learned from Empress Ma that they were biological brothers, was disheartened to see his brother in such distress. With a clever thought, he took Zhu Yunting to Zhu Di. What's the matter, Xiongying? Do you want to eat meat? Your fourth uncle will get you some. Zhu Di was about to fetch a couple of skewers of grilled meat for the children when, unexpectedly, Zhu Xiongying pulled Zhu Yunting down to kneel before Zhu Di. Hey, Xiongying, what are you doing? Quickly, get up. Zhu Di was startled. The two children had knelt without hesitation, creating an alarming atmosphere. What is this? Yes, Xiongying, what are you doing? Empress Ma inquired, fourth uncle. Please take me home as well. Second brother claims that his stepmother treats him poorly, sometimes not even allowing him a single morsel to eat. He is still too young to venture out often. If you bring me back, I can help care for him. Zhu Xiongying, appealing to emotions and reason, cleverly refrained from suggesting that Zhu Yunting should stay behind, instead opting to propose his own return. It was evident that Empress Ma was reluctant to part with Zhu Xiongying. Should they return together, Zhu Yunting would undoubtedly fare better. Furthermore, given Empress Ma's fondness for this place, she would likely visit frequently with both boys. If she chose not to return, she certainly could not bear to see her grandson suffer upon his return. The individuals in the courtyard were no fools. They quickly grasped Zhu Xiongying's intentions, which hinted at the desire to keep Zhu Yunting at home. Fourth brother, is it true that my eldest grandson's stepmother is like this? Empress Ma's expression darkened. She had initially thought the child was merely picky, explaining his slight frame. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. Indeed, mother, you are unaware. My elder brother's new wife, Zhu Di, has been blathering on and on. At that moment, he was not the formidable Yin Wang Zhu Di, but simply a younger brother dissatisfied with his elder brother's new spouse. Chen Piao, listening nearby, felt a surge of anxiety, having previously watched dramas. He knew that most stepmothers were not kind. He was shocked to discover the severity of the situation. How could a 4-year-old comprehend anything when he was expected to recite classical texts, and if he faltered, he would be denied food? Fortunately, his own parents enjoyed a strong bond and had never remarried after many years. Eldest brother is truly misguided. Empress Ma was also incensed. When Zhu Biao intended to elevate Lu Shi's status, she had clearly communicated the implications to Zhu Yuanzhang. Who could have anticipated that the two would be so reckless? Lu Shi was no virtuous person, and the child was still so young and innocent. Fourth brother, when you return, bring back a photograph. Tell eldest brother that I have kept the child. If he disagrees, let him come find me. All right, I shall inform eldest brother. Zhu Di replied. Get up, boy. Why are you still kneeling? Kiki. Thank you, fourth uncle. Zhu Xiongying said with a smile, quickly rising to express his gratitude. You little rascal. Zhu Di playfully flicked his forehead, then retrieved a skewer of meat from the plate. Take this and enjoy. You two should eat plenty. Zhu Xiongying nodded and hurried off with Zhu Yunting to feast on the grilled skewers. In the palace, Zhu Di stood at the entrance of the East Palace with Li Jinglong and Lan Yu. He felt uncertain about going alone and decided to bring 2 others to share the burden. Eldest brother, I have returned. Zhu Di called out at the door. Fourth brother has returned. Why so late? Zhu Biao emerged from within. Where is Yunting? Why didn't He come back with you? He, let's discuss inside. I have some news to share. The 3 of them dragged Zhu Biao into a secluded room. What are you 3 up to, being all secretive? Zhu Biao asked. Eldest brother, let me show you something wonderful. Zhu Di pulled out a photograph from his clothing and handed it to Zhu Biao. Under the dim light of the room, Zhu Biao gazed at the photograph. Suddenly, he sprang up from the stool, exclaiming, Is this mother and Xiongying? Where did you get this? Who are the 2 strangers in this photograph? Zhu Biao was evidently anxious, for they were his mother and son. Who wouldn't be worried in such a situation? Meanwhile, Zhu Di sat opposite him with an air of arrogance, proclaiming, Convey the Empress's edict. Zhu Biao rose, adjusted his attire, and promptly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Yunting, I shall remain. If that little rascal dares to show his teeth, let him come find me. Ah? Zhu Biao abruptly lifted his head. Don't be hasty, elder brother. I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhu Di felt a secret thrill. Finally, he wielded a mere chicken feather as a command, relishing the moment to assert his authority. Speak. Zhu Biao bowed his head once more. If he truly wishes to come, he must disguise himself as a commoner. My humble temple cannot accommodate such a grand prince. Did mother truly say that? Zhu Biao questioned, somewhat skeptical. Indeed. If you don't believe me, ask Jiao Jiang. Li Jinglong was taken aback by this sudden revelation. What do you want me to say? I wasn't present. I was playing with the eagle while the Empress conversed with the Prince of Yan. Zhu Biao glanced at Lan Yu beside him. I don't know either. At that time, I was dining with my daughter. Then tell me the location. And I shall visit tomorrow. Zhu Biao rose to return to his seat. Let Zhujiang take you tomorrow. I shall return to Beiping in a couple of days. So pack your things. Zhu Di had to deal with Yao Guangxiao upon his return, and having already ventured out today, it would be inappropriate to leave again, as it might lead to impeachment. Very well. You all stay here. I shall inform father. Zhu Biao stood and walked towards the Fengtiang Hall. The three of them felt it inappropriate to linger, so they exited the Eastern Palace and returned home. Unbeknownst to them, a young palace maid had overheard everything and, once they departed, hurried to the quarters of the Crown Princess, Lady L. Your Highness, there's been an incident, the maid exclaimed upon entering the room, flustered. What incident could possibly arise in this palace? Lady L's gaze remained fixed upon the mirror, her mind unconcerned. The maid swallowed hard and recounted the dialogue she had overheard among Zhu Biao and his companions. Are you saying that Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongying are alive? A flicker of alarm crossed Lady L's face. She had orchestrated matters for so long, ensuring the demise of Zhu Xiongying and Empress Ma. Now, to hear of their revival was preposterous. The Prince of Yan spoke with conviction, and with the presence of the young Lord of Yongchang and the Duke of Chao's family. This matter must be true, the maid added. Compose a letter for me. You must send it to my father discreetly, Lady L commanded. Seizing paper and pen to detail the events that had transpired, handing the letter to the maid for delivery. My son's throne. No one shall lay claim to it. Chapter 47. Encounter at the Qin residence. Zhu Biao arrived at the Fengtiang Hall, interrupting the bowing of the eunuchs with a wave of his hand. Walking straight in without knocking. Busy, father? Zhu Biao nonchalantly seated himself in his designated place. Is there something you need? If not, help me review these memorials. Zhu Xiongying thrust a pile of documents before Zhu Biao. That's not it. Father, I'm not referring to you. If you can manage, then do so. If not, abdicate swiftly. You've dismissed the Chancellor to do the work yourself, yet cannot complete it, leaving me to assist you daily. Are you the Emperor, or am I? Zhu Biao does not indulge Zhu Xiongying. After serving as the permanent deputy emperor for over a decade, he finds himself more exasperated than his father. Who do you think I toil for? It's for you. Yet, he is met with complaints from Zhu Xiongying. A flicker of anger crossed Zhu Xiongying's aged visage. Huh? Zhu Biao snorted coldly. Do you have any pressing matters? Noticing Zhu Biao's unusual demeanor, Zhu Xiongying inquired. The sowing should be completed by now. I intend to venture outside the palace tomorrow to assess the crops surrounding Yingtian City. Absolutely not. What will happen to the memorials if you leave? There are still numerous affairs to attend to. Why must you go now? Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes at this response. I am not consulting you. I am informing you. Do you truly believe you can impede me? Zhu Biao was well aware of his father's temperament. He despised weakness and preferred a strong approach. As his son, Zhu Xiongying would hardly dare to harm him. You wretched fool, Zhu Xiongying exclaimed, seizing a memorial to strike. Once again, the two fathers engaged in a farcical scene within the Fengtiang Hall. In the L family, El Bin paced restlessly in his study. After receiving a letter from his daughter, he dispatched someone to inquire further. It had been 2 hours, yet there was still no word. Master, a man clad in night attire entered. What is the situation? The information is accurate. I have ascertained the route taken by the Prince of Yan upon his departure. Indeed, I discovered the Empress at a residence outside the city. My subordinate has confirmed it thrice. She resembles the figure in the portrait exactly. El Bin inhaled sharply. The Empress and Zhu Xiongying had indeed returned to life. If these two were to return to the palace, the schemes meticulously laid out would be in vain. Master, perhaps I should send someone. The man gestured with a hand across his throat. Are there any guards at that residence? El Bin inquired. There are no guards. Only the eldest daughter of the Duke of Yongchang, Lan Wanga, is staying there. El Bin pondered briefly, then resolutely decided, let us act. No man is worthy without risk. Ensure it is done discreetly. Later, I shall find a scapegoat to take the fall. Remember to obliterate all traces. Understood. The man turned and exited, leaving El Bin alone in the study. In the courtyard, the others had fallen asleep, leaving only Chen Piao and Lan Wanga seated at a table, snacking and sipping beverages. Chen Piao, I am quite curious about the origins of your remarkable skills. Would you share your tale with me? Lan Wanga inquired while munching on potato chips. This is a long story, so listen as if I were telling a fable. Do not take it too seriously. Chen Piao began to recount. I hail from another world. one vastly different from the Ming Dynasty, where people can soar thousands of meters into the sky and colossal iron constructs traverse great distances daily. I spent my first 20 years there. As Chen Piao spoke of the wonders of his former world, Lan Wanga listened in rapt fascination. Increasingly convinced that she had encountered Chen Piao before, though all memories eluded her, leaving only a lingering sense. Is there truly such a world? I yearned to witness the enchanting blue Wanga pouting her lips. The more detailed Chen Piao describes it, the more I find myself longing for that world. Yet, I perceive it as rather mundane. Although the quality of life has improved, myriad other issues incessantly plague others. For instance, the antagonism between genders, the information cocoon, the culture of fandom. The incessant bickering is enough to induce a headache. Each time I surf the internet, I encounter a multitude of fools engaged in mutual vitriol. As if nothing in this world ever satisfies them. What does it all mean? I struggle to comprehend. Blue Wanga can only grasp the gender conflict. The rest eludes her understanding, mere distractions concocted by a group of idlers. Chen Piao sighed. Did you ever have a woman you admired? Blue Wanga suddenly inquired. No. Chen Piao shook his head. You are so handsome, and from what you say, your family background should be quite respectable. My aunt's fourth son is about your age, and his child is already 4 years old. We marry later in our region. 20 to 70 is the prime age for adventure. Blue Wanga, sitting beside him, stifled a laugh. 70, and he is already an old man. How can he still embark on adventures? My father often claims he can work for another 30 years. I plan to let him continue until 70, fulfilling his dream. The two engage in lively conversation. Meanwhile, on the courtyard wall, several men clad in dark attire whispered conspiratorially. Once inside, eliminate them all. Clear them out. Then set the courtyard ablaze. Do you understand? Understood. Go. In the courtyard, Chen Piao sensed movement behind him and turned to look, but Blue Wanga kicked him aside. Chen Piao rolled on the ground, momentarily bewildered. When another blade swung toward his forehead, assassins! Blue Wanga shouted, seizing a stool to engage one of the attackers. For heaven's sake! Can't there be 2 peaceful days? Chen Piao retrieved a bomb shield from his system, barely managing to block the powerful strike. Before he could catch his breath, another assailant wielding a golden hammer aimed to strike him down. Curse it! Chen Piao swiftly dodged, seizing the moment. He drew a machine gun from his system and unleashed a barrage upon the crowd. They have firearms. Retreat! Someone shouted. The group of assassins scattered like startled fish, scaling walls and fleeing. Where are the assassins? Chu He emerged in shorts and bare-chested. You guard the house. I'll pursue them. Chen Piao left a cache of equipment for Chu He and donned his night vision helmet before rushing out the door. Are you all right? Chu He approached Blue Wanga. I'm fine. You should assist Chen Piao. Blue Wanga, concerned for Chen Piao, was momentarily incapacitated by a wound on her thigh. He'll be fine. He doesn't take risks without assurance. Seeing Blue Wanga in acceptable condition, Chu He equipped himself, brandishing 2 rifles in the courtyard, exuding an aura reminiscent of a guardian deity. What is happening? Ma Huang Ho and El Chan, alerted by the commotion, emerged dressed. No worries, Auntie. You and El Chan take the eagle to your room and stay inside. Chu He gazed unblinkingly at the courtyard, ready to fire at any sign of movement. Chapter 48, A Moment of Mercy. Chen Piao, armed and relentless, advanced while firing. The night vision device atop his head could switch to thermal imaging mode, allowing him to pinpoint the positions of the remaining assailants with precision. Damn it! How does his weapon seem inexhaustible? What on earth is this? Only 5 assassins remained. Trembling in fear, no matter where they hid, bullets whizzed past their ears, enough to terrify anyone. Come on, don't hide. I know someone has paid for my life, but we bear no grudge. Perhaps I could offer a higher price. Chen Piao declared, stowing his machine gun into the system. He then turned and set up a Gatling gun on the ground. What should we do, boss? Split up. The one referred to as boss commanded, and the others scattered. Yet, contrary to their expectations, silence prevailed instead of gunfire. He is out of ammunition. Charge. The boss, seeing Chen Piao seated calmly on the ground, assumed he had exhausted his supplies and lunged at him with a knife. In mere moments, the 5 were within 20 paces of Chen Piao. Just as they believed victory was at hand, the sound of gears whirring filled the air, followed by gunfire reminiscent of a swarm of bees. At that moment, time seemed to slow. The boss watched in horror as the others fell, their bodies seemingly cleaved by an invisible blade. As the remaining ones collapsed, he saw Chen Piao produce a small device. A jolt of pain surged through his chest, and he fell straight to the ground. Damn it! 50,000 volts. I refuse to believe electricity won't incapacitate you. After binding the man, Chen Piao dragged him back to the courtyard. You're back. Are you hurt? Lan Wanga, her legs still bleeding, rushed over to check on Chen Piao. I'm fine, Chen Piao responded, casting the man onto the ground and dousing him with a bucket of water from a nearby well. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Chen Piao was genuinely furious. Just as he was beginning to enjoy some peace, a horde of troublemakers appeared. The man lay motionless, indifferent to Chen Piao's blows and curses. Hey, old Chen. Have you forgotten a joke? Chu He approached him. What joke? Electric batons were used all night. He started World War II. Chen Piao chuckled, retrieving 2 electric batons from the system. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with blood-curdling screams. Stop pretending. I'll make you regret it. Chen Piao exclaimed as he shocked the man. All right. Please spare my life. After shocking him for over 10 minutes, they finally ceased. What will you do with him? Just leave him here? Chu He inquired. No need for further action. I recall there are some OxyContin in the medical box. A couple of injections will make him confess everything. Wow, that's ruthless. OxyContin, you say? Chu He swallowed hard. OxyContin? What is that? Blue Wanga, filled with confusion, inquired. What is that? It is a type of analgesic, utilized to alleviate moderate to severe pain, Chu He elucidated. If consumed in abnormal quantities under normal circumstances, one may succumb to an overwhelming euphoria that surpasses the threshold of safety, leading to severe addiction. In extreme cases, excessive consumption can result in immediate death. Oxycodone is classified under narcotic and psychotropic substances, subject to stringent regulation, and can only be procured with a physician's prescription. Furthermore, physicians adhere strictly to regulations when issuing prescriptions to prevent drug abuse. The mention of oxycodone herein is purely for educational purposes. Please refrain from emulating dangerous behaviors. So perilous. Blue Wanga felt a pang of anxiety. Merely hearing the term addiction was alarming. It certainly did not seem like a benign substance. Indeed, moreover, it can also serve as a truth serum. Regardless of the inquiry, it will divulge everything. Girls ought not to witness this. It is excessively cruel. Their conversation fell unceremoniously upon the ears of the man on the ground. What kind of people are these? To have developed such a miraculous drug, do they not comprehend the harm it can inflict on humanity? No. I swear, I will divulge everything. Just to not use that oxy thing on me. It is too late. Chen Piao emerged, clutching a medical kit, extracting a disposable syringe and needle. He then retrieved 4 tablets of oxycodone, wrapped them in paper, crushed them into a fine powder, and mixed it with a bowl of water, drawing the solution into the syringe. Oxycodone is intended for oral use only, and injecting it into the body is exceedingly hazardous and illegal. Please do not imitate. You are indeed ruthless. Chu He remarked, feeling a chill run down his spine. Each pill weighs approximately 20 grams, for pills amount to 80 grams. The standard dosage is merely 2 pills exclusively for oral consumption. With 4, he would likely perish before any inquiries could be completed. Please. No. Big brother. I will confess everything. Just spare me from that drug. The man hastily knelt, bowing his head. What is your name? Where do you come from? Who sent you? I am Li Jiao, a member of the imperial concubine Lu family. I have come on the orders of the family head to eliminate you all. Beyond that, I know nothing. Li Jiao was merely a pawn, unaware of whom he was tasked to kill. Only cognizant of the need to eliminate all witnesses and erase the evidence. The imperial concubine? Chen Piao pondered, somewhat perplexed. It seemed he had not provoked the Lu family. Why then the intent to kill him? Upon hearing the mention of the imperial concubine, Empress Ma's fury ignited, prompting her to rise and stride towards the door. Chen Piao. Should I not have my 4th son intervene? He possesses certain connections within the government. Empress Ma proposed. No need. Chen Piao replied, placing the syringe down and handing a small box to Chu He, whispering a few instructions. Understood. Leave it to me. Chu He nodded, taking the box and hurriedly attending to it in a corner. I ask you, how long will it take to return to the Lu residence from here? Chen Piao inquired. We have horses hidden nearby? If I hurry, it should take about half an hour. Very well. I shall allow you to return. However, I have ties with the head of the Lu family. You must carry a message back for me. After all, it is better to resolve enmities than to perpetuate them. Is this true? Li Jiao expressed disbelief. Am I truly being allowed to return? Yet I have one stipulation. You must return to the Lu residence within half an hour. Deliver what I have given you to the head of the elf family. Otherwise, no matter where you are, I will find you. Do not question my methods. Very well. I shall ensure that the items are delivered to you, and I guarantee your satisfaction. Li Jiao quickly bowed his head, understanding that living in disgrace was preferable to facing death. Why should he tempt fate? Shortly thereafter, Chu He approached with a meticulously wrapped box, atop which a digital clock was incessantly ticking. Go now? Chen Piao commanded as he stowed the handcuffs away in his system space. Chu He handed the box to Li Jiao, who accepted it cautiously. Casting a wary glance at Chen Piao. Shall I take my leave then? What are you waiting for? There is no food here. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao hurriedly dashed towards the door. Chen Piao, are you truly letting him go? The influence of the crown princess's maternal family should not be underestimated. Empress Ma inquired with concern. It's all right, Aunt. Chu He replied with a smile. 6 gene of explosives. If that doesn't kill him, then he truly has a charmed life. Lan Wang suddenly realized. You gave him that explosive from that night, didn't you? You indeed concealed black powder. That is not black powder, Chen Piao retorted, producing a small piece of 4 and handing it to Lan Wang. This is what will explode. As Lan Wang unwrapped the oiled paper, she exclaimed, Isn't this just mud? As if I've never seen black powder. Empress Ma leaned in to take a look. It indeed resembled mud, albeit significantly lighter in color. This substance can only be detonated with a detonator, Chen Piao declared, pulling out a detonator. Normally, it cannot be ignited even with fire or by stepping on it. That's why we were able to deceive them that night. Chapter 49. I have turned off all the lights. Really? I want to try. Lan Wang exclaimed as she reached for the explosives. However, Chen Piao swiftly snatched it away. Do not play recklessly. This substance is toxic. Chen Piao sensed something was amiss with the explosives. They felt damp. Shining a flashlight from his system onto them, he discovered blood smeared across the explosives and his own hands. But there were no wounds on him. Looking down, he noticed that Lan Wang's thigh was still bleeding. Her clothing soaked through with blood. When did you get injured? Chen Piao asked. It's nothing serious. Just a small wound. Lan Wang dismissed, unconcerned, believing that a little blood would soon cease. That is not acceptable. Aunt, please help her bandage it. Chen Piao retrieved some gauze and alcohol. Oh dear. Yunjin seems to have awakened. I will check on him. Empress Ma diverted the conversation and returned to her room. Chen Piao felt puzzled. Hadn't Yunjin just awoken? He turned to look at El Chan, hoping she would assist with the bandaging. Young master, I am not knowledgeable in these matters. It would be better if I did not interfere, El Chan replied, retreating into the room. It was best for her not to get involved in such situations. Do not look at me. I cannot help either. Chu He removed his gear and returned to the house, leaving only Chen Piao and Lan Wang in the courtyard. Chen Piao felt somewhat at a loss. In this world, there was no one who valued loyalty. No one cared for him. I'll handle it myself. Lan Wang blushed, feeling embarrassed to ask Chen Piao for help with such a private wound. Oh, this simply cannot do. Empress Ma unexpectedly appeared behind the two. Aunt, you should have made your presence known. Why is it so silent? Empress Ma, exasperated, lamented the boy's naivety. Is he made of wood? He can't even eat when it's right in front of him. It's not like she understands pharmacology. What is wrong with lending a hand? However, Chen Piao felt compelled to assert that it wasn't that difficult. Empress Ma shot him a glare and promptly pushed both of them into Chen Piao's room. No need for further discussion. Just tend to her injuries and then get some rest. It's quite late. With that, she unceremoniously ushered them into the room. Chen Piao felt a bit awkward, being alone with a girl in a confined space. He wasn't the only one. Lan Wang's cheeks flushed as well, for it was her first time sharing a room with a boy her age. Let me help you with the bandaging, Chen Piao suddenly offered. Oh, all right. Lan Wang replied softly, lowering her head as she took a seat on the stool. Chen Piao crouched down, illuminating the room with his flashlight before assessing the location of the wound. Unfortunately, it was situated at the top of her thigh, appearing quite serious as blood continued to seep out. A physician's compassion. A physician's compassion. Chen Piao silently chanted, then picked up a piece of gauze and gently lifted Lan Wang's garment. She bit her lip, her body tense with apprehension. The atmosphere in the room grew charged, and they could hear each other's breaths. Prepare yourself, it might hurt a bit, Chen Piao cautioned. Okay, she replied. When the alcohol touched the wound, Lan Wang instinctively gasped, despite her mental preparation. As he bandaged her, Chen Piao's gaze inadvertently drifted towards her leg. Once he had finished wrapping the wound, he finally lowered her garment. There we go. In a couple of days, I'll have Liu Chan help you change the dressing, he sighed in relief. Have you helped other girls with their injuries before? Lan Wang asked unexpectedly. Huh, me? I only have that one friend, Chu He. I hardly know any girls. Chen Piao replied, his face shadowed with lines of annoyance. Although he had been pursued by girls before, most were after his wealth. And even those who weren't were often quite vague in their intentions. Really? You're handsome and come from a wealthy family. How could no one have pursued you? Lan Wang looked at Chen Piao with curiosity. Do we really have to discuss this? I'd rather not, he stated, feeling somewhat helpless regarding the topic. Huh. Look at how flustered you are. Lan Wang laughed, covering her mouth. Do you have any old photos? I'd love to see what you looked like before. She asked eagerly. Oh, I do. Chen Piao stood up and rummaged through his suitcase, retrieving his phone. Since arriving in the Ming Dynasty, his phone had remained powered off, as it served no purpose when turned on. He opened the album and placed the phone before Lan Wang, revealing pictures of him and Chu He from their outings. There were landscapes of Lake Salamu, the vastness of Inner Mongolia-esque grasslands, and the grandeur of Gilan's mountains and waters, among others. You've traveled to so many places, Lan Wang exclaimed, enviously scrolling through the photos. Indeed, I've even been out to sea. Chen Piao discovered a photograph from his time at sea, prompting a curious inquiry from Lan Wang about what lay beyond the ocean. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing a chaotic scene filled with red-haired foreigners and Kunlun servants. How I long to see it, she exclaimed, swiping through her phone until she stumbled upon an image that resembled a study, adorned with numerous sketches. Cough, cough. Chen Piao quickly snatched the phone from her grasp. The photograph was taken by Chu He in his own study, on a day when Chen Piao happened to be away. Chu He had displayed all his artwork for a photo session. This is my study. What are you gazing at so intently? Chen Piao playfully flicked Lan Wang's forehead. I can see it. That sketches of me. Hand it over. Let me see. Realizing a significant secret, Lan Wang reached for Chen Piao's phone. Calmly, he locked the screen, naively assuming she understood how to operate it and would cease her pursuit. However, she lost her balance, falling onto him. Respect my privacy, would you? Lan Wang's body pressed against Chen Piao's face as they toppled from their seat, landing with a thud on the ground. In the fall, Chen Piao instinctively caught her, their position becoming notably intimate. The flashlight illuminated their faces, allowing Chen Piao to discern the delicate lashes of Lan Wang, while her heart raced. Under the glow, she could even hear the rhythm of their heartbeats. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as their faces drew closer, enveloped in a silence broken only by their breaths. Damn it. Chu He peered through the crack of the door, leering at the scene within. Disgusting. I even turned off the lights. He managed to squeeze out those words from his throat. Bro, this situation is worse than death, especially with such a beautiful girl involved. Keep it down. We don't want to be overheard. Ma Huaho rapped Chu He on the head. Auntie, is it appropriate for us to be watching like this? El Chan voiced her disapproval. Yet her gaze remained glued to the couple inside. Chapter 50. Chen Piao's creation. Who? Chen Piao, alerted by the commotion outside, emerged from his reverie and abruptly turned to face the noise. Ah, Lan Wang, startled, flushed crimson. Oh dear. The wind is fierce. Chu He was the first to react, hastily making his way to the table set up in the courtyard. Ma Huaho and El Chan quickly followed suit, joining him at the table. Creak. The door swung open, and Chen Piao eyed the three in the yard with suspicion. What are you doing awake at this hour? Ma Huaho replied, insomnia. Chu He added, enjoying the moon. El Chan chimed in, having a meal. Do you even believe what you're saying? Insomnia and eating are one thing, but moon gazing? Do you truly have the heart for that? Chen Piao directed his flashlight at Chu He. Hey, what is that about? Chu He waved his hand, signaling Chen Piao to stop shining the light on him. Today, I was struck by poetic inspiration. Allow me to recite a poem for you all. Chu He imitated the demeanor of scholars from the television series, clearing his throat softly twice. In the stillness of the deep mountains, where a chill locks the serene cold, the bright moon hangs in the sky illuminating the universe. Resting on stones, the flowing water washes away the dust of distant dreams. Upon awakening, the shadows of flowers fall upon the solitary garments. A splendid poem. Empress Ma led the applause, while Chen Piao squinted his eyes, realizing that this young man had plagiarized Zhang Dai's verse, even using the line about the shadows of flowers falling on solitary garments. Who was he subtly mocking? Why not just go to sleep? Tomorrow, there would be no work, Chen Piao said, exasperated. Ah, this assertion is misguided. Chu He felt the urge to tease Chen Piao. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is sought after by a gentleman. I see my brother Chen glowing with health. Yet why do you evade my gaze when we converse? Moreover, there is one less person in this courtyard. Could it be that my brother is secretly harboring a beauty? Chen Piao was rendered speechless. When did I ever evade? My gaze is as resolute as if I were about to set fire to the Yasukuni shrine. How could you claim I am evasive? And when did you acquire such eloquence? Are you all spying on us? Chen Piao inquired. Chu He suddenly stumbled over his words. I feel a bit tired. I'm off to sleep. Recognizing he was in the wrong, Chu He hastily exited the scene. The eagle seems to have awakened. I shall go check. Empress Ma also rose to return to her quarters. Lu Chan intended to follow but heard Chen Piao's murmur. What's this? Are you going to run too? Chen Piao asked. Lu Chan pouted. Everyone was fleeing so swiftly. Did they not wait for her? I dare not. Honestly. Were you eavesdropping? Lu Chan was unsure how to respond. Lu Chan, come quickly. Yunting has wet the bed. Come lend a hand. Empress Ma called out to the courtyard. All right, aunt, I'm coming. Lu Chan quickly bowed to Chen Piao. Young master, I'll go take a look. I truly know nothing. With that, Lu Chan left the courtyard, leaving Chen Piao standing at the entrance, bewildered. Well, I shall return as well. Sleep early. Lan Wanga emerged from behind him, clearly aware that her face was flushed. Sleep early. Chen Piao felt a similar warmth in his cheeks. After being astute for over 20 years, today he had been caught off guard, primarily because someone had witnessed it. Watching Lan Wanga walk away, Chen Piao closed the door and sat on the bed, his thoughts beginning to wander. In stark contrast to the merriment in the Chun family courtyard, Lu Bin was enduring torment. The dispatched individuals should be returning soon. Why has there been no news for so long? Master, the people have returned. They also brought back something. Hurry. Let him in. Lu Bin said anxiously. Li Jio entered Lu Bin's study, cradling a box in his arms. Master, this is... Before Li Jio could finish, a rapid clicking sound of gears emanated from the box. What is this? Quickly, bring it to me. With a resounding boom, the entire study of the L family was reduced to rubble. The deafening sound could be heard clearly within a 2-kilometer radius. In an instant, the entire city of Yingtian was set into motion. Such a colossal noise could only have been caused by black powder. The 5 armies encircled the buildings within a 5-kilometer radius of the L residence at an astonishing speed, with sentinels stationed every few paces, rendering the streets completely impassable. Lan Yu had just completed a day's labor in the fields and was on the verge of slumber when the tremendous explosion caused him to kick his concubine off the bed, don his armor, and rush towards the source of the sound. Jiaojiang, what is happening? Upon arrival, he encountered Li Jinglong. I have no idea. It seems the family of the crown princess is involved in some black powder affair. Look at the destruction. The courtyard wall has collapsed. Li Jinglong exclaimed, clicking his tongue. It appears the crown princess has been having a rough time these past few days. Is the L family capable of such a thing? To possess black powder in secret is akin to treason. The consequences could be dire, even leading to collective punishment. One must possess the courage of a dragon and the heart of a phoenix to act in such a manner. Mere bravery pales in comparison. Lan Yu furrowed his brow, detecting an unusual scent. The explosion of black powder typically releases a sulfurous odor, yet there was none to be found here. Instead, a burnt scent lingered, with no visible flames or traces of combustion nearby. Zhujiang. Zhu Di also rode to the scene, having been roused from sleep by the explosive noise, initially fearing a rebellion. Without time to don his armor, he rushed over with his sword at his side. Prince Yan. Li Jinglong knelt in greeting. Your Highness, Prince Yan. Lan Yu followed suit with a bow. Enough. At such a time, formalities are unnecessary. Speak of the matter at hand. Zhu Di dismounted and fixed his gaze upon the two men. I do not know. It is rumored that. Just as Li Jinglong was about to divulge that the L family had hoarded black powder, Lan Yu swiftly covered his mouth. Zhu Di understood Lan Yu's intent. This was a sensitive matter. Discussing issues involving the crown princess was not to be taken lightly. This is not the place for such discourse. Prince Yan, please follow me. Lan Yu gestured for them to proceed. Very well. Let us speak in private. The 3 men retreated to a secluded corner, where Lan Yu waved his hand at the centurion leading them. The soldiers promptly cleared a space for them. Lan Yu, speak quickly. Zhu Di urged, his impatience palpable. Did you catch a whiff of the scent from the courtyard just now? Lan Yu inquired. I did. It resembled a burnt odor, Zhu Di replied. Our military's gunpowder, even upon explosion, only emits a sulfurous scent. In my opinion, this was not an explosion of gunpowder. Zhu Di inhaled sharply. If the L family hoarded gunpowder, it would merely result in a few deaths. However, if it involves others, the implications could be grave. We must be cautious not to implicate the crown princess's family. If she were to whisper in someone's ear, it could lead to utter ruin. Lan Yu, please do not frighten me. Li Jinglong stammered, swallowing hard. He had no desire to be implicated in this situation, especially since he had yet to secure his title as Duke of Chao. Do not terrify Zhu Xiongying. What exactly is happening? Zhu Di had a firm grasp of the situation regarding Lan Yu, thus he inquired. You are aware of my departure from the city a couple of days ago, correct? Indeed, you sought out Chen Piao, did you not? Replied Li Jinglong. That fellow once produced an item whose explosive scent bore an exact resemblance to what we encountered. I suspect Chen Piao may be involved. Chapter 51. Zhu Biao's probe, but he harbors no enmity towards the Lu family. Why would he suddenly resort to such violence? Zhu Di's voice dropped significantly. Such matters must not be carelessly discussed. I wonder if the Empress has been discovered. Lan Yu could only conceive of this possibility. Zhu Di hastily covered his mouth. What we discuss today must remain confidential until my elder brother meets with our mother to reach a conclusion. Li Jinglong and Lan Yu nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. The trio rose and made their way toward the Lu residence. At that moment, the battlefield had assembled a multitude of onlookers, including even the crown prince amidst the throng. Fourth brother? What brings you here? Zhu Biao inquired. Don't mention it. I thought there was a rebellion afoot, he exclaimed, having rushed over without properly donning his boots. Zhu Biao noticed he was still clad in his nightclothes and stepped forward to adjust his attire. Look at yourself. Even if there were a rebellion, we have the 5 armies camp. At the very least, the imperial guards in the palace. What business do you, a princely lord, have here? Heh, I was merely anxious. Zhu Di chuckled innocently. Hurry back to bed. This is no place for you. And you, Zhu Jiang and Lan Yu, you should also return swiftly. Nothing here is amiss. Zhu Biao wished to prevent too many from becoming embroiled in this affair. Otherwise, the court would resemble a marketplace the following day. Very well, we shall take our leave. Zhu Di understood his elder brother's intentions, and given the presence of so many guards, it was certain that no trouble would arise. After bidding farewell to the 3, Zhu Biao turned to the commander of the imperial guards. Dian Feng, what progress have you made in your investigation? Dian Feng, a trusted confidant of Zhu Biao, was meticulous in his duties. He was also the one who dared to delve into Chen Piao's courtyard. However, he was somewhat single-minded. Aside from Zhu Biao, he seldom took orders from anyone else. Based on the traces on the battlefield, it is indeed the work of black powder, weighing at least 100 G. However, my subordinates found no remaining traces of black powder at the Lu residence. And the casualties? According to the remnants on the battlefield and testimonies from the families, aside from the head of the Lu family, Lu Bin, and a few family retainers who perished, there were no other casualties. Zhu Biao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had previously engaged with the Lu family, and the site of the explosion was Lu Bin's frequently visited study. Logically, any stored gunpowder would be concealed in a cellar or secret chamber. In such dry conditions, would one not be courting disaster by hiding it in a study? Even if Lu Bin were dim-witted, he could not possibly conceal it there. Today's events must not be disclosed. Detain all other members of the Lu family until I issue further orders. Yes. Dian Feng turned and departed to commence his tasks. Meanwhile, Zhu Biao stood aside, lost in contemplation. The possibilities of Lu Bin's suicide or accidental death had been eliminated. Only murder remained. Yet, who could stealthily place hundreds of Gene of black powder in the home of the current crown princess's family without detection? Zhu Biao's gaze was as frigid as ice. He showed no concern for the demise of Lu Bin, for in his eyes, it was only the father of the crown princess, Chang Yechen, who truly mattered as his father-in-law. Had it not been for the moral coercion imposed by his father, insisting on legitimizing the Lu family, Zhu Biao would have resolutely refused to acknowledge Lu as the crown princess. Even when his mother was alive, she could not dissuade the emperor from his decision. Wait, his mother? Zhu Biao recalled the photograph Zhu Di had shown him earlier that day. The image was so vivid that it felt as though his mother stood right before him. The 2 unfamiliar youths appeared as if he had encountered them before. Come here, Zhu Biao shouted. Your servant is here. A guard stepped forward. Summon the Prince of Yin, Li Jinglong, and the Marquis of Youchang to the Eastern Palace. Understood. The guards received their orders and rode off towards the residences of the 3 men. Fourth brother, do not involve yourself in this matter, Zhu Biao murmured to himself. If his suspicions were correct, a significant upheaval was imminent in the Eastern Palace. Before Zhu Di and the others could venture far, a troop of guards encircled them. What is the meaning of this? Are you staging a rebellion? Do you know who I am? Zhu Di glared at the guards. Your Highness, please do not take offense. His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence in the Eastern Palace. We beseech your understanding. Brother? Zhu Di's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that their conversation had been overheard? He turned to Lan Yu, who wore a similarly perplexed expression, sharing the same concern. However, the soldiers stationed were all his adopted sons and grandsons. Who among them would betray him? Would his demise truly benefit them? Your Highness of Yin, time is of the essence. Please proceed to the Eastern Palace. Very well, clear the way. Zhu Di, laden with questions, set forth. At this juncture, there was no longer any reason to evade the situation. After all, this was his own elder brother. Could he truly bring harm upon him? The three men approached the Eastern Palace, trembling with trepidation. The guards who had brought them stood at the entrance, and they dared not speak for fear of uttering a word that could bring them grave consequences. After a lengthy wait, Zhu Biao sauntered into the room. Brother, Your Highness. The three men rose and bowed. Zhu Biao gestured for them to sit down, and at that moment, a palace maid entered with a tea set, preparing to pour tea for Zhu Biao. To her surprise, he seized the teapot and waved her away. The maid was the very one who had informed Lu of the matters at hand. Eager to eavesdrop on the conversation inside, she was a fraction too slow. As she approached the entrance, a guard's blade was swiftly drawn against her neck, causing her to hastily retreat toward Lu's quarters. Inside the room, Zhu Biao smiled warmly at the three men. Come, savor the tea sent from Jiangnan this year. I would seldom share it with guests, but I am pleased to do so today. Zhu Biao poured each of them a cup. Li Jinglong's legs began to tremble. Who would believe that the crown prince poured tea for them? How could I allow my elder brother to serve tea to his younger brother? Zhu Di exclaimed, reaching out to take the teapot from Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao deftly twisted his wrist, evading Zhu Di's grasp. Fourth brother, after spending years in Beiping, have you grown distant from your elder brother? And what of Zhujiang? Why are you trembling? No, I am merely anxious, Li Jinglong responded. That is not anxiety. It is sheer terror, he added, noting the unusual demeanor of Zhu Biao today. Could it be that he has uncovered something? Do not be anxious, Zhu Biao reassured, pouring a cup of tea for each of the three. We are all relatives here, simply gathered to share a cup of tea. What is there to be nervous about? As he spoke, he poured himself a cup and began to sip leisurely. The three exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak first, for their hearts were heavy with secrets. They could only timidly lift their cups and take a sip. Ah, fourth brother, I have been dreaming of eagles these past few nights. Can you tell me how the eagle is faring now? Zhu Biao inquired, breaking the silence. It is doing quite well, sturdier than before, standing there like a little adult. Zhu Di replied sincerely. That is good to hear. Did you bring the small portrait with you? Let me have a look. Zhu Di hesitated. I left it at home. How about you send someone to retrieve it? It is in my chambers at the Wangfu. Li Jinglong, having pulled the photograph from his pocket, handed it to Zhu Biao with both hands. He dared not leave it at home, fearing it might be discovered by his father. The Empress had no intention of summoning his father for the time being. If his father learned of it, he would undoubtedly seek out the Empress. It was better to keep it close at hand. Chapter 52. Reshuffling. Zhu Biao received the photograph and examined it closely. There were no traces of ink on its surface, suggesting it was not painted. The light revealed a slight sheen, indicating it was likely made of oiled paper. This portrait is exquisitely crafted. Which artist created it? Why have I not heard of such a thing in Yingtian City? He queried. It is a novel little item, quite convenient. It can be produced in a palm-sized format. Zhu Di explained honestly. Oh, such a thing exists? What is its cost? If it is not too expensive, I would like to acquire a few. Cousin, if you desire it, you may take it from my home. It is resting on my bookshelf, Li Jinglong offered. After all, Chen Piao mentioned it is not worth much. I can simply give him some money later to obtain another. How much? I will have someone from the East Palace deliver it to you shortly, Zhu Biao declared, determined not to take advantage without recompense. This was given to me, and according to him, it holds little value. If you choose to offer something, it should be a token of goodwill. Li Jinglong understood Zhu Biao's intentions. The exact amount was uncertain, but a gesture of appreciation would suffice. Someone, Zhu Biao called out. A guard outside pushed open the door and entered. Go find the crown princess. Have her procure 1,000 taels of silver and deliver it to the residence of Duke Chao. Then, go to the room in Zhujiang to retrieve an item. Cousin, I will accompany you. It would be unfortunate to bring back the wrong thing. Li Jinglong expressed his eagerness to escape the situation. Remaining any longer made his heart race with anxiety. These are my men. Are you not confident they can handle the task? Zhu Biao reassured him. Zhu Biao smiled as he looked towards Li Jinglong. Indeed. Brother, let me inform you of the location of the item to spare you the trouble of searching. Li Jinglong then turned to the imperial guards, revealing where the item could be found and what it resembled. The guards nodded in acknowledgement and glanced at Zhu Biao, who signaled that they could depart. The four engaged in light conversation, and before long, the Imperial Guard returned from the Duke of Chao's residence, holding an exquisitely crafted box. Li Jinglong rose to receive the box, extracting the instant camera within and handing it to Zhu Biao. It must be remarkably exquisite. Is this a mechanism of artifice? Zhu Biao mused, captivated by the camera upon his first touch. I cannot say for certain. Come, brother, allow me to take a picture of you. Strike a dashing pose. Zhu Di promptly offered, eager to assist. Zhu Biao passed the camera to Zhu Di, then adjusted his appearance, taking up an official document from the table and feigning a thoughtful frown as he grasped a pen. Lan Yu and Li Jinglong discreetly stood to the side. Seizing the moment, Zhu Di prepared the camera's battery and film, discarding the first blank shot as he aimed it at Zhu Biao, just as Chen Piao had instructed him. With a click, Zhu Biao's image was captured. Once the photograph fully developed, Zhu Di handed it to Zhu Biao. This device is indeed fascinating. Do enlighten me on its operation, Zhu Biao exclaimed, his curiosity piqued as he examined the photograph. Zhu Di explained the usage and precautions before placing the camera back into its box. This creation is truly remarkable. I am left to wonder about the genius behind its invention. If possible, I would very much like to meet them. That is not difficult, brother. Simply visit our mother and seek out someone named Chen Piao, Zhu Di casually divulged, his guard lowered. Chen Piao? Is he the fair youth depicted in the portrait? Zhu Biao inquired. Indeed, that is him. Zhu Biao nodded. I find this Chen Piao strangely familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have encountered him. That day, when I led a group outside the city, it was indeed Chen Piao whom I sought. Lan Yu interjected, finally speaking. Since this matter cannot be avoided, it is better to be forthright. Were you not in search of Li Feiyu? Zhu Biao asked. When we took the group of emaciated horses from Yangzhou, Chen Piao handed over the contract of service to me. It clearly bore the name Li Feiyu, a pseudonym. His true name is Chen Piao, Lan Yu replied. Ah. So that is the case. He is quite an intriguing individual, Zhu Di chuckled. I see that Wang is also featured in this portrait. What is the story behind that? Lan Yu sighed and recounted the farce that had transpired during the martial arts competition and the events that followed. The Empress even mentioned arranging a match for the two. They were allowed to stay at her residence today. His expression was one of bitter resignation. Arranging matches is one thing, but to stay at someone's home before the wedding is quite another. Zhu Biao laughed. This certainly aligns with my mother's character. She has always relished matchmaking. Report. Your Highness. General Dian has returned. The voice of the Imperial Guard rang out from outside. Come in. Dian Feng pushed open the door and entered. How did the investigation proceed? Zhu Biao inquired straightforwardly. Elder brother, you may continue your conversation. We shall take our leave. Zhu Di understood the boundaries of what could be heard and what should remain unspoken. The matter had not yet escalated to necessitate his intervention. Let us all listen together. It may assist me in devising a solution. Zhu Biao's remark left the three men momentarily stunned. Surely, they mused. It could not be that Dian Feng had uncovered something significant. That would be truly disastrous. However, given Zhu Biao's assertion, they felt compelled to remain seated. My subordinates have discovered that the Liu family dispatched a contingent this evening to a village outside the city. Near a grand estate in the village, I found a corpse, seemingly injured by firearms. According to the testimony of the household servants, a letter was sent to the head of the Liu family from the palace today. The specific contents remain unknown, presumably destroyed in an explosion, reported Dian Feng. Zhu Di and the others swallowed hard, aware that Chen Piao possessed firearms. They could only hope that Chen Piao managed to execute his plans without leaving any traces. What further information do you have? Zhu Biao inquired. The owner of that estate recently relocated there, and the land was originally the property of the Duke of Chao. Dian Feng, with keen perception, spoke candidly. Unreserved in the presence of the implicated parties. Li Jinglong trembled, despairing. This cannot end well. Step back. No one is to approach within 20 paces. Zhu Biao commanded. Understood. Dian Feng turned to exit, leaving the four men exchanging apprehensive glances. Zhoujiang, please elaborate on the situation, Zhu Biao directed at Li Jinglong, not reproaching him, but seeking clarity. I am that person, Li Jinglong stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Your Highness, allow me to address this matter, Lan Yu interjected. Recognizing the inevitability of the discussion and recounting the events to Zhu Biao in earnest. After listening, Zhu Biao nodded, acknowledging that the trio could not be held accountable for failing to report this incident. Indeed, it was clear that the Empress wished to keep it from widespread knowledge. What transpired today must not be divulged. You should comprehend the gravity of the consequences. Zhu Biao declared. Yes, The three men responded promptly, bowing in agreement. Return now. Tomorrow. Jiaojiang and Lan, you shall accompany me to see the Empress. Then we shall take our leave. Do rest well, elder brother. Zhu Di and the others rose to depart. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhu Biao called out, Dian Feng. Come in. Dian Feng opened the door and entered the room. Zhu Biao's gaze was icy. Arrest all the palace maids and eunuchs surrounding the crown princess and confine them in the imperial prison. Ensure they divulge all they know. No one is to enter without my edict. Understood. Chapter 53. If you are capable, then rebel. The crown princess, Lu, found herself bewildered by the sudden appearance of the imperial guard. She recognized that these men were loyal to the crown prince, and the leader, Dian Feng, was as ferocious as a rabid dog. He would not heed her unless commanded by the crown prince himself. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Lu demanded as she approached Zhu Biao without hesitation. To her astonishment, Zhu Biao struck her aside with a swift motion. Do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions? Zhu Biao asked, his expression betraying no emotion. Lu felt a foreboding sense of dread. I am unaware of your intentions, Your Highness. Zhu Biao, consumed by rage, laughed mockingly. The great commotion in Yingtian City today is due to your family's misdeeds. My subordinates reported that today. Someone delivered a letter to El Ben within the palace. Do not dare to tell me that you are unaware of this matter. El's first reaction was the fear that El Ben's affairs had been exposed. The words of Zhu Di and the crown prince became an undeniable truth. The Empress and the crown prince had truly returned to life. If you choose to remain silent, so be it. However, should I uncover the truth before you confess, you shall bear the consequences. El's pupils trembled as an inexplicable dread consumed her. If the crown prince were to meet Zhu Xiongying, there would be no chance for her and Yuan to reclaim their standing. I merely wrote a letter to inquire about my father's well-being. I know nothing else. El pleaded, kneeling on the ground, her gaze profoundly sincere. Huh. Zhu Biao scoffed coldly. Dianfeng, take the crown princess to the cold palace. Ensure she is strictly monitored. Anyone who approaches must be killed without question. Zhu Biao would not show mercy. The truth would be revealed tomorrow. If the crown princess truly incited El Ben to assassinate the Empress, even if Zhu Yuanzhang refrained from acting, Zhu Biao would ensure the complete extinction of the El family. I am wronged. Your Highness, I am wronged. El cried as she was dragged away by the imperial guards from the East Palace. Zhu Yunwen, hearing the commotion outside, timidly stepped out. Father, why must you confine Mother to the cold palace? Zhu Yunwen asked weakly. It is none of your business. Return to sleep. Zhu Biao shot him a glance, assigning several guards to keep a close watch, before turning and heading to the Fengtian Hall. Upon arriving at the hall, Zhu Biao plopped down onto a chair, dismissing the elder Zhu with disdain. What has happened? Why have you caused such chaos in the East Palace? And summoned the fourth? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. The El family has hoarded gunpowder. Zhu Biao casually tossed out. The brush in Zhu Yuanzhang's hand halted mid-air. The crown princess's maternal family hoarding gunpowder was no trivial matter. What do you intend to do? He continued. Are you the emperor, or am I? Hoarding gunpowder is akin to treason. This is the rule you established. Yet now you question me, Zhu Biao remarked, idly playing with the brush on the table. After all, the El family is still the maternal family of the crown princess. This course of action seems rather precarious. With a bang, Zhu Biao slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Do not speak to me of the crown princess. If it weren't for your insistence on elevating El's status, she would not have had such audacity. The eagle has fallen. The Empress has departed. You fear I will be left without an heir, compelling me to elevate a concubine. This is the height of absurdity. For thousands of years, no crown prince has ever elevated a concubine to primary status. Zhu Biao was genuinely enraged. If this matter were to be handled lightly, what dignity would remain in the court? The emperor is as culpable as the commoners. And what of a mere concubine elevated to primary status? What can I do? Zhu Yuanzhang's temper flared as well. Do you have any idea how many resources are required to nurture a grandson? How much effort? Do you think we can disregard Yunwen and instead nurture Yintong? What do you think I am doing this for if not for you? I do not require it. Zhu Biao exclaimed, overturning the table. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Nearly 20,000 perished in the Hu Weiyong case. Over 10,000 in the empty seal case. Do you have any idea how many innocents suffered? The Empress had repeatedly warned him during her lifetime, never commit unnecessary bloodshed. How could he act in such a manner? The case of Hu Weiyong continues to claim lives even now, 2 years later. Do you not realize that the blue stones of the execution ground are soaked with blood? And what of the 7th year of Hanwu? On what grounds do you expect me to observe mourning for a concubine? You have no idea how Mother Empress wept until her eyes were swollen upon learning of this. You believe that ascending to the throne allows you to bring glory to the family? Not a chance. A century hence, I shall stand before our ancestors to lodge my grievances against you. Zhu Xiongying's eyes bulged with rage. His previous quarrels with Chu Piao had never been so intense. Rebellion. Rebellion. It is all a damn rebellion. Zhu Xiongying kicked over the table, glaring fiercely at Chu Piao. You wretch. I'm still the emperor. As long as I live, the Ming will remain under my command. If you possess courage, then lead an army to revolt. Let us see if the blade in your father's hand dares to strike you. Chu Piao's fists were clenched tightly. He understood why Mother Empress was reluctant to return. If it were him, he would rather be a humble farmer than step foot in the court again. Very well. I shall revolt. I declare it openly. The day after tomorrow, I will lead the palace guards into the Feng Tian Hall. Whether you bestow upon me a length of white silk or a cup of poison, your son awaits you. It would be best to bring along a historian to document how you killed your own son. With those words, Zhu Piao turned and left the Feng Tian Hall, leaving Zhu Xiongying alone. In that moment, he truly became a solitary figure. An elderly man at odds with his own son. What a calamity this is. Zhu Xiongying sat weakly upon the dragon throne, tears streaming down his cheeks. This once vigorous man now resembled a flickering candle in the wind. As Zhu Piao exited the Feng Tian Hall, he wandered through the imperial garden, accompanied by the solemn Dianfeng. They arrived at the bridge by the lake. Dianfeng, do common folk as sons and fathers argue in such a manner? Zhu Piao gazed at the stars above, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness. My father perished early on the battlefield. Forgive me for being unable to enlighten the crown prince. Dianfeng replied with utmost respect. Enough. If only the throne were not occupied by our family. Please, your highness, consider the welfare of the people. Dianfeng, unsure of how to respond, resorted to a common phrase. Dianfeng, I am weary. Zhu Piao, feeling lightheaded, uttered those words before collapsing into the lake. Seeing this, Dianfeng disregarded his armor and plunged into the water after Zhu Piao. Someone, the crown prince has fallen into the water. Quickly come. As Dianfeng flailed about, he pulled Zhu Piao from the water's depths. In that moment, he disregarded everything else, completely forgetting that he himself could not swim. Upon hearing that the crown prince had fallen into the water, the eunuchs in the imperial garden hurriedly summoned help. After reaching the shore, Dianfeng first checked Zhu Piao for signs of life. Discovering that Zhu Piao still had a pulse, he wasted no time and hoisted him onto his back, racing towards the Imperial Medical Institute. The weight of his armor combined with Zhu Piao did not hinder the man's speed in the least. Even the eunuchs pursuing him could only watch as Dianfeng ran faster and faster. Chapter 54. Zhu Piao leaves the city at the Imperial Medical Institute. Dianfeng stood guard at the entrance while a group of physicians tended to Zhu Piao within. Outside, Zhu Xiongying waited anxiously. Despite their earlier quarrel, how could he not feel anguish for his own son? Yet, that Dianfeng, he was as stubborn as a mule. Why could he not enter when his son lay inside? Zhu Xiongying knew well that Dianfeng was a renowned tiger within the army, one who listened to no one but Zhu Piao. He knew that should he attempt to force his way in, Dianfeng would not hesitate to draw his sword against him. What is happening to me? Inside. Zhu Piao slowly regained consciousness, completely unaware of his fall into the water, his memories still lingering on the conversation he had shared with Dianfeng. Your Highness, you previously had a dispute with His Majesty, which caused a surge of blood and led to your fainting spell. You happened to fall into the water by the bridge, and it was General Dianfeng who brought you to the Imperial Medical Institute. One physician explained as he stepped forward. I see. Is my health all right? Zhu Piao inquired. Currently, there appears to be no major concerns, the physician replied. Zhu Piao nodded, coughed a couple of times, and struggled to rise. Since I'm fine, I shall return home. The group of physicians exited the Imperial Medical Institute. Upon seeing them emerge, Zhu Xiongying approached and directly intercepted several of them. How is the crown prince? Is there anything serious? He asked. Further observation is needed for a few days, but currently, there appears to be no major concerns, they responded. Good. Return to my inner chamber to receive your rewards. Zhu Xiongying waved his hand, indulging in a moment of extravagance. Thank you, Your Majesty. The physicians responded, their expressions tinged with disdain. How many rewards could Zhu Xiongying possibly offer? It would be better to take on some private work for more. However, they maintained their composure, expressing gratitude before departing the Imperial Medical Institute. Once they had left, Zhu Xiongying raised his leg to enter and see Zhu Piao. Your Majesty, please wait. The crown prince did not summon you. Dianfeng interjected directly at the doorway. I am the emperor. I must see what has happened to my son. Do you think you can stop me, you mere soldier? Dianfeng stood immovable at the entrance, as if he had not heard a word. Dianfeng, it is too noisy outside. I wish to rest for a while, Zhu Biao's voice called from within. Understood. Dianfeng glanced at Zhu Xiongying, his gaze conveying an unspoken message. If he did not leave soon, he might indeed take action. Very well, then. Zhu Xiongying glared at Dianfeng with displeasure before turning to exit the Imperial Medical Institute. The following day, Zhu Biao skipped the morning court, indifferent to who attended. He donned a coarse robe found within the palace and, accompanied by Li Jinglong and Lan Yu, along with Dianfeng, ventured into the city to procure some items, making their way towards the Chun family courtyard. Jiangxi, do you think my attire is inappropriate? Is it too extravagant? Zhu Biao was preoccupied with his attire on the way, anxious lest his mother be displeased. It's perfectly fine, cousin, he reassured himself. That's good. Zhu Biao responded, only to be suddenly seized by a fit of coughing. Are you all right? Li Jinglong asked with concern. I'm fine. Let us hurry inside. Zhu Biao waved his hand dismissively and dismounted, striding towards the entrance. Li Jinglong, not wishing to say more, picked up the gifts he had brought and followed suit. Knock. Knock, knock. Zhu Biao rapped on the door knocker. Coming. El-chan opened the door. Who are you? She regarded Zhu Biao with a puzzled expression, for she had not clearly seen his face that night and merely felt he looked familiar. This is my uncle's eldest son. He just came to visit, Li Jinglong explained. Oh, is that so? Please, come in. El-chan ushered them into the courtyard. Unlike the usual lively atmosphere, the courtyard was quiet, with only Zhu Xiongying chasing Zhu Yunting around. Chen Piao and Lan Wanggu pretended to be busy while Chu He and Empress Ma exchanged amused glances. Mother. Zhu Biao's tears welled up as he rushed to Empress Ma and knelt beside her. Mother, I missed you. It's good that you're here. See, I'm perfectly fine. Empress Ma gently stroked Zhu Biao's head. It's been so long without a word from you. If it weren't for the fourth telling me, I wouldn't even know you were here. Zhu Biao felt as if he were a child again, burdened by the intrigues of court and quarrels with old Zhu. Perhaps only finding solace in his mother's presence. Does he look familiar? Chen Piao leaned towards Chu He and whispered, Isn't that the crown prince? Chu He recognized Zhu Biao, having caught a glimpse of him that evening. Oh, Chen Piao nodded and waved to Li Jinglong. What is it? Li Jinglong approached. Didn't you say your aunt's eldest son had a poor relationship with her? What is going on here? I never said that. What I meant was my uncle and my maternal grandfather don't get along. You should ask him for specifics. I can't say too much. Li Jinglong quickly distanced himself from the statement. Chen Piao shot him a skeptical glance, wondering how he could weave such a web of lies. Hey, daughter, you brought clothes too? I haven't seen these before, Lan Yu remarked, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Lan Wanggu. The clothes Lan Wanggu had worn the previous day were unwearable, the bloodstains on the trousers dried, and stubbornly resistant to cleaning. Chen Piao directly retrieved a garment from the system and handed it to Lan Wanggu. You should ask your aunt. I can't say much. Lan Wanggu replied shyly, still embarrassed about what had transpired the previous day. How did you manage to get so close to Chen Piao? Li Jinglong glanced between Chen Piao and Lan Wanggu, his curiosity igniting. What is going on between you two? Tell me. He leaned closer to Chu He. Chu He struggled to contain his laughter. Had it not been for Lan Yu's presence, he would have teased Chen Piao mercilessly. Later. There are too many people here. Chu He whispered clandestinely. Who is this? Chen Piao noticed the silent Dianfeng, the guardian of his uncle's household, who had come today to check on Li Jinglong. Chen Piao nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was best not to provoke the man, whose aura radiated an unmistakable sense of danger. Meanwhile, Zhu Biao had cried enough and turned to Zhu Xiongying. Eagle, I am your father. How could you have forgotten me? Zhu Biao asked, embracing Zhu Xiongying. The young eagle had lost his memory and could recall nothing. Eagle, this is your father. Call out to him. Queen Ma sighed, urging Zhu Xiongying. Finally, Zhu Xiongying turned to Zhu Biao and cheerfully called out, Father. Ah, Zhu Biao responded. Losing your memory isn't so bad. It allows you to live as an ordinary child. He then inquired about Zhu Yuntua. Did you sleep well last night? Did you wet the bed? He held Zhu Yuntua in his embrace, his face radiating affection. I didn't wet the bed. It was just the thunder last night that scared me awake. Zhu Yuntua replied in a childish voice. Thunder? We can discuss that later. Set your things down and let us eat. Queen Ma interjected, deeming it better to address such matters privately. All right. Zhu Biao set the two children down. You must be Chen Piao. I came in such a rush that I didn't prepare any gifts. so I bought a few items in the city. I hope you can take care of my mother and the eagle. Zhu Biao handed the gifts to Chen Piao. It's nothing. I quite like the eagle. Do come by when you have the time. We shall enjoy some wine together. Chapter 55. Tokens of affection. Zhu Biao could hardly recall the last time he had enjoyed a hearty meal. He had consumed 5 large bowls of porridge at Chen Piao's residence before finally setting down his utensils, even outpacing Dian Feng in his consumption. What are you all planning to do? Zhu Biao asked, noticing the group dressed neatly, assuming they were going out for a stroll. We're going to work. There's still plenty of land to be cultivated, Chen Piao replied. Then I shall join you. Zhu Biao exclaimed, feeling playful, as he had never worked the fields before. Typically, he only observed from a distance, and even when he did help, it was merely a token effort. Chen Piao glanced at the others and pulled Chu He towards the direction of the warehouse. We'll head to the warehouse. You all go ahead. Chu He looked puzzled, wondering why they needed to discuss something away from others. What are you up to? Being all secretive? As they sat in the warehouse, Chu He asked with a perplexed expression, what are you thinking about? I'm contemplating something, but I'm not sure how to begin, Chen Piao admitted. Is it about Lan Wangge? Could it be that trivial? Chu He teased. Yes, Chen Piao nodded. Let me tell you, you're overthinking it. Moreover, you're being hypocritical. Chen Piao was about to retort, but was interrupted by Chu He. You keep worrying. Oh, one day I'll return to the modern world. What will I do then? In my view, that's all nonsense. Why didn't you think about these things when you were taking photos the other day? Last night Chen Piao covered his mouth, saying, just state your reasoning. No need for examples. Chu He brushed his hand away, clearing his throat to continue. Since she has an interest in you, and you reciprocate that interest, I believe your hesitance today is quite selfish. If you truly care, you should have treated her well for these past 30 years. Do not take for granted the affection shown by others. At worst, upon returning to the present, I may choose not to marry. Your father is not a feudal and rigid man. He will surely understand. Chu He earnestly advised, your initial intentions were commendable throughout history. Each individual has their own trajectory. However, have you considered that we are like butterflies that have appeared out of nowhere? From the moment we emerged, the Ming Dynasty has irrevocably changed. In plain terms, your current course of action only serves to ensnare yourself, rendering you a petty individual. You cannot possibly be oblivious to these truths. You merely wish for me to articulate them for you. Chen Piao listened attentively, refraining from countering Chu He. After a considerable pause, he finally rose to his feet. I understand now. It's just that the days ahead may be somewhat challenging. But I still have you, right? At worst, I shall remain unmarried here. When I return, you shall see me in pursuit of a romantic partner. Chu He jested nonchalantly. Oh, come now. Chen Piao playfully kicked him. Hey, have you opened the container today? Chu He suddenly inquired. Not yet, replied Chen Piao, as he accessed the system and retrieved the day's container. The two exchanged glances, rubbed their hands together, and opened the container. Upon unveiling its contents, they were both struck dumb. 3 boxes of steel frames and 1 box of plastic. Could your system be a wish-granting mechanism? Chu He remarked. Who knows? Wasn't yesterday's delivery entirely random? Chen Piao secured the container and hastened towards the village square. By the time they arrived, it was already late, and many villagers had commenced their labor. Chen Piao found a discreet spot to extract all the items from the container and summoned the rice group to assist with the transportation. This action attracted the attention of Empress Ma and others. Even Zhu Biao looked curiously at the plastic on the ground. Brother Chen, what is this? I have never seen anything like it. Zhu Biao inquired. This is plastic. It is also the secret to growing vegetables in winter. Chu He explained the principle of greenhouses to them. Zhu Biao's curiosity deepened. If this greenhouse can truly be constructed, could we not cultivate crops year-round? Brother Chu, might there be more of this plastic available? I wish to purchase some to plant in my own fields, Zhu Biao expressed. That might be quite impossible. For all the plastic in the world is here, creating more would be even less feasible, Chu He responded, his expression reflecting concern. At this stage, it was unlikely that they could produce plastic, and it might be a challenge even until his demise. That would be a great pity. If you manage to acquire more plastic, I would humbly request you to reserve some for me, Zhu Biao pleaded. Certainly, it shall be arranged. Chu He agreed. The princess business, after all, would be rather challenging to conduct. The group did not linger long. Soon, each returned to their respective tasks. By midday, seeing everyone resting, Empress Ma pulled Zhu Biao aside to a secluded corner. Biao, what is the matter with you? As she spoke, she poked Zhu Biao's forehead. Look at how thin Yintong has become. Aren't you concerned as a father? Mother, I have been preoccupied with handling official documents. Yin Tong has always been under the care of Lady L, Zhu Biao replied weakly. Nonsense. Empress Ma fumed at the mention of Lady L. Do you not realize that your wife dispatched assassins against us yesterday? If it weren't for Chen Piao's capabilities, your son and I might not have known what fate awaited us. I am aware of this matter. Just yesterday, I relegated the L family to the cold palace. Upon my return, I shall dispatch several imperial guards to serve as your protectors. Such incidents shall certainly not occur again. Zhu Biao was also quite incensed this morning. Dian Feng informed him that nearly half of the palace maids and eunuchs in the Eastern Palace were affiliated with the L family. In a fit of rage, he executed all those maids and sent the innocent eunuchs and maids back to their homes. There is no need for that. Just attend to your own affairs. Very well. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Biao responded, only to be seized by a violent coughing fit. What troubles you, Biao? Are you unwell? Empress Ma gently patted his back. It is nothing. I have merely caught a chill these past few days, but it is of no consequence. Zhu Biao chuckled, concealing the fact that he had nearly drowned. Not wishing to alarm Empress Ma. Oh, you. Why must you be so careless? Upon your return, do take your medicine. Your health is your greatest asset. Do you understand? Empress Ma gazed at Zhu Biao with concern. Understood. Zhu Biao smiled and began conversing with Empress Ma about recent happenings. Meanwhile, Chen Piao discreetly summoned Lan Wanga to a secluded spot. What are you doing? It is still daytime. Lan Wanga crossed her arms protectively over her chest, eyeing Chen Piao warily. What are you thinking? Chen Piao waved his hand dismissively. What then do you intend to do? Lan Wanga inquired. Close your eyes. Chen Piao said mysteriously. How enigmatic. Though puzzled, Lan Wanga complied and shut her eyes. Chen Piao retrieved a pendant from his pocket and fastened it around her neck. What is this? Lan Wanga opened her eyes to gaze at the pendant adorning her neck. This was a gift from my father on the day of my coming-of-age ceremony. And now I bestow it upon you, Chen Piao explained, regarding the pendant, which his father had claimed was Hittian jade, although he had not mentioned its worth. Typically, he only wore it when at sea, and it fortuitously remained with him during the time of his traversal. Lan Wanga's face flushed a noticeable shade of crimson. Is this to be considered a token of affection? How can one present such a token in the fields? Should I then reciprocate with something? She pondered, realizing she had nothing to give. I have it. Lan Wanga produced a small knife, no larger than her palm. This is the skirt-pressing knife my mother made for me when I was young. Let it serve as my return gift. A skirt-pressing knife? Chen Piao paused in confusion before recalling its significance. A personal adornment for women during the Yuan dynasty, it also held the essence of a promise. With a smile, Chen Piao accepted the knife with both hands. Unbeknownst to them, not far off, a group consisting of Chu He, Empress Ma, El Chan, Li Jinglong, Zhu Biao Lanyu, and even Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Yinting had gathered to eavesdrop. A crowd of onlookers gaped at the two. Bah! Disgusting! Chu He scoffed. He had anticipated that Chen Piao would delay his advances, yet here he was, acting today. Keep your voice down. We mustn't be discovered. Li Jinglong, experiencing such thrilling escapades for the first time, stared wide-eyed, afraid to miss any detail. What a match made in heaven. I say, Lanyu, with such an excellent son-in-law, you should be content. Zhu Biao chimed in, joining the fray. What could Lanyu say? His daughter had been arranged to be courted by none other than the Empress and the Crown Prince themselves. Chapter 56. Zhu Biao's grave illness. Chen Piao suddenly turned to look at several people. Oh my, the wind is fierce. Chu He shouted, then swiftly turned and ran. The crowd erupted in chaos, leaving only Chen Piao and Lan Wanga standing in a state of disarray. How embarrassing. Lan Wanga's face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. Yesterday could be excused. But today she had been seen, and most importantly, her father was present. How could she explain this to her mother when they returned? Let's go back. I'll take you out for hot pot tonight. Chen Piao took her hand. Lan Wanga nodded, allowing herself to be led by Chen Piao's strong grip. The busy day concluded amidst the clamor of the crowd. Chen Piao and Chu He sat in the courtyard, both wearied by the day's exertions. They had never anticipated that managing the greenhouse could be so exhausting, especially having to direct a group of utterly clueless individuals. The copper hot pot on the table bubbled and steamed. Zhu Biao, catching the aroma of the hot pot base, was unable to suppress a fit of coughing. Biao, are you feeling unwell? You still have the remnants of a chill. I told you to take it easy. Empress Ma looked at Zhu Biao with concern. I'm fine. It's rare for me to be out for a day, and I'm just happy to spend time with mother, Zhu Biao replied. having gained insight into the hardships faced by farmers. Yet, it was these very individuals, with their toil and dedication, that laid the foundation of the Ming Dynasty. It was truly no easy feat, brother. You've been coughing all day. You should eat less spicy food and stick to the plain broth. Chen Piao also noticed Zhu Biao's condition. His incessant coughing while working had progressed to this state upon return. Let me fetch you some medicine. Just take 2 pills. And you should be fine. There's no need for concern. It's merely a small ailment. Zhu Biao insisted, only to cough again. A small ailment? Major illnesses often stem from minor ones. I'll get you the medicine. You should take 2 pills now. Chen Piao rose to search for the medical kit. After a thorough search, he could only find cough syrup and cold medicine. Lamenting, how can there be no anti-inflammatory medication in this household kit? He stepped outside and handed the medicine to Zhu Biao. Take 2 pills of each, 3 times a day. You should feel better in a few days. Thank you, brother. Zhu Biao accepted the medicine and promptly took the pills without question. After all, if one could trust the Empress, then he could certainly trust Chen Piao as well. Come. It's time to eat. Don't just stand there. The meal was filled with a sense of harmony, akin to a family gathering. The peers exchanged light-hearted banter, while Lan Yu and Zhu Biao discussed agricultural matters. The dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy. By the time dusk approached, Zhu Biao and the others returned to Yingtian City. As soon as he arrived at his chamber, Zhu Biao could no longer suppress his cough, which escalated to the point of spitting blood. The imperial physicians anxiously took turns checking his pulse, but the final verdict was a somber shake of the head. Just yesterday, he had been well. How had his condition deteriorated so drastically? Zhu Xiongying, unable to concern himself with any potential quarrel with Zhu Biao, rushed to the prince's chamber without even properly donning his boots. Biao, how are you? Are you feeling any better? Zhu Xiongying grasped Zhu Biao's hand, his expression fraught with anxiety. Zhu Biao felt feverish, each breath akin to needles piercing his lungs. How are you treating him? Weren't you all saying that Biao was fine? Upon hearing these words, the physicians fell prostrate on the ground, for who could fathom the prince's intentions today? Father, do not blame them. Zhu Biao tightened his grip, acutely aware of his own frail condition. Time may be running short. Biao, fear not. Father shall find the finest physician for you. You are all that remains of me. Zhu Xiongying's tears flowed freely. Within a year, he had lost his grandson, his wife, and now must bid farewell to his son. Why must the heavens torment me so? Zhu Biao shook his head, asserting, the matter of succession must not be rushed. The second son is willful and violent. The third is arrogant and fierce. The fourth, though a good candidate, is still youthful and impulsive. If father wishes to choose among these 3, it is imperative to thoroughly consider the matter. Biao, do not speak such nonsense. You shall surely recover. I await your return to health. When you do, you shall ascend the throne. And I will return to Feng'ang with your mother's spirit tablet. People often say that one only learns to cherish what they have once it is lost. At that moment, Zhu Xiongying realized that his son was, in fact, more capable than himself. If only he had recognized this sooner. Perhaps Biao would not have fallen into the water in anger. Zhu Biao, hearing this, managed a strained smile. Father, please summon Zhujiang and the fourth for me. I have matters to discuss with him. Very well, Zhu Xiongying nodded. Quickly summon Li Jinglong and the Prince of Yin to the palace. Be swift. The eunuch promptly departed towards the Duke of Chao's residence. At the Duke of Chao's residence, Li Jinglong had just changed his attire and was preparing to enjoy a leisurely time at the Qinhuai River when he was informed that he was needed at the palace. What has happened? He inquired as he walked. The prince is in trouble. You should hurry with us. The urgency in the messenger's voice was palpable. Uncle. Li Jinglong's eyes widened in alarm. Quickly, lead the way. The carriage is ready. You must hurry. I shall ride on horseback. I'll take a swift steed. At this moment, Li Jinglong disregarded any decorum regarding public riding and mounted his noble steed, galloping towards the palace without hesitation. Uncle. Upon entering the eastern palace, Li Jinglong sprinted towards Zhu Biao's chambers. Zhujiang, come here. Zhu Biao beckoned him. Uncle, what has happened to you? Li Jinglong knelt by the bed, tears welling in his eyes. Father, I wish to speak with Zhujiang for a moment. Zhu Biao glanced at Zhu Xiongying. Very well, you two converse. I shall find a physician for you. Zhu Xiongying sighed and exited the chamber. What has befallen you? How did it come to this? I fell into the water yesterday. The physicians say it is pulmonary abscess, and it seems my days are numbered, Zhu Biao replied. Li Jinglong shivered at the mention of the illness. Pulmonary abscess? That is no trifling matter, and it has progressed so swiftly. I must entrust you with a few matters. You must remember them well. Speak, uncle. Li Jinglong wiped his tears and listened intently to Zhu Biao's words. Do not inform mother or Chen Piao of my condition. Tell her only after my burial. I trust that she will be accompanied by the eagle. At the time of my burial, there must be no living sacrifices. You must ensure that the fourth persuades father against this. Also, I wish to be buried beside Sister Chong, that we may have companionship in the afterlife. Please look after the eagle. I entrust its care to you. Li Jinglong nodded fervently, committing Zhu Biao's requests to memory. Elder brother, Zhu Di, panting heavily, pushed open the door. Upon hearing the grave news regarding his elder brother, he rushed over immediately. Fourth brother, come. Zhu Di knelt before Zhu Biao's bed. I have recommended you alongside the second and third brothers to our father, the emperor. If you emerge victorious in this contest for the crown, promise me, dear brother, to ensure that the eagle enjoys a life of affluence. Should you lack the desire to vie for the throne, and if the eagle wishes to carve out a future for himself, you, as his uncle, must assist him. After voicing these words, Zhu Biao succumbed to a fit of coughing, this time expelling even more blood than before. Brother, I promise you, but please, do not speak any further. Focus on your recovery. Zhu Biao shook his head. I am well aware of my own condition. As long as I have entrusted my concerns to you, I shall find satisfaction. Chapter 57. The Crown Prince's demise. Life resembles a play. Who could have anticipated that just recently Zhu Biao had been exchanging harsh words with Zhu Xiongying in court, only to meet his end in the 15th year of Hongwu? The news of the Crown Prince's passing swiftly swept across the entire Ming Dynasty. Even Chen Piao, who rarely entered the city, received word from the village chief late at night. With countless admonitions, Chen Piao urged the chief to inform the villagers to keep their silence unless directly questioned. Not a single word about this matter should escape their lips. Chen Piao swallowed hard and abruptly roused the sleeping Chu He. What is it? Chu He rubbed his eyes. The Crown Prince has passed away. Chen Piao managed to squeeze out the words through clenched teeth. Isn't that to be expected? Historically, didn't he die during the Hongwu era? Chu He replied dismissively. This is the 15th year of Hongwu. There are still 10 years until his demise. What will happen to Andy? Did you not witness how she treated Zhu Biao today? Through their interactions earlier, Chen Piao had grown fond of the Crown Prince. He was decisive in action and devoid of arrogance, starkly different from the portrayal in history books. Chu He began to grasp the gravity of the situation, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. What shall we do now? Everything is spiraling into the unpredictable. Our prophetic insights are no longer effective. Chen Piao retrieved a box of cigarettes, opened it, and handed one to Chu He. They sat together in the room, sharing puffs of smoke. At this moment, Zhu Laosi shouldn't react, for Empress Ma is still alive. Our informants within the city are limited, and we remain unaware of the palace's movements. Zhu Yuanzhang likely has no knowledge of Empress Ma's revival. It is reasonable to assume that Zhu Yunwen will be established as heir shortly. As for the present, we can still manage, since Zhu Yunwen is still young. Old Zhu would not relinquish control so soon, and the Jiangwen three fools 1T reveal themselves that quickly. The path of accumulating strength quietly is no longer viable. Chu He exhaled a long plume of smoke. What about a coup? If we launch a blitzkrieg on the palace, combined with the relatives of the eagle, what are our chances? It is feasible. Chen Piao paused thoughtfully, but the eagle is still too young. Even if Zhu Yuanzhang were to abdicate in favor of Zhu Xiongying, what then for the governance? That would be an irresponsibility towards the people. The historical records indicate that in his later years, Zhu Yuanzhang exhibited brutality, particularly following the death of his son, the Crown Prince Zhu Biao, which led to a reckoning among the nobility of Huaishi. With Zhu Biao's demise, it is feared that Zhu Yuanzhang may descend into utter madness. I shall instruct Wang Gu to return home and convey a message to Lan Yu, urging him to disband his militia, executing those deserving of death and dispersing the rest. Additionally, Wang Gu should inform the others to refrain from frequent visits, as too many eyes can lead to unwanted scrutiny. Chu He sighed, feeling that his acquired knowledge was utterly useless, failing to assist him in this critical moment. Even the system proved ineffective. For now, they must endure. Though it pains him to consider his aunt's suffering, the situation was too sudden. Just hours ago, they had dined together. Had he known, he would have kept Zhu Biao close, hoping to alleviate his ailment. Chen Piao was similarly remorseful, lamenting how he had believed Zhu Biao's tale of illness. With events having transpired, they could only respond to the unfolding situation. By the way, today is peculiar. My system's container is empty, devoid of any contents, Chen Piao remarked during the night shift. He checked the container multiple times, confirming its emptiness. Empty. Chu He opened his system, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Indeed, empty. I verified it several times. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. They would wait a few days to see what developed. Thus, the two sat in silence throughout the night. As dawn broke, Chen Piao pushed open Lu Wangji's door and gently tapped her face. Don't disturb me. I'm sleeping. Lu Wanggu swatted Chen Piao's hand away. Enough sleeping. There's a grave matter. Upon hearing Chen Piao's voice, Lu Wanggu sprang upright, tightly wrapping herself in her blanket. What are you doing? Do you not know that one should not enter a girl's room? She chastised, slightly annoyed. There is no time for niceties. The crown prince has passed. Chen Piao stated gravely, meeting her gaze. What? The crown prince? Lu Wanggu gasped, the blanket slipping from her grasp. Do not shout. Chen Piao gestured for silence, tenderly helping her secure her blanket once more. You must return to the city immediately and instruct your father to disband all those affiliated with him. Those guilty of corruption should be executed, while the innocent should be dispersed. Furthermore, reclaim any usurped lands and family assets. Those capable should act swiftly, preferably sending your male relatives to do so. Do you understand? Yes. Understood. Lu Wanggu nodded, hastily donning her clothes and preparing to return. Also, tell your father and the two from your aunt's family to refrain from coming here for now, to avoid any gossip. Chen Piao provided detailed instructions. Anxious not to overlook anything, he trusted that Li Jinglong and Zhu Di were astute individuals who would know how to proceed. Once Chen Piao exited the room, Lu Wanggu quickly dressed, leading her horse as she galloped toward the city of Yingtian. Hearing the commotion, Empress Ma emerged, dressed and inquiring, Chen Piao. Where has Wanggu gone? What has happened? Empress Ma inquired. Lan Yu has sent someone to summon her home, claiming that her mother is looking for her. Likely due to an urgent matter. Chen Piao refrained from disclosing the truth to Empress Ma, deciding it would be best to wait for a more opportune moment to address the matter. Very well, please take a seat. I shall prepare a meal for you. Empress Ma rolled up her sleeves and rose to head towards the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Piao felt a pang of sorrow. The aunt could have lived a life of an ordinary person, at her age surrounded by children and grandchildren, peacefully enjoying familial bliss. However, being in the royal court had hardened her heart and altered her essence. With a sigh, Chen Piao turned and returned to her own chambers. Lan Wangge hastened back to the Yongchang marquise with all due speed. Father! Father! She called out upon entering. What is it? Lan Yu emerged clad in mourning attire. The crown prince had passed away, having left the city with him just the day prior. This loss would undoubtedly be felt deeply. And with the wounds on his back barely healed, he feared further injury. Lan Wangge recounted the matter as instructed by Chen Piao. Is it truly so severe? Can His Majesty really resort to such drastic measures over this? Lan Yu questioned with skepticism. Will you go? If you do not, our family will surely suffer repercussions. Your position is inconsequential. I am yet unmarried. What nonsense are you uttering? Lan Yu glared at her. Who sent you here? The Empress? Unbeknownst to him, Lan Yu had not entered the palace the previous day and was unaware of Zhu Biao's dying wishes. Chen Piao sent me. The Empress likely remains oblivious to this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yu reasoned that Chen Piao had no reason to harm him, for should he encounter trouble, she too would face dire consequences. I shall go to the palace to mourn. Instruct your second brother to disband the EZ camp. As for the rest, you shall manage accordingly. An error in scheduling led to the premature release of tomorrow's draft. Consider it an unexpected update. Please encourage further updates with your support and enjoy complimentary gifts. Chapters will be updated daily at 8 o'clock. Thank you, esteemed readers, for your encouragement, which serves as my greatest motivation. Chapter 58. 100 Gene of Green Clams. Zhu Di and Li Jinglong spent a sorrowful night, emerging from the palace with despondent expressions. Uncle, do you think it prudent to visit Chen Piao and bring Yintong back? Li Jinglong inquired. The news of the crown prince's demise cannot remain concealed. It is unwise for me to venture out. You should go and retrieve Yintong, Zhu Di replied, his demeanor weary, as if he had aged prematurely. Very well. I shall return shortly. Li Jinglong mounted his horse and set off towards the city outskirts. Upon reaching Chen Piao's courtyard, Li Jinglong found himself hesitant to knock on the door. He raised his hand several times, only to let it fall again. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Chen Piao and Chu He, who were about to inspect the fields, having kept Empress Ma indoors due to the overcast weather, allowing her to play with the eagle at home instead. Li Jiang, are you both going to the fields? Li Jinglong asked. Indeed, come in and sit. Chen Piao attempted to invite Li Jinglong to stay for a moment, but he remained rooted in place. Chen Piao, something has happened, Li Jinglong declared gravely. What is it? Uncle, it is about the eagle's father. He has passed away. Li Jinglong felt a lump in his throat as he conveyed the news to Chen Piao. What? Although Chen Piao was already aware, he still feigned surprise. What on earth is happening? Should we send Annie back to take a look? Chu He chimed in beside him. No. My uncle and aunt do not get along well. My cousin also advised against sending her back. Otherwise, they would surely quarrel. Uncle is unaware that Andy has returned to life. My cousin succumbed to lung abscess yesterday and passed away in the early hours of today. I came here to take away Yuntong. Chen Piao sighed. A lung abscess, in medical terms, is known as a pulmonary abscess, given Zhu Biao's condition. It appeared to be acute, likely worsening due to a lack of timely medical attention. All right, wait here. I'll fetch Yuntong for you. Chen Piao turned back into the house, handing the slumbering Zhu Yuntong to Li Jinglong. I shall take my leave now, Li Jinglong said, mounting his horse while cradling Zhu Yuntong. Chen Piao, who has arrived? Why the urgency? The Empress Ma stepped out upon hearing the commotion. Auntie, Biao Gu has passed away, Chen Piao stated solemnly. Although he had no children of his own, he vividly remembered the sorrowful expressions of his grandparents when his mother died. A memory that lingered in his mind. The spatula in Empress Ma's hand clattered to the ground as she collapsed. Auntie, Chen Piao and Chu He rushed forward, assisting Empress Ma into the house. Biao, tears streamed down Empress Ma's face. He was just helping me with the hoe yesterday. Such a fine young man. How could he have died so suddenly? Rain began to fall from the heavens. People often say one can turn gray overnight with grief. In a mere fortnight, both Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongying, once vibrant and full of life, found their hair turned white. It seemed that heaven itself understood their sorrow. As the sky remained overcast for half a month, 3 days after the prince's burial, Chu He returned to his former trade, fishing by the river near the village. Chen Piao, however, was preoccupied, contemplating the empty containers from the system. It has been half a month. My system has yielded nothing but empty boxes. Is there a malfunction? Chen Piao mused. Ever since Zhu Biao's death, the system had produced nothing but voids, not even a single hair inside. Perhaps it stuck. Those previous items were fine. I say you shouldn't even open it today. It will surely be empty again, Chu He reasoned. Chen Piao nodded, finding logic in his words. It had been such a long time with empty boxes. Today would surely yield the same result. If anything is stuck, it's your wretched system. For 3 days. What have I caught? Some women's undergarments, a rusty vegetable knife, and even a dead sparrow. In short, no fish at all. Chen Piao stowed the container and returned to sit beside Chu He. Do you think I want this? Who knew the fish here wouldn't bite my bait, nor worms? Nor shrimp, nor snails, nor redworms, nor rice worms, nor wheat, nor sweet potatoes? Chu He had tried countless baits over the past few days. Yet the outcome remained the same, no fish. By the way, did Wang send you a letter today? What did it say? Upon finishing the letter, Chu He noticed a change in expression, prompting him to share details about his family's circumstances as well as matters concerning the court. Chen Piao felt raindrops on his face and lowered his head to raise the large oiled paper umbrella he had purchased. Old Zhu had sent all the princes mourning in the capital back to their fiefs. It was rumored that the crown princess, who had recently been relegated to the cold palace, had also been released, suggesting that a grandson was to be established as heir. Chu He scoffed, expressing frustration that, despite having a suitable candidate in Zhu Laosi for the throne, they insisted on naming the eldest. The Ming Dynasty resembled a corporation, with the noble families who fought for power acting as original shareholders, elders, and core employees, while the ministers served as department heads. The princes found themselves in an awkward position, being both shareholders and branch managers, while also harboring a latent competitive relationship with the upper echelons of the company, all the while representing its image. This is why some novels of later generations depict the struggle for succession as a grand contest akin to raising venomous insects, where they must engage in mutual slaughter until only one remains. The struggle for the crown is no different. One must either submit or face annihilation, with one faction inevitably prevailing. Chu He smirked, relieved that as an only child, he need not worry about competing for shares. Gradually, the sky began to rain. Finally, it's raining. It's been overcast for half a month, Chen Piao remarked, extending his hand to feel the raindrops. Rain heralds the arrival of fish. As the saying goes, when raindrops fall, oxygen increases and fish become active, eager to bite. Chu He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Who told you that? It doesn't even rhyme. Chen Piao shot him a disapproving glance, retrieving 2 bottles of beer from his pocket, and they began to drink heartily. Who cares if it rhymes? As long as there are fish. Hopefully, a base. Steamed, drizzled with sauce, topped with scallions, ginger, and garlic, doused in hot oil. That is simply divine. That is truly authentic. The two exchanged glances, bursting into laughter in unison. Yet the reality was stark, despite enduring the downpour for an hour. They had not seen a single fish nibble at their lines. The river had turned turbulent. I say, the rain is getting heavier. Shouldn't we head back? Chen Piao tentatively suggested. What do you know? We're just one step away. I'm certain we'll catch something. Chu He's gambler-esque spirit surged. He was resolute, unwilling to believe that he could not catch even a single fish with his rod. Just then, as if on cue, Chu He's fishing rod suddenly tensed. What the hell? I've got a bite. He pulled on the rod frantically, drawing it toward the shore. With his indestructible rod in hand, he felt no fear of it breaking, regardless of whether it was a behemoth or a mere fish, once hooked. There would be no escape. Old Chen, help me. I've hooked something massive, Chu He shouted, pulling with all his might. According to his experience, this fish must weigh at least 100 pounds. 100-pound giant. Fish head with chopped chili, fish tail braised, and a pot stew in between. Chapter 59. Just as Zhu Biao had died in the previous 2 chapters, he was somehow alive again. Chen Piao felt a sense of urgency as he witnessed Chu He reeling in such a large catch for the first time. He discarded his beer and stood to assist in pulling the rod. Wait. Chen Piao sensed something amiss. Why was the fish no longer struggling? Such a large fish could not possibly tire out so quickly. Net. Quickly. Get the net. By the riverside, Chu He shouted while retreating. Such a large fish could not be allowed to escape. Chen Piao raised the net and moved closer, only to be taken aback in an instant. How could 2 people be hooked again? The net. What are you standing there for? Chu He, drenched by the rain to the point of barely opening his eyes, could feel that the fish had reached the shore. Hurry up. Get over here. Chen Piao tossed aside the net, reached out to unhook the line, and turned both individuals over. What the hell? Isn't that Zhu Biao? Didn't he already die? Chen Piao wiped the rain from his face and checked the pulses of the 2. Though faint, they were not beyond saving. Huh? Chu He glanced at Chen Piao beside him. Damn, they're not fish. Frustrated, Chu He threw down his fishing rod, vowing never to fish again. Whoever wants to fish can do so. You old man-s lover. Hurry and carry them away. They're still alive. Chen Piao picked up the lighter of the 2, hoisting Zhu Biao as companion onto his back while grabbing Chu He's tackle box and sprinting home. Gritting his teeth, Chu He picked up the fallen fishing rod and followed Chen Piao's lead, carrying Zhu Biao. Young master, why are you carrying someone? Lu Chan was peering out the window at the rain, witnessing Chen Piao and Chu He each carrying a person back. Little Chan, go call Auntie. Get everyone over here to help, Chen Piao shouted, kicking open the guest room door. Upon seeing the 2 on the bed, he began to assess their conditions. The woman's complexion was pale, her lips and eyelids notably discolored, indicating anemia. She would require a blood transfusion. Zhu Biao bore a laceration on his face. And based on Li Jinglong's diagnosis, he suffered from a lung abscess, which necessitated antibiotics. What a predicament! What should we do? Chu He inquired. First, perform CPR and artificial respiration. Without further thought, they commenced emergency procedures. What is wrong, Chen Piao? Ma Huangho rushed in upon hearing that they had brought someone back. Auntie, please assist with the artificial respiration. Let Chu He instruct you on how to do it. I'll fetch the medicine. Chen Piao released his hold for CPR and hurried to his room in search of medicine. Though Ma Huangho was inexperienced, she approached to help. But upon seeing the faces of the 2 lying down, she immediately lost her composure. Who is this? Biao? And his wife? What? Don't worry about whether they're married or not. Just follow my lead. Chu He explained CPR and artificial respiration to Ma Huangho, with time pressing them to limit any extensive learning. On the other side, Chen Piao anxiously rummaged through the medical kit. Damn it, not even penicillin. Not a single anti-inflammatory drug. In despair, Chen Piao recalled the containers from that day. Having not opened them in 2 weeks, he had yet to access today's shipment. Without further hesitation, he hurried outside to retrieve the containers, imploring, Grandpa Box. Grandma Box, I've never asked anything of you. Please, some medical supplies. Chen Piao earnestly gestured towards the 4 containers and opened them all at once. Medical supplies, 4 containers worth. Chen Piao pulled back the containers, listing various items that emerged. Good heavens! If this were on paper, it would suffice to fill several sheets. Chen Piao found what he needed and hurriedly retrieved it from his pocket upon entering the room. Lung abscess. Lung abscess. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Piao extracted penicillin and aminoglycoside antibiotics, which could be used in conjunction. He had previously administered such injections, uncertain if they would be suitable for Zhu Biao. But urgency dictated that possibilities must be explored. Allergic to penicillin? Regrettably, if it were not administered, one wouldn't even qualify for such a reaction. Chen Piao administered 5 million units of penicillin to Zhu Biao and inserted a sputum suction tube into his mouth. The other end connected to a negative pressure device for assistance. Blood transfusion. He retrieved a blood-type testing strip and pricked the woman's middle finger with a needle, subsequently wiping it with the strip. He performed the same procedure on Ma Huangho and Chu He. What is your blood type? Chen Piao gazed at an array of test strips, a wave of helplessness surging within him. The woman lying there had type blood, yet none of the three possessed it. What's wrong? Chu He approached for a glance. This woman has type blood, yet we have none. Chen Piao exclaimed. What about Xiongying? Should I call him? Ma Huangho inquired. The woman lying there was his daughter-in-law, and also Xiongying's mother. Surely, he would not object to a blood donation. Have you lost your mind? Chu He playfully patted Chen Piao's head. Aren't you type blood yourself? Oh, right. How did you know? Chen Piao suddenly realized. A few years ago, I accompanied you to the hospital for a procedure. As Chu He was about to clarify the purpose of their visit, Chen Piao quickly covered his mouth. No need to elaborate. I understand now. Come help me draw blood. Chen Piao handed him the necessary equipment. How much? 600. Chu He's hand paused. A typical male can donate a maximum of 200 to 400 milliliters at a time. Drawing 600 milliliters at once could be problematic. Are you sure? He queried, hesitating. It won't be fatal. Hurry. Chen Piao was acutely aware of the implications of having 600 milliliters drawn in one go. However, when lives were at stake, he could not afford to hesitate. After all, he did not expect to live long at 60. Death was inevitable. If he could save a life now, it would be worth the risk. All right. Chu He secured the tourniquet and prepared to insert the needle into Chen Piao's arm. Isn't this too dangerous? Ma Huangho expressed concern. Observing their exchange, it seemed this could also pose a risk to Chen Piao. Not at all. Just a little blood. It will be replenished in a couple of days. Initially, Chen Piao remained calm, but as his blood volume diminished, his breathing gradually grew more labored, and the surroundings turned increasingly frigid. Eventually, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Chen Piao in such a state, Chu He felt his heart leap to his throat. Enough. Realizing he had collected 600 milliliters, Chu He quickly removed the needle from Chen Piao's arm, applying an alcohol swab to the wound to staunch the bleeding, and moved forward to assist him. Lu Chan, quickly help him back to his room. Understood. El Chan stepped forward to support Chen Piao, guiding him toward his room. Chu He swallowed hard, replaced the needle, expelled the air, and turned to insert it into the patient. Upon returning to the room, Chen Piao was already icy cold. Hastily ushering El Chan out, shedding his damp clothing, and diving into the warmth of his blankets, soon succumbing to slumber. Chapter 60. The Chang family when he awoke again. Darkness had enveloped the sky, and the flickering candlelight illuminated the shadows within the room. Chen Piao felt considerably better, though his limbs remained frigid and he lacked strength. You're awake. The charming visage of Lan Wanga appeared before him. What brings you here? Chen Piao inquired with a smile. I came as soon as the rain ceased. Hearing from Chu He that you had your blood drawn, I wanted to check on you and brought you some food, Lan Wanga replied. Visibly relieved to see Chen Piao well, she picked up a food box nearby, extracting a bag of sweet dates. Open your mouth. Ah, Chen Piao complied. And the sugary essence filled his mouth. Whether it was mere psychology or not, he felt a surge of vitality. What about Chu He? How's the patient? Chen Piao asked, sitting up, his clothing sliding down his body, revealing the well-defined physique honed from years of fitness, which did not escape Lan Wanga's gaze. Gulp. Lan Wanga swallowed hard, surprised that he slept without pajamas, his bare torso on display. Such a physique, rather appealing. What is the matter? Chen Piao inquired, puzzled by her lingering stare. Following her gaze, he quickly covered himself. Oh, you young man, shy about being seen? Lan Wanga jested. Go fetch Chu He. I have matters to discuss with him, Chen Piao chuckled, reasoning that their relationship allowed for such light-hearted banter. Do enjoy the dates. I'll go summon him, Lan Wanga said, setting down her belongings and exiting to fetch him. Before long, Chu He strolled in, yawning. Awake, are you? Living rather comfortably, I see. Enjoying some dates as well. How is the patient? Chen Piao inquired. Still alive. Zhu Biao has awakened, though his condition is not ideal. He will likely need a couple more injections. The woman, according to Auntie, is Zhu Biao's wife. After receiving blood, she woke up last night and can now walk. Chen Piao nodded, then turned his gaze to Chu He. I'm still curious. How is it that you catch people while fishing? If you ask me, who should I ask? How would I know? Chu He pondered, equally baffled. It was one thing not to catch anything worthwhile while fishing, but to reel in people whenever it rained was indeed peculiar. This is quite the absurd scenario. My system has also rebooted. I can now acquire items today. Do you think it could be related? So, this is akin to drawing cards. After half a month of rubbish, I finally get something valuable. We seem to share the same luck pool. They both erupted in laughter. While the conversation was crude, the logic was sound. This was the current state of affairs. Do you have any thoughts? We have the heir, the grand heir, and the Empress. With a single command, wouldn't a million troops heed our call? Why rush? The entire realm knows Zhu Biao is dead. If you were to attack the palace now, under what banner would you march? To restore the ruler's authority? Would the various feudal lords believe that? Zhu Laoji and Zhu Laosan are still alive. The northern Yuan remains in existence. When chaos descends upon the world, the northern Yuan may seize the opportunity to intervene. How long can one hold the throne then? Isn't there still Zhu Biao? Can't an elder brother manage a group of younger siblings? Chu He remains somewhat skeptical. Power breeds desire. If human nature were truly so honest, he would have returned the throne to Zhu Yunwen in the 4th year of the Jiangwen era. Chen Piao still believes it is wise to remain cautious. At the very least, one must possess sufficient strength and establish one's own territory before challenging Zhu Xiongying. Well, it's up to you to devise a plan. By then, I intend to have the eagle grant me a title of duke and find myself a good number of concubines. The mere thought is exhilarating. Chu He does not concern himself with the strategizing. He leaves that to Chen Piao, focusing instead on managing his own affairs. To the 6 horses. I ought to spend more time teaching the eagle. It has been over half a month since my last lesson, and that child caught a frog yesterday. It nearly frightened me to death. Just the thought of the frog that Zhu Xiongying showed him yesterday sends a shiver down my spine. That boy's audacity is certainly growing. All right, I shall not continue this conversation. I'm heading back to sleep. You can teach him tomorrow morning. The greenhouse has just been sown, and I'll go take a look. Chu He grabbed a handful of jujubes, turning to eat while exiting. The night passed without incident. The next day, Chen Piao rose early. His sleep had been anything but restful. He was drenched in cold sweat and struggled to catch his breath, tossing and turning throughout the night. As the sun began to rise, Chen Piao sat in the courtyard soaking up the rays. Up so early? Empress Ma settled beside him. You're up quite early too. Did you sleep well last night? Seeing Empress Ma in good spirits, Chen Piao cautiously inquired. Quite well, actually. But you yesterday? When you and Chu He arrived, it was my son and daughter-in-law. I have yet to thank you for saving them. Empress Ma spoke earnestly, gratitude evident in her tone. Chen Piao had frightened her yesterday. He had appeared utterly pale. No need for thanks. We are all family. How is Brother Huang doing? Chen Piao maintained his persona. Recalling that Zhu Xiongying's identity was associated with the Huang surname, and thus all of the aunt's sons must share that name. Maintaining a facade can be quite exhausting. Quite well. My daughter-in-law is already able to get out of bed, and Biao has awakened as well. Empress Ma smiled, surrounded by her son and grandson, feeling content. Speaking of which, my daughter-in-law has been gone for 4 years. How is it that you and Chu He managed to fish them out from the river? Empress Ma voiced her lingering curiosity. Chen Piao found himself at a loss. How could he explain that? He didn't even know how to clarify it for himself. Glancing around to ensure no one was listening, he made a gesture for silence, pointed mysteriously at the sky, and then waved his hand dismissively. Empress Ma suddenly understood. This was a matter of secrets that should not be revealed. It seemed these two truly possessed something extraordinary. Mother, you're up so early. Changshe emerged from the house. Yesterday, Lan Wanga had bought her some nourishing supplements, and after taking them, she looked significantly better than Chen Piao. You're awake. This is Chen Piao, the one who brought you back to life, Empress Ma introduced. I sincerely thank you for saving my life. Changshe bowed to Chen Piao. Oh. It was nothing. How are you feeling? Chen Piao rose to assist the person, inquiring with genuine concern, are you feeling better? Much improved. Though my hands and feet tend to feel somewhat cold at night, Changshe responded, mistakenly believing Chen Piao to be a doctor, and thus shared her condition with him. That is good to hear. It will take time to replenish the lost blood. During this period, it would be wise to consume more nourishing supplements, Chen Piao nodded. Relieved that their blood types matched. Otherwise, he would have had limited options. But what about my husband? Changsha asked. He is fine. He merely has phlegm in his lungs, which can be cleared with a machine. I will administer 2 more injections, and he should soon be as healthy as anyone else. Chen Piao conjectured that Zhu Biao might be in a state of apparent death, with a vital force lingering, while the palace likely assumed Zhu Biao had perished. Had he received timely treatment, a single injection of penicillin would have revived him by the next day. The author interjects, "Thank you all for your support. I awoke to such a flurry of requests for updates. This book still has many shortcomings, and I would greatly appreciate your guidance. The author lacks formal education. If you find any dissatisfaction, please be gentle with your critiques. Once again, thank you all for your support, and I kindly ask for more generous gifts if possible." Chapter 61. Classes in Session. The courtyard gradually awakened, with Lan Wang greeting Chen Piao. After breakfast, she returned briefly to Yingtian City. Chen Piao examined Zhu Biao's condition and administered another injection of penicillin. Judging by Zhu Biao's current state, he estimated that in a couple of days, he would be able to walk again. "Eagle, where are you off to?" Chen Piao noticed Zhu Xiongying trailing behind Chu He as he stepped outside. "I'm going fishing with Chu He," Zhu Xiongying replied. "I recall you haven't attended class for half a month. It's time to resume your studies," Chen Piao admonished. "All right," Zhu Xiongying acquiesced, as all children have an innate penchant for play, regardless of their intellect. He obediently took a seat, awaiting Chen Piao's lecture. Empress Ma and Changsha also settled in, eager to hear what Chen Piao would impart. "Today, we shall not delve into textbook material. Instead, I wish to ask you, how do you perceive the roles of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants?" Chen Piao queried. "Each has their distinct responsibilities. Scholars, as officials in the court, determine the nation's future direction. Farmers toil diligently, forming an indispensable part of society. Artisans create agricultural tools and weapons, embodying the nation's strength, and merchants." Zhu Xiongying hesitated, unable to grasp the merchants' utility, having been taught that they were of lowly status and often unworthy of mention. "What troubles you? Can you not conceive of the merchant's role?" Chen Piao inquired with a smile. "People often deem merchants as base. I am unsure of their purpose," Zhu Xiongying responded. "Base? From where does that notion arise?" Chen Piao countered. "Merchants are solely profit-driven," Zhu Xiongying retorted. "What a jest." Chen Piao chuckled. "You refer to them as merchants. If they do not earn, what do they do? Study governance of the populace? Or plot rebellion? Do you recall the first lesson? Every matter possesses duality. Ponder this well." Zhu Xiongying, upon hearing this, began to contemplate. Not only he, but Empress Ma, Changsha, and Zhu Biao, who was present in the room, also reflected on the merchant's significance. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiongying shook his head. "Then let me ask you, what is the merchant's method of earning?" Chen Piao posed another question. "Buying low and selling high," Zhu Xiongying answered. "Precisely. Taking the rice merchants as an example, they procure low-priced rice from affluent regions and sell it in disaster-stricken areas. The greater the number of merchants congregating, the more the government benefits, as an influx of individuals fosters fierce competition. In essence, merchants transport goods across various locales, thereby enhancing the commercial circulation among different regions." Zhu Xiongying nodded, but remarked, "Yet, they do not contribute significantly to the nation's development. The taxes paid by merchants are inferior to those of farmers. Even if they have some impact, it is minimal. They possess wealth. Is there anything in this world that money cannot procure?" Chen Piao was astonished by Zhu Xiongying's understanding. How much had his previous teacher imparted? "But that is their own money. They will not simply relinquish it to the state," Zhu Xiongying asserted. "It depends on how you utilize it," Chen Piao replied, retrieving paper and pen from his pocket and sketching a rough outline of Yingtian City. "If this is the land you intend to develop, what would you do?" "Commence grand construction," Zhu Xiongying exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Piao's pen lightly tapped his head. "That would burden the populace and squander resources. It is inadvisable," Chen Piao scoffed, noting Zhu Xiongying's royal demeanor, as he readily suggested extensive construction. "Is there no alternative aside from grand construction?" Zhu Xiongying pouted. "Merchants. I understand now." He raised his hand. "Increase commercial taxes. Then conscript labor." Chen Piao sighed, realizing that comprehending such matters was indeed challenging for a child. Empress Ma, observing Chen Piao's expression, stifled a laugh. An 8-year-old, no matter how intelligent, was hardly prepared to govern a populace. "I will utter a few terms. See if you can grasp them," Chen Piao began. "School, real estate, commercial street, entertainment, healthcare." Zhu Xiongying's little mind word. "Brother, you do not intend for merchants to take charge, do you?" Precisely. It is precisely to let the merchants take charge, Chen Piao declared, rising to his feet. Imagine I am the local official here, and you are the merchants I have summoned. Empress Ma and Changshu exchanged smiles, eager to discern Chen Piao's intentions. Zhu Biao in the room felt similarly, having nearly interjected several times, yet his illness rendered him unable to speak. Chen Piao turned slightly, clearing his throat. I, the official, have resolved to develop this city, dividing it into 4 regions, east, west, south, and north. After development, you may collect rents or engage in trade within your designated areas. I shall not interfere. The commercial taxes remain unchanged, with one stipulation. You must construct according to the plans I provide. Any issues arising will result in severe consequences. Chen Piao mimicked the authoritative tone of officials from television dramas. At that moment, Empress Ma raised her hand. Speak. Raise any questions you may have. But we cannot undertake such vast regions. Given our financial capacity, we can only manage a small portion. What shall we do? Empress Ma inquired. Of course. You will not be responsible for all of it. I intend to develop the Eastern District first. You may contract as much land as your capabilities allow. Additionally, I will establish schools, allowing your children to attend. Furthermore, I plan to create a commercial street, where all the shops will belong to you. Whether you choose to sell or rent them is entirely up to you. Zhu Biao nodded repeatedly as he listened in the room. In the past, the court's decisions regarding infrastructure were always implemented through forced labor, but Chen Piao proposed an entirely new approach. However, such a method might empower merchants, potentially threatening the position of the county magistrate. After all, Chen Piao's approach essentially granted power to the merchants. Should a wealthy merchant emerge capable of contracting or purchasing the entire urban area, it could spell the downfall of the county magistrate. Brother, are you not afraid that I might buy out the entire city and undermine your authority as the county magistrate? Zhu Xiongying's voice resonated. Zhu Biao lay on the bed and nodded. Indeed, he shared a deep understanding with his son. Fear? Why should I be afraid? At worst, I could simply dismiss you. Chen Piao replied nonchalantly. Zhu Biao was astonished internally. Was this boy truly so ruthless? He spoke of dismissing him so casually. That seemed rather inappropriate, as it might instill fear among the merchants in the city. What is there to fear? I've said it before. Once my infrastructure is completed, if you do not wish to retain it, I can always buy it back in the name of the county office. Besides, who has done the same? Chen Piao gestured towards the direction of Yingtian City. Zhu Xiongying was a quintessential example of sharing both hardships and fortunes. While he portrayed himself as virtuous during his rise to power, once he became emperor, even Liu Bowen found it impossible to retire peacefully. Brother, why do I sense your dissatisfaction with the current emperor? Zhu Xiongying dared to inquire. Thankfully, they were family. Had these words been overheard by others, it would have been disastrous. Chapter 62. Yug Guangxiao? You finally noticed, young man. Allow me to elaborate. Chen Piao resumed his seat. Consider the convoluted policies he has implemented. He forbids officials from engaging with the grassroots yet demands that tax revenues be fulfilled. Is this not a contradiction? As a commoner, he was exploited by officials. Now as emperor, he complicates the lives of officials. It's sheer folly. When chaos reigns above, disorder ensues below, which ultimately burdens the common people, leading to inevitable rebellion. The most ludicrous jest I've ever heard is that it all begins with a bowl and ends with a nation. In essence, isn't merely a son-in-law? Without the protection from his fellow townsmen, without Li Shanchang and Mr. Qi Tian, without Empress Ma managing the rear, what chance would he have against Chahan Timur? And then there is his offspring. The eldest is nothing to critique, based on my observations, if he survives. His accomplishments could be significant, but he would surely be a moderate ruler. The second son? He married into the northern Yuan, and in his fief, he engages in nefarious deeds. In my view, his days are numbered. The third son? No need to elaborate. He appears splendid, but is truly a rogue. The fourth son is decent, a capable warrior who hasn't committed any heinous acts. The fifth is a physician, disinterested in the chaos, content to pursue his own interests. Chen Piao couldn't help but express his thoughts. He had heard far too many exaggerated praises of Zhu Xiongying in later years. Finally, he had an opportunity to vent. So, who do you believe the next emperor will be? Empress Ma inquired. Given old Zhu's character, it is highly probable that it will be his grandson. Chen Piao surmised that even if there were some deviations, the final outcome would likely remain largely unchanged. Grandson? Zhu Yunzhong? Chang inquired openly. To which Chen Piao shook her head. Zhu Yutong is too young. To speak candidly, Zhu Xiongying has not many years left. It is implausible to cultivate Zhu Xiongying from such a tender age. Moreover, that child must have been spoiled by his stepmother. Chen Piao did not believe that Zhu Xiongying could effect any significant change after merely 2 days in residence. A 4-year-old child could not possibly stir up turmoil within the palace. Stepmother? Chang's eyes widened in astonishment. When did another stepmother emerge? And to have spoiled her own son. Ah, you may not be aware, but the crown prince has elevated his concubine to the status of principal wife. Chen Piao remarked with a mischievous smile while observing Chang. Mother, you two continue your conversation. I shall go see my husband. The way with which Chen Piao pronounced husband was intended for Zhu Biao to overhear. Zhu Biao, of course, caught the exchange from his position on the bed. He swallowed hard, contemplating whether to feign sleep a little longer or to shift the blame onto his father. Husband, we have matters to discuss. Chang's voice resounded in Zhu Biao's ears. Listening to Zhu Biao's anguished cries from within the room, Chen Piao's expression twitched. Aunt, is brother Huang all right? He is fine. After your sister-in-law's passing, he remarried. He must be reminded of old memories. What title do you think the crown prince should receive if he truly ascends to the throne? The Empress Dowager deftly redirected the topic. Taizong, and as the rightful heir. The value of that title cannot be overstated. Chen Piao held a fondness for Zhu Biao, despite his brief time in existence. As he had left an indelible mark on history, the Empress Dowager was equally pleased as her son received such high praise from Chen Piao, known for her critical tongue. Young master, El Chan rushed in from outside. What is it? Why the fuss? Chen Piao inquired. The monk who visited previously is now at the door. He insists on seeing you, El Chan replied, panting. The monk? Yao Guangxiao? What does he want? Hasn't he returned to his fief with the Yin Wang? Chen Piao rose to follow El Chan to the entrance. The Empress Dowager worried for Chen Piao, fearing Yao Guangxiao might say something inappropriate. And the consequences could be dire if Chen Piao took drastic measures. Upon reaching the door, they found Yao Guangxiao sprawled over the threshold, his once round face now gaunt. Goodness! Yao Guangxiao, what has happened to you? Chen Piao helped him to his feet. It would have been better left unmentioned upon the inquiry. Yao Guangxiu broke down in tears. The Yin Wang has mistreated me. I, a humble monk. He demanded to see if I could absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and confined me in the courtyard to sunbathe for 7 days without food. When he departed, he had me beaten and left me to fend for myself in this desolate wilderness. Yao Guangxiao's words rang true. Zhu Di had indeed treated him thus. Today marked Zhu Di's return to his fief, and before his departure, he had not forgotten the Empress Dowager's instructions. He delivered a beating to Yao Guangxiao and sent him off with a warning. The Empress Dowager specifically requested you. Do not let anything slip upon your arrival. With that, he abandoned him and rode back to Beiping. Benefactor, I am wronged. I have done nothing. Yao Guangxiu wept bitterly, as though he had suffered a grave injustice. Come in, El Chan said, going to fetch him something to eat. Chen Piao extended his hand to assist him into the courtyard. Yao Guangxiao's presence here likely meant that Empress Ma had intervened. Otherwise, the Yin Wang would not have beaten him senseless and fortuitously discarded him at his own doorstep. Seated in the courtyard, Yao Guangxiao accepted the food offered by El Chan and began to eat voraciously. After devouring 9 large bowls of rice, he finally set down his bowl with a long sigh. I am immensely grateful for your generosity, he exclaimed, tears of gratitude spilling over. All right. As long as you are full. Now that the Yin Wang no longer wants you, where do you plan to go? Chen Piao inquired. I have not yet decided. If you do not mind, I could serve under you to repay your kindness, Yao Guangxiao contemplated. Considering that he could no longer cling to the Yin Wang's favor but might still seek the Empress's patronage. As long as he could curry favor with the crown prince and the Empress, who could possibly harm him in the Ming Dynasty. That works perfectly. Chen Piao smiled, rising to enter his room and retrieving several notebooks to hand to Yao Guangxiao. Your daily task will be to tally the work points, and each month you will distribute grain based on the citizens' points. The specifics of the work points system are detailed within these pages. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Yao Guangxiu began to peruse the notebooks. The work points system Chen Piao devised was gradually refined. After all, being born in the 2000s, he had little understanding of the work points system from the previous century, possessing only a vague notion of it. You truly possess great talent. But is it wise to entrust such a significant responsibility to me? Yao Guangxiao expressed his interest in the commune system, which diminished the barriers between landlords and tenants while enhancing the farmers' enthusiasm for cultivation. Rest assured, Even if you attempt to flee, I have means to retrieve you. Chen Piao remarked dismissively. With Empress Ma still present, even if you were to escape to the ends of the earth, local feudal lords would ensure your capture. In the end, it would merely be a matter of sending a letter. Yao Guangxu swallowed hard. I need some time to digest this. Might you arrange a room for me? El Chan. Show into a room. Chapter 63, Opening the Shanghai Pass? Chen Piao had been discussing Mao Zedong's selected works with Zhu Xiongying for a while, but suddenly felt a wave of boredom wash over him. After tending to the fields, he found himself restless. I shall visit the warehouse. Please, make yourselves comfortable. He decided to open today's shipping container and see what interesting items awaited him. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Chen Piao opened the system container. Inside were a box of board games, a box of drones, a box of various chemical reagents, and a box of experimental supplies. He quickly disregarded the last 3 boxes and rummaged through the pile of board games until he unearthed a set of mahjong tiles. This is splendid. It has been ages since I played. Clutching the box of mahjong, Chen Piao returned to the courtyard. Come, let us play a few rounds. I feel as though I might suffocate from boredom. Empress Ma and the Chang family looked curiously at the tiles on the table. They did not resemble pai gao. As there were not so many tiles, nor did they resemble leaf cards, which were made of paper. Chen Piao, how does one play this? Empress Ma inquired. This game is quite similar to the leaf cards, and the general mechanics are also akin to them. Chen Piao elucidated the rules to several individuals, who swiftly grasped the gameplay. To gather more participants, Chen Piao summoned the onlooker, El Chan, from the side. We shall tally the scores using playing cards, starting with 100 points for each player. Once a round concludes, I will assist in calculating the multipliers. The 4 of them settled in the courtyard to engage in a game of mahjong. Upon Chu He's return, he noticed Chen Piao's eyes were bloodshot, fixated intently on the mahjong tiles in his hand. Oh, you are playing cards. Chu He set down his fishing tackle and approached. Impressive hand you have there. Standing behind Chen Piao, he couldn't help but chuckle at the plethora of tiles resembling phone numbers that Chen had drawn. Get lost. I am aiming for a big win. Red Dragon, Chen Piao declared, laying down the red dragon tile. I win. Empress Ma pushed the mahjong tiles in front of her. Ah! Chen Piao erupted with a sharp exclamation. A Piao-hu, closed door, dealer, and even a Kong. I can't believe I hit the bottom in one hand. Chu He laughed so hard he could barely stand. A Piao-hu with 3 multipliers, a closed door, and a dealer's bonus. That totals 96 points, plus 4 for the Kong, resulting in a perfect loss of 100. I'm done. You take over. Chen Piao tossed the playing cards aside and rose, heading towards Yao Guangxiao's room. Chu He, grinning, sat down and collected his cards. Is Chen Piao all right? Empress Ma asked. He's fine. He'll be all right in a bit, Chu He replied dismissively. Previously, during the lockdown, both families were confined within Chen Piao's residence. With nothing to do, they decided to play cards, but gambling with money felt too trivial. Thus, they resolved to wager cigarettes instead. They played for an entire day, and Chen Piao ended up losing nearly 10 packs. Remarkably, he was eager to continue the next day. Upon entering Yao Guangxiao's room, Chen Piao sat opposite him. So, what insights do you have? Chen Piao inquired. Yao Guangxiao set down his bookend, with hands clasped. Regarded him earnestly. Might the benefactor be interested in embarking on a grand endeavor? It is not for my own ambition, but for the sake of the eagle. Chen Piao responded. He had no desire to be an emperor. The current eagle was akin to his own brother. Furthermore, with the inevitability of death at 60, why toil for a lifetime? He had his father's company to manage upon his return. Working tirelessly through 2 lifetimes seemed utterly unwise. In that case, I have 2 strategies. Would the benefactor care to listen? Yao Guangxiao proposed. Do enlighten me. Chen Piao was also quite curious about the strategies of Yao Guangxiao. The first step involved pursuing a political career, undermining the Ming nobility from within. With the talents of the benefactor, it was believed that in less than 20 years, officials of all ranks in the court would be infiltrated. Upon hearing this, Chen Piao shook his head, stating, ultimately, I am merely a merchant. I am not adept in matters of governance. If I were to embark on a political path, it would likely lead to my demise. He understood well what Yao Guangxi was suggesting, drawing the nobility into his fold and leveraging the power of the Huaishi gentry to instigate a coup. However, this did not align with Chen Piao's desired outcome. The current Ming Dynasty was already showing signs of class rigidity. Should he forcibly ascend the throne, the strength of Huaishi alone would be insufficient to initiate widespread reform. I have a second strategy, Yao Guangxiao continued, to encircle the cities from the countryside. controlling key areas in various provinces while simultaneously infiltrating the populace and officials of lower ranks within the cities. This would essentially damage the foundations of the Ming Dynasty. When the time comes to ascend, the entire nation would naturally respond enthusiastically. Chen Piao nodded thoughtfully. The salary of a fifth-rank official in the Ming Dynasty was approximately 16 stones, roughly equivalent to 10 taels of silver, making infiltration quite feasible. Furthermore, there existed a multitude of official positions within the fifth rank and below, spanning various sectors. The only drawback was that this method would require considerable time, possibly exceeding his own lifetime to accomplish. Do you have any concerns? Yao Guangxiao inquired. No, but I am pondering how time-consuming this endeavor will be and the vast number of personnel required. If not managed properly, it may yield counterproductive results. Chen Piao expressed his apprehensions. I have yet another plan, Yao Guangxiao proclaimed once more. Speak, Chen Piao replied, appreciating Yao Guangxiao's insight, particularly the notion of encircling cities from the countryside, which evidenced his ingenuity. The Yin King, Yao Guangxiao asserted. Now that the crown prince is deceased, Zhu Yuan will soon be established as the grand prince, yet he lacks the military backing to support him. The El family has recently suffered significant losses, and once in power, he will inevitably seek to curtail the fiefs. Among the current princes, only the Yin King possesses the strength to raise an army. At that moment, we can secretly support Zhu Di while using our infiltrated officials to suppress him. When both sides have exhausted themselves, the surrounding princes will undoubtedly be unable to remain passive. In such chaos, we could reap the benefits. If the anticipated results do not materialize, we could also open the Shanhaiguan Pass, allowing the northern Yuan to advance into the central plains. Yao Guangxiao had devised a plan. Should Zhu Yunwen reduce the fiefs, Empress Ma would certainly not remain idle and would likely encourage Chen Piao to rebel. It was possible that he might even reveal his true identity when the time came. Merely showing his face in the court would compel both the rebellious princes and the discontented officials to comply, all under the banner of legitimacy, with just cause. Chen Piao swallowed hard. This old monk was indeed ruthless. To speak of chaos on such a scale, and to even consider opening the Shanhaiguan Pass? Such an action would be akin to breaching a dam, potentially taking generations to restore to its former strength. Truly, he was deserving of the title demonic monk. As his prowess was beyond the ordinary, it appeared that lives held little value in his eyes. As for opening the Shanhaiguan Pass, it was best to reconsider, for now. It was prudent to take one step at a time, as my heart could not endure such immense stress. Chen Piao extracted a box of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. Let us discuss matters at hand. I possess some intriguing items. What do you think would be the most suitable course of action? Chen Piao produced a plethora of items from his bosom: a telescope, a triangular dagger, a guitar, a glass, an assortment of fruits, kitchen utensils, condiments, and even stockings and comic books, filling the table to its brim. Could it be that the benefactor possesses a magical bag? Otherwise, how could he extract such a multitude of substantial items? Yao Guangxiao mimicked the action of pulling things from his own chest, astonished by the absurdity of it all. Chen Piao gestured for silence, shook his head, and pointed skyward. In an instant, Yao Guangxiao understood the implication. Someone above was observing him, and he must refrain from speaking too freely. Ba, forgive me. Yao Guangxiao bowed towards the entrance and then turned his gaze to the items on the table. Chapter 64, The Crown Prince. How much stock do these items contain? Yao Guangxiao inquired. Wait a moment. Chen Piao replied as he opened the door and shouted towards Chu He. Chu He, how many stones are in 30 tons? 318. Chu He answered without hesitation. Chen Piao nodded and closed the door. Approximately 300 stones. Furthermore, they are non-renewable, meaning once sold, they are gone. However, I will continue to present novel items in the future, though their nature may vary, Chen Piao explained, already harboring an answer, merely seeking Yao Guangxiao's perspective. A gimmick, Yao Guangxiao asserted decisively. We could create a limited edition gimmick. Once a batch is sold, it will be no more. Moreover, we can raise prices under the pretense of impending scarcity. If there happens to be a supply disruption, we can simply state that new stock is in production and the store will reopen once available. Chen Piao felt his naivety. How had he not considered the prospect of increasing prices? After all, it was a risk-free venture, and he could dictate the terms. Additionally, to deter others from coveting their business and shifting their focus toward them, the impoverished monk suggested establishing a shell workshop outside the city, preferably in a location unknown even to oneself, along with a warehouse elsewhere, creating a triangular alignment with the city shop, ensuring no interaction between deliveries and the deliverers. Suddenly, Chen Piao furrowed his brow. This plan bore a striking resemblance to a film he had once seen, where the hidden owner was unaware of the workshop's location. And each segment was separated, preventing any contact between them. Shall I cease operations once I earn 30 million? Chen Piao ventured cautiously. At your age, 30 million may prove insufficient if this business is to endure. At the very least, you will require 300 million, Yao Guangxiao remarked, surveying the peculiar items on the table. Even if they operated for merely a year, the profits would undoubtedly be staggering. Thus, Chen Piao's foundation would be firmly established. Imperial Jade liquid wine? Chen Piao squinted as he posed the question. Yao Guangxiao's remarks bore too much resemblance to certain elements from the future. If he truly was a time traveler, then Chen Piao would need to contemplate the nature of their relationship more seriously. What? Are we selling that too? Does the benefactor have connections within the palace? Yao Guangxiao queried, perplexed. Not at all, Chen Piao responded, shaking his head, yet still undeterred. He added, Lu Jinan's cart. Yao Guangxi was further confounded, unsure of the meaning behind these words. The vast and boundless horizon is my love. Chen Piao persisted, refusing to give up. What is the price of the shirt? On that day, what was it that my father purchased for me at the train station? So near, yet so beautiful. Embrace new ideas. Yao Guangxi was startled and instinctively took a few steps back, his hands gripping the prayer beads tightening. Benefactor? The humble monk possesses some skills to ward off evil. Would you care to try? Observing him in such a state, Chen Piao let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that, for the moment, only the two of them were traversers in this world. No worries, you may sit. I shall take a stroll. Yao Guangxiao also breathed easier, initially believing that Chen Piao had been possessed, hence his erratic speech. Bah. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiongying sat wearily upon the dragon throne. Having lost all appetite for tea and food over the past fortnight, even during morning court, he often appeared preoccupied. How much longer could he endure? 3 years? 5 years? The matter of succession loomed before him. Yet whom should he choose? The eldest had instructed him before his demise to select from the second, third, or fourth sons. But how to decide? Zhu Xiongying pondered for quite some time, only rising at dusk. Sandetsi, Zhu Xiongying called out. Your servant is here. A eunuch wielding a whisk entered. Summon the kings of Qin, Jin, and Yin back to me swiftly, Zhu Xiongying commanded, having formulated a plan for the selection of the heir in his mind. As night enveloped the realm, Zhu Di arrived at the Fengtiang Hall, panting heavily. Father, I have come. His fief lay farthest away, and he had ridden hard all morning to reach Beijing, just as he sought a place to rest. A messenger informed him that his father wished to see several individuals. Drink some water and catch your breath, Zhu Xiongying gestured towards the now cold tea on the table. Zhu Di nodded, touched the teacup, and then downed its contents in one gulp. Father, the fourth brother has also arrived. What is it that you desire from us? Zhu Yan inquired, feeling stifled after days in Yingtian City, surrounded by nobles, where even a simple stroll could lead to encounters with acquaintances, rendering his existence decidedly uncomfortable. Indeed. Father, I have numerous matters to attend to in my fief, Zhu Chang echoed. The other day, as I left the palace, I witnessed scenes of warmth and joy among common folk. Alas, I have grown fond of lively gatherings. Zhu Xiongying sighed, gazing at his 3 foolish sons. Father, if you wish, I could have Miaoyan bring Gao Ji over. It would be good company for Yutong as well. Zhu Di was not merely flattering. After such a significant blow to his father, it would indeed be beneficial for the younger generation to offer their companionship. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Yin and Zhu Chang interpreted it differently. You intend to vie for the position of heir, sending your son forth to present himself to our father? Will such fortune befall you? What of me? Zhu Chang chimed in. Jishi is yet to meet you. He could also provide company for his siblings. Only Zhu Yin sat quietly, his head tilted in silence. His consort was the daughter of Wang Baobao. Even if their father were to select a successor among his sons, it would not be himself in the end. Observing Zhu Yan's demeanor, Zhu Xiongying suddenly felt remorse for his second son, who was undeniably talented yet had grown increasingly unruly since marrying Guanyin Nu. Second son, I have heard that your relationship with Guanyin Nu has not been particularly harmonious. Is that so? Zhu Xiongying inquired. No, it's quite good, Zhu Yang replied absent-mindedly. Father knows you have reservations about this marriage. In a few days, you should go and part ways with Guanyin Nu, allowing her to come to Tian City and live as an ordinary citizen. Father, you're overthinking. Zhu Yang and Zhu Zhen believed that Zhu Yuanzhang was merely testing them, contemplating a subtle approach. To their surprise, Zhu Xiongying waved his hand decisively. That's settled. You favored the girl from the Deng family, didn't you? She shall become the princess of Qin. Zhu Xiongying's unusual behavior caused a simultaneous sense of unease among the three. When did the old man become so amiable and understanding? After Biao left, I reflected deeply. As one ages, the mind falters. Some matters ought to be appropriately relinquished. The three sons exchanged knowing glances. This was an indication that power was being delegated to them, meaning the position of heir would soon be chosen among them. I have dispatched swift riders to your fiefs to bring your wives and children here. You shall begin managing affairs in Engtian City, he proclaimed. We will devote ourselves fully. The three proclaimed in unison, kneeling on the ground. Rise. I have yet to finish. Zhu Xiongying picked up a map from the side, which delineated three distinct areas. You shall choose from these three lands. I will periodically send officials to inspect and evaluate your governance. The three stood up, their gazes fixed upon the map. The most prominent area was the eastern market of Engtian City, a commercial district that encompassed nearly all the merchants of the city, making it the wealthiest tract of land. The second area lay to the south, designated as the industrial zone, known for its silk, iron, and various handicrafts. The third area, the largest, was situated outside the city, characterized by its lack of distinctiveness, primarily inhabited by farmers. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Di fixated on the largest expanse, adjacent to the 1,000 acres of farmland belonging to the Chen family. Regardless of the prospects of becoming the heir, he declared, the heir can choose whoever they wish. I am off to honor my mother. Father. Zhu Di abruptly knelt again. I desire the land outside the city. Oh? Why? Zhu Xiongying inquired with curiosity. He had intentionally enlarged the area on the map to dissuade others from selecting it, as managing merchants and industry was evidently less laborious than farming, which involved greater concerns. I believe that grain is the cornerstone of the Ming Dynasty. During my time in Beiping, I visited the fields and witnessed the hardships of the farmers. Thus, I aspire to govern this land well, ensuring that the common folk may live better lives. The previous chapters felt somewhat lackluster. I shall add another. Everyone, do encourage the updates and kindly rate the work. The author is diligently crafting the narrative. Chapter 65. Suda, Zhu Yan, and Zhu Jian stared blankly at Zhu Di. It was evident that the largest portion was hardly advantageous. Not to mention that most farmers had already completed their sowing. Your efforts would be futile. Moreover, the risks were considerable, as the harvest of crops could be rather unpredictable. Should a drought or flood occur, it would be nothing short of devastating. Very well. Zhu Xiongying nodded, then turned his gaze towards Zhu Yan and Zhu Jian. Where do you two wish to choose? Father, your son desires the southern region. Zhu Jian interjected eagerly. The southern area was predominantly composed of artisans, and most of the weaponry and armor for the army in Engtian City originated from there. I wish to elevate the strength of the Ming army, understanding the principles of the agrarian, artisan, and commercial classes. Zhu Jian believed that Zhu Di's choice of the largest section was merely for the sake of prestige, thus he opted for the third-ranked artisan sector. Since both my younger brothers have their preferred areas, I shall take what remains. How insincere. Zhu Yan felt a pang of sorrow. He understood the rationale behind Zhu Jian's decision, yet with their father present, what could he, as the elder brother, possibly say? He could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. Very well. Return to your respective homes. There is no need for you to attend the morning court. Simply focus on preparing your own land. Should any matters arise, I shall summon you. Understood. The three exited the Fengtian Hall. On the way, Zhu Di turned back for a moment. Father, he said with a silly grin. What is it, my fourth son? Zhu Xiongying inquired with curiosity. My father-in-law has been unwell lately, so I was considering taking him out of the city tomorrow to provide him some fresh air. I lack experience in farming and hope he can offer guidance. Zhu Xiongying set down his pen, chuckling as he regarded Zhu Di. When did you become so filial? Hiki. It is just that Miao Yun often speaks of him, and I thought that once the farming season begins, I would have little time to return to the city. Thus, I plan to have Miao Yun and my father-in-law stay with us. Zhu Di was being disingenuous, merely wishing for his father-in-law and mother to engage more frequently. If, in the future, his eldest nephew ascended to the throne, perhaps his mother could speak favorably on his behalf. Very well. It is rare for you to show filial piety. I have heard that Tian's ailment has reportedly worsened. Do not cause my old friend any undue distress. Zhu Xiongying consented with a smile, recognizing that these three young men would forge their own connections. Thank you, father. Zhu Di replied joyfully. May I also bring Zhou Jiang along? Zhu Di thought it practical. as he would frequently visit Zhejiang anyway. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Xiongying frowned, casting an exasperated glance at Zhu Di. Choose whomever you wish. Just ensure they do not hinder official duties. Understood. Then, father, rest well. I shall take my leave. Zhu Di leaped joyfully out of the Feng Tian Hall, a smile permanently gracing his lips. His mother was by his side, accompanied by his wife and son. Most importantly, his beloved nephew was present as well. In a couple of days, he planned to devise a way to lure Zhu Yuntong away, ensuring that the three little ones would have each other's company. Such camaraderie was essential for a fulfilling life. Living in the fief was akin to enduring hardship, devoid of parental affection. There was no solace in such an existence. That night, Zhu Di sat in the courtyard, grinning foolishly for hours. As dawn approached, he abruptly made his way to the residence of the Duke of Chao. Seizing the newly departed Li Jinglong, "What did my father say this morning?" Zhu Di inquired. "He mentioned keeping the three princes in your care," Li Jinglong began. But Zhu Di impatiently interrupted him. "What does it matter what he said? Come with me to the residence of the Duke of Wei. I must visit my father-in-law first." Li Jinglong was momentarily perplexed. The emperor had only mentioned keeping the three princes in Yingtian City. He had not elaborated on their purpose. What could his uncle possibly be planning? Why was everyone speaking in riddles? Poor Li Jinglong, having just left court, found himself whisked away by Zhu Di without even stepping through his own door. "Dad, are you awake?" Zhu Di burst into the room, kicking the door open. "What is it?" Suda, reclining in bed and sipping porridge, grimaced as his ailment worsened. He preferred to rest in bed to alleviate his discomfort. "Dad, come on. Let us go have some fun," Zhu Di urged, pushing away the servant who was feeding Su to get out of here. "At my age, should I be gallivanting with you two youngsters? You're always up to mischief. If you have nothing better to do, just leave me be. I'm in no condition for this." Suda grumbled, ready to lie back down when he suddenly glanced at the two. "Which brothel has a new courtesan? You both seem so excited." "The Huihua building. A 19-year-old has just arrived. I saw her perform yesterday, and she was truly remarkable," Li Jinglong responded quickly. While he might not be well-versed in the city's defenses, if tossed into the Qinhuai River, he could identify the courtesan based solely on scent. "Oh, the Huihua building. Isn't that where Suda almost fell victim to Li Jinglong's schemes? TSK, you two should have some shame, going out to such places in broad daylight. Especially you. Zhu Laosi, do you wish for me to strike you dead?" Suda grasped his cane and struggled to rise, intent on chastising Zhu Laosi. "Come now, father. Do you still consider yourself a young man? You think you can hit me? Stand up. Let me see." Zhu Di retorted defiantly, seizing the opportunity to assert his newfound authority over Suda, who had once practiced martial arts incessantly. "Very well." Suda flung his cane, which arced through the air, narrowly missing Zhu Di but striking Li Jinglong instead. "Ouch! Ah!" Li Jinglong crouched down, clutching his head, grimacing in pain. "Uncle, why did you hit me?" "I did nothing to provoke you." Suda felt somewhat embarrassed. He had never before missed his target. "Cough. My aim is off today. I shall do better next time." "Next time? Uncle, you must be punctual." Li Jinglong cursed under his breath. "Again? I shall not return next time. Do not dawdle. Come with me." Zhu Di, eager to avoid any delays, stepped forward, hoisting Suda onto his back and hurriedly made his way outside. On the way, they encountered Su Huizu, who was seated in the courtyard, enjoying a meal. Zhu Di contemplated for a moment before deciding not to take him along just yet, intending to wait until the outside residence was completed before bringing him over. "Huizu, you stay here and watch over the house. I am taking our father out for a stroll," Zhu Biao called out as he continued towards the exit. "Oh, take it slow on the road." Su Huizu mumbled through his food. "Wait, that's not right. Father is still injured." Su Huizu set down his bowl and stood up, ready to chase after them, but then paused again. His brother-in-law had no reason to harm their father. He had no claim to a title, and moreover, their father was his father-in-law. Killing him would bring no benefit. Coming to this realization, Su Huizu returned to his spot, cradling his bowl and resumed eating. Chapter 66. Roast Goose. Zhu Di tossed Suda onto the cart, taking the reins himself as they headed towards the city outskirts. The journey proved quite taxing for Suda, as the carts of the Ming Dynasty lacked shock absorption. While an ordinary person might endure such discomfort, Suda spent the entire ride in a half-squat position, having just left the Chen family estate. "Uncle, both my maternal uncle and aunt have advised me to visit less frequently lately. Is it truly wise for us to act against the wind?" Li Jinglong inquired. Following the death of the crown prince, not only had the Empress requested less of his presence, But even Lan Yu and Lan Wanga had advised him to stay away. Rumor had it that the newlywed couple, Chen Piao and his wife, had not seen each other for over half a month. Do not worry. I have informed Father Emperor beforehand. We shall explain upon our arrival. Zhu Di climbed into the cart and carried Su De out. Son-in-law, where are you taking me? To a splendid place. I assure you, once you arrive, you shall never wish to leave. Zhu Di replied with a smile. Su Da's first thought was that this fellow was not attempting to orchestrate some scheme of hidden delights to ensnare him. Jiang, knock on the door. Zhu Di, finding it inconvenient to do so himself, instructed Li Jinglong to knock. Little Chan, open the door. It is I, Li Jiang. Coming. The door swung open, and El Chan gestured for the three to enter. In the courtyard, a large family was gathered around a meal. Chen Piao and Chang were present while Zhu Biao attended to his medical needs. Fourth brother, weren't you supposed to return to Beiping? Why have you brought Tianda along? The Empress hurried forward, reaching out to assist in lowering Su De. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Su De stuttered in astonishment. How long has the Empress been gone? Why is she still here dining? Your Majesty? Chu He feigned ignorance. Sister-in-law Huang. Li Jinglong interjected, well-versed in the situation. Zhu Di discreetly nudged Su De, who immediately grasped the need to conceal his identity. Grandfather, please take a seat. Zhu Xiongying had unknowingly brought a stool for Su De. Ah, thank you, child. As Su De settled onto the stool, he noticed the child who had fetched it, stammering once more, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Why so flustered? Chu He again feigned ignorance. Zhu Xiongying. This time, Zhu Di lied. What is going on with this father-in-law? I shall not bring him next time. In such a brief moment. He nearly let slip their secret twice. What is happening? Are guests arriving? Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Piao emerged, followed closely by Madame Chang, who was assisting Zhu Biao in his exit. Su De, upon spotting the crown prince and his consort, felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to faintness. Was this hell that Zhu Laosi had led him to? Why were there corpses strewn about the courtyard? Who is this? Chen Piao inquired. My uncle-in-law, he has been unwell. Li Jinglong responded. Su uncle. Zhu Biao and Madame Chang greeted him. One must fully commit to the performance, after all. Ah, Su De replied tremulously. He had encountered many deceased, yet witnessing someone resurrected was an entirely new experience. Not only Su De, but both Zhu Di and Li Jinglong gaped in astonishment. They had personally carried the crown prince's coffin during his burial, having witnessed the event with their own eyes. How could he be alive? And as for the crown princess, one might dismiss the notion of reviving the crown prince as mere absurdity, but she had been dead for 4 years. Wasn't that a bit uncanny? Laosi, you two are behaving recklessly. Su uncle is still unwell. Zhu Biao admonished. I merely wish to bring him to see our mother. Zhu Di scratched his head, realizing his actions may have been somewhat rash. Is this venerable gentleman unwell? Chen Piao asked. Li Jinglong had mentioned that he was Zhu Di's father-in-law, and the crown prince referred to him as Su uncle, which could only mean he was Duke Su De of Wei. History records that he perished from a carbuncle. I have developed a carbuncle on my back. Were it not for my son-in-law bringing me out, I would typically remain at home. Su De sighed. If only my health were better, I could at least visit the Empress. Yet, with this affliction, he feared that today may be his last opportunity. I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. May I take a look? Chen Piao expressed interest, deciding that if he could not treat him himself, he would defer to a professional. After all, they had come this far. It would be remiss to let the visit be in vain. Heavenly virtue. Allow Chen Piao to assist you. It was they who aided us. The Empress Dowager also chimed in. Su De cast a curious glance at Zhu Biao, and upon receiving a nod from him, he felt reassured. Zhu Di and Li Jinglong assisted Su De into a guest room and helped him remove his upper garments. Chen Piao and Chu He watched in alarm as they beheld the grotesque wounds covering his back. It appeared that a skilled hand had intervened. Chen Piao, with a magnifying glass, examined the injuries. What do you discern? Chu He inquired. The pus from the carbuncles has been expelled, and the condition is no longer critical. However, the principal concern lies with the necrotic wounds, which likely became infected due to a lack of sterile conditions during the drainage process, Chen Piao concluded. He set aside the magnifying glass, informing them that the carbuncle had nearly healed and that the necrotic wounds could be treated with antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medication. It seemed that historically, Su De indeed suffered from carbuncles, but it was the infected wounds that had ultimately led to his demise through a cycle of pus formation and treatment. Can it be treated? Su De asked. There is nothing grave, Chen Piao replied, producing a box of ibuprofen and offering it to Su De. Take 2 pills for now. Once the medication takes effect, I shall apply further treatment. For extensive necrotic wounds, oral medication was no longer effective. Treatment could only proceed through injections and topical applications. Is my father-in-law truly unharmed? Zhu Di inquired nearby. Is everything all right? It's nothing serious. The main concern is that the wound has become infected. I will first apply medication for Uncle Su and see if we can avoid surgery. If the medication does not yield improvement, we will have to excise the necrotic tissue. Chen Piao retrieved the necessary medicinal supplies and set them aside. That sounds good. It is best to avoid surgery, as that can be quite excruciating. Zhu Di exhaled in relief. It is indeed a painful process of literally digging into flesh. Not many can withstand such agony. Chen Piao chuckled. But when Lan Yu was flayed, he didn't utter a sound, did he? If it weren't for Li Ziqing obliterating the Ming Dynasty, I would have to visit a museum to see his human skin. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Suda felt a slight improvement in his back. Chen Piao took the prepared antibiotics and administered a shallow injection into his skin. This step was to check for any allergic reactions. He then took iodine and used a medical cotton ball to cleanse the wound. After applying a layer of alginate, he wrapped it with gauze and bandages. Once confirming that Suda was not allergic to the antibiotics, he administered an injection. You will need to return in 2 to 3 days for a dressing change. If you notice any redness, swelling, pus, or a strong odor from the wound, you must inform me immediately. It should heal within about half a month. During this time, consume plenty of eggs, milk, and fresh fruits and vegetables. Avoid eating anything that could exacerbate the condition, especially goose meat. Chen Piao teased Suda about his fondness for roast goose. All right, can I eat? Suda swallowed hard. Yes, you can eat, but at your age. It's best to limit your intake. Eating too much could raise your blood pressure. As long as I can eat, I'm not concerned about the rest. Chapter 67. A grand undertaking. After a few moments, Empress Ma finally turned to Zhu Di and asked, Fourth brother, what brings you back? Your wife is still in Beiping. Isn Tishi? Why have you returned? My father has divided the family estate, Zhu Di replied. Oh? Chen Piao expressed confusion. Not long ago. It was mentioned that the throne would be passed down to the grandchildren. When did old Zhu become so open-minded? Am I truly cursed with bad luck? Why be so shocked? The land I divided is just adjacent to yours. I hope you will take care of it in the future. Zhu Di smiled at Chen Piao. I recall there is also vacant land nearby. How many acres did you receive? Chen Piao inquired. Not much, just over 4,000 acres. Chen Piao sprang to his feet. 4,000. I only just completed my own land yesterday, and my greenhouse is still unfinished. How long will it take to cultivate 4,000 acres? Do you think I am a bulldozer? And take care of it? Let it perish where it may. What's wrong? 4,000 acres should be manageable to plant quickly, right? Zhu Di, lacking agricultural knowledge, asked. How much money do you have on hand? Chen Piao questioned. Not a penny. It's all in Beiping. I can't assist at all. With only a little over 100 people under my command, you want to harvest a single grain next year. Is it truly that dire? Zhu Di seemed unconcerned about the yield, having chosen that plot primarily to be closer to Empress Ma. Fourth brother. The land allocated to you is indeed not impressive. Zhu Biao also shook his head. It seemed likely that Zhu Yuanzhang had taken his advice to heart. Intending to select an heir among the princes, this nominal division of the estate might truly signify a contest for the throne. Listen to me. Chu He stood up at that moment. Do you have any thoughts? Chen Piao inquired. Of course. Chu He cleared his throat. My suggestion is to establish a fish pond for 1,000 acres of black pit. That would be immensely profitable. Before Chu He could finish, Chen Piao kicked him away. How dare you say that? For 1,000 acres of fish pond. Such a project would take at least 5 or 6 years to complete. And there would be significant investment. In the meantime, profitability is out of the question. You just want to go out and fish. And what's wrong with that? Black pits are quite lucrative. Chu He, holding his waist, stood up. You can take a break. There's no need for your esteemed self to offer advice. Chen Piao pulled out a drone and handed it to him. Go play with the eagle. Hey, a drone. Chu He reached out to take it. Eagle, let's go. The two of them left the room, finally free from interruptions. If we were to transfer money from Beijing, how much could you manage to get? Chen Piao asked. Perhaps several tens of thousands of taels, Zhu Di replied. Chen Piao nodded. Farming is no longer feasible. It's too late and will greatly affect next year's harvest. What about animal husbandry? Horses, without fresh forage, are prone to illness. If one falls sick, the entire herd will follow suit. Sheep can damage the land. And the textile industry is highly competitive. Without mature technology, it would be doomed from the start. Fruit trees are even more challenging. It would be better to establish a fish pond. Do you want to play big? Chen Piao asked. How big? Let's build a city. Are you daring enough? Huh. Zhu Di was taken aback. You're talking about building a city? That's quite an ambitious claim. Do you have a map? Show me. Chen Piao extended his hand. Zhu Di produced the map and pointed to his piece of land. Lu Chan, go fetch Chu He. Chen Piao commanded. Yes, young master. Lu Chan went outside to summon Chu He back. What is it? Didn't you say I had nothing to do with it? Chu He sat down with a disgruntled expression. Chen Piao pushed the map in front of him. This area needs development. Build a city here. Give me a quote. Chu He took the blueprint and examined it. Give me paper and pen. Chen Piao handed in the materials. Chu He began to sketch and jot down notes. After more than half an hour, he set down the paper and pen. Do you want a cheap option or an expensive one? Chu He inquired. How much are we talking? Zhu Biao asked curiously. The cheaper option would cost around 100,000 taels, but it would be quite rudimentary. The expensive one starts at 300,000 taels with no upper limit. Chu He tapped the notebook with his pen. Why is the expensive option so costly? What is the reasoning behind it? Zhu Biao asked again. The cheap option only guarantees basic shelter. It lacks commercial viability and infrastructure. The expensive option includes commercial areas, residential zones, schools, hospitals, and ultimately, it can generate profit. Chu He concluded, tossing aside the paper and pen. But I don't have that much money. I could only afford a cheap one at most. Zhu Di sighed. He wished for a more luxurious development, but funds were limited. I'll cover it for you, but I want 40% of the city's profits. Chu He and I will each take 20%, Chen Piao declared. Zhu Di turned to look at Empress Ma. 40% of the profits would leave him with only 60% after sharing with his brother, with the elder brother needing a share, and some for his father-in-law and mother. How much would he have left? Fourth brother, you haven't contributed any funds. Chen Piao has generously offered his financial support. What more could one desire? Empress Ma discerned the awkwardness of Zhu Di, who, upon reflection, realized he had contributed nothing financially. Was he not essentially reaping rewards without investment? Zhu Di's gaze grew increasingly resolute, and with a sudden strike upon the table, he declared his intent. Yet, before he could articulate his thought, the table, unbalanced from his forceful gesture, toppled onto him. Oh dear. Fourth brother. A flurry of hands quickly lifted the table, aiding Zhu Di to his feet. Are you all right? Chen Piao inquired. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. Zhu Di's face, however, was flushed crimson, his indignation palpable. It doesn't hurt, indeed? Chu He could not suppress a chuckle, and his jest incited laughter among the gathered company. Why, indeed, strike the table in idleness? Did they not realize the precariousness of its balance? Once the table was restored to its rightful place, Zhu Di finally posed his question, what must I do? I cannot simply stand idly by. I require talents from various fields, including construction, design, execution, and supervision, Chen Piao articulated. I also need iron, ore, coal, limestone, clay, gypsum, and a substantial quantity of timber. Should we find ourselves lacking in any regard later, we will procure more, Chu He added. Zhu Di's teeth clenched in trepidation. Was this a plan for construction or insurrection? What need have we for iron ore? Fourth brother. I am acquainted with individuals at the city's Salt and Iron Transport Bureau. A simple missive, and I shall have Li Jiang deliver it. Securing a modest amount should pose no issue, Zhu Biao proposed, wielding his connections. Ultimately, it was his family that bore the brunt of the burden. Yet any assistance was valuable. Zhu Di nodded. Indeed, his elder brother cared for him. Chu He, might you elaborate on your proposed plans? Zhu Biao inquired. Turning his attention to Chu He. Observe. Chu He took a seat beside Zhu Biao, positioning himself at the center. I intend to establish the largest school, with surrounding residential areas catering to scholars. The school shall serve as the nucleus, radiating outward. First commercial zones, then industrial sectors. Chu He expounded on his vision. Zhu Biao listened intently, occasionally offering insights that sparked Chu He's creativity. In Chapter 68, Fang Xiaoru, the group deliberated the development for an entire day in the courtyard. Zhu Di and his companions spent the night at the Chen residence. On the following day, Chen Piao busied himself. The immediate priority was to generate funds, for without them, progress would be stymied. After breakfast, Chen Piao and Yao Guangxiao ventured into the city, their purpose to identify a prime location for the items from their system. They arrived at the pawn shop, seeking a reliable intermediary, and inspected several establishments. At last, they discovered a shop with excellent geography, ready for immediate use upon purchase. If you fancy this establishment, it's yours for 5,000 taels, the shopkeeper declared. Too steep. 2,000. Chen Piao countered, slashing the price in half. Is this not the essence of bargaining? You set a sky-high price, and I respond with a ground-level offer. I shall not sell, the shopkeeper retorted, retracting the deed and turning to leave. Chen Piao, perplexed, questioned, Are you leaving without negotiation? 5,000 it is. He called out to the shopkeeper, who paused and returned to the table. But I do not possess the funds. As the shopkeeper was about to rise again, Chen Piao placed a transparent glass cup upon the table. I shall take 10 of these exquisite glassware in exchange for one of your shops, declared the shopkeeper. 15. He added, I shall not purchase any. Chen Piao mimicked the shopkeeper and, seizing the glass cup, departed. Sold. 10 it is, observed Yao Guangxiao as he watched the two engage in their trivial back and forth, pondering the futility of it all. In the end, they would simply transact at their original prices. The signing process proceeded seamlessly, akin to a narrative penned by a novelist, everything unfurling in a most logical manner. Look at this expansive shop. How many individuals are required to manage it? Inquired Chen Piao. Perhaps 20, 10 men and 10 women. I am confident in my ability to oversee the establishment, replied Yao Guangxiao. Very well, I shall arrange for some personnel to be sent over shortly. Chen Piao then ventured into the storeroom at the back, disposing of various odds and ends into the storage space, particularly a heap of discarded items unearthed yesterday, pajamas, cosmetics, and an assortment of daily necessities, including an entire box of contraceptives, ultra-thin, ribbed, and even glow-in-the-dark varieties. What purpose do these useless items serve? He lamented. You should remain in the city for a while. Once your stock is depleted, inform me, and I will send someone to assist. Truly, your abilities are remarkable, Yao Guangxiao remarked. Nonsense. If something arises, simply send word, and I shall take my leave, Chen Piao stated before exiting the shop. He trusted Yao Guangxiao's capabilities, believing that sending him into commerce was a misallocation of talent. After procuring another 10 men and women, Chen Piao strolled through the streets of Yingtian City. To be honest, a casual visit here was quite pleasant. However, if one were to frequent this place often, it would not compare to the comfort of leisurely shopping in a later time. Chen Piao, upon hearing someone call his name, he promptly turned to see a graceful figure approaching. Lan Wanga, are you out for a stroll? He greeted with a smile. Indeed, my father forbade me from visiting you, so I am left wandering the city. And you, what brings you here? Lan Wanga linked her arm with Chen Piao's. I plan to open a shop, so I thought I would come and take a look. A shop? What kind of shop? Does it offer delicious treats? Lan Wanga inquired with a twinkle in her eye. Alas, no, merely some daily necessities. Would you care to join me? Oh, certainly. But will you charge me? My pocket money is rather limited, she teased. Fear not. They're just small items. As long as you don't take everything, we're in good spirits. The two chatted merrily as they made their way toward the shop, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by along the route. What a striking pair they made. The gentleman exuding charm, albeit slightly inferior to the audience's expectations, and the lady, poised and graceful, captivating many gazes even alongside Chen Piao. Upon arriving at the shop, Yao Guangxi was already organizing individuals to move items onto the shelves. Well, so much, exclaimed Lan Wanga, releasing Chen Piao's arm and weaving between several display cases. A maid closely following behind hurried to assist, one fervently collecting items while the other lent a helping hand. Chen Piao chuckled softly, accompanying her as they browsed. In no time, they had gathered a multitude of cosmetics and daily necessities. What is this? Lan Wanga picked up a square box and inquired. Previously, she had encountered various items at Chen Piao's home, but this particular box was unfamiliar to her. Its exquisite packaging and lightness intrigued her. What is this? Oh my goodness. Upon realizing its contents, Chen Piao swiftly tossed the box of Okamoto 001 back onto the shelf, simultaneously covering Lan Wanga's eyes. Yao Guangxiao, Chen Piao called out. Here. Yao Guangxiao hurried over. Remove this item. No one is to take it out without permission. Understood. Yao Guangxiao promptly gathered the neatly arranged Okamoto 001 and retreated to the warehouse for safe storage. Only after Yao Guangxiao had distanced himself did Chen Piao release her grip on Lan Wanga. What was it? Why can't I see? Lan Wanga asked. Children should not pry. Chen Piao was at a loss. Should she disclose that it was a contraceptive? Wouldn't that make her seem rather debauched? Unbeknownst to Chen Piao, however, Lan Wanga had secretly concealed another box in the hands of her maid, with an air of mystery. If Chen Piao wouldn't let her see it, she would sneak a glance instead. After all, he couldn't be present every day. She could always return later. Do you sell leggings here too? But why are they so thin? Lan Wanga picked up a bag of black stockings, poised to open it. Hey, you can take other items, but for this, you must pay. This item is too costly. Chen Piao struggled to concoct a plausible excuse, resorting to a rather feeble rationale. It's just money, Lan Wanga remarked. Glancing at the price, 5 taels of silver. Indeed, it was quite expensive, but the pricier, the better. Opening her purse, she produced 10 taels of Ming Dynasty banknotes. Take it. I'm not short on cash. She stuffed the banknotes into Chen Piao's arms. With a teasing glance, Lan Wanga grabbed 2 pairs of black stockings and continued her shopping. Chen Piao ran his fingers over the banknotes, shook his head, and followed her. They wandered for several rounds before Lan Wanga finally decided to stop. Meanwhile, 2 unexpected guests arrived outside the shop. Master Fang, is it truly necessary for me to do this? In my opinion, it would suffice for me to seek assistance from the governor of Yingdian Fu to take over this area. Why complicate matters? Zhu Xiongying glanced at Fang Xiao. The 2 were dressed in casual attire, standing at the entrance of Chen Piao's shop. Do not take offense, Your Highness. From my perspective, the Empress task for the 3 princes is not merely about effective management, but rather to discern whether they can genuinely comprehend the needs of the common people. Fang Xiao replied. Early that morning, Fang Xiao had sought out Zhu Xiongying. It was clear that the Emperor's grandson was unreliable. The previous day, His Majesty had summoned several princes to the palace, evidently intending to select a successor among them. The second prince, holding dominion over affluent lands and being the emperor's legitimate offspring, stood a significantly high chance of winning. As a side note, Fang Xiao was recommended for an official position in the 25th year of Hongwu. The timeline for the succession struggle was slightly adjusted for narrative purposes, so readers should not be misled by my novel. Chapter 68, Grand Opening agreed. Zhu Xiongying nodded, lifting his gaze to the sign hanging at the entrance. Songxing Pavilion? The name of this establishment is indeed intriguing, and the calligraphy exudes a robust vigor. I wonder which esteemed individual crafted it. Shall we step inside? Your Highness, please. The 2 entered the shop, and upon crossing the threshold, they spotted Lan Wanga seated at the front desk, engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar gentleman. Their demeanor suggesting a certain intimacy. Welcome. Feel free to browse. Chen Piao stood up, addressing them. You must be the eldest daughter of the Yongchang Marquis. What brings you to this modest shop? Zhu Yang completely disregarded Chen Piao, turning her attention to Lan Wanga. So it is His Highness, the King of Qin. Lan Wanga finally lifted her gaze upon Zhu Yang. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Please forgive me. She rose and offered a respectful bow. Not at all. What brings you here? Zhu Yang inquired. This gentleman is my husband, and I came to support his new venture, Lan Wanga replied with poise. I see. Zhu Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The illustrious daughter of the Yongchang Marquis could have chosen anyone, yet she opted for a mere merchant, even turning down an imperial marriage proposal. What does this little shop sell? Might you introduce it to me? Zhu Yang seemed to regard Chen Piao with disdain. Chen Piao, feeling a flicker of indignation, thought, you are but a prince. How brazen you are, unafraid of potential repercussions. Moreover, if the crown prince were to pass away in 2 years, Zhu Yang would surely precede him. My shop offers a variety of items. I implore your highness to follow me, and I shall present them to you one by one. Chen Piao's mind was now set. He resolved to outsmart Zhu Yang. Oh, then let us take a look. Zhu Yang relished the sensation of being attended to. Your highness, please observe. Chen Piao showcased a set of alluring Victoria's Secret bunny costumes alongside a pair of sailor-themed lingerie. These 2 ensembles are my meticulous designs, crafted by artisans over the span of a month, ensuring you an unparalleled experience. Should you desire images of them being worn, I have a catalog right here. Chen Piao discreetly retrieved a poster from his clothing, wary of Lan Wanga noticing it. Zhu Yang accepted the catalog, suppressing a smile. I, a king, engaging with such attire? This may be a tad scandalous. Zhu Yang feigned modesty, especially with Fang Xiao beside him. Such a notion is misguided. Before Fang Xiao could respond, Chen Piao interjected. Your Highness is the Emperor's legitimate son. It is only natural for you to seek to expand your lineage. Imagine your consort adorning such garments. Merely gazing upon her would be a delight, would it not? Chen Piao spoke with righteous fervor, knowing that should Zhu Yang purchase the outfit, he would have ample opportunity to manipulate him. Master Fang, what do you think? Zhu Yang was indeed tempted but felt compelled to consult Fang Xiao. Might this be Master Fang Xiao? Chen Piao's expression was exaggerated, akin to a fan encountering their idol. You know me? Fang Xiao queried, perplexed. Of course. Master Fang Xiao, you are a beacon among scholars. Before your time, No scholar has reached your heights. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Confucius and Mencius. Very well. I shall take the liberty to gift these items to you both, not to curry favor, but to ensure a pleasant encounter should you pass by in the future. Please. Dear guests, linger for a moment at the entrance of this establishment. Just your presence alone elevates the ambience of my humble shop. Chen Piao flattered the two with a stream of compliments, which brought them great delight. However, was Tifang Shiru appointed as an official only in the 25th year of Hongwu? Shouldn't he be furthering his studies back in his hometown now? You are quite the character. No need for me to take advantage of you. You shall receive what is fair. I shall purchase all these garments. With a grand gesture, Zhu Yang claimed the items in their entirety. Oh, do not be so formal. Such an arrangement feels rather distant. If you truly wish not to take advantage of me, simply leave a single coin as a token. As the saying goes, the friendship of gentlemen is as refreshing as water. If you leave a single coin today, that will be a matter of honor for me. Zhu Yang patted Chen Piao on the shoulder, marveling at how eloquently he spoke. Well then, may I inquire the name of this esteemed brother? Zhu Yang asked. I am Li Feiyu. Splendid. I shall acknowledge you as my brother. From now on, I shall ensure my companions look after you. Just do not let it become a burden. Zhu Yang, feeling quite pleased, gathered the garments while Chen Piao retrieved a black plastic bag from his pocket to assist in packing for the two. Zhu Yang cheerfully dropped a copper coin and exited the shop with Fang Xiaoru. When did you become so sycophantic? This is unlike you. Lan Wanga inquired with curiosity. You wouldn't understand. Chen Piao tucked the coin away. What has your father been up to lately? I haven't seen him visiting my shop. He busy making money. Lan Wanga lazily leaned against the counter. Making money? Is the Marquis in need of funds? Indeed. My father's group of adopted sons has been disbanded, and the regular tribute has ceased. With so many servants in the Lan household and the lands bestowed by His Majesty, all of this requires financial management. Chen Piao nodded, surprised by the Marquis's meager treatment. His salary barely sufficed to support the servants. How about this? You help me attract customers. For every patron you bring, I shall grant you a 20% share of the profits. What do you say? Are you serious? Lan Wanga's interest was piqued. If the everlasting Marquis's house lacks funds, then I too am in want. The current expenditures are drawn from my previous savings. Absolutely. Just inform Yao Guangxiao of who you bring along. We'll settle the accounts daily. I shall go at once. But you mustn't renege. Would I dare to default on your account? I could never withstand your father's wrath. Chen Piao jested. Such a tongue you have. Lan Wanga playfully tapped his forehead before departing with her maid, setting off to find her companions. Chen Piao reclined at the bar, awaiting customers. Initially, he thought that the noble scions would have few friends. However, it became apparent that he was mistaken, as he was the only one with a sparse circle. In just about 2 hours, the entire ground floor of the shop was overrun by a throng of women, from mature matrons to youthful maidens. Cosmetics and various intriguing daily necessities were snatched up in a frenzy. Yao Guangxiu managed the accounts and change, while Chen Piao focused on packaging the items. The workers, who had just arrived in the morning with fresh stock, found their goods snatched away before they could even be displayed. Nevertheless, Chen Piao had instructed Yao Guangxiu to set aside the undergarments, as he had an alternate market for those items and did not anticipate profits from them here. Only when Chen Piao was too fatigued to lift his arms did the boisterous crowd finally disperse. So how was that? Am I not impressive? Lan Wanga exclaimed, giving Chen Piao a light tap. Impressive indeed. My dear lady, you are remarkable. I am in awe, dear brother. Chen Piao mused that earning a woman's money was indeed a simpler endeavor. A third of the cosmetics had vanished, and household items had disappeared by half a box. Despite her exhaustion, she had to display the sold-out sign. Otherwise, the elderly would have emptied the boxes in no time, bringing along the newcomers. Daoyan, how much have we earned in such a short span? Asked Lan Wanggu. Amipa, we've accrued 60,217 taels, reported Yao Guangxiu, setting aside his abacus to reveal the figure. Wow. Chen Piao was astounded by the sheer profitability. 60,000 taels of silver, which, upon conversion, amounted to roughly 15 million. The most significant aspect was that there were no costs involved. This was more lucrative than running a warehouse supermarket. I shall forego the small change. Just give me 10,000 taels. Lan Wanggu waved her hand, exclaiming, 10,000 a day. And it's a long-term profit. If I could recruit a few more people, wouldn't we be raking in the profits? She requested 10,000 taels, promising that anyone she brought in would earn her a 20% commission, regardless of their spending. Very well. Yao Guangxiao counted out 10,000 taels in Ming banknotes and handed them to Lan Wangge. The sight of the thick stack of banknotes brought a broad smile to her face. Shall we dine at my place tonight? You should also invite your father. Absolutely. I will treat you to drinks. Lan Wangge joyfully replied as she tucked away the banknotes. Chapter 69. The premier fire starter of the Ming Dynasty Chen Piao returned to the courtyard with the Lan father-daughter duo, while Yao Guangxi remained at the shop to oversee operations. You're back. How did the store fare? Inquired Empress Ma. Quite well. Can you guess today's earnings? Chen Piao spoke with an air of mystery. A few thousand taels would be commendable. At most, it should be around 10,000. Zhu Di interjected eagerly. I wager it didn't even reach 1,000. Perhaps just a few hundred. Li Jinglong chimed in. This skepticism was understandable, as in the eyes of these Ming natives, merchants were of lowly status, and they could scarcely believe they could earn as much as the nobility. You fellows have no idea about this lad. Chu He, being the one who understood Chen Piao best, asserted that if he had merely earned a few hundred or thousand, he wouldn't pose such a question. I suspect it has surpassed 10,000, but not reached 100,000. After all, this is just the first day. Curiosity extended beyond their table. Even Lan Yu was intrigued, noticing his daughter's continuous smile on the way back. When he inquired about her joy, she simply smiled mysteriously, refusing to divulge. 60,000. After deducting Wang Ji's share, we are left with 50,000. Wow. Zhu Di couldn't help but exclaim. Did we really earn 60,000 in just one day? With just this single store, it won't be long before we have the project's startup capital. My daughter. He. Lan Yu rubbed his hands together, gazing at Lan Wangge. What can I say? Times are tough. Even as a marquis, he found himself contemplating carrying heavy loads. Since disbanding the Yizhi camp, the Yongchang Marquis' household had been strapped for cash. Do not count on my earnings. This is my dowry. Naturally, Lan Wangge was reluctant to part with her newfound wealth. Lan Yu, how shameless can you be, robbing your own daughter? Hearing the voice from behind, Lan Yu turned, realizing it was someone familiar. Goodness. Suda, is that you? What brings you here? Lan Yu quickly vacated his seat to assist Suda in taking a seat. It's all thanks to my wonderful son-in-law. He brought Li Jiang yesterday. Early in the morning, Suda carried me over. Suda shot a glare at Zhu Di, exclaiming, I say, father-in-law, my mother has already given me a beating. Is it truly appropriate for you to bring this up again? Zhu Di, somewhat discontented, recalled how Suda had mercilessly criticized himself and Li Jinglong during dinner the previous night, which had incited a furious reprimand from Empress Ma. To add insult to injury, Zhu Biao had chimed in, sparking further ire. Unable to intervene, he had merely allowed Empress Ma to handle the situation while also throwing in some sarcastic remarks. Empress Ma lightly tapped Zhu Di on the head, acknowledging, understood, mother. Zhu Di held his head and chose not to retort further. As the group engaged in conversation, Chang Shi emerged from the kitchen, bearing dishes. Come, it's time for dinner. Goodness. What is this? Upon seeing Chang Shi, Lan Yu felt his legs weaken. How could the crown princess, who had passed 4 years ago, suddenly appear alive? What's wrong, Lan Yu? Chen Piao, feigning ignorance, inquired. Nothing at all, Lan Yu explained. This person resembles a deceased relative of mine. Oh, I see, Chen Piao smiled. Where's brother Huang? Why isn't he joining us for dinner? He's coming. Zhu Biao's voice called from within the room. Now able to move about independently, he still felt a pang of pain in his chest when speaking loudly. Upon hearing his voice, Lan Yu nearly collapsed in disbelief. The crown prince is present too? Too much. Too much of what? Chen Piao continued to feign ignorance. Too fragrant. Who prepared this meal? It smells heavenly. Chen Piao glanced at the table, thinking to himself, is this a jest? The dishes served were merely cold appetizers. How could one detect such aroma? Yet, Chen Piao refrained from calling out the absurdity and instead shifted the topic. Today, a significant figure visited my establishment, he said mysteriously. A significant figure? Which official? Zhu Biao inquired, intrigued. The king of Qin. Chen Piao retorted with disdain, as if confronted with something repugnant. The king of Qin? What business does he have with you? Zhu Biao sensed something amiss. To purchase goods, of course. My little shop is merely a place for commerce. Chen Piao intentionally revealed only part of the story. But what? Did he not pay? Zhu Biao grew agitated. How could the second son be so outrageous? Leaving without even paying for his purchases? It seems we haven't disciplined him enough. Oh, don't even mention it. Such a disgrace. Chen Piao produced a poster from his pocket and placed it on the table. Today, the king of Qin brought Feng Xiaoru to my shop and bought up everything depicted in this illustration. Lord Fong even boasted that he recently acquired several concubines, purchasing more than the king himself. The group exchanged glances, passing the poster among themselves. Good heavens! Thank goodness it was pixelated. Otherwise, it could not be shown publicly. With Chen Piao's embellishments, Zhu Yin and Fang Shiru were depicted as lecherous fiends, hastily returning home to indulge after purchasing undergarments. The king of Qin is truly despicable, Zhu Biao exclaimed, nearly slamming the table in outrage. Such debauchery! How disgraceful! All those esteemed scholars we employed during his youth taught him nothing. Yenner. Empress Ma intervened to stop Zhu Biao. If he had continued, he would undoubtedly have penned a letter to vehemently berate Zhu Yin and then summoned him here to face the family's disciplinary measures. However, allowing Zhu Yin to carry on like this was simply unacceptable. Empress Ma discreetly signaled to Lan Yu, who immediately understood and raised his hand as if to slam the table. Chen Piao quickly seized Lan Yu's hand, exclaiming, "Just speak. No need to slam the table. If you do, the fourth will surely overturn it. There is still food on the table." Chen Piao genuinely feared Lan Yu might upend the table. He had been starving all day, eagerly anticipating a warm meal. Lan Yu cleared his throat, retracting his hand. This king of Qin is utterly debauched. Such disgrace to the royal dignity. I shall return and draft a memorial to chastise that scoundrel Fang Shiru. Just as Lan Yu was about to criticize the king of Qin, he recalled Empress Ma's presence and swiftly changed his target. Fang Shiru? Oh, I remember now, he's that Fang of the 10 clans, Fang Shiru. Upon hearing this moniker, Chen Piao quickly lowered his head, stifling laughter. Among the most notorious figures of the early Ming Dynasty were Fang Shiru, who faced the execution of his entire clan, Li Jinglong, the first generation of war heroes, and Zhu Xiongying, the second generation. Fang Shiru, in particular, had become the subject of many jokes, as the execution of 10 clans was a rare occurrence. Is this Fang Shiru truly so amusing? Zhu Biao inquired, perplexed by the sudden mirth of the two. No, it's nothing. I'll share the story with everyone when the time is right. Chen Piao concealed his smile, recognizing the sensitive nature of the topic concerning Zhu Di. He decided to postpone discussing Zhu Laoxi's illustrious deeds for another occasion. But wait, Lan Yu. ISNT at the civil officials who write memorials? Should a military officer like you be writing one too? Chen Piao deftly diverted the conversation. I'm merely organizing my thoughts in advance to avoid fumbling when the time comes to criticize him. It's quite simple. Can't one curse effectively? Chu He stood up and stepped back a couple of paces. Chen Piao understood his intentions and approached him, whispering, "We come through the sharpest of trials. Let us not lose face." Well said. Stay alert. Chu He appeared invigorated, brushing off imaginary dust from his clothing. Smack. Chen Piao playfully thumped him on the head. Mind the noise. There's a child present. Zhu Xiongying was still seated nearby, observing. My apologies. Let us start over. Chu He patted his clothes again, now brimming with indignation as he approached the table. This time, he had learned to mute sensitive words, refraining from voicing them aloud. Fang Shiru, you, a mere fifth-rank official, have sullied your ancestors' legacy. Which ghostly temptress has bewitched you into purchasing such items for your wife? I am embarrassed for her. Chapter 70. Beware of the spotlight. I quite like this. Lan Yu thought this approach was effective, direct, and unrefined, cursing both Fang Shiru and his wife simultaneously, aiming to obliterate that pedantic scholar. Empress Ma and Zhu Biao exchanged exasperated glances. If such words were uttered, the morning court would transform into a genuine battleground. And it was likely that the civil officials and military officers would end up quarreling. Enough. I have studied for a few years. Soon, I shall compose a piece of scorn against him for you to memorize, which you can recite verbatim in the court. However, Zhu Biao ultimately resolved to take action. It would be inappropriate for him to chastise Zhu Yang directly under the guise of Lan Yu, so he decided to exploit Fang Shiru instead. With that, Lan Yu expressed his gratitude, thinking to himself that this was a secure plan. The crown prince would assist him with some literary matters, and if that fell short, they could resort to martial means. Engaging in physical combat was out of the question. At most, they would exchange verbal barbs. As night descended, Chen Piao and Lan Wang found themselves seated in a secluded courtyard, with a table laden with snacks and beer before them. What you discussed with my father today was merely to ensnare Fang Shiru, was it not? Lan Wang inquired. I would never. Such an amusing affair is too delightful not to share with everyone. Chen Piao naturally refused to concede. With the three princes gathered in Yingtian City, old Zhu appeared intent on nurturing his schemes. Meanwhile, Zhu Yang and Zhu Jin remained oblivious to the fact that Empress Ma was still alive. Zhu Di, aware of this revelation, clearly lacked the ambition to contest for succession. This scenario became increasingly intriguing, with those residing in the grand courtyard operating in the shadows, while others moved in plain sight. This was no mere struggle for succession. It was an absurd theatrical performance concerning the heirs of the Ming Dynasty. Is that so? I have a lingering suspicion that you are concealing something from me. Lan Wang fixed her gaze intently on Chen Piao. Oh, what could I possibly be hiding from you? Chen Piao responded with curiosity. Lan Wang harbored a strong intuition that Chen Piao was aware of Empress Ma's identity. Not only him, but even Chu He was in the know. Are you truly comfortable leaving the eldest and second child of Majesty in your home? Aren't you concerned they might seize your wealth? Lan Wang probed cautiously. I've never been robbed in my life. It has always been I who takes from others. There is no reason for anyone to rob me, Chen Piao proclaimed confidently. Such bravado. Lan Wang scoffed, but upon reflection, she realized that indeed her father had once robbed him, resulting in Lan Si being imprisoned, and now he remained in a state of near death. Fu Bo had been shot. Though he had healed, a sizable scar still marred his leg. The mother's family of the crown princess had lost a head, and she herself had been cast into the cold palace. Bravado? I dare you to test it. Chen Piao teased as he cast a challenging glance at Lan Wang. Oh, how do you propose I test it? Lan Wang mirrored his teasing gaze. However, disgusting. How did I not realize this fellow was so slick? Chu He muttered quietly from beside the courtyard door. Mother, this cannot be good. With so many of us, if we are discovered, it would be disastrous. Zhu Biao inquired nearby. If it's bad, why are you still here? Your wife has objected. Empress Ma rebuked Zhu Biao. Then what is the purpose of bringing me here? Lan Yu meekly questioned, pondering how increasingly inappropriate it felt to witness her daughter engaging with a young man. Silence. Something is afoot. Suda, ignoring the pain in his back, peered intently inside. Goodness. When did you arrive, my esteemed father-in-law? You are half buried in the earth, and yet you come to observe the young ones courting? Zhu Di stared incredulously at Suda, astonished by his stealthy approach. The two individuals in the courtyard were drawing ever closer. They have arrived. They have arrived. Li Jinglong hastily interjected, breaking the tension. Changshe grasped El Chan's hand, her excitement palpable as she witnessed the scene unfold. Where else could one find such thrilling spectacles within the palace? This was far more entertaining than watching the concubines engage in their power struggles. The crowd eagerly anticipated the moment as the two individuals drew closer. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated their faces. Ladies and gentlemen, is it truly so entertaining to gawk? Chen Piao expressed his exasperation. When did this group become so nosy? If only Yao Guangxie were present, surely they'd drag him over to witness this as well. Ah, what a farce. Chu He abruptly turned and fled, prompting a mass exodus as everyone scattered, especially Suda, who, despite his usual frailty, was now sprinting faster than Zhu Di. How embarrassing. Lan Wang playfully struck Chen Piao, frustrated that even her father was caught up in the commotion. I'm going home. You should retire early too. Despite her embarrassment, anger prevailed. It was mortifying to be under such scrutiny. Chen Piao grasped Lan Wang's hand firmly, pulling her into his embrace. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she dared not meet his gaze. But there are still people outside. Yet, the street was deserted. Chen Piao's voice carried an alluring timbre as they leaned closer beneath the moonlight. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. Lan Wang gazed at Chen Piao with affection, only for him to produce a flashbang from his pocket. What is this? She inquired, curiosity piqued. You'll find out shortly. Chen Piao pulled the pin and hurled it towards the rooftop. In that instant, he covered Lan Wang's ears and held her tightly. Bang! Goodness! Came the startled exclamations. And a sly smile crept onto Chen Piao's lips, well aware that his friends would not let this opportunity for mischief pass. Moments later, Chu He and Zhu Di approached, wincing in discomfort. That was ruthless. You bombarded us with a flashbang. Chu He complained, his ears still ringing. What? Speak up. Zhu Di strained to hear. As Chu He noticed Chen Piao approaching with something in hand, he instinctively covered his ears. Zhu Di, perplexed by the object, stared at the flashbang, only to suffer the full brunt of its effects, while Chu He merely experienced a ringing. Are you both out of your minds? Chen Piao remarked, still holding Lan Wang close. I want to comment on your spying, but I heard from Andy that you, Huang Laosi, have a wife. Why join the fray? What? Zhu Di looked at Chen Piao in confusion, only able to vaguely see his lips moving, unable to hear the words. That is not it. You didn't have to hurl a flashbang at us. Chu He dug at his ears. Serves you right. What did you expect for peeking? What did you throw earlier? Lan Wang asked, intrigued. She had caught a hint of the earlier noise and, given their reactions, sensed it was quite powerful. A flashbang. Chen Piao produced another one and handed it to her. But be careful. This can be dangerous. Lan Wangge nodded, eager to examine it closely when suddenly a commotion erupted from outside the courtyard. Who? Where is the assassin? Lan Yu rushed in, brandishing a blade. Where is it? Where is the assassin? There is an assassin. What is happening? Before long, all the individuals who had returned to their quarters rushed over, each wielding a weapon as they gathered in the courtyard. Chu He. What is happening? So many people. Zhu Di, unable to comprehend the situation due to the noise, could only loudly appeal to Chu He beside him. It's nothing. Just stay put. Chu He shouted in Zhu Di's ear. Ah, understood. Chapter 71. Still the crowd exchanged glances, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Chen Piao. What was that sound just now? Zhu Biao, having relaxed, inquired as he set down his phone on a stool. A flashbang. Chen Piao produced another flashbang and handed it to Zhu Biao. It's nothing. You nearly scared me to death. Indeed. I was wondering what had exploded. The group collectively exhaled, setting their weapons down. Such a small device could produce such a tremendous noise. Zhu Biao, intrigued, remarked, this invention is rather fascinating. Of course. Would you like to see it in action? Chen Piao, emboldened by a playful spirit, decided to showcase modern equipment before the ancient individuals. Let us take a look. Zhu Biao returned the flashbang, and the crowd followed Chen Piao outside. Zhu Di remained bewildered. What? Where are you going? Wait for me. In the woods adjacent to the main courtyard, Chen Piao first secured a flashlight to a tree for illumination, then revealed an array of weapons from his system, laying them on the ground. Chu He, it's your turn. Chen Piao, unfamiliar with these arms, merely recognized them as rifles and handguns. Damn it. Let me take the lead. Chu He seized a handgun, exclaiming, this is a Glock 17, with a standard magazine of 17 rounds. He disengaged the safety and fired at a distant tree. Wow, a firearm. I've never seen something so compact. Su De, familiar with such weaponry, recalled that during their conquest, the Yuan army had utilized these devices. Even now, our military has musket troops. However, these firearms are expensive to produce, slow to reload, and lack a reliable solution. Indeed. Yet this is far more convenient than a musket. So small, it could easily fit in a pocket. Lan Yu nodded in agreement. Let us save the analysis for later. I haven't finished yet. Chu He interrupted their conversation. There are two firing modes, semi-automatic and fully automatic. He fired another burst into the tree. Goodness. The spectators, having never encountered a handgun, expressed their astonishment, while Empress Ma appeared unfazed. The gunfire on the night of Lan Silai's arrival had been much louder. Chen Piao. Li Jinglong rubbed his hands together, inching closer to Chen Piao. What? How much for this gun? I want to buy one. Li Jinglong was genuinely fond of handguns, having been captivated by revolvers as well, but Chen Piao had taken them away before he could truly examine them. Not for sale. Each shot is precious. Do you think it's a Polaroid camera, to be given away freely? Ah, your reasoning is flawed. Su De interjected with a differing opinion. I shall offer 3,000 taels for one handgun. Additionally, provide me with 100 rounds. Chen Piao pondered for a moment. 3,000 is too little. 1,000. Deal. Fourth, you shall collect the money from my residence tomorrow. Chen Piao, regretfully stamping his foot, exclaimed, I should have asked for 20,000. I want one too. Me as well. Upon hearing the price, Li Jinglong and Lan Yu readily agreed. Li Jinglong thought to himself that he still had a few boxes of glassware unsold. At worst, he could endure another beating from his father. He simply had to acquire that pistol. In the future, who would dare to confront him? My dear daughter. Look at this money, Lan Yu said, glancing at Lan Wangge. He had not a single cent in his possession, yet he was aware that Lan Wangge had funds available. Given their relationship, a discount of 20 would not be unreasonable, especially since he was her father-in-law. No, they want it, and so do you. Lan Si is even in prison. Why don't you go? Lan Wangge would not pay this money on his behalf if it ended up in her pocket. There would be no way to return it. Ahem, Chen Piao. I am your father-in-law. Lan Yu shifted his focus to Chen Piao. Moral coercion, is it? Very well. Chen Piao promptly pulled out a Glock and 100 rounds of ammunition, thrusting them into Lan Yu's hands. I'll deduct it from the bride price, Chen Piao remarked. Father. Upon hearing bride price, Lan Wangge quickly turned her gaze to Lan Yu. Oh, what is wrong with deducting a bit from the bride price? Later, I'll have your mother increase it. He retorted. Laughter erupted among the crowd. It seemed only these two could utter such words. Chen Piao was clearly gifting the pistol to Lan Yu. given the relationship between their families. To give away a firearm for free would be quite generous. What? What happened? Why are you laughing? Zhu Di, still unable to comprehend the conversation, anxiously inquired from the sidelines. All right, enough of the laughter. Let us continue listening to Chu He, Chen Piao said as he took Lan Wanga's hand. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Lan Wanga angrily squeezed it. How can he be so annoying? Chu He tossed the pistol to Chen Piao and turned to pick up another submachine gun, the Victor submachine gun, nicknamed short sword or leg repair gun, known for its rapid firing rate, capable of unleashing 1,000 rounds in a minute. Chu He aimed the gun and fired a few test shots. Wow, 1,000 rounds. If used on the battlefield, it could wipe out a large group. Li Jinglong immediately envisioned the battlefield. With such weaponry, defeating the remnants of the Northern Yuan would be as easy as using cannons to swat mosquitoes. Not just Li Jinglong, everyone present, except for the deaf Zhu Di, envisioned its application in warfare. You're overthinking it. The effective range is only about 70 paces. If it were truly used on the battlefield, it wouldn't last long. In real combat, artillery should plow the ground, with direct fire coverage. That's what constitutes warfare. Chu He, unimpressed, had witnessed the capabilities of modern firearms and found it difficult to be interested in the combat of the cold weapon era. Do you have any? If not, I can pay to buy more. Li Jinglong inquired tentatively. We do have some. However, we can't fire it here. It would disturb the villagers' sleep, Chen Piao responded. The system's arsenal still has a few grenade launchers, which are weapons from World War II. Chen Piao naturally had no interest in using them and preferred to bury them instead. You do have them. Li Jinglong assumed it was merely a casual remark. A single pistol was already exorbitantly priced, so what would happen with artillery, which would surely command an astronomical sum? With the Empress remaining silent, he felt hesitant to report back to the Emperor. If you aim to strike at the Northern Yuan, I could provide you with 2 sets, Chen Piao remarked. Lan Wanga and Chu He looked at Chen Piao in astonishment. Previously, when gifts were exchanged, it might have stemmed from a desire for personal favor. But this endeavor against the Northern Yuan seemed to bear little relevance to him. Why do you gaze at me? The northern region possesses fertile black soil. The rice cultivated there is exceptionally fragrant. Are you referring to that area in Heilongjiang? Chu He inquired. Indeed. Just imagine it filled with rice and corn. The steel production would suffice for several decades of national development. It's merely that the Northern Yuan people lack the means to utilize it. Both Empress Ma and Zhu Biao found the topic intriguing. Is the land of the Northern Yuan truly that fertile? Zhu Biao asked. His estimation is rather conservative. Chu He, well versed in this domain, responded. What is the current steel production of the Ming? Chu He questioned. Approximately 200,000 shi, Zhu Biao replied immediately. 200,000 shi equates to 25 million jin. As far as I know, the Northern Yuan conservatively possesses nearly 10 billion tons of steel. When converted, that amounts to 167 times 10 to the 11th power, or 167 billion shi, which in Ming terms translates to 167 million shi. Chu He elucidated the rough figures for everyone. This was still a conservative estimate from his perspective. In later times, the steel output of Liaoning alone reached 14 billion. However, current productivity does not match that, thus the conservative figure presented. Chapter 72, the compensation of the Lan family at that moment, all present instinctively swallowed hard. What is the matter, father-in-law? What are you discussing? Speak louder. Zhu Di urged Suda, eager for an explanation. Yet, Suda, disinterested, brushed his hand aside impatiently. Do not be astonished. The steel-making methods of the Ming are, to my eyes, scarcely better than waste. Upon the mention of steel, Chu He, who dealt with iron daily, became animated. Is there any rebar? Bring me a piece. He directed towards Chen Piao. Chen Piao rummaged through his belongings. On the very first day he arrived in the Ming, amidst a collection of odds and ends, there happened to be a small bundle of rebar. Yes. Chen Piao released Lan Wanga's hand and produced a piece of rebar, roughly the length of an arm. Wait, is this correct? Suda stared in disbelief. How could such a long iron rod be concealed within his garments? It dawned on him that perhaps these firearms had also been retrieved from the same place. Empress Ma approached, gently tapping him, signaling for silence while pointing to the sky. Suda immediately understood. This was a reminder to refrain from prying into celestial matters. Uncertain of what fortuitous fate had befallen Lan Yu, he pondered how his daughter had found such an extraordinary husband. Regrettably, Miaoyan was already married, and the second and third daughters were still too young. Otherwise, Chu He would have been quite a suitable match. Their rapport appeared to be quite amicable, ensuring frequent interactions in the future. Had he known, he would have kept Miaoyan for a few more years. Now, it seemed he had unwittingly benefited the Zhu family. Father-in-law, what are you discussing? Do share. Zhu Di's ears finally began to perceive sounds, and he eagerly wished for Su De to recount the unfolding events. Get lost. Su De shot him an annoyed glare. Have you been speaking ill of me? Zhu Di directed his gaze towards Li Jinglong. Not at all. I'm as perplexed as you are as to why Su uncle would scold you, Li Jinglong replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. As he turned his attention to the rebar held by Chu He, Zhu Di was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering what had transpired, feeling excluded from the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, he too began to scrutinize the rebar in Chu He's grip. In the Ming Dynasty, steel production primarily utilized wrought iron. And in comparison to such alloys, one could not overstate the hardness. When wrapped with cloth, what is it called again? Chu He sought assistance from Chen Piao. Konglongjian. Yes, Konglongjian. The blades you all hold are utterly incomparable. They would shatter in an instant, even if one were to wield a mace. I am absolutely confident that the rebar would prevail. The most significant aspect is its cost-effectiveness. Should development progress rapidly, within a century, a piece of this rebar could become cheaper than rice. Chu He mused that a century might be an understatement. Recognizing that the Industrial Revolution could not be achieved overnight and required multifaceted development, he comprehended why Chen Piao had vehemently refused to rebel back in the courtyard. Whether in industry or politics, lasting effects cannot be realized in a mere moment. Cheaper than rice. Zhu Biao's heart ignited with fervor. To hell with Zhu Wuxi. Rebellion is imperative. Zhu Xiongying knows nothing about governance. With Chen Piao and Chu He present, the Ming Dynasty was akin to Liu Bei with his Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Moreover, these two regarded the eagle as their younger brother. Such talent was rare. Zhu Xiongying would struggle to find a single one, even with a magnifying glass scouring the land of the Ming. Yet here was his son, having encountered two. And both were akin to elder brothers. What else can this material serve beyond weaponry? Empress Ma inquired. This world encompasses more than mere conflict. With the population of the Ming, what need is there for an abundance of weapons? You've posed an excellent question. Chu He cleared his throat. This material can also be utilized to reinforce structures, especially when paired with the cement I am researching. Erecting a 100-foot-tall building would pose no challenge. It would withstand wind and rain with ease. The crowd could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Such edifices would be a delight to inhabit. I wonder if we shall ever witness such sights. Alas, it may be a privilege reserved for future generations, Su De remarked with a touch of nostalgia. Although Chen Piao could treat his own ailments, he was at an age where the grave loomed closer, and he feared he might not have the opportunity to witness it. That will depend on Chen Piao's capabilities. Chu He asserted. Me? Chen Piao pointed at himself incredulously. You don't expect me to produce such an abundance of rebar. Do you? A 40-foot container can carry 30 tons, 9 meters long and 25 millimeters in diameter. If employed in a framework, it could cover approximately 600 square meters. For containers would yield around 2,400 square meters. It all hinges on what you can manage. Chen Piao rolled his eyes in response. Do you truly believe I am a wishing well? Why don't you simply request a prefabricated house? Just like building blocks, it can be assembled directly. Since you've saved some for yourself, it all comes down to you, remarked Chu He. I believe prefabricated houses could work, he added. Chen Piao was momentarily speechless, finding it difficult to deal with such argumentative individuals. If you have nothing else to do, why not introduce some firearms instead of bantering with me? He chided. Look at you. You're quite amusing. Chu He chuckled and began to introduce the firearms to the group. Just as he was halfway through, Lan Yu suddenly turned to Chen Piao. What kind of weapon did you use against my family's old Fu and the servants that day? I noticed some of the servants had burn marks. Oh, right. Lan Wanga also directed her gaze at Chen Piao. Old Fu still has that large scar on his leg. There must be compensation. Compensation? Chen Piao glared at the two of them. Your old Fu came at me with a weapon. If I hadn't had so many guns, I would have been minced meat by now. I don't care. Lan Wanga released his hand, lifting her chin defiantly as she glared at Chen Piao. You weren't injured at all. You must compensate. Exactly. Lan Yu chimed in. Not happening. Tomorrow, let Yo Guangxu stop keeping accounts. No dividends for you. Chen Piao replied with a carefree demeanor. Oh dear. Lan Wanga stamped her foot, grasping Chen Piao's hand and shaking it side to side. This scene made Chu He wince. Was this really appropriate? In front of so many people? Were they not the least bit embarrassed? Meanwhile, Empress Ma and the Chong family were stifling their laughter, fully supportive of this pair and eager to see them settle down on a good date. All right then. Chen Piao pulled out 2 revolvers and several boxes of ammunition. Consider this your compensation. The others looked on with envy. Why not summon Ningguo as well? At worst, we can have a small gathering, Empress Ma suggested. Feeling a bit tempted. Mother, I've already arranged Ningguo's marriage before I die. Calculating the dates, it's almost time for the wedding. How could we call him? Zhu Biao said, feeling slightly awkward. Before I die? The notion felt increasingly unsettling. What a pity. If only you had thought of marrying off a daughter around Chen Piao's age sooner. Mother, I was only 16 when I married. I couldn't have done it any earlier. This wasn't Zhu Biao being argumentative. In the 4th year of Hongwu, he married the Chang family, and it wasn't until the 7th year that Zhu Xiongying was born. If he truly wanted to match Chen Piao, he would have had to have his first child at the age of 6. But listen, doesn't that sound absurd? Chapter 73. The smell of gunpowder in the court. Thank you. Lan Wang held the handgun, enamored with it. Chen Piao, when will you start construction on that development zone you and Old 4 are working on? Suda thought to himself that this was unacceptable. He needed his rebellious son to make an appearance. In a couple of days, I'll have Yao Guangxiao begin recruiting workers. Chu He is still short on materials for cement. What is up, Su Uncle? Do you have any ideas? My son has little to do at the moment. Once you start, I'll have him come help out. Just make sure he gets paid enough to survive. Chen Piao contemplated this. Workers were certainly in short supply, especially if it was Su Da's son. Perhaps he could assign him as a small foreman, and if he proved capable, send him to the cement factory. All right, once we start, he can come over. Given your connection, Su Uncle, I'll give him a foreman position. Suda smiled, pondering the situation. Why not? By participating, one could acquire knowledge and gain visibility before the Crown Prince and the Empress, a win-win scenario. What about me? I shall invest as well. Lan Yu was eager to involve himself. Chen Piao's business was undoubtedly lucrative, allowing for a better dowry for his daughter. Shall we engage in pig farming? Yes, indeed. The village already has pig farming, and the growth is promising. Chen Piao saw no drawbacks. Although local pigs grow at a slower pace, even if castrated, they would not gain much weight, yet they still represent a form of livestock farming. While immense wealth is uncertain, small profits are assured. Can it be profitable? Lan Yu inquired. It depends on the opportunity. If I can discover a method to accelerate the pig's growth, then profits are guaranteed. In modern terms, the pigs are referred to as 3-breed pigs, a hybrid of Duroc, Landrace, and Yorkshire pigs through 3 generations of crossbreeding. These 3 breeds are now found in America, Denmark, and the United Kingdom. Given the current conditions of the Ming Dynasty, such advancements seem impossible. How long will your method take? Lan Yu questioned. If all goes well, tomorrow could yield results. Otherwise, it may take a decade or more. This matter is contingent on fortune. Can you guarantee that a container will arrive filled with pigs tomorrow? Absolutely not. Is there a quicker method? Lan Yu found it dubious. A decade. By then, my daughter would be in her 30s. That is unacceptable. There are quicker methods. But I fear you may lack the courage. Chen Piao remarked. Fear? Fear of making money? Pray enlighten me. There are people and funds available. Lan Yu scoffed. There was nothing he feared in this world. You should reclaim your militia and then raid the treasury. That would bring in money swiftly. Chen Piao smirked, stating that business was not so straightforward. In the cement factory, Zhu Laosi held the majority stake, leaving only a fraction reserved. Why should Lan Yu think he could intrude without investment? Seeing the deadlock, Empress Ma promptly intervened to mediate. Lan Yu, pig farming is quite promising. Once the development zone is bustling with workers, meat consumption will surely rise. Moreover, Chen Piao's methods will undoubtedly prove effective. Very well, how much stake will I have? Lan Yu acquiesced. With the Empress advocating, refusal was illogical. It's all yours, but you must bear the villagers' share of expenses. The pig farm is in need of a strong leader. While there are workers aplenty, management talent is scarce. Furthermore, the goal is not merely to profit from the pig farm, but to drive down the price of pork. In other words, the pig farm belongs to the village, not the development zone. Well then, had you stated this earlier, I would have agreed. Lan Yu replied. Yet, Lan Wang suspected Chen Piao would not be so altruistic, sensing ulterior motives at play. The following day, the morning court remained tedious. Zhu Xiongying sat on the dragon throne, listlessly listening to the reports from his officials. The battle for succession had passed 2 days without any movement from his 3 sons, particularly the 4th, who had not returned since departing, opting to reside outside the city. Your Majesty, I have a report. Lan Yu seized an opportunity to stand forth. Speak. Zhu Xiongying assumed it was yet another plea for military funds. As Lan Yu had little else to report, I wish to impeach Fang Xiaoru of the Hanzhong Academy. Oh, an impeachment? Zhu Xiongying was taken aback. When did Lan Yu begin to accuse others? Fang Xiaoru? It was said that he was quite close to the second prince. And Lan Yu seemed to have a good relationship with the fourth prince as well. When the L family faced their misfortunes, the two had even visited Zhejiang together. Upon hearing that the accusation was directed at him, Fang Xiaoru hastily composed himself, sitting upright, unperturbed. Pray, enlighten us as to what you wish to accuse Lord Fang of? Zhu Xiongying inquired. Your Majesty, in ancient times, King Zhou of Shang dug pools for wine, ultimately leading to the destruction of ancestral temples. Emperor Ling of Han sold titles for wealth, causing the hearts of the people to wane. Just yesterday, Lord Fang purchased a set of exceedingly revealing garments at a shop in the Eastern Market, shamelessly collecting them. Even boasting to the shopkeeper about recently taking a concubine and aspiring to emulate Dong Zhuo with a debauched feast. Such actions liken himself to Dong Zhuo of the Three Kingdoms, revealing his treasonous intentions. I have recently heard that Fang Xiaoru intends to draw closer to the second prince. Should the second prince ascend to the throne, it is likely that Fang Xiaoru will become a notorious traitor, akin to the descendant of Hu Weiyong. With a thud, Lan Yu fell to his knees. Your Majesty, I, Lan Yu, beseech you to execute Fang Xiaoru. To spare him would not quell the public outrage, nor would it restore the integrity of the court. Zhu Xiongying narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Now, this holds promise, if sparks do not fly. What worth is this contest for succession? Fang Xiaoru, do you have anything to say? Your Majesty, I did indeed purchase such garments yesterday, but at that time, the eldest daughter of the Yongchang Marquis, Lan Wanga, was present. The shopkeeper, Li Feiyu, is closely acquainted with her. It is likely that the shop has ties to the Yongchang Marquis. Moreover, it was the shopkeeper who forcefully thrust the garments upon me. I suspect the Yongchang Marquis seeks to frame me. I implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Zhu Xiongying nodded. Summon the eldest daughter of the Yongchang Marquis, Lan Wanga. The Jinyui should inspect that shop to see if those garments are still for sale, and bring forth the shopkeeper. Yes, your Majesty. The eunuchs and the Jinyui sprang into action. Before long, Lan Wanga entered the grand hall. She had been shopping with her friends at Chen Piao's shop when the Jinyui arrived, stating that His Majesty wished to see her and Yao Guangxiao. It seemed her father was beginning to exert his influence. Lan Wanga, at your service. Lan Wanga respectfully curtsied. Rise. Zhu Xiongying waved his hand. I have heard you have come upon a suitable husband. What is his name? Your Majesty, my fiancé is named Chen Piao, a small landowner from the outskirts. Lan Wanga replied with utmost respect. Oh, yet, Lord Fang claims your fiancé's name is Li Feiyu. How has it changed to Chen Piao? I do not know Li Feiyu. And if your Majesty does not believe me, the young lord of the Chao family can attest to my words. Li Jinglong. Zhu Xiongying called out. At your service. Li Jinglong responded. Are you willing to testify for Lan Wanga? I am willing to testify for Lan Wanga. Their acquaintance was indeed facilitated by me, and I share a good relationship with both. Furthermore, Lan Wanga bears no suspicion of straddling two boats. Lan Wanga shot an untraceable glare at Li Jinglong. This scoundrel. I will see how you fare. Straddling two boats? Why not mention my extramarital affairs? Very well. Lan Wanga, you may return. Have the shopkeeper summoned. Thank you, your Majesty. Lan Wanga rose and exited the grand hall. Commoner Yao Guangxiao, I have seen His Majesty. Yao Guangxiao entered the hall. Yao Guangxiao, are you acquainted with Chen Piao? Zhu Xiongying inquired. Replying to your Majesty. Yesterday, Chen Piao visited my humble shop and purchased some food and daily necessities from Miss Lan of the Yongchang Marquis. He also mentioned some matters that transpired yesterday when Lan Wanga arrived, sharing the words spoken by Chen Piao in the courtyard. It was not difficult to deduce that this was Chen Piao's intention to target Fang Xiaoru. But did Master Fang not visit your shop yesterday? Zhu Xiongying questioned. Indeed, he did. Master Fang bought 3 sets of alluring sailor outfits, 6 sets of pure-made costumes, and 8 sets of intricate purple garments. Originally, these were not for sale, but seeing Master Fang's fondness for them, I gifted them to him. Fang Xiaoru could not fail to comprehend that he had been ensnared. That Li Feiyu's real name was indeed Chen Piao, albeit using a pseudonym yesterday. Furthermore, Lan Yu, Li Jinglong, Lan Wanga, and the bald shopkeeper were all in collusion. Yesterday's flattery was merely a ruse to embarrass him in the court. Your Majesty, Fang Xiaoru has openly slandered my daughter. I beseech your Majesty to punish him. Lan Yu lamented, tears streaming down his face. As a father, my anguish is profound. My eldest daughter refuses to marry, And despite my wife and I trying to guide her, just as we found a suitable suitor, she is defamed by Feng Xiaoru. My heart aches. Your Majesty, I request the execution of Feng Xiaoru. Zhu Xiongying observed this scene, suppressing a laugh. It was evident that this family was engaged in a clever scheme. It seemed that the sons were thriving and assembling their own factions. He wondered how the third son fared. Although execution seemed excessive, it was merely a trivial matter. Feng Xiaoru would be punished with 3 years of salary reduction, demoted by 1 rank, and then publicly whipped 20 times. Zhu Xiongying possessed absolute confidence. Should the second son succeed in his ambitions, and if Feng Xiaoru harbored treasonous thoughts, he could easily be disposed of. Conversely, if the second son failed, Feng Xiaoru would surely meet his demise as well. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. Feng Xiaoru quickly bowed in gratitude. As for Lan Yu, he seemed resolute in his support for Zhu Di, and thus, he could not blame his subordinates for being ruthless. Dismissed. Zhu Xiongying waved his hand. And as the assembly dispersed, Feng Xiaoru was led away for punishment. He could not compare to Lan Yu, who had endured numerous lashes, yet still returned to work the following day. Feng Xiaoru, on the other hand, after enduring 20 lashes, would likely be unable to attend court for several days. Upon returning home, Zhu Xiongying came to inquire, Master Feng, I heard you were punished? What transpired? It was regarding the Songqing Pavilion yesterday. Lan Yu has resolved to support the Prince of Yan, and that Li Feiyu is not even his real name. Thus I was outwitted. Feng Xiaoru recounted the events of the court to Zhu Xiongying. It appears that my fourth brother has already begun to take action. Do you have any plans, Master Feng? Zhu Yin inquired about the absence of any agricultural endeavors in the territory of the Yan King. Noting the lack of activity and expressing his intention to address the matter once he fully recuperated. However, Zhu Yin doubted the efficacy of this approach and suggested a more drastic measure, sending a few individuals to set fire to the Yan King's residence, creating a commotion that would surely terrify him. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was Yingtian's city, not his own fief, and it was not yet the time for him to engage in malevolence. He had heard that his fourth brother was actively recruiting a considerable number of craftsmen within the city, even enticing artisans from neighboring villages. While merchants were also beginning to take notice, eager to seek fortune in the fourth brother's endeavors. Zhu Yin remarked, however, it is a matter of concern. The development of 4,000 acres of land would require a substantial investment of resources. One can discern from the allocations made by His Majesty to the 3 princes that he intends for those chosen to cultivate this land to do so without apprehension. Feng Xiaoru opined that regardless of Zhu Di's intentions, whether he truly aimed to undertake construction or engage in agriculture, it was already too late to intervene. Therefore, he suggested that Zhu Yin focus on his recovery while he himself would pay a visit to the Songqing Pavilion, declaring that such individuals would not remain within his domain. No, Feng Xiaoru interjected, restraining Zhu Yin. That shop has formed an alliance with certain noble families. Any rash action now may result in compromising evidence against us. What then? Does Master Feng propose? Zhu Yin queried. It is merely a merchant, Feng Xiaoru replied. Let me operate discreetly, and I shall ensure that his establishment is unable to continue its operations. As the saying goes, a rumor spreads from the mouth. But dispelling it requires a great deal of effort. If we disseminate some falsehoods, even if the shop possesses extraordinary capabilities, it will struggle to survive. Since Master Feng has a plan, I shall await your favorable news. Zhu Yin expressed, feeling no inclination to ponder further. Having recently endured a severe beating, Feng Xiaoru was not in a position to align with the fourth brother. Who, then, is Li Feiyu, and why does he side with the fourth brother? Do you have any leads, Master Feng? Zhu Yin pondered, recalling Chen Piao, that contemptible merchant who dared to conspire against him. Regardless of his identity, he must be shown the consequences of his actions. The man was known as Chen Piao, a landlord from a village outside the city, who had somehow established a connection with the Duke of Yongchang. Should the King of Qin decide to take action, a minor reprimand would suffice. It was crucial not to escalate matters excessively. Feng Xiaoru had indeed heard of Zhu Yan's exploits and knew he would not let the matter rest easily. We can act, but let us avoid causing a significant disturbance. After all, can a mere merchant truly incite rebellion? Then I shall send someone to investigate. If he truly lacks any substantial backing, I will assist Master Feng in avenging this grievance. I am deeply grateful, King of Qin, Feng Xiaoru replied. Zhu Yin hastened back to his royal residence, summoning several of his trusted assassins, individuals he had trained during his time in the fief, specifically for carrying out unsavory tasks. These assassins were quite skilled, and he awaited their return within the palace until sunset. Finally, they arrived. Your Highness, we have discovered an individual resembling your description near the territory of the Yin King. Does his household have any noble affiliations? Zhu Xiongying, though reckless, is not without intellect. If he had influential relatives, he would think twice before taking action, lest he find himself burdened with a significant accusation the very next day. His subordinates have not discovered any nobility in the household, which comprises 7 ordinary citizens. Given the caliber of these assassins, they are certainly unqualified to engage with someone of the Queen's stature, especially since Zhu Xiongying remains in seclusion, leaving no opportunity for an encounter. Tonight, we shall act. Let us not cause unnecessary fatalities. A mere reprimand will suffice. Thus, over a dozen assassins dispersed in a rush, donning their soft armor and arming themselves, seizing the opportunity to leave the city before twilight. Zhu Xiongying observed the departing figures, his expression darkening with determination. The position of Crown Prince is his by right. Anyone who obstructs his aspirations must perish. This is his resolve, regardless of the perilous circumstances, should anyone stand in his way. Even a deity descending to intervene would not deter him from his course. Chapter 74. All shall be dealt with. Today, the courtyard enjoyed a rare tranquility. Zhu Di, accompanied by Li Jinglong and Lan Yu, ventured out in search of laborers. Lan Wang spent the day in the shop and did not join them in the evening. Chen Piao, with a cigarette perched between his lips, continuously turned the skewers, embodying the essence of northern barbecue. That Chen lad, spare me some lamb. I cannot possibly consume it all. And please grill a few more pig-esh trotters for me. Before Suda, the bones accumulated into a small mountain. It is a mystery how Chen Piao raises his pigs, for they bear no foul odor whatsoever. Indeed, hurry up, there's barely enough to go around. Chu He raised his beer and clinked it with Zhu Biao's teacup. Exactly, I am famished. Zhu Xiongying had also grown familiar with the two, often engaging in light-hearted banter. Not at all. Chen Piao wiped the sweat from his brow. I'm using this 1-meter grill, and yet no one offers to help. All they do is eat. I haven't even taken a bite. Chen Piao resolved to abstain from barbecuing in the future. In earlier days, with fewer patrons, there was enough to satisfy. Yet, Suda had devoured 6 pig-esh trotters. Upon inquiry, what a revelation, it was barely enough to satiate him. And Zhu Biao, though not overly stout, he consumed even more than Suda. The chef doesn't pilfer grains, nor does he hoard. If you don't eat, who can you blame? Chu He quipped, I'm off to exercise the horses. And still, this is insufficient. If I eat any more, I might starve. Surely you can manage some staple foods? Though Chen Piao verbally agreed, his hands remained busy. I shall fry a few dishes. If we continue like this, we shall remain hungry through the night. Empress Ma chuckled softly, rising to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Changshe refrained from interrupting the diners, following Empress Ma into the kitchen. Eat up, you famished souls. Chen Piao placed the grilled delicacies on the table. Suda, seizing a pig's trotter with his chopsticks, indulged with evident delight, grease glistening on his lips. Chew, 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 he mumbled. I was too shy to ask yesterday. Do you have any other military supplies available? Zhu Biao inquired while savoring the barbecue. Indeed. Chen Piao retrieved a small drone and its accompanying portable base station from his attire. Goodness. So you possess more than just the DJI. As Chu He caught sight of the drone, the barbecue he held in his hands instantly lost its appeal. Wiping his hands, he picked up the drone, exclaiming, What is this? Sudi also noticed the compact drone, recognizing its impressive capabilities. With eyes gleaming with excitement, Chu He remarked, a black sharp military reconnaissance drone. It measures a mere 16 centimeters in length and only 25 centimeters in width, equipped with thermal imaging and night vision, allowing it to detect enemies even in the dark. It boasts a controllable range of 3 kilometers, albeit at a staggering price of 190,000. He enthusiastically enumerated the drone's advantages. Is it truly that remarkable? I saw him carrying a small base station when he brought it, Chen Piao remarked, unaware of the drone's intricacies. You don't understand. Let me show you how it flies. Chu He declared, retrieving his portable base station, setting up a small tablet on the table, and activating the screen. The crowd gathered curiously, eager to witness the drone's flight. Fly it. What are you waiting for? Chen Piao inquired. Why isn't it airborne yet? Chu He awkwardly admitted, I can't read Russian. If it were in English, I could manage, but I don't understand a word of Russian. All I know is Yura. What uselessness. Chen Piao stood up. glancing over and extending his hand to assist Chu He in connecting the drone's camera and signal. What language is this? It doesn't resemble the characters of the Yuan dynasty. Have you actually learned this? Zhu Biao asked with curiosity. Of course. Chu He interjected confidently. This kid can speak 4 languages. He can watch films without subtitles. Chu He genuinely envied this skill, regretful that he hadn't taken the time to learn a foreign language himself. When have I ever watched a film like that? Don't spread rumors. All right. You've never seen one. It's all me. There was no denying that this kid had truly never indulged in such films. While others learned about anatomy from movies, this anomaly actually studied biology texts. The drone gradually ascended, allowing Zhu Biao and Su to see the red lights on the screen indicating their location. Such a marvelous device. If we were to combat the Northern Yuan, we wouldn't fear losing track of those remnants. Those who have been on the battlefield understand that the most challenging aspect of confronting the Northern Yuan is not the battle itself, but locating them. Given the current geography, the terrain beyond Shanhaiguan is predominantly mountainous forests, which explains the severe banditry issues in northeast China during the last century. Once they hide in the mountains, it becomes a circular chase for the enemy. Indeed, if our forces were equipped with 1 or 2 of these drones, the pressure on scouts would be significantly alleviated. Zhu Biao exclaimed, marveling at the ingenuity of such a device. If the engineers from the Ministry of Works were to see this, they would likely be clamoring to acquire one for research. Wait, Chen Piao suddenly shouted. What is it? Chu He asked, momentarily taken aback. Turn the drone to the left. Chen Piao appeared to have detected another heat source, prompting Chu He to adjust the drone's direction. What the? Are there people outside? Suda gasped, staring at the screen, estimating around 10 individuals who seemed poised and ready. But there are no bandits in this vicinity. Why would anyone be lying in wait outside? Zhu Biao swallowed hard, perplexed. Damn it, how shameless can these people be? Chen Piao donned the equipment retrieved from the system, leaving behind a considerable cache of arms and gear for those in the courtyard. I shall venture out, he declared. I will accompany you. Suda picked up a rifle, eager to test these firearms. It would be splendid to unleash them upon these miscreants. Here, Su uncle, take this. Chen Piao handed Su De a night vision helmet, part of Chu He's equipment. Excellent. Suda promptly placed it upon his head. Is this device truly so formidable? Suda exclaimed in astonishment. No time for chatter. Follow me. Leave one alive. Chen Piao chambered his weapon and stepped out with Su De. Chu He seized a handgun, employing a drone to survey the external situation. The mercenaries crouched in the corner, awaiting the leader's command to commence their robbery. By royal decree, enter without causing fatalities. Seize all valuables and set the premises ablaze. Understood. The group responded in hushed tones. 3, 2, 1, move. Wait. The leader, irritated by the interruption, turned toward the source of the voice. Who are you? A newcomer? Do not interrupt while I am speaking. I did not intend to interrupt. I merely wish to remind everyone. Remind about what? The leader queried, perplexed. You fool. Do you truly believe this is a matter to be taken lightly? Chen Piao chuckled at the absurdity. Did they not notice the 2 additional individuals among their ranks? You. The leader was about to retort when gunfire erupted. What the hell? With this, who needs swords? Just unleash your firepower. Let me speak for a moment. The author expresses gratitude to all the viewers for their support, acknowledging their modest skills and the challenge of receiving such backing. In return, the author has decided to update with 2 additional chapters today. Chapter 75, Stirring the Pot. Continue your stirring. In the same courtyard, Chu He strummed his ukulele, playing a tune from SpongeBob SquarePants, while Zhu Biao and Suda kept watch over the bound mercenary, each wielding a stun baton. Chen Piao squatted between them, delivering a sharp slap to the mercenary. Speak. Who sent you? Bah. Coward. Let us duel. The mercenary, aptly named Deadpool, had no illusions of survival upon arrival, but did not expect to encounter such formidable weaponry. Ah. I relish a defiant tongue. Electrocute him. I wish to see how long he can maintain his bravado. Suda, brandishing the stun baton, glared with fiery intensity. Had we possessed such devices years ago, capturing spies would have been far simpler. A day under the current voltage, and Chen Youyang would be funding your rebellion. Chu He shook his head and resumed strumming his ukulele. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? What a sight. Flexible and yellow. If exploring the world is your desire, seek another venue, my friend. Just knock on the deck to summon the great fish. Do not electrocute me, I said. Chen Piao pulled Sudo aside and delivered another slap to the mercenary. Speak. Who dispatched you? Will I survive after speaking? The mercenary gasped. You are quite loquacious. I am no longer interested. Chu He, hand me the handgun. Chen Piao extended his hand towards Chu He, who tossed a pistol to him before turning to strum his ukulele, painting a crescent moon across the lonely night sky. Bid farewell to this world, my dear. Chen Piao pressed the gun against Deadpool's head. Paint me singing atop that moon. With a click, the hammer of the pistol fell. Yet the anticipated splatter of blood and flesh failed to materialize. Enough of your singing in this desolate house. You haven't given me any bullets. Chen Piao glanced at the gun, discovering the absence of a magazine. Could you not have checked? Chu He handed him a magazine. Bah. May the compassionate mendicant hasten to send him to meet the Buddha. Just look at him. He is so frightened he might wet himself. He mimicked Yao Guangxiao, hands clasped in reverence. Upon seeing Deadpool's sheer terror, Chen Piao realized he was indeed not one to withstand fear. He had no intention of truly killing him. Suda beside them swallowed hard. The two were like a pair of legendary heroes, one wielding a gun to intimidate, the other singing nonchalantly. Anyone would be terrified in their presence. I say, brother. I say, the king of Qin sent me. He said it was to teach you a lesson. Deadpool could no longer bear the situation, protesting as he was shocked with a stun baton. Is this even human? Scaring someone with an empty gun? King Qin? Chen Piao squinted, realizing this King Qin indeed resembled his historical counterpart, which explained why he was met with such grim fate from several elderly women. Zhu Biao also narrowed his eyes, understanding that the second brother needed to be taught a lesson. Suda merely shook his head, acknowledging this was a royal affair he had inadvertently become entangled in. Enough. You may go. Go wherever you please. Chen Piao unlocked Deadpool's handcuffs. Really? Deadpool tentatively flexed his wrists. 3. Chen Piao held up 3 fingers. Seeing this, Deadpool sprang to his feet and dashed towards the exit. Ah, you really are running. Bang. A gunshot echoed, disbelief etched across Deadpool's face. Zhu Biao and Suda exchanged glances, pondering if this fellow had attended some underworld training. Killing is one thing, but allowing him to flee, what's the meaning of that? What will we do with the body? Suda inquired. Tomorrow, let Li Jiang find someone to clean it up. Chen Piao retrieved a drone and several shells from the system, settling down to study them. Chen Piao, you don't plan to storm the king of Qin's palace, do you? Zhu Biao feared for the fate of his second brother, recognizing that despite their fraternal bonds, it was crucial to teach him a lesson. I am not one to hold grudges for years. I strike back on the same day. Chen Piao understood the delicate relationship and knew he could not eliminate him. But he must ensure he suffered. The king of Qin is the crown prince. How do you intend to act? Zhu Biao asked. Intimidate him. Chen Piao handed the drone to Chu He. Set it up like the Russo-Ukrainian battlefield. Let's blow up his palace first. Shall we not consider demolishing Fang Shiru's residence? A mere reprimand from the Qin king would suffice. Zhu Biao was aware that Chen Piao could not be dissuaded, and he recognized the bias in this approach. However, if he did not intervene, Zhuyang would likely find the night arduous. Throughout history, virtuous individuals have seldom managed to subdue the wicked. Only those of even greater malevolence possess the capacity to restrain the evildoers. Had his younger brother not provoked Chen Piao first, the latter would surely not have sought to bring misfortune upon him. I know my limits, Chen Piao remarked nonchalantly, as he began to collaborate with Chu He on the intricacies of drones. Suda also shook his head, realizing that the Qin king had indeed encountered a formidable situation. This was precisely why Zhu Biao could not make an appearance. Otherwise, he would have ensured that the man was thoroughly beaten, which would have been a testament to his resilience. Are you departing soon? Zhu Biao inquired. The Qin king's residence is rather secluded. Allow me to guide you. With no other option, Zhu Biao reluctantly agreed to this course of action. At worst, he would have to swallow his pride and later attribute the responsibility to Zhu Yang. Very well, will you accompany us, Uncle Su? It would be beneficial to witness the extent of this device's capabilities, Chen Piao expressed, eager to showcase his prowess. To harbor such treasures is to invite peril, he continued, but I possess a 762 caliber automatic rifle. I shall refrain from joining. My wounds have yet to heal. And venturing too far would be unwise, Suda decided, opting not to involve himself in this affair, believing that the Zhu family should resolve their own matters. An old man like him could hardly withstand the turmoil. Chen Piao nodded, directing his gaze towards Chu He, who was tinkering with the drone. The mechanics of a suicide drone were rather simple. Reduce the weight, attach explosives, and repurpose a battery from another drone. In no time, 5 operational drones were arranged. With the drones secured back into the system, the trio prepared to embark. Exercise caution on your journey. The Empress, Ma, had appeared behind them, having overheard their conversation. It seemed that trouble was imminent that night. Indeed, Chen Piao replied, leading the two away from the courtyard. Your Majesty, will you not intervene? Suda questioned. That second son possesses an insufferable disposition. If he is wounded this time, it would serve him well. Should he remain unrepentant, I may need to consider allowing Biao to take action. However, if they truly proceed, it might throw Tian City into chaos. While Suda held an affinity for Chen Piao's weaponry, he recognized that some individuals were innocent. Whether in grand battles or street brawls, there are always casualties. Mistakes must be met with consequences. If those in power do not awaken in a timely manner, the errors committed will be irreparable. If this time the second son fails to gain insight, even if he ascends to the position of heir apparent, I will ensure he is dethroned. The Empress believed that life was currently quite agreeable. Her sons and grandsons were near, and she had the esteemed guidance of Chen Piao and Chu He. Were circumstances not to escalate, she might even wish to spend her remaining days in this place. Chapter 76. A night of darkness and windy peril. The trio arrived at a wooded area not far from Tian City. On this night of darkness and peril, how shall we proceed? Chu He inquired. 4 drones shall target the Qin King's residence, while the remaining one will be dispatched to Feng Xiaoru's home, Chen Piao declared, unveiling all the drones and additionally producing an enhanced signal base station. Would you care to join me? Chen Piao handed a remote control to Zhu Biao, suggesting that it would be better for him to hold one than to let the two of them blow up the second brother, thus sparing him some suffering. The three of them firmly grasped the remote, and upon activating the screen, they soared into the city. The soldiers guarding the city at night were startled by a buzzing sound, prompting them to lift their torches and search around. Hey, what do you think that noise is? It sounds like it's heading into the city, inquired Soldier A. I have no idea. Perhaps it's some kind of bird? Replied Soldier B. But that sound resembles a wasp. Not a bird, Soldier A retorted. What's it to us? Can a mere creature defy the heavens? Just hold your post. Soldier B dismissed, setting his torch down and resuming his watch. True, we are merely city guards. If the sky falls, there will still be. Before Soldier A could finish, 2 thunderous explosions reverberated from within the city, followed by another wave of buzzing. Enemy attack. The Qin Palace is under siege. The shout reverberated, causing the various military factions within the city to rush towards the Qin Palace, even alerting Zhu Jian and Zhu Di. Another 2 explosions occurred, reducing the east wing of the Qin Palace to rubble. Who was responsible for this? Zhu Jian, hastily donning his coat and leaving his hair disheveled, rushed out. Second brother, you're quite the showman. If it comes to it, come play at my place. I assure you, I have plenty of gunpowder. Why suffer at home experimenting? Zhu Jian remarked with sarcasm at the entrance of the Qin Palace. As rivals, he relished the prospect of Zhu Yang encountering misfortune. Indeed, second brother. The L family faced fatalities while toying with gunpowder. Be cautious. Zhu Di chimed in with his own mockery. Zhu Yang, already infuriated, could not tolerate their jests any longer. Enough with the mockery. Zhu Laosi, are you the one orchestrating this with Chen Piao? I swear, I will take my men to eliminate Chen Piao right now. Tomorrow, I shall expose you mercilessly in court. Zhu Yang could only attribute the chaos to Chen Piao, as the third and fourth brothers would not dare to act so brazenly against him. Only the hidden Chen Piao possessed the cunning to execute such a plot. Stop barking like a mad dog. This world demands evidence. Zhu Di was unreservedly confrontational. I have my mother-s protection. At worst, I'll face a scolding. Meanwhile, you, second brother, have only a handful of officials close to you in Tian City. A dead rabbit is no use to a hunted dog, and a bunch of sycophants is of no value. Cease your nonsense. I am going to kill Chen Piao now. Where are the guards? Zhu Yang, blinded by fury, bellowed. Present, my lord. Gather every capable fighter from the residence. We are leaving the city. Yes. Zhu Laosi, wait for me. You will be next. Zhu Yang glared at Zhu Di, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Huh. If you dare, go ahead. But do not blame me for not warning you. It is not too late to withdraw now. Don't come crying back later. Zhu Di showed no concern for Chen Piao's safety. Who knows how many weapons Chen Piao possesses? As previously stated, he has artillery. With such firepower at his disposal, how could any guard stand a chance? Withdraw? In the lexicon of Laozi, the term retreat does not exist. As Zhu Yang spoke, he seized the longsword of the palace guards, mounted his noble steed, and galloped forth with a contingent of soldiers toward the outskirts of the city. Fourth brother, when did you become acquainted with such a character? Why haven't you introduced him to third brother? Zhu Yin expressed his curiosity about Chen Piao, who had managed to wreak such havoc upon the second brother's royal residence. Surely, one would need to possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard to act thus. If third brother wishes to meet him, he may do so. The man is right there. He won't flee, Zhu Di remarked, whistling as he departed from the Qin palace. Humph. Observing Zhu Di's retreating figure, Zhu Yan scoffed disdainfully. After today's ordeal, the second brother will surely face some hardships, especially with court tomorrow. I revel in such opportunities to strike when one is down. And that Chen Piao, if fourth brother does not lend assistance, he may well be risking his life. Zhu Yang squeezed his legs, urging his horse back to his own palace. Not only the three princes but also Zhu Xiongying within the imperial palace received news promptly. Your Majesty, the Qin palace and the residents of Fang Xiaoru have come under attack. The Qin prince has led his guards out of the city. Mao Chang knelt in the Feng Tian Hall to report. Have we discerned who is responsible? According to the soldiers guarding the city, prior to the explosion at the Qin palace, they heard a sound akin to that of a swarm of hornets, followed by the blast. Further details are still under investigation. Zhu Xiongying nodded. At present, it seems that only fourth brother holds a grudge against second brother. Yet fourth brother would not be foolish enough to brazenly detonate a royal residence. He must have a death wish. Investigate thoroughly. Examine all individuals connected to this matter. And have Dianfeng lead a contingent to intervene. Do not allow second brother to suffer undue humiliation. Yes. Mao Chang turned and exited the Feng Tian Hall. Inside, the elder Zhu idly perused the memorials, unaware of the formidable capabilities of his sons. If he were to designate one of his grandchildren as heir apparent, it would seem that upon his demise, these sons would also seek to escape obscurity. As for Fang Xiaoru, aligning so early in the fray, he deserves the consequences. Fortunately, the matter was uncovered in time. Individuals of such character cannot be entrusted to the next generation. After a long pause, Zhu Xiongying retrieved a portrait of Empress Ma, caressing it tenderly. Sister, if only you were still here. What Zhu Biao said was not without merit. I have indeed committed many foolish acts. Ever since Empress Ma's passing, there has been no one left in this palace with whom to converse. Zhu Biao remains at odds with me. Yet I merely wish to resolve the potential perils for my children. How has it come to this? Rising, he approached the window, where the moon hung at the edge of the clouds, hinting at the extraordinary nature of the night. At this moment, Zhu Yang, disheveled and accompanied by his palace guards, hastened toward the designated location of the deathly envoy. Suddenly, he heard a melody drifting from afar. There, not far off, were two masked figures seated atop a peculiar iron contraption, wielding strange instruments, with an exceedingly long object placed before them. Though life's journey is sorrowful, the falling flowers rend the heart. You and I are worlds apart. I chase your moonlight, yet tears blur my vision. Who approaches? I am the Qin prince. Withdraw at once. Zhu Yang waved his hand impatiently. Oh, your highness the Qin prince. Chen Piao removed his mask. How long has it been since we last met? And you already fail to recognize me? Indeed, it is you. You dare to blow up my palace and yet remain here. Just wait until my guards turn you into a pulp. Don't cry out in pain then. Zhu Yang drew his long knife from his waist, ready to issue commands, when a tremendous explosion erupted in their direction. In an instant, a warm substance covered Zhu Yang's face. Turning to look, he found that the soldier who had been by his side was now missing half of his body, and even those behind him had been struck through. Chen Piao clutched his arm. This 20mm sniper rifle was not something an ordinary person could wield. Chapter 77. What kind of broken tank is this? Are you calm now? Chen Piao released the anti-material sniper rifle and lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Zhu Yang gasped for breath. Though he had seen modern firearms before, that sound was undoubtedly from a firearm. But why was its power so immense? Was that not a cannon? Do not get too pleased with yourself. My guards number over 1,000. I refuse to believe your firearm can annihilate us all. Charge. Zhu Yang disregarded the odds. Since childhood, his teacher had told him that one must act decisively. If he did not vent this anger today, his thoughts would remain clouded. At Zhu Yang's command, the ambushed guards surged forward towards the two. Holy hell! Chen Piao did not expect Zhu Yang to be so audacious. Stop fiddling with your ukulele. Fire it up. From Zhu Yang's perspective, Chen Piao and Chu He dove into that peculiar iron contraption, which soon roared to life. But that was no longer important. This machine appeared to be some sort of armored vehicle. Before he could finish his thought, the top of the vehicle suddenly began to rotate. Thank goodness they had brought a tank. Otherwise, they would have truly been in peril. Chen Piao adjusted the heavy machine gun atop the tank and shouted, "Fire!" He pressed the trigger, but aside from the sound of the engine, there was no report of gunfire. Chu He, why can't we fire? Did you load the ammunition or not? Just shouting to fire one T do. In the cockpit, Chu He could only respond by shouting back. What should we do then? Chen Piao had been eager to unleash chaos, only to discover that the weapon would not fire. How should I know? Hold on tight. A speed bump is coming. The Russian T-80 tank barreled down the road, indiscriminately crashing through anything in its path. Any slow-moving obstacles became mere speed bumps for the tank. Zhu Yang was equally startled. What in the world is this? It cannot be sliced by swords or pierced by arrows. Not only was Zhu Yang bewildered, but even Mao Chang, who was watching from the trees, wore a dazed expression. He had merely come to observe, fearing that Zhu Yang might truly kill Chen Piao. Who could have anticipated witnessing such a shocking scene? Keep your eyes on them. I must report to the emperor. Mao Chang leapt down from the tree, mounted his horse, and hurried towards the palace. However, this back and forth proved disastrous for Zhu Yang. His guards were scattered by this behemoth, and the two bright headlights in front served as guiding lights, following wherever he ran. Even Dian Feng, who had rushed over to mediate, stood frozen for quite some time. Had he been too sorrowful and melancholic these past few days? Why are there hallucinations again? In the palace, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Mao Chang rushed in, panting heavily. What is it? Zhu Xiongying sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that the second prince has caused some grave mishap? Outside the city, a colossal iron creature has appeared. It is currently engaged in battle with the king of Qin. The situation has turned dire. Mao Chang, unable to find the words to describe the tank, could only vaguely relay the unfolding events to Zhu Xiongying. Quick, prepare the horses. They say there is nothing new under the sun, but this is indeed something fresh that warrants a closer look. By the time Zhu Xiongying arrived, the tank was still pursuing Zhu Yan, who was running for his life. The palace guards had encircled the entire area. Dian Feng had considered intervening, but this massive iron behemoth showed no discernment. Regardless of whether they were palace soldiers or imperial guards, anyone who dared to venture too close was crushed mercilessly. Your Majesty. Dian Feng hurried over and bowed. What is the situation? Zhu Xiongying inquired. I dispatched men to intervene, but this monstrous beast recognizes no one. Wherever it goes, chaos ensues. How long has the second prince been pursued? Zhu Xiongying asked anxiously. Nearly half an hour. He scanned the crowd, hoping that his second son had not met a grim fate. Haven't you tried shooting arrows at it? Zhu Xiongying questioned skeptically. We have, but arrows cannot penetrate this thing. As they spoke, the tank finally came to a halt. Chen Piao and Chu He crawled out from within. Ugh, ugh, the moment they emerged. Both doubled over on the tank, retching. Chu He fared somewhat better due to his seatbelt, but Chen Piao had been tossed about inside for an hour. What kind of wretched tank are you driving? Could you not go slower? Chen Piao felt as though his insides had been upended. Fortunately, I managed to get Zhu Biao back home. Otherwise, his illness would surely have relapsed. How was I to know this thing would jolt so much? I've only seen how to drive it in videos. You, demonic beings. Quickly, apprehend them. Zhu Yan was genuinely frightened, even without recognizing the tank. One could only imagine the terror of being pursued by such a massive object for an hour. Second brother, what transpired? Zhu Xiongying approached, flanked by Dian Feng's guards. As the tank came to a halt. Father, they are demonic beings. Quickly, apprehend them. Zhu Yan fell from his horse, his hair disheveled and his complexion pale. Father? Chen Piao lifted his head. Is this Zhu Xiongying? Doesn't he resemble the likes of Hu Jun or Chen Bao, nor does he have a face like a mango. He looks like an elderly man playing chess in the park, frowning. Chu He gazed at Chen Piao with fervor. This must be the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Xiongying, let us shoot him. Then we can use the emperor to command the feudal lords, and that will be the end of it. Chen Piao shot a disdainful glance at Chu He. There are too many people here. If we step out of the tank, we lose our negotiating power. Besides, one can run from the monk, but not the temple. There are still people at home. Should we send Empress Ma back to the palace? Wouldn't that render our elaborate act pointless? I am Han Li. I have come to pay my respects to your majesty. Chen Piao shamelessly declared. You are full of nonsense. You are not Han Li. Zhu Yan, sitting on the ground, pointed at Chen Piao and scolded. You are. You. The words hung on Zhu Yan's lips, yet he could not articulate them. How could I claim that the explosion at the Wangfu was his doing? After all, he had never set foot in the city. What power did he possess to persuade the city guards to grant him entry? Even if the fourth prince were to arrive, he could not do so without leaving traces behind. If I were to reveal him as Chen Piao, would this farce not become a self-directed performance? This matter is, in essence, beyond scrutiny. Dian Feng, return the Qin Wang to the Wangfu. Let him come to the Fengdian Hall at dawn. Zhu Xiongying was disinclined to heed Zhu Yin's one-sided account. He intended to confront Han Li personally. The commoner Chu He's eyes darted about. I, the humble Bai Xiaochun, have the honor of meeting your Majesty. Although their words were cordial, their demeanor remained vigilant. Do not be afraid, young man. We are not tyrants. I imagine it is not pleasant for you inside. Come down and speak. Zhu Xiongying beckoned to the two. Upon hearing this, Chen Piao smirked slightly. You certainly do not qualify as a tyrant, nor do you embody the virtues of a wise ruler. Pretending to be so benevolent, I scoff. Very well. As your Majesty wishes. Step down. Chen Piao clapped the cover of the tank. The two ascended from the vehicle. As soon as they stood on the ground, Chen Piao feigned mystery, whispering a few words before promptly retracting the tank into the system space. Zhu Xiongying rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Approaching the spot where the tank had vanished, feeling around. Young man, what sorcery is this? Such a massive iron contraption? Zhu Xiongying pondered how to lure this behemoth back. Yet it had simply disappeared. Chapter 78. A reunion with Dianfeng. Your Majesty may be unaware. This object is a manifestation of my magical prowess. Keeping it in existence consumes an immense amount of energy. Chen Piao discerned Zhu Xiongying's intentions. If he wished to obtain it, he must extort a hefty sum. Ah. Ha 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 ha, I see. Zhu Xiongying chuckled. The two had quite the unconventional approach. I must delicately probe for more information. I hear you both refer to yourselves as humble practitioners. Which master do you serve? Jingjio. I am a disciple of the illustrious Huangzhenren. Chen Piao lied without batting an eye. It only needed to sound impressive, regardless of its veracity. After all, it was merely a fade. Chu He mused he could play this game too. King Mission. I am a disciple of Guiyue Fanyuan. Chen Piao nearly burst into laughter. As Chu He spun a tale even more elaborate than his own. Are you not worried the net-removing goo might eliminate you? Your esteemed masters are indeed unprecedented. Zhu Xiongying remarked, shaking his head, contemplating how to coax that large iron object back into existence. Chen Piao narrowed his eyes, considering how to swindle the old fellow of his silver. Chu He glanced at the sky, feeling nauseous. I observe that your Majesty seems fond of my tank. Would you like me to summon it for your viewing pleasure? That would be splendid. Yet, dear friend, you mentioned it consumes magical energy. May I inquire how much? Zhu Xiongying asked politely. Who am I? The founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty. What of asking you to expend some magical energy? To be frank, with my current magical capacity, I can only manage to manifest it for half an hour. If your Majesty possesses silver to aid in restoring my energy, I would not mind bestowing it upon you. Chen Piao exhibited a troubled expression, yet his mind was already concocting a plan. Today, the system had not only dispensed a tank but also 2 barrels of fuel and a crate of ammunition. Gift for you? What a fanciful notion. They will not only demand your buyout fee, but also the costs for fuel, ammunition, subsequent maintenance expenses, personnel training fees, and daily upkeep. They will reclaim all when you eventually require it. Do you grasp the weight of the final interpretation rights? It would be a disservice to our grand company if we did not deplete your treasury. Silver? Zhu Xiongying inquired with a hint of confusion. Chen Piao chuckled softly, conjuring 4 empty containers in the open space. This object is a manifestation of my dantian. Should your Majesty manage to fill even one, I would gladly present this item to you. Chen Piao had previously conducted an experiment with Chu He, discovering that inanimate objects thrown into the container would be absorbed by the system, while living beings remained in place. Fortuitously, there were still over 50 containers within the system, sufficient for a considerable duration. Chu He mentally calculated. 30 tons of silver equated to 960,000 taels. Zhu Biao had once remarked that the annual tax revenue of the Ming Dynasty hovered around 20 to 30 million taels. This would compel Zhu Xiongying to part with $1 million, not to mention it being the initial cost. Chen Piao was truly unperturbed by the prospect of Zhu Xiongying turning against him. Is this truly the case? Zhu Xiongying felt a stir of interest. Just as Chu He had surmised, Zhu Xiongying was indeed inclined towards a scheme of immediate gain. Naturally, however, the marvels of this item extend beyond what has been stated. Allow me to present it to your Majesty, and I shall provide a more detailed explanation. Chen Piao stated with a smile. It is settled. We are nearing success. We must not laugh now. Only after the payment is secured can we return home and revel in joy. Very well. Might I inquire if you two have family at home? I shall send someone to convey a message, alleviating your family's worries, Zhu Xiongying asked. Not far from here lies the largest household in the village, Chen Piao replied, discreetly glancing at Dianfeng. Dianfeng felt a twinge of confusion. Were these two not close to the Empress? Why had their names changed? Despite his reservations, he knelt before Zhu Xiongying. Your Majesty, I shall go at once. Excellent. Depart swiftly and return promptly. You two shall accompany us. When dawn breaks, we will procure the silver for you. Zhu Xiongying intended for his subordinates to investigate Chen Piao's background. If he truly lacked connections, it would be simple to fabricate a reason to eliminate him. Dianfeng mounted his horse, and the two rode towards the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Mao Shang stealthily followed in Dianfeng's wake. Under the cover of night, Mao Shang trailed Dianfeng to the courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Dianfeng rapped on the door. Coming. Zhu Biao's voice echoed from within the courtyard. Upon hearing that voice, Dianfeng was engulfed in goosebumps. He was all too familiar with it, having heard it almost daily since joining the military. It had barely been half a month. How could he forget the owner of that voice? The door swung open, and when Zhu Biao's face reappeared before Dianfeng, this towering figure stood momentarily dumbfounded. Dianfeng? What brings you here? Zhu Biao queried, puzzled, as he should have been on duty within the palace at this hour. Your Highness. Dianfeng immediately dropped to his knees. Do not kneel. Come inside and speak. Zhu Biao gently patted his shoulder, gesturing for him to enter the courtyard. Dianfeng rose and followed Zhu Biao into the expansive yard. Meanwhile, in the distance, Mao Chang could not discern their words. But he swiftly climbed over the wall and found a corner to eavesdrop. Upon entering the courtyard, Dianfeng noticed Empress Ma and Su De, as well as the ever-present Chang family member, the crown princess. Dianfeng pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to kneel and pay his respects. Regardless of the events that had transpired, many occurrences in this period had reshaped his worldview. The crown princess? Mao Chang was taken aback. Had not the crown princess been dead for ages, her body likely decomposed? Who could have conceived such a ludicrous notion? Chang nodded slightly. Rise. The crown prince wishes to speak with you. The crown prince? Mao Chang remained perplexed, yet out of professional decorum, he continued to listen attentively. Dianfeng stood, recounting the events of the evening in full detail. Scoundrel! Does he think the imperial city is his fiefdom? Shouted Empress Ma. Write to that little rascal. Tell him to come here at once. I shall not hesitate to deal with him. Her anger stemmed not only from Zhu Yan's actions against Chen Piao, but also from a deep-seated frustration with Zhu Yan's apparent lack of resolve. Mother, please, calm yourself. Now that the second prince has met Chen Piao, summoning him here would surely arouse Chen Piao's suspicions, Zhu Biao soothed the Empress. In times like these, we must exercise restraint. One must always anticipate 3 steps ahead to ensure seamless execution. Mother? Empress? Mao Chang was eager to leave and witness the unfolding drama. He had never heard of the dead rising again. So, the reason the Empress's body was never found was that she had resurrected herself? Had the Ministry of Works endured their ordeal for nothing? Who was Chen Piao? Did those two not go by Han Li and by Xiao Chun? Were they perhaps aliases? With so many pseudonyms, did they not fear the audience would forget? However, according to Dianfeng, that ancient figure must have taken them back to the palace. Based on his understanding of the situation, it was likely that he would soon discard them once they had served their purpose. Empress Ma sighed. Recognizing that her child had suffered greatly, and with Zhu Chongba's character, it was improbable that he would willingly part with his silver. Chen Piao was likely in peril. Chapter 79, An Unrestful Night. Given his father's nature, it was indeed a distinct possibility. Zhu Biao glanced at Dianfeng. Realizing he could not rely on him in this matter, he was merely a military officer, and his role would be limited to combat and escape. Here's what we'll do. I shall draft a letter for you, Dianfeng, to deliver to Li Jinglong and Lan Yu, to see if they can assist in navigating this situation. Zhu Biao rose to fetch paper and ink. Earl Yao Chang? Young Master Li? Are they involved in this affair as well? Mao Chang's mind raced, piecing together the implications. This would explain the court's intrigues. Chen Piao, under the alias Li Feiyu, also known as Han Li, not only operated a shop in the city, but had also allied with the nobles and Prince Yan, thoroughly deceiving King Qin and Feng Xiaoru. It was likely that the explosion at the king's residence today was indeed orchestrated by him. From the tone of Empress Ma and the Crown Prince, it appeared they had tacitly approved of this. What grudges could lead to such a betrayal against one's own son? Sit down. Empress Ma glared at Zhu Biao. How do you intend to send that letter? Shall we have Dianfeng deliver it? He is the commander of the Imperial Guard, not a member of the Jinyue. At this moment, visiting the home of a nobleman would surely provide them with leverage. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao sighed. Indeed, Empress Ma was correct. With Chen Piao now in the Emperor's sight, Assigning Dianfeng to undertake tasks was exceedingly perilous, especially considering the presence of the Jinhui overseeing the officials in the city. Why hadn't anyone noticed this troublesome group earlier? The Jinhui? Mao Chang, lurking in the shadows, weighed the pros and cons. Empress Ma had been exceptionally kind to him, even facilitating his marriage. During the campaign, she had shown him considerable favor. But if he continued to linger before the emperor, what would happen if he were discovered? However, the crown prince was present here. He was the true heir. Dianfeng also commanded the palace guards, and this area was adjacent to the territory overseen by the Prince of Yan. If one were to ponder what was most essential in this world, it would undoubtedly be the ability to gauge the circumstances. There was no need for others to incite rebellion. I would willingly throw myself into the fray. With this thought, Mao Chang rose and strode out. Who goes there? At the sound, Dianfeng swiftly drew his long knife, shielding a few individuals in the courtyard. It is Mao Chang, commander of the Jinhui. I pay my respects to the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the Crown Princess. Mao Chang knelt, performing a deep bow. When did you arrive? Dianfeng inquired, somewhat astonished. He had heard of the Jinhui's notorious reputation, but he had not expected it to be so outrageous. After years of military service, he prided himself on his skills, yet he had failed to detect Mao Chang along the way. Mao Chang remained silent, respectfully kneeling, awaiting the Empress's inquiries. Stand and speak. Empress Ma's countenance revealed no emotion. She was well aware of the capabilities of the Jinhui. Given that Zhu Xiongying had mobilized today, it was only a matter of time before the Jinhui would uncover this location. However, Mao Chang personally coming to investigate was indeed surprising. Yes, Mao Chang slowly rose, directing his gaze toward Empress Ma. Following Dianfeng, we found our way here. Instead of reporting to His Majesty, you have chosen to emerge. Your actions as commander are indeed intriguing. I shall be forever indebted to the Empress's kindness. If I can serve you in this guise, I fear not even death. Mao Chang declared with righteous fervor. While serving Zhu Xiongying was not without merit, the role of the Jinhui was widely despised in Yingtian City. Rather than ultimately facing a fate akin to that of a hunted rabbit, it would be wiser to seek a more favorable patron. Moreover, Zhu Biao was not Zhu Xiongying. At the very least, he could provide a dignified conclusion for oneself. I require nothing of you. Simply return and assist Zhu Chongba diligently. As long as you keep the events here confidential, you will have aided me, a mere woman, Empress Ma stated nonchalantly. I am ashamed. I was eavesdropping earlier. If the Empress places her trust in me, allow me to undertake this journey, and I assure you it will remain undiscovered by His Majesty. Mao Chang resolved to tread this path resolutely. With Empress Ma's support, along with the backing of the Prince of Yin and 2 other noblemen, Zhu Biao could not only contemplate rebellion, but could even declare his desire to ascend the throne. Dianfeng could place his blade directly against Zhu Yuanzhang's throat, compelling him to draft an abdication edict. Your legs belong to you. Go wherever you wish. Just consider the consequences. Empress Ma remarked that she harbored no fondness for the Jinhui. She recalled that even the Qianqing palace had its presence, and that old wretch thought she was oblivious to it. How naive! I am well aware. Mao Xiang slowly retreated into the shadows, accompanied by the sound of scaling walls. This commander of the Jinhui departed the courtyard. Why did he not exit through the main gate? Zhu Biao cast a puzzled glance at Dianfeng. Was there some occupational quirk among the Jinhui that compelled them to scale walls rather than use the door? Dianfeng shook his head, equally baffled by the mindset of these guards. Mother, do you think Mao Xiang will carry any word? The Jinhui served as father's eyes and ears. Mao Xiang would likely not engage in such folly. Those who attained such positions were no fools. Even if it were another civil or military minister, anyone entering this courtyard would surely feel a stir of ambition. Empress Ma spoke slowly. The Empress, the Crown Prince, the Crown Princess, and even the grandson they witnessed being laid to rest now stand vividly before them. Ultimately, this is the merit of the dragon's ascendance. There are countless individuals in the court eager for advancement. Zhu Biao sighed. Mother intends to marginalize father? Yet, perhaps it is for the best. Given the nonsensical policies he has enacted, one would shake their head in disbelief. You shall handle the public facade, while I devise strategies, supported by the formidable Chen Piao and Chu He. To undermine imperial authority without bloodshed would be ideal. When shall we initiate our plans? At the current pace, it seems unlikely that significant progress will be made in the next few years. If there are too many of us, we may attract the palace's attention. And the development zone on the 4th S side requires time. Zhu Biao sought to discern Empress Ma's thoughts, for she arrived first and must have devised a mature plan. I have heard about the development zone. Chen Piao intends to construct a grand building spanning 200 acres. Did you know? Empress Ma inquired. I am aware, though I have merely heard him mention it. Is there any specific detail? Zhu Biao asked, puzzled. Daughter-in-law, please go to Chen Piao's chamber. There is a blue folder on his bookshelf that I need you to retrieve. Empress Ma directed towards Changshi. Changshi nodded and soon returned, cradling a folder in her arms. What is this? Zhu Biao asked with curiosity. A few days ago, I noticed Chen Piao constantly scribbling within it, so I discreetly peered inside. Empress Ma replied, taking the folder and placing a blueprint upon the table. Is this a design? Zhu Biao furrowed his brow as he examined it. The layout resembled not a residence, but rather the grand hall of the palace. Changshi interjected. Zhu Biao nodded, picking up other blueprints from the folder. The scale was astonishing. Merely viewing the designs left him in awe. Was Chen Piao intending to construct a palace? Zhu Biao felt a mixture of shock and admiration. With such ambition and remarkable talent, it was likely that more ministers would emerge. Do not rush. Have a look at this. Empress Ma pushed another sheet of paper towards Zhu Biao. Upon seeing the blueprint, Zhu Biao chuckled, realizing he had perhaps overestimated himself. The image depicted two indistinct figures, with Zhu Xiongying raising a torch before them. Chapter 80, The Transformation of the Xian Tai Beast. Feast on cattle and sheep. Drink wine and spirits. We, too, shall reside within the palace. Chu He lay on the bed in the palace, not concealing the delight in his eyes. Under these conditions, in our place, you wouldn't get in for less than 18,888. The palace maids and eunuchs were outside. If only a few sailor-suited maidens could join us, preferably ones like the rabbit girl. Chen Piao paid him no mind and began to explore the room. The craftsmanship of this chamber was indeed intriguing, albeit constructed from cedar wood. He had expected it to be golden silk nanmu. What are you staring at, my friend? You step into the imperial palace and start gawking. It's not like you've never seen it before. You wouldn't understand. Chen Piao shot him a glance. How could this uncultured brute comprehend the nuances of traditional aesthetics? The grasslands were more suited for him. Though the palace was splendid, it could never replace home. A gilded nest or a silver abode could never compare to one's own humble dwelling. Chen Piao settled onto a chair within the room. You, my friend, simply cannot enjoy the finer things. Someone like you is better suited to toil in the fields. Meanwhile, someone else has genuinely pocketed over 90,000 taels of silver. Did you not see the countenance of that minister of revenue? It was as dark as could be. Chu He reached into Chen Piao's embrace, retrieving a box of cigarettes. Extracting one, and lighting it with the flame from the candle upon the table. Chen Piao, wishing to partake, found that Chu He had tucked it away into his own pocket. You are quite bold. Chen Piao drew out another box of cigarettes, ignited one, and began to smoke. So what? It's already in my hands. If you're not satisfied, reclaim it. You bandit. Chu He cursed, then inquired once more, what are your plans for tomorrow? Improvise. Do you remember how our ancestor taught you? My life has no rehearsals. Each day is a live broadcast. The two exchanged a smile. Yet the Jinyu atop the roof could not comprehend. Live broadcast? What does that even mean? And who is this ancestor? Not only the Jinyu, but Zhu Xiongying. Listening to their report, was equally perplexed. Where on earth do these two come from? Their words are unfamiliar, and even their sect is undocumented. Kingmission? Jingjio? I have never heard of them. What are the two doing now? Zhu Xiongying asked. They have already retired for the night. I confirm that they are sound asleep before reporting. Leave. Zhu Xiongying gestured. Keep a close watch on those two. Yes. The Jinyu exited the Fengtiang hall, leaving Zhu Xiongying alone upon the dragon throne. After a while, Mao Chong entered the hall. What have you found? Your Majesty, among the individuals they referred to, there are only a few kin and friends, which aligns with what they claimed. Very well. You may leave. Zhu Xiongying did not dwell on it, trusting Mao Chong's words. Yes. Mao Chang exhaled, relieved that no flaws had been detected. Mao Chang. Zhu Xiongying's voice suddenly resonated. At your service. Mao Chong's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Your wife must be nearing childbirth, am I correct? Thanks to your Majesty's blessings, she is expected to give birth in about half a month. Mao Chang endeavored to maintain his composure. Have you thought of a name for the child? Zhu Xiongying, for reasons unknown, suddenly wished to engage in casual conversation. My humble knowledge is lacking. I fear I cannot conceive a fitting name. I beseech your Majesty for a suggestion. Ha. We shall help you find one in the coming days. But do not let the joyous occasion cloud your judgment. The tasks at hand must be executed with diligence. Zhu Xiongying smiled faintly. I shall bear this in mind. Now, return and rest early. As Mao Shang departed from the Fengtian hall, a gust of wind swept through. and he realized that his back was soaked with sweat. Indeed, this was not a pleasant undertaking. If the Empress has any plans, she should act swiftly. Prolonging this situation may lead to revelations. As nights silently faded, Chen Piao and Chu He, guided by a eunuch, arrived at a training ground outside the city. Please wait a moment. His Majesty and the officials will be here shortly. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed eunuch. Chen Piao replied with a dignified demeanor. In contrast, Chu He gazed curiously at the eunuch's loins. Old Chen, how do they perform the castration in the Ming Dynasty? Chu He whispered, with a running knife. Chen Piao shot him an exasperated glance and fell silent. Yet, Chu He remained bewildered. Running knife? What does that mean? Is it retained or not? Chen Piao observed the soldiers practicing nearby. The methods of training in ancient times vastly differed from modern techniques. The Ming Dynasty's military drills bore a striking resemblance to the videos online, focusing on thrusting, stabbing, and killing, simple yet effective, emphasizing effort and sweat over intricate tactics. After waiting for some time, Zhu Xiongying finally arrived, accompanied by a group of martial generals and Yang Si, the Minister of Revenue whom they had encountered the previous day. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Both men bowed in unison. I wonder how the recovery of your magical powers is progressing. Might you demonstrate for us? Zhu Xiongying, having hastily concluded the morning court session, had come with great anticipation. Regrettably, Zhou was unwell. Otherwise, he would have certainly relished the grand spectacle. Among the crowd, Lan Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Isn't that my fine son-in-law? What brings him here? Could yesterday's two thunderous sounds from the Qin Wangfu have been their doing? Does the Empress consent? The Crown Prince did not intervene? Of course. I kindly ask your Majesty to create some space for me to present. As Chen Piao spoke, he produced a ukulele and handed it to Chu He, who looked perplexed. What am I supposed to play on this? You didn't mention this segment yesterday. All right. Bauer, please have those soldiers step back. Zhu Xiongying commanded. Yes. Li Wenzheng stepped forward to disperse the soldiers. Chen Piao furrowed his brow. Bauer? Li Wenzheng? The same Li Wenzheng who instilled psychological fear in Luo Guanzhong? He was indeed quite handsome, a gentleman of striking appearance even in later times. No wonder Luo Guanzhong depicted Zhao Yun so gallantly. Gentlemen, is this satisfactory now? Zhu Xiongying inquired. Indeed it is. Chen Piao patted Chu He, signaling him to commence. What do you wish to use? You must state your intentions beforehand. Chu He queried. Is it somewhat out of place to play SpongeBob SquarePants now? Let your creativity flow. How is Chen Piao to know which piece to play? Play whatever you feel inclined to. Chu He contemplated smashing the ukulele, realizing that while Chen Piao showcased his flair, he had been left with the daunting task. Sighing, Chu He slowly began to strum a gentle melody. As the music resonated, Chen Piao formed an unknown hand seal, swirling it gracefully, revealing hidden mysteries. Ethereal light shimmered, iron beasts descended upon the world. Stars shifted, divine entities manifested. The formation unfurled, shattering the realms of yin and yang. This incantation truly captivated a group of martial generals. Just observing Chen Piao's two maneuvers revealed his extraordinary skill. However, Lan Yu was left perplexed. When did Chen Piao acquire such abilities? Was he not accustomed to merely pulling items from his bosom? Yang Si scoffed, dismissing them as mere charlatans. It was evident that some trickery had been employed yesterday to extract a substantial sum of 100,000 taels of silver from His Majesty. Did they truly believe they could conquer the Northern Yuan with such tactics? The national treasury would soon be depleted. Without experience in household management, one cannot fathom the true value of resources. After all, that was 100,000 taels of silver, not mere stones. Transform into the Xian Tai Beast. With a thunderous command from Chen Piao, a brand new tank materialized before the astonished crowd. Chapter 81. Great-grandmother? My goodness! Exclaimed a chorus of officials and nobles, with Lan Yu's voice ringing the loudest. Initially, he had thought Chen Piao could only conjure small items. How could such a colossal machine be concealed within his garment? The dowry must be increased. It would be splendid to have such a grand piece for oneself. How magnificent it would be to venture forth with it. Your Majesty, please come closer to behold. Chen Piao gestured invitingly. Zhu Xiongying nodded and approached, eager to inspect the tank up close. The martial generals could hardly contain their anticipation and surged forward once Zhu Xiongying gave his approval. Step aside, you brutish warriors. Have you brought any money? Do not damage this treasure. Yang Si, unable to push through the throng of generals, seethed with impotent rage. Have you brought any money? This is the treasury's silver. As the Minister of Revenue, am I not entitled to a glance? I too wish to ascertain whether this expenditure is worthwhile. This young Taoist priest, I recall this contraption can move. Why not let it demonstrate its mobility? Your Majesty, this is precisely what I wish to convey. This device not only moves but can also fire projectiles. Chen Piao feigned a look of perplexity regarding the price. Money is no object. How much? Zhu Xiongying waved his hand dismissively. 30,000. If it were in paper currency, it would require 50,000. Chen Piao was not inclined to complicate matters for Zhu Xiongying. Paper currency was acceptable. Once the project commenced, they could utilize that form of currency. Who among you has brought money? Fetch 50,000 in paper currency. We can reimburse later. Zhu Xiongying called out to the generals. Reimburse? Upon hearing this, Yangtze disregarded any quarrels and swiftly turned to Zhu Xiongying. What are you staring at? Did you bring any money? Zhu Xiongying shot him a glare. It's merely a matter of spending a little money. It's not as if you're losing flesh. Besides, the funds will return in a few days. The generals hastily rummaged through their pockets, scrounging together just over 40,000 taels in paper currency, along with a pile of small silver coins, barely summing up to 50,000 taels. Is this sufficient? Yes. That will do. Chen Piao produced a container, opened it, and tossed the money inside. After retrieving the container, he pulled out a tank shell from his bosom. A 120mm armor-piercing round. I assure you, it will leave your enemies in disarray, unable to piece themselves back together. As he spoke, Chen Piao tapped the shell, producing a resonant sound. What is the power of this device? Zhu Xiongying inquired. Capable of moving mountains and parting seas, replied Chen Piao. Then let us witness a demonstration. Chen Piao and others were captivated by the phrase. A single shot costs 50,000 taels. Once he witnesses the might of this contraption, he would undoubtedly reach into his pockets. However, what is His Majesty intending to strike? Zhu Xiongying glanced around and pointed toward a distant mound of earth. Let me observe its power with a shot. Understood. Chu He, ignite. Chen Piao, clutching the shell, dove into the tank. Hearing this, Chu He also pushed through the crowd to take his place in the driver's seat. Your Majesty, I would like to accompany you to witness this as well. In case these two harbor ill intentions, Lan Yu stepped forward, clearly eager to interrogate and experience the tank's might. Very well. You may join, Zhu Xiongying nodded. Lan Yu rushed to the driver's cabin, first tapping on Chu He's small skylight. What are you doing? There are people here. Move to the back. Chu He opened the skylight and gestured to the rear. Oh, all right, Lan Yu nodded, moving to the back window, opening it and leaping inside, inadvertently shutting the door behind him. What are you doing here? Chen Piao halted his loading, bewildered. No need for pleasantries. I have questions for you. Lan Yu gritted his teeth. Enough chatter. I'm igniting it. Chu He shouted from the cockpit. Let's go. Chen Piao responded, and in an instant, the roar of the engine filled the tank. The two felt as if they were spinning in place. Chen Piao recognized they were adjusting the tracks and quickly maneuvered the cannon towards the distant mound. I'll explain later. Hold on tight. Chen Piao shouted to Lan Yu. Hold on to what? Lan Yu looked around, seemingly unable to find anything to grasp. Just as he was confused, he suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness, and his body rolled back and forth within the tank. What the hell? Why is it starting in fifth gear? Chen Piao exclaimed in despair. The clutch won't engage fully. Wrong gear. Chu He panicked as well. Who knew that after just one night, the clutch would become unresponsive? Downshift. Chen Piao felt nauseous. Tank driving was indeed no ordinary task. No time. A speed bump ahead. Chu He spotted a small hill through the window. There was no time to downshift, after all. This iron beast wouldn't break. The three felt a sudden weightlessness. In a haze, Chen Piao imagined his great-grandmother waving at him, even pulling out a box of candies to offer him. Meanwhile, Lan Yu, rolling beside him, truly saw his great-grandmother. Memories of his first marriage, his first robbery, and the first time he became a father flashed rapidly through his mind. Outside, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. My goodness! This massive iron beast can move so swiftly. Imagine how much it could carry if used for transporting goods. Zhu Xiongying swallowed hard, realizing that these two had indeed been lenient yesterday. At this speed, not only could one not chase a horse, but even the legendary charioteer of the Gaoliang River would find it hard to match. As the tank landed, Chen Piao inadvertently pressed the launch button, resulting in a thunderous explosion that flattened a distant mound of earth. The onlookers' mouths gaped in astonishment. With such a weapon at hand, why wait for the treasury to swell and the army to grow strong? Imagine taking this marvel across the grasslands. It would surely frighten the herdsmen into submission. Your Majesty, with such a formidable instrument, I am eager to march against the grasslands, declared Fu Yud, kneeling before Zhu Xiongying. In less than 6 months, I assure you. The remnants of the Northern Yuan will bow in submission. Li Wenzhong pushed Fu Yud aside and also knelt before Zhu Xiongying. Your Majesty, I possess considerable knowledge of the Northern Yuan. I am prepared to sign a military oath. Within 4 months, we shall surely conquer the Northern Yuan. With these two leading the charge, numerous military generals crowded around, some even engaging in a brawl out of excitement, completely oblivious to Zhu Yuanzhang's rapidly darkening expression. What were these nobles up to? The earls and marquises could be excused, but what was a group of dukes making such a fuss for? Did they truly aspire to outshine their sovereign and seize power? Just as Zhu Yuanzhang contemplated reprimanding them, the tank leisurely returned. Ugh, ugh. As Chen Piao and Lan Yu emerged from the tank, they both began to retch. Lan Yu felt as though his brain had been scrambled. He had never felt this exhausted, not even after riding for 3 days and nights. He declared that anyone who wished to ride in this massive iron contraption could do so, but he would not be a part of it again. Chen Piao felt little better. He vowed that if he ever had the fortune to ride in a tank again, he would prefer to have someone who could not drive it at all, rather than let Chu He touch it. Chapter 82. Nu Ming Lan Yu. Zhu Yuanzhang shouted. At your service, responded Lan Yu, hastily wiping his mouth and stumbling towards Zhu Yuanzhang, still recovering from the tank's jarring effects. He swayed unsteadily, nearly falling several times. From this day forth, I appoint you as general of the conquest of captives. Starting this winter, take the steel behemoth to campaign against the Northern Yuan, Zhu Yuanzhang declared. Observing the dukes who had grown too comfortable and seemed to have forgotten their loyalties, Lan Yu was momentarily taken aback. What? Is it appropriate to march against the Northern Yuan now? Do we have enough supplies? I was planning to host a wedding banquet for my daughter this year. A campaign to the Northern Yuan would mean I wouldn't return for at least 1.5 years. What? Are you unwilling? Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened with anger. I would gladly face death for this cause. This expedition will surely defeat the Northern Yuan. Lan Yu replied resolutely. At worst, he could bring Chen Piao along, after all. Hadn't Chen mentioned the high steel production there? It would be advantageous to have him scout. Good. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Is the little Taoist in good health? I'm fine. Chen Piao replied, shaking his head. What does this massive iron contraption consume? Are there any precautions we should be aware of? Zhu Yuanzhang needed to clarify this. If this fellow had left a loophole, it would be a wasted investment. This machine requires no grain or water. It runs on oil. Chen Piao retrieved a barrel of diesel from the system and placed it on the ground. To travel 100 miles, 5 barrels of this diesel are required. I do not seek much. 20,000 taels per barrel. Purchase 10 barrels and receive 1 complimentary. Should you encounter mechanical failures, I shall offer my assistance and repairs free of charge. This component is easily managed. Zhu Yuanzhang is accommodating in all matters, regardless of your requests for hundreds of taels. For your days are already numbered. Yang Si. Zhu Yuanzhang called for Yang Si, instructing him to accompany 2 Taoist priests to the treasury shortly. Procure 100 barrels of this oil and 100 shells. Yes, Yang Si, indifferent to the cost, thought, with these provisions, how could one worry about finances? The Northern Yuan is indeed overflowing with wealth, abundant in livestock and steeds, and the treasures of the previous Yuan dynasty are immense. Might I request that you leave instructions on the usage of this item, or perhaps stay in the palace for a few days, once the soldiers have mastered its operation? There is no rush to depart, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a beaming smile. I have prepared for this. Chen Piao produced a thick manual from his bosom, the tank operation manual. It is thoroughly detailed on how to use it. This single volume suffices. Chen Piao handed the book to Zhu Yuanzhang, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. He had perused it briefly. It contained mechanisms to prevent self-learning. Chu He could operate it because he truly understood how to do so. If an utterly ignorant individual were to attempt it, they would likely struggle even with shifting gears. Excellent. Yang Si, take the 2 priests to the treasury. Lan Yu, assist them. The rest shall convene at the Feng Tian Hall, Zhu Yuanzhang declared, turning to stride towards his carriage. A group of nobles and military leaders exchanged glances, sighing as they followed Zhu Yuanzhang's lead. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Piao's smile was nearly splitting his face. This venture had yielded several million taels. No wonder he was dubbed the arms tycoon. This trade was indeed lucrative. What are you laughing at? You've been grinning ever since you returned. Lan Wang prodded his forehead. Indeed. You want to explain yourself. Just sitting there chuckling. Zhu Di inquired, curious. He had heard tales of the previous day's events, of how Zhu Xian had returned in a frenzy, shouting about monsters throughout the night at his palace. Ladies and gentlemen, please close your eyes. Observe the performance I am about to present. Chen Piao rose, arms outstretched. So mysterious? Empress Ma chuckled, playfully closing her eyes. With someone leading. The crowd in the courtyard followed suit, shutting their eyes. Even Zhu Xiongying covered her eyes with her tiny hands. Chen Piao produced a speaker from the system and played a lively tune from Fast and Furious, then poured all the silver into the courtyard. Open your eyes, everyone. As they gradually opened their eyes, an involuntary gasp escaped the crowd at the sight. So much silver. Did you rob the treasury? Lan Wang dove into the pile of silver, her eyes gleaming with visions of wealth. Empress Ma and Zhu Biao swallowed hard. Having been recently troubled by a shortage of silver, how had so much suddenly appeared? How much is this? It is piled into a mountain, Zhu Di inquired. I haven't counted. Regardless, it is sufficient for the development area. There should still be some savings. Chen Piao was uncertain about how much he had loaded. While Yang Si was counting the money, he and Chu He were sipping drinks nearby. Chen Piao, have you sold something? Otherwise, how could you possibly have this much money? Zhu Biao felt a foreboding sensation in his heart. I sold some military supplies, a tank, 100 barrels of oil, and 100 shells. A tank? The image of the iron behemoth described by Dian Feng floated in Zhu Biao's mind. You sold that? How can we incite a rebellion afterward? Do not panic. Chen Piao discerned Zhu Biao's thoughts. I hold the ultimate authority. If I wish for that thing to remain immobile, it shall not move. I would never engage in reckless activities. Chu He, listening nearby, smirked. Who can match your cunning? The money from the shells and diesel combined is enough to purchase several more tanks. Zhu Biao wanted to inquire further, but Empress Ma pulled him back. Chen Piao, now that you have the funds and the craftsmen on the fourth side are almost recruited, when shall we commence construction? Upon hearing this, Chen Piao turned to Chu He. How's the cement situation on your end? It's all set. Liao Gu and the fourth have solved the raw materials issue. We can start production whenever. Chu He replied nonchalantly. Well, it seems we're back to work, and it's still civil engineering, making life tougher. Let us begin tomorrow with the first step. We shall construct a cement factory. First, we will increase the cement output, then build a road connecting to the official highway. That is our short-term goal. Do we have confidence? Chen Piao exclaimed, as if invigorated. Yes. The crowd shouted in unison. Then gathered chairs to sit in the courtyard and discuss matters regarding the development zone. Does our development zone have a name? It doesn't sound good to keep calling it the development zone, Empress Ma suggested. Liao Gu, you come up with a name. You've read more. Chen Piao remarked. That won't do. This is your and the fourth's endeavor. What right do I have to name it? You should do it. Zhu Biao felt he hadn't contributed much. The funds were from Chen Piao and the manpower from the fourth. He had merely offered some advice. Chen Piao, do not be modest. Your education is no less than my elder brother's. You name it. Zhu Di chimed in, fanning the flames. With these two leading the charge, the people in the courtyard unanimously decided to let Chen Piao christen the development zone. Then, this development zone shall be named Xinming. Chapter 83. The Demolition Expert. The next day, there were no fervent speeches or impassioned addresses before the commencement of work. The first cement factory of Xinming officially began construction. I've told you, your temperature is insufficient. The raw materials are not being processed properly. Don't come to me with your we've always done it this way nonsense. On my turf, you will adhere to my directives. Can you do it or not? If you cannot, then get lost. The high salaries I pay you are not for you to argue with me. Chen Piao observed Chu He, who was bickering with the workers, his face red with frustration, and felt a twinge of doubt. Was this fellow always so driven? Why hadn't he displayed such diligence in later years? Chen Piao, is a daily wage of 1 or 2 too high? Currently, the scarcity of workers is not a concern. It is certain that their numbers will increase in the future. Zhu Di expressed his dissent regarding the wages proposed by Chen Piao. While other laborers earn a handful of copper coins daily, he offers merely 1 or 2. To expect a horse to gallop, one must provide it with fodder. Furthermore, money does not vanish. In due course, it can be recouped through alternative means. There are numerous ways to exploit the impoverished: real estate, healthcare, education. These elements will profoundly affect their lives. Once the development zone is completed, it will be easy to devise a means to reclaim the investment. Frustrated, Chu He approached and seated himself beside the two. Calm down. Chen Piao offered Chu He a can of cola. What about these workers? Zhu Di inquired. They are craftsmen I recruited from Yingtian City. Their skills are commendable. Yet they are the type who are financially strained. I had to scold away more than a dozen of them, each one more obstinate than the last. They act as if they are the employers. Chu He consumed the cola in one gulp, feeling a bit of his anger dissipate. And the rest? Zhu Di asked. They're acceptable. Their skills may be lacking, but they are obedient. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to produce a single bag of cement today. The three decided to locate the cement factory beside the village, where there were existing abandoned workshops that could be restored for use. Is your kiln truly reliable? I recall the machinery in cement factories is quite large, Chen Piao questioned. Indeed, it's substantial. At worst, we might not have fully prepared the materials. However, the current standards are incomparable to our previous experiences, and the quality will undoubtedly be inferior. Chen Piao plucked a blade of grass and placed it in his mouth. One cement factory will not suffice. Expansion will be necessary in the future. Engaging in construction is fraught with challenges. It feels as if one is perpetually burdened with worry. Time for a meal. The voice of Empress Ma echoed from a distance. Let us go eat. Let us see if we can produce a bag of cement this afternoon. Chen Piao clapped the shoulders of the two. Zhu Di called out to the workers, and a large group marched toward Empress Ma's direction. At the village entrance, 3 large pots were steaming. One pot held a mixture of fatty and lean lamb. Another contained stir-fried greens, and the last was filled with rice. While it may not seem extravagant to Chen Piao and his companions, it was a rare delicacy for the laborers. Zhu Xiongying stood by the pot of meat, serving the crowd with a large ladle. Come back for more if you can't finish. But no wasting. Anyone who dares waste food will not be allowed to work here. Chen Piao filled a bowl with meat and playfully pinched Zhu Xiongying's cheek. Who taught you to be so mischievous? Stop pinching my face, brother. Even Grandma says I've gained weight. Zhu Xiongying replied. You're eating as much as your father. If you're not getting fat, then something is amiss. Zhu Di added, also pinching Zhu Xiongying's cheek. How did I not realize this lad could eat so much? Why are you pinching me too, fourth uncle? Zhu Xiongying scratched his head. And what about me? Chu He playfully pinched Zhu Xiongying, who had become quite familiar over time. It was hard to believe that when he first arrived, he was too shy to speak. In such a short span, he now dared to jest with me. A large group of workers sat at the village entrance, enjoying their meal. Chen Piao and a few others did not hesitate, joining in on the feast on the ground. Lan Wangge sat beside Chen Piao, concern etched on her face. Eat slowly. Have some water. Chen Piao set down his bowl and took the water, drinking it down in one gulp. Zhu Di and Chu He looked at the two with disdain. Fourth brother, weren't you in Beiping before? Why haven't you brought your wife now that you are inheriting the family business? Chu He initiated a conversation. It's too far. She probably just received my letter a couple of days ago. My wife is pregnant, after all. It will take her at least a month to arrive. Zhu Di, feeling a pang of longing for his own wife and children, sat there watching others display their affection, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Is this your first or second child? Chu He asked instinctively. Second. The eldest is about the same age as Yun Tong, Zhu Di replied, pulling out a green onion he had stolen from the kitchen and taking a big bite. I have a question. Chu He swallowed the food in his mouth. If your eldest son does not meet your expectations, what will you do? Will you pass on the family fortune to the eldest or the second? Zhu Di pondered. It's a matter of a single phrase. What phrase? Then I would tell the second son. The eldest is often frail. You must encourage him. As long as I am alive, who receives the inheritance is still uncertain. Coughing, Chen Piao nearly spat out his food. So, you, Zhu Laosi, are already planning for multiple children? No wonder your little golden bean and copper pea are so unruly. Eat slowly. Lan Wangge chimed in, patting Chen Piao on the back. Empress Ma had overheard Zhu Di's response and approached, playfully tapping his forehead. Only you can stir up trouble. What do you mean the eldest is frail? What if your legitimate line is not capable? Are you planning to have me marry a younger one? Zhu Di retorted. When will that happen, mother? Miao Yun has always opposed this matter, she remarked. Before Empress Ma could take action, Suda raised his cane and gave Zhu Di a solid whack on the head. You talk too much. What's wrong with marrying a few? Zhu Di grimaced in pain, realizing that the old lady's words implied he should indeed marry a younger wife. You deserve it. Let your mouth get you into trouble. Chen Piao reveled in the chaos. Just then, Zhu Biao approached, followed by Li Jinglong and Lan Yu. Upon seeing this, Lan Wangge quickly stood up to make space for Zhu Biao. We're all eating. Zhu Biao seated himself beside Chen Piao, gently brushing off the dust from his clothes. How's the cement factory on your end? Zhu Biao inquired. We should be able to test it this afternoon. What about you? Zhu Biao had taken people to survey the land that morning to begin the initial planning. I have a rough idea. I will sketch something for you to review tonight. Zhu Biao's planning was meticulous, and some of the constructions proposed by Chu He already had tentative sites selected. As soon as the cement factory started production, they could commence work immediately. That's fine. We will need to wait a couple of days for the cement. We will officially use it after the testing. Testing? Zhu Biao questioned, puzzled. Why is there a need for testing? Can't we use it directly? Indeed. After all, it is where we will reside. The quality of the cement must be assured. Chen Piao set down his bowl and took out a can of cola to sip. Upon witnessing this, Chu He immediately sensed an ominous premonition and hastily lifted his head from his bowl. You aren't suggesting I go test it, are you? You guessed correctly. That is precisely what I'm asking you to do. Chen Piao exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. I hereby appoint you as the demolition expert. Once the cement is adjusted, you shall conduct the explosive test. To hell with that, Chu He exclaimed, putting down his bowl. I'm telling you this. I'd rather die outside. I'd leap into the Yellow River than be this demolition expert. Chapter 84. Will you still care once you're out? I will be the demolition expert. If a dog wants to do it, I will. Chu He donned his gear, shouldering a rocket launcher while Chen Piao and the others armed themselves with blast shields, having already hidden 100 meters away. Chu He, let us begin. Chen Piao shouted hoarsely. Chu He glanced at the others with resignation, then turned to disengage the safety. The concrete wall had been exposed to the sun for 4 days, and he was uncertain about the outcome of his research. With a resounding boom, the missile struck the concrete wall with precision, sending dust flying and obscuring visibility for the onlookers. Chu He, you're not dead, are you? Chen Piao called out. You bastard. Next time, bring me a proper one. Don't bring me this piece of junk. At the moment he pulled the trigger, the already loose soil erupted into clouds of dust, and Chu He found himself choking on the gritty particles, continuing to cough until the smoke cleared. As long as I'm alive, let us check the wall. Chen Piao retracted his blast shield and ran toward the concrete wall. Remarkable craftsmanship, Zhu Biao remarked, gazing at the large hole in the concrete. If this were a modern brick house, a single shot would leave nothing but rubble. Indeed, with such strength, even a city wall would yield to a cannon blast. Suda nodded in agreement. Well done, Chu He. I didn't realize you were this capable. Chen Piao stroked the concrete wall, recalling videos he had seen of shells striking concrete. He was astonished that ancient constructions were so resilient. Do not judge my skills through the lens of your own perspective. Chu He removed his helmet, revealing a face half yellow and half white. Ha. Zhu Xiongying laughed, pointing at Chu He's face. You're still boasting. Hurry and wash up. You're a mess. Madame Huang Ho covered her mouth, chuckling. The timing is perfect. I have camping equipment. Let us go to the river and have a barbecue. Chen Piao was eager for barbecued delights again, with Li Jinglong and Lan Yu present. He wouldn't have to cook the meat himself. Moreover, the camping gear had just been unveiled yesterday. It must not be left unused. The group responded enthusiastically, all fond of the seasonings and ingredients Chen Piao had brought forth. However, upon arriving at the riverbank, Chen Piao's heart began to tremble for no other reason than that Chu He had also brought a fishing rod. Li Jiang, look at this weather. It can't possibly rain, right? Chen Piao inquired. No way. Didn't we just have a heavy rain not long ago? The city's meteorological bureau even mentioned drought prevention. Why do you ask? I just fear that Chu He might reel in a person again. He had barely fished a few times in this river. The fish were nowhere to be seen, yet 4 individuals had been caught. No worries. As long as it doesn't rain. Chen Piao sighed in relief and proceeded to unpack the camping gear from the system. The group set up their tents, while Ma Huaho and the Chang family busied themselves with starting a fire and skewering meat. Chu He, on the other hand, crouched by the riverbank to wash his face. Chu He, can you swim? Chen Piao suddenly inquired. Of course. I even won an award in middle school. Why do you ask? Chu He replied, not lifting his head as he continued washing. Nothing, just hoping for the best. Before Chu He could react, Zhu Di and Li Jinglong emerged from the water, their heads breaking the surface. The riverbank resembled a reservoir, with its edges steeply inclined, providing the perfect opportunity for mischief. Hello there, they chuckled, reaching out to pull Chu He into the water. Chen Piao shook his head, noting that the two had scampered off to change clothes early, careful to approach from downstream to avoid detection. Indeed, when individuals engage in mischief, they often exhibit boundless energy. Laughter erupted from those on the shore. Unfazed, Chen Piao retrieved his guitar, strumming and singing. My brother was deceived. They said the riverbank was super cool, his head's missing a string, and off he went. Under the blazing sun, even blowing the cow into the water dog as he strummed and sang. He remained blissfully unaware of the 3 pairs of crimson eyes that had appeared behind him. Chen Piao, run! Lan Wang shouted. Run? Chen Piao turned to see 3 individuals with menacing expressions lifting him up, to prevent the guitar from getting wet. Lan Yu snatched it away and placed it on a table. Hey, don't do that. I just washed my clothes today, Chen Piao protested, attempting to break free from their grasp. Nonsense. Your clothes were washed by El Chan. Do you think I don't know? Chu He retorted. 1, 2, 3. With a resounding splash, Chen Piao was tossed into the river. The water was not deep, reaching only to his waist. He adjusted his posture and stood up. Onto the water dogged the three mimicked Chen Piao's antics, singing from the shore. This scene brought a smile to Zhu Biao, who was inside the tent. Such moments were rare. Perhaps children from ordinary families also ventured out to play in this manner. Why isn't Biao going to play with them? Look how joyfully Fourth is laughing. Ma Huangho remarked. Mother, I am 30. What do I have in common with these children? Zhu Biao shook his head, lifting his teacup for a sip. So what? They are all the same age. You are merely 6 years their senior. What is wrong with joining in? Ma Huangho's perspective gradually shifted toward youthfulness. In the past, she would never have allowed Zhu Biao to indulge in frivolities with Zhu Di. Zhu Biao shook his head in silence, gazing at the playful chaos. Chu He, what do you mean by fishing in the river? Chen Piao wiped his face dry. Understand nothing. This is called blending into the environment. Even my leg hair knows if there are fish around. Chu He replied, holding a clump of bait on his hook, one hand gripping the fishing rod while the other rested on the bank. At first glance, it did appear somewhat convincing. Could he actually catch a fish? Zhu Di remained skeptical. Don't mind him. He is insane. Chen Piao rose and began to crawl back to shore. It would indeed be a marvel if he caught anything under such circumstances. Don't move. I can hear the fish. Suddenly, Chu He shouted, pressing his ear against the water's surface. The individuals submerged beneath the water dared not move, fearing that their movements might frighten away the fish. Even those on the shore held their breath, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Was Chu He truly about to catch a fish? A legendary occurrence indeed. It was said to weigh 100 pounds. An East Star grouper, measuring half a zhang long. Chu He even specified the species. Chen Piao rolled his eyes and strolled towards the shore. Hey, weren't you supposed to be fishing? Why are you leaving? Zhu Di inquired. The East Star grouper is a marine fish. This is freshwater. No matter how long his line is, it cannot reach the sea. Chen Piao settled on the bank. Observing Chu He as he exclaimed, 100-pound East Star grouper? The wild East Star grouper rarely exceeds 30 pounds. Are you jesting? Chen Piao remained unconvinced. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chu He's fishing rod suddenly bit. Quick, he's got a fish. Chu He struggled to maintain his balance against the current and sought assistance from the others. Zhu Di and Li Jinglong hurried over to help pull the rod. Chen Piao rubbed his eyes from his position on the bank. The direction of the fish float pointed toward a patch of red. Could it be that he truly hooked a marine fish in the river? Who authored the underlying logic of this world? Is it merely a program that favors those who can run? Once out, does it care? Chen Piao stood up and gazed into the distance. Upon discerning what Chu He had caught, he leaped forward and kicked Chu He back into the river. You've hooked a person again. Chapter 85. Jubai. Here again? I'm not participating. No wonder they call it the East Star grouper. I've seen someone in a funeral shroud, but this is my first encounter with a bride's attire. Chen Piao observed the woman being pulled ashore, stroking his chin. Yet, why does she seem increasingly familiar? Lan Wang also pondered. I feel the same, but I can't recall where I've seen her. Li Jinglong echoed their sentiments. Her makeup is all smudged. If we could see her clearly, it would be a ghost. By the way, do they have eyeshadow these days? Chu He remarked. Of course. Though it pales in comparison to what you sell, Lan Wanga replied, retrieving her small bag to produce makeup remover and tissues, diligently wiping the makeup from the woman's face. By the way, has anyone performed CPR on her during this time? Chen Piao suddenly raised the question. The group exchanged glances, and they all sprang into action. In reality, only Chen Piao and Chu He were adept at the task. Li Jinglong and Zhu Di pretended to be busy, having no clue what CPR entailed. Empress Ma hastily approached, wiping her hands. Earlier, Chen Piao had mentioned artificial respiration and CPR. With a girl now rescued, the rough men must not injure her further. Under the trio's efforts, the woman coughed up a few mouthfuls of water and regained consciousness. Zhu Di's familiarity grew as he leaned closer to Zhu Biao, whispering, Brother, why does this woman seem so familiar? Do you know her? Zhu Biao shot him an exasperated glance. This is Princess Ningguo. Don't tell me you can't recognize your own sister? Ah? Zhu Di took another look at Princess Ningguo. Indeed. It seemed he hadn't seen her since her return. Time had flown, and she had grown so much. But why is she wearing a bridal gown? Zhu Di inquired. Her marriage to Mei Yin was arranged long ago. How can you, as her brother, be so unaware of everything? Zhu Di's eyes widened in astonishment. His sister was to be married? How was he unaware of this? No one had mentioned it to him. Among the crowd, many recognized Ningguo's identity, while only Chen Piao and Chu He pondered how to inquire further. Mother, you are alive. Father is bullying me. Upon seeing Empress Ma, Ningguo burst into tears. Child, go change into another outfit first. Then return to tell me what has transpired, the Empress instructed. I have brought one, Chen Piao exclaimed, producing a set of women's hanfu from his bosom. Do you have women's clothing in there? Lan Wanggu reached out, intrigued by what Chen Piao was concealing. According to my father, it could fit a sizable iron lump. I have plenty. Chen Piao continued to pull out various garments, all of which were styled in an antiquated fashion. Viewed through the lens of the Ming Dynasty, they might appear somewhat out of place. Yet they were undoubtedly befitting of the times. Yet there is nowhere to change here, Empress Ma remarked, glancing around. I prepared for this when I entered the water. Chen Piao pointed to a nearby spot where Chu He and the others had set up a tent, originally intended for a place to change after swimming. It was unexpectedly useful now. Then let Wanggu take Ningguo to change clothes and also remove her makeup, the Empress suggested, sighing at Ningguo's painted face. Why does this family seem to be born to court trouble? Chen Piao busied himself, assembling another tent for the group to change in. The boys changed swiftly, and they even managed to finish before Ningguo. Brother, is this your sister? How come you've never mentioned her before? Chen Piao asked, munching on a skewer of meat. I have many brothers and sisters. If I were to speak of them, it would take days to finish, Zhu Biao replied, pouring tea for everyone. But your sister is in bridal attire. Are you not curious about her marriage? Chen Piao attempted to glean information, recalling that no princess had been wed in the 15th year of Hangguo. However, considering that the Ming Dynasty had transformed, it seemed plausible. My family's marriages have always been decided by my father. I have no say. However, logically, if she is already dressed for the wedding, she should be getting married tomorrow. Why is she here playing in the water? Zhu Biao questioned, equally perplexed. Ning was betrothed. The son of the Marquis of Runan, Mei Sizhu, was a man of exemplary character and knowledge. He should not have fled before the wedding. Not only Zhu Biao but the others were equally curious about the situation. They were aware of Princess Ningguo's impending marriage. What could have caused her to flee? As they conversed, Lan Wanggu emerged with Ningguo. Mother, eldest brother, fourth brother. Ningguo greeted them. While changing, Lan Wanggu had explained the circumstances, cautioning her repeatedly not to let anything slip. Although Ningguo was confused, she complied awkwardly. Ning-er, tell your mother what happened. Empress Ma beckoned Ningguo to her side. Ning-er? Zhu Ning? The Ningguo princess, who might have lost her husband due to the Yongle Emperor's actions. Chen Piao glanced at Zhu Di, who did not strike him as someone capable of harming his own brother-in-law. Why are you looking at me? Zhu Di felt uneasy under their gaze. Nothing. Chen Piao gently patted his shoulder, prompting Zhu Ning to calm her emotions and slowly narrate the events that transpired 2 hours earlier. Zhu Ning and Princess Zhu Jing sat quietly in their residence. Ninger, why the long face? You are about to be married. Cheer up, Zhu Jing exclaimed, grasping Zhu Ning's hand. Ah, sister, I have heard all about it. That Mei Ying goes out fishing every day and hardly returns home. What good is a man who fancies fishing? Zhu Ning replied, her displeasure evident. She finally understood why her fourth brother sought to evade marriage. Were it her choice, she would undoubtedly do the same. It was certainly preferable to the vices of indulgence. Sister, you have met Mei Ying. He is honest and speaks little. His only hobby is fishing, which is far better than the other debauched young lords, Zhu Jing said earnestly. I see an old man. He has little to say. He is 6 years my senior. The primary issue with older bachelors is their age. I do not believe Father's ridiculous tales. Zhu Ning retorted, stretching her shoulders. Who designed this wedding gown? It is so constricting. The back is unbearably tight. The marriage has already been arranged, and I cannot voice my concerns to father. Besides, do you intend to follow in fourth brother's footsteps and flee from the marriage? Zhu Jing continued to counsel her with sincerity. With mother gone and elder brother deceased, I am now the head of the Zhu family. The responsibility for my sister's marriages rests upon my shoulders. I lack fourth brother's agility. If I were to run away, you wouldn't even cover for me. Zhu Ning lamented, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. She found it impossible to marry a man she had never even met. She could not emulate her elder sister's calm acceptance of such a fate. Your Highness, the Prince of Jin and the 12th Prince have arrived, called the eunuch at the door. Someone is here. Be alert, Zhu Jing admonished, playfully tapping Zhu Ning on the forehead. Zhu Ning, feeling lethargic, rose and exited the room alongside Zhu Jing. "Oh, third brother, why did you bring the 12th prince along?" Zhu Jian asked as the two ladies emerged. "Isn't it Ning'er's wedding? We came to see her, and the 12th prince wished to take a stroll." Zhu Jian smiled. "Why the glum expression, Ning? Who has wronged you? Speak, and I shall avenge you." Zhu Jian noticed Zhu Ning's mood and attempted to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. "She's just a child throwing a tantrum. Come inside and sit." Zhu Jing guided Zhu Jian to the parlor, completely oblivious to Zhu Ning discreetly pulling Zhu by his side. "Sister, do you have any wedding candies? Please share some with me." "Eat wedding candies? Nonsense." Zhu Ning pinched Zhu Bai's cheek. "Tell me, how did you help fourth brother escape from his marriage?" "Huh? Sister, you aren't considering running away too, are you?" "I want to assist you. Last time I helped fourth brother flee, elder brother punished me by making me kneel for an entire afternoon. It still aches to think about it." With the recent downturn in data, the author is adjusting their pace, still delivering 3 chapters daily without fail. Chapter 86. I want to marry. I refuse. Whether you help or not, I will find a way. If you do not assist me, I shall run away on my own. If I am caught, I will claim you orchestrated it, and father will punish you. Zhu Ning insisted, forcibly dragging Zhu Bai into her scheme. Surely, if Zhu Di could evade marriage in the palace, she could do so outside as well. "This is unfair. You are bullying me. I will inform elder sister." Zhu Bai's face contorted in bitterness as he turned to seek out Zhu Jing. "You little rascal. If you assist me, I shall remain silent. Should you refuse, and I find myself captured, I shall be the first to betray you. I urge you to consider the consequences." Zhu Ning clenched his fists, deliberately waving them before Zhu Bai. "Very well, just this once." Zhu Bai sighed deeply. "Now that's more like it. I shall fetch you some sweets. Once this is over, you can enjoy them yourself." Zhu Ning placed a few candies into Zhu Bai's pocket. "You better keep your word. Do not betray me," Zhu Bai said uneasily. "Rest assured. Commence your performance." Zhu Bai glanced around before approaching a nearby pond, carefully arranging his valuables. He pinched his nose and plunged into the water. "Help! Someone save me!" Zhu Ning, understanding the cue, quickly shouted, "Help! The 12th prince has fallen into the water. Hurry!" Several eunuchs scrambled at the pond's edge. Some jumped in to rescue him, while others rushed to fetch a rope. Meanwhile, Zhu Ning, brimming with pride, headed to the stables to lead out a fine steed. Her plan was to seek Zhu Di, as Zhu Xiong and Zhu Jiang were both within the city, leaving only Zhu Di outside. As she approached a river, ready to cross a bridge, a group of armed men suddenly emerged from either side. Well, a little lady in a bridal gown has come out to ride. Aren't you tired? Why not come play in my brother's lair?" Zhu Ning surveyed the intimidating figures before her. The bandits around Yingtian City had long been eradicated by the court, so these must be local ruffians. Seeing her alone, they dared to act with malice. "Do you know who I am? Wise men would do well to retreat swiftly, lest you find yourselves in dire straits." Any ordinary woman would have been terrified, but Zhu Ning, being of royal lineage, remained unyielding. "You, just by seeing you in that bridal gown, I know you're no good. Come at me." A horde wielding farming tools and machetes charged at Zhu Ning. She initially intended to leverage her horse's advantage to charge forward, but the steed, startled by the tumultuous waters beneath the bridge and the throng of men, threw her off, sending her into the water. Thus unfolded the events, with Zhu Ning still fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Nearby, the sounds of people cracking sunflower seeds drifted through the air. After a moment of silence, Zhu Biao was the first to step forward. "Li Jiang, take Ninger back. Inform them, dear sister, that if she continues her mischief, I shall break her legs." Zhu Biao would not indulge Zhu Ning. "Ah, mother, look at my elder brother. He wants to hit me." Zhu Ning dove into the embrace of Empress Ma, bursting into tears. "Big brother, if Ninger doesn't want to marry, she won't. Staying here is quite fine." Empress Ma felt a pang of sympathy. "No, if you wish to call off the wedding, why did you not say so sooner? You remained silent when the proposal was made, when the betrothal gifts were exchanged, and even during the wedding preparations. The wedding is tomorrow. It is too late to have regrets." Zhu Biao was genuinely infuriated. Even if he did not confide in his father, he could at least express his dissatisfaction to himself. He would certainly arrange for a suitable husband for her, as he had not sold her off. Had he been informed earlier, he would have never allowed her to marry. Regardless of whether he spoke to himself or not, the elder siblings Zhu Er, Zhu San, Zhu Si, and Zhu Xiongying would not allow her to suffer any indignities. Chen Piao glanced at the irate Zhu Biao and nudged Chu He beside him. The fire is ready. You two continue your conversation. We shall go and prepare the skewers. Brother Biao, do not be too upset. Let's discuss matters amicably. Chen Piao led Chu He aside to grill the skewers. With this distraction, Zhu Biao's anger subsided slightly as he lifted his teacup and drained it in one go. Seeing the two move farther away, Zhu Ning, with a gleam in her eye, whispered, Elder brother, you wouldn't want father to discover your presence here, would you? If you do not keep me here, I shall inform him of your whereabouts. Huh? You dare to threaten me? Zhu Biao glared at Zhu Ning. I am not threatening you. After all, my lips are not sealed. Who knows what foolishness might slip out? Zhu Ning believed she had intimidated Zhu Biao and pressed on. Go ahead. Return and tell Uncle Su to summon Huizhu. Let the fourth brother take the eagle to the Chong family and fetch my little brothers. Reassemble the Yitzi camp and have Dian Feng secure the palace. Keep an eye on Zhejiang. If she dares to speak, let loose an arrow. I would like to see what you have to say then. Zhu Biao, with a teasing expression, retorted, if you dare to speak, I shall dare to rebel. When I become emperor, I will still ensure you marry. At that moment, Zhu Ning tugged at Empress Ma's arm, hoping for her assistance. To her dismay, Empress Ma turned away without acknowledging her. Uncle Su, upon hearing his name, Suda quickly averted his gaze and began to whistle leisurely. Fourth brother, this is pointless. Speaking to me is futile. When I fled from my wedding, my father-in-law punished me with dozens of blows. You should consider yourself lucky if you escape unscathed. Zhu Di, upon hearing the 12th brother's complaint, found himself somewhat critical of this sister-in-law. Zhu Ning turned her gaze toward the Chong family. Do not look at me. If you do not heed your brother's words, the one to punish you will not just be his Majesty. Humph. Zhu Ning placed her hopes on Lan Wang'a. Where's Wang'a? Noticing her absence, she inquired aloud. Zhu Di gestured towards Chen Piao's direction with his chin. There, Chen Piao and Lan Wang'a were seated together, sharing fruits, while Chu He cast a murderous glare at the two. Why not keep her here? Chu He is also single. Let them get to know each other. Empress Ma earnestly suggested. Indeed, elder brother, I think Chu He is quite handsome. Please let me stay here. I beg of you, Zhu Ning implored, darting to Zhu Biao's side, adopting a charming demeanor. Zhu Biao chuckled, sipping his tea. He also enjoys fishing. Did you not claim to dislike men who fish? Zhu Ning was utterly speechless. Lan Wang'a was her dear sister. She could not allow herself to play the role of an outsider. I do not care. I refuse to go back. Father must know by now. If I return, I shall certainly be punished. As Zhu Ning found himself utterly at a loss, he resorted to throwing a tantrum. Zhu Biao let out a cold snort and turned his gaze toward Li Jinglong, who stood nearby. Jiao, go summon Mei Yin and the Duke of Runan. Make sure it's done discreetly. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. Li Jinglong replied, hastily making his way toward the courtyard. Chapter 87. If you have the ability, present the evidence. Li Jinglong rode swiftly on horseback, reaching the residence of Duke Mei Siju of Runan. Upon seeing him, the steward promptly approached. Young Masterly, have you come to offer congratulations? Please, do come inside. Allow me to prepare some tea for you. Bring the Duke of Runan and Mei Yin here. Inform them that there is a matter of utmost urgency. Any delay will be at their own peril. Li Jinglong, lacking the time for pleasantries, got straight to the point. Please take a seat. I will fetch the master right away. The steward instructed his subordinates to escort Li Jinglong to the reception room before hastily making his way to the study. Master, young Masterly from the house of Duke Chao has arrived, stating that there is an urgent matter he wishes to discuss with you and the young master. Mei Siju was engaged in a conversation with Mei Yin regarding the details of the grand wedding when he heard of the grave news and furrowed his brow. What significant event could possibly be unfolding in the Ming Dynasty? Even if tomorrow's wedding were to be cancelled, it hardly warrants a message from Li Jinglong. Father, could it possibly pertain to the marriage? Mei Yin, who was also less than enthusiastic about the union, pondered. With only one princess married off so far to the son of Li Shanchang, the current state of affairs was evident. Would their family be next? It shouldn't be. The emperor would send a eunuch to deliver such news, not him. Mei Siju reasoned. After a moment of reflection, he concluded that whether it was fortune or misfortune, they would only know by investigating further. Let us go see. What if there is truly an urgent matter? Mei Siju suggested. Mei Yin nodded and followed in his father's footsteps to the reception room. Young Masterly, what brings you to seek out my old self and my son at this hour? The situation is dire. Please, take a look at this. We can discuss the rest on the way. Li Jinglong presented the photographs he had taken earlier to the two men. Mei Siju accepted the image, still perplexed. What is the urgency behind this? This is... Mei Yin stammered, recognizing the figure in the photograph, his agitation rendering him momentarily speechless. Seeing his son's profound reaction, Mei Siju took the photograph and scrutinized it closely. Before he could utter a word, Li Jinglong hastily covered Mei Siju's mouth and leaned closer to the father and son. Whispering, the crown prince has issued a decree. Summon the Duke of Renan and his eldest son, Mei Yin, for a meeting. Proceed cautiously. The crown prince? Mei Siju's pupils dilated in shock. No wonder the king of Yin had yet to take action. He had the support of both the empress and the crown prince. What was there left to contest in the succession? They could simply align with Zhu Di tomorrow and later make an appearance before the empress and the crown prince. Had he known, he would never have joined the uproar against the northern Yuan, only to be scolded by old Zhu in a roundabout manner. Indeed, it is the crown prince. Prepare yourself and come with me. We shall discuss the specifics along the way. Li Jinglong urged. Very well, son. Quickly, go fetch the horses. We shall exit through the back door. Mei Siju returned the photograph to Li Jinglong and hastily instructed Mei Yin to retrieve the horses. The three men cautiously slipped out through the back door, riding away on horseback. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by a member of the Jinyue, who contemplated for a moment before rushing to find Mao Shang. Report to the commander. The esteemed Duke of Chao, along with the young Lord Li Shaogong, has just departed with the sons of the Runan Marquis, making their way towards the outskirts of the city. Mao Xiang nodded slightly, instructing, you may leave now. And mind your words. The Imperial Guard complied and exited the room. Mao Xiang exhaled deeply. He had taken the initiative to investigate the noble families within the city over the past few days. It was highly probable that Li Jinglong had gone to see the Empress, but what purpose could he have in bringing Mei Siju along? Shouldn't he the task of locating the runaway Princess Ning fall to the Imperial Guards? What business could he possibly have with the Empress at such a critical juncture? After a lengthy deliberation, Mao Xiang resolved to see for himself, particularly given that there were two extraordinary individuals in the courtyard who could say what might transpire. With that thought, he changed into a different attire and rode towards the Qin family residence. Meanwhile, Li Jinglong urged the two fathers and sons onward, discussing various precautions along the way. Upon reaching the riverbank, a gathering of individuals had already commenced their revelry. Mei Siju adjusted his attire and approached Li Jinglong. Uncle, the guests have arrived. Then let us take a seat. I have matters to discuss with the two of you. Zhu Biao beckoned to them. Lan Wanga also cast a glance their way. Mei Yin Zhang was quite presentable, embodying a masculine charm, and there were no whispers of ill repute surrounding him. Ning, this fellow seems quite decent. What is it that you find unsatisfactory? Lan Wanga turned to inquire. Upon observing, Zhu Ning was drooling, fixated on Mei Yin, his eyes ablaze with desire. What ails you? Lan Wanga waved her hand before Zhu Ning's face. Chen Piao glanced at Zhu Ning and set down his beer, remarking, from my 20-plus years of experience, this can only be termed infatuation. Chu He also lowered his beer, adding, a physiological infatuation. Chen Piao was not surprised, historically. The Princess Ning and Mei Yin had indeed fallen in love at first sight. When Zhu Di ascended the throne, Mei Yin had even sworn unwavering loyalty to the Jiangwen Emperor. Had it not been for the blood letter pinned by Princess Ning, Mei Yin would have resolutely opposed Zhu Di. What does that imply? Lan Wanga queried, perplexed. It signifies a lustful disposition. Chu He interjected. Is it truly that severe? Lan Wanga glanced between Zhu Ning and Mei Siju, before lifting her gaze to Mei Siju. Goodness, the two have clearly taken a liking to each other. One can almost sense the palpable tension in the air. Mei Siju, having noticed the two, swiftly tapped the back of Mei Yin's head. Call for assistance. What are you waiting for? Oh, mother, uncle, fourth uncle. Mei Yin promptly bowed in respect. Mei Siju nearly wished to find a crevice to hide within. Is it appropriate to address me so when you are not yet wed? Ha 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 ha. Please, take a seat. Zhu Biao, keenly aware of the budding feelings between the two, quickly invited them to sit. The reason I summoned you both is that my younger sister is quite dissatisfied with this marriage arrangement. She has managed to slip away with her brother as a diversion. Thus, I am contemplating abandoning this union. I have another sister, and I shall find a suitable match for Mei Yin at a later time. Zhu Biao was evidently intent on retaliating for the earlier threat. Go back and inform father. Let us see how I deal with you. Mei Siju turned towards the side where the Empress Ma stood. She nodded in agreement, readily accepting the proposal. Elder brother, I believe this situation is inappropriate. Zhu Ning interjected, rising abruptly. How can one so easily withdraw from a marriage that has been in preparation for so long? I find this unacceptable. Zhu Ning, with a tone of righteous indignation, exclaimed, Chu He, double standards. Chen Piao, double standards. Oh, it was you who fled from the wedding. And it was also you who just moments ago cried and lamented about not wanting to marry. What on earth do you intend to do? Who said that? I never said such a thing. Did you hear me say I didn't want to marry? No, right? Zhu Ning adamantly refused to admit anything. If you have the capability, present your evidence. Chen Piao, from within her pocket, produced a voice recorder, placing it upon the table and pressing the play button. I don't care. I simply refuse to return. My father must know by now. If I go back, he will surely beat me. Zhu Biao nearly burst into laughter, suppressing the urge to mock her further. Look at you throwing a tantrum. It has all been recorded. Lan Wang'a also playfully tapped Chen Piao on the shoulder. How wicked you are. You're intentionally making it difficult for Zhu Ning. Chapter 88. Not taking oneself seriously in that instant, apart from the Mei family. The entire table struggled to contain their laughter. Zhu Ning's face flushed crimson. How could he be so detestable? Ha ha ha. Although Zhu Xiongying did not fully grasp the situation, witnessing his aunt's embarrassment caused him to point at Zhu Ning and laugh heartily. Wang'a, control him. Zhu Ning could only cast his gaze towards Lan Wang'a, who shrugged her shoulders, indicating her inability to assist. Zhu Biao shook his head as well. You heard it. My sister is not in agreement. Mei Zhu understood the unfolding scenario. The entire table was enjoying the antics of the young couple. If he refrained from contributing, would it not be a display of insensitivity on his part? Very well. It appears my son lacks fortune. I shall inform the servants to let this marriage matter rest. What? Mei was filled with confusion. Is this how it ends? My love has vanished just like that? I refuse to accept this. Mei sprang to his feet. You, step outside for a duel. Mei believed Chen Piao was the one who had put Zhu Ning in such an awkward position. He had no one at the table he could contend with, so he pointed at Chen Piao, hoping to challenge him. Me? Are you certain? Chen Piao squinted her eyes. No nonsense. Sit down. Mei Zhu hurriedly attempted to pull his son back to his seat. You have never seen him. You do not realize how formidable he is. He is capable of wielding even the largest of iron beasts. On that day at the training ground, Mei Zhu had witnessed it firsthand. Come on. We have been here for so long without a proper bout. Let us spar. Chen Piao eagerly anticipated the challenge. The onlookers at the table shared Chen Piao's excitement for the impending duel. Can he manage? His family practices martial arts. Be careful not to get hurt. Lan Wang'a had always perceived Chen Piao as a scholar. Even if he held a weapon, he was merely a learned individual. Rest assured, I have confidence. Chen Piao stood and moved to an open area. Come. Chen Piao beckoned Mei with a gesture of his hand. Indeed, love-struck men often lack common sense. The queen is present, and yet you wish to duel with me, showing no regard for appearances. Humph. Mei stretched his limbs and approached Chen Piao, declaring, I am but a mere warrior. If Mei intended to deliver a fierce declaration, he was taken aback by Chen Piao's impatient wave of the hand. No need for trash talk. It's not like anyone will listen to your nonsense during a fight. Zhu Li, reveling in the unfolding spectacle, stepped forward to act as the referee. Prepare. Begin. In ancient times, warriors typically relied on weapons, with many martial arts techniques evolving from weaponry. Rarely did individuals focus on practicing unarmed combat, yet the refinement of one's strength was not something the average person could achieve. Naturally, Chen Piao was no ordinary individual. His mother hailed from a family of martial artists, and he had trained under his grandfather since childhood, mastering the art of Taizu Changquan, which was imparted to him directly by his grandfather. During a friendly sparring match with Mei, Chen Piao seized the moment, deflecting a straight punch with his hand, then lowered his head to find the right angle for a powerful strike. Of course, this was merely a contest, so he refrained from using excessive force, applying just enough strength, though he felt somewhat out of practice after a lengthy hiatus. With a smile, Chen Piao helped Mei back to his feet. Mei Zhu observed Mei, remarking that if a scholar could not even win a match, the boy was indeed a failure. I refuse to accept this. Let us go again, Mei exclaimed, shaking off Chen Piao's hand, eager for another round. Wait. I'll do it. Chu He interjected, brimming with enthusiasm. You can't fight, can you? Chen Piao taunted. I can't fight, but I can wrestle, Chu He retorted, glancing at Mei. Shall we practice, my friend? With Mei provoked, he felt a surge of anger and swiftly removed his outer garments, leaving only a layer of underclothing, his joints cracking as he moved. Chu He, not to be outdone, tossed off his shirt, standing bare-chested before Mei. Upon seeing Chu He's physique, Mei gulped. He hadn't realized how robust he appeared without his clothing. I demand a rematch, Mei declared. What does Chu He's family do? Lan Wangge inquired, intrigued. They are herders. With that build, he can only sit at the children's table back home, Chen Piao explained, having previously discussed with Chu He how, in modern Inner Mongolia, his physique would be considered relatively slender. Lan Wangge swallowed hard. You two truly embody both literary and martial prowess, she exclaimed. Now on your marks. Begin. With Chu He's command, Chu He and Mei collided. Though Mei possessed considerable strength, he lacked wrestling skills. Chu He identified the optimal point of leverage, seized Mei's arm, and executed a shoulder throw. Yield. Chu He chuckled as he helped Mei back up. Empress Ma observed the scene, smiling. Initially believing their sparring would be mere bravado, she now recognized that both individuals were not only knowledgeable, but also possessed remarkable skills. Show off. Now you know that there are always greater talents. Mei Siju scolded Mei, who hung his head, embarrassed by his significant defeat. My son. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to everyone. I shall take him home for a proper reflection, Mei Siju stated, preparing to lead Mei away. Brother. Zhu Ning rushed forward, kneeling before Zhu Piao. It is my little sister who lacks understanding. She wishes to marry Mei. Upon hearing this, Mei Yin's previously disheartened spirit revived instantly. Really? You better think it through to avoid future complications, Zhu Piao warned. My sister is willing. Mei Yin responded eagerly. Are you willing to marry my little sister? Zhu Piao asked. I am willing, Mei Yin declared aloud. I must say, you two are indeed a fitting pair, Chen Piao remarked, raising a can of beer to drink. One fled from marriage and fell into the water, while the other, without hesitation, sought a duel. In this vast world, it is unlikely to find another pair quite like them. Chen Piao felt he had encountered many abstract concepts, yet this couple truly broadened his understanding. A few words were exchanged. Lan Wangge playfully nudged Chen Piao, declaring it was time to return. Especially you, Ning. Make sure to take good care of old 12. If he falls ill, I will hold you accountable, Zhu Piao admonished sharply. Understood, Zhu Ning pouted in response, with Mei's striking looks. Why would one flee from marriage? Ah, Biaogu? At that moment, Mao Chang, riding his horse, feigned passing by. Ah, Erhu. Just in time. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhu Piao was not surprised by Mao Chang's arrival. Given the commotion Zhu Ning had caused, the Jinyui could not possibly be unaware. Erhu. Chen Piao and Chu He looked on with excitement at Mao Chang. In Hu Jun's portrayal of Zhu Xiongying, the character heir who was based on Mao Chang, a commander of the Jinyui who had committed numerous misdeeds for the Zhu family, ultimately becoming embroiled in the Hu Weijiang case, which led to his family's demise. What business do you have, Biaogu? I am here to assist you, Mao Chang inquired. However, Chen Piao furrowed his brow. Goodness, are we not even pretending anymore? From an outsider's perspective, wasn't Zhu Piao dead? To speak so candidly before me? Is he not valuing himself at all? Chapter 89. Small yet cunning. You shall escort Ninger back. Inform Jing to keep an eye on her. If she misbehaves again, I shall break her legs. Very well. Mao Chang quickly agreed. Upon realizing he was no longer needed, Mei Siju prepared to take his leave. We shall not impose further on you. Enjoy your meal and drink. Mei Siju stood up to depart. Wait. Chen Piao retrieved 2 sets of glass cups from the system, and upon seeing this, Chu He immediately understood his intent. Rising to assist in carrying a box. As the saying goes, one must not fight without first becoming acquainted. My brother is soon to be wed, and we have little to offer, so let these 2 sets of glass serve as our congratulatory gift. This. Mei Siju glanced at Zhu Piao. The quality of these glass sets was evidently extraordinary. Accepting such a gift would imply a personal favor. What are you staring at? This is for you. Zhu Piao expressed his confusion. The old man accepted it. Should you have time tomorrow, do join us for a celebratory feast. Agreed. The two handed the glass cups to the others. As Zhu Ning was leaving, he glanced back at Zhu Piao. Realizing that with his elder brother and mother not returning to the palace, they likely would not attend his grand wedding either. Once the guests departed, the remaining company found no appetite for dining and merely had a simple meal before returning home. Zhu Ning, riding on Mao Chang's horse, arrived at his residence, where Zhu Xiongying emerged brandishing a rolling pin. Upon seeing her, Zhu Ning hastily dismounted and dashed around the courtyard. You audacious one, daring to emulate your 4th brother's escape from marriage. Just wait until I catch you. Zhu Xiongying, devoid of any regal demeanor, resembled a frenzied beast, chasing Zhu Ning while hurling insults. Eldest sister, I was wrong. I should not have gone out. Third brother, Zhu Xiongying shouted. Zhu Jian suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket, seizing Zhu Ning by the nape of his neck. Trying to flee? Are you aware that Lao Shire's health has never been robust? Yet you still allowed him to dive. As an elder sister, do you not possess any sense of responsibility? Zhu Jian was equally exasperated, had it not been for Mao Chang personally seeking him out. He would have dispatched his own guards. I did not. He insisted on diving. Zhu Ning pouted, still daring to argue. Zhu Xiongying seized the rolling pin and struck Zhu Ning on the backside. Ah! Zhu Ning cried out in pain. This blow clearly indicated that his sister was genuinely furious. Normally, she would never resort to such measures against him. I see you are itching for a beating. Zhu Xiongying swung the rolling pin again. Ah, sister, I was wrong. Wrong? Even acknowledging your mistake warrants a beating. Only upon recognizing your faults will you comprehend your errors, Zhu Jian interjected, stoking the flames of anger. Indeed. Third brother. Hold him tight. Just watch me break his legs. Zhu Xiongying, her anger boiling over, continued to strike for over 10 minutes before finally pausing. Woo-woo. I will no longer be on good terms with third brother. You and sister are ganging up on me. Zhu Ning covered his behind, wiping away tears. There were several instances where he nearly stopped, yet Zhu Jian insisted on fanning the flames. What began as a few disciplinary blows turned into a prolonged session of punishment. Bullying you? If it were our father, he would have you kneeling until tomorrow. Zhu Jian remarked, shaking his hand. Day in and day out, you seek trouble. Second brother, for some unknown reason, has been acting erratically at home. With him being the largest figure in the household, how can things be allowed to spiral out of control? Where is your wedding dress? Do not tell me you discarded it. Zhu Xiongying inquired. Your Highness, it is with me. Mao Chang approached, holding the wedding dress. Creating a new one would undoubtedly take too long, so Zhu Ning would have to wear it again tomorrow. Thank you, Commander Mao. I apologize for the inconvenience. Zhu Xiongying promptly took the wedding dress. No worries. I shall report to His Majesty. Mao Chang bowed and exited the residence. Third brother, send some guards over. I do not trust anyone in this girl's household, Zhu Xiongying declared. Certainly. I will dispatch a few guards shortly. Rest assured, she will go nowhere. Zhu Jian replied affirmatively. Dare to run again, and I shall not hesitate to punish you. Zhu Xiongying threatened Zhu Ning with the rolling pin before taking the wedding dress to the laundry room. Third brother, lend me a hand. Sister's punishment hurts terribly. Zhu Ning, seeing Zhu Xiongying had walked away, turned to Zhu Jian for help. I shall not assist you. Who told you to sneak out? I am going to summon the guards. You would do well to remain obedient in the courtyard. Otherwise, next time it will be father who comes to discipline you. Zhu Jian waved his hand dismissively and made his way towards his own residence. In this world, there is not a single soul who values loyalty. Zhu Ning rubbed his backside, struggling to rise and return to his own room. Haha, second sister. Does it hurt when the eldest sister strikes you? Zhu Bai peeked out, a mischievous grin on his face as he looked at Zhu Ning. You little rascal, do not mock me. When I recover from my injuries, your backside will not be spared. Zhu Bai scoffed. I have heard from the eldest sister that once you are married, you cannot return to the palace often. You won't be able to reach me. Zhu Ning pouted at this remark. How could one not feel anxious about marriage? This little one is still a child, likely preoccupied with what he will eat tomorrow. What is the matter, second sister? Why do you seem so unhappy? Zhu Bai sat to the side, cautiously inquiring. No? I am just a bit anxious. Zhu Ning buried her face in the pillow, suddenly recalling the tales the palace matron had shared with her. Is it true that on the wedding night, one truly engages in such activities? Anxious. My third brother told me that when he wed my sister-in-law, she was completely unperturbed, and even had ample energy that night, Zhu Bai remarked with an innocent expression. Ample energy? What does that even mean? Is it related to strength? Zhu Ning asked in bewilderment. I don't know. That's just what my brother told me. He mentioned something about not sleeping all night and feeling weak the next day. But I don't quite grasp the meaning, Zhu Bai said, pulling a candy from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. In that instant, Zhu Ning comprehended the implication, her face flushing crimson. Oh, my third brother. What on earth has he been teaching you? Zhu Ning whispered. By the way, sister, will the fourth brother come tomorrow? I wish to ask him to take me out for some fun, Zhu Bai inquired. He should, but he is quite busy at the moment. He probably won't have the time to take you out, Zhu Ning replied, nodding. Sister, don't you feel that since our elder brother's passing, many people have been acting strangely? Zhu Bai continued. What do you mean? Zhu Ning looked at Zhu Bai, pondering if he had stumbled upon something significant. Father has been acting rather peculiar lately, no longer supervising our studies at the main hall as he used to. And then there's our second brother. I've heard from my nephews that he has lost his mind, constantly shouting about monsters. The third brother seems relatively normal. But the fourth brother is always outside the city. We hardly see him. Your fourth brother is enjoying a life of leisure outside the city. He likely has no time to concern himself with you, Zhu Ning remarked. No wonder. He must have heard about the happenings in the palace, hence his absence. Zhu Bai expressed, a look of realization dawning upon him. Is something amiss in the palace? Zhu Ning queried. Nothing in particular. But there have been whispers lately about figures being seen in the imperial kitchen at night, pilfering food. It is said they have stolen quite a bit of poultry and fish, causing several brothers to hesitate in consuming the dishes from the kitchen, Zhu Bai explained. Is it that serious? Has father not investigated this matter? Zhu Ning, genuinely unaware of the situation, asked. No. Father has been preoccupied with strategizing against the Northern Yuan and studying the Xian Iron Beast. He has no time for such trivialities. Zhu Bai responded. What is the Xian Iron Beast? Zhu Ning wondered, feeling as though she were out of touch with the times, surrounded by conversations laden with unfamiliar terms. It is said that father acquired it from 2 Taoist priests. I even want to see it. That large iron contraption makes quite a noise when it moves. It can even fire cannons. Zhu Bai gestured animatedly. Taoist priests? Since when has father taken to believing in such things? Zhu Bai glanced over his shoulder. Walking over to close the door. You mustn't tell anyone what I am about to share, he said mysteriously. Zhu Ning nodded attentively, eager to hear Zhu Bai's revelation. It is said that our second brother's madness is the doing of those 2 priests. Many brothers have even placed bets on when those priests will meet their end. How much did you wager? Zhu Ning inquired. I have no money. All my funds are with mother. But I suspect those 2 will not live much longer. They have pilfered several million taels from the national treasury, Zhu Bai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with wonder. Several million taels. It would take an eternity to print that much in Ming banknotes, wouldn't it? Several million. Did you inquire about their names? Zhu Ning asked curiously. Of course I did. One is named Han Li, and the other by Xiao Chun. It is said that their origins are quite peculiar. Their lineage is unknown even within the realm of the Ming, Zhu Bai replied, well aware of such matters, as the main hall was rather dull. And discussing such topics was a welcome diversion. His Majesty has arrived. Just as Zhu Ning wished to ask further, the voice of a eunuch interrupted from outside. Sister, make a few more sounds. Otherwise, father might think your injury is slight, and you could end up being punished by the matron. Zhu Bai tucked the candy wrapper into his pocket and stood up to open the door. Father, upon opening the door, Zhu Bai encountered Zhu Xiongying and immediately bowed in respect. Oh, the 12th is here as well. How is your sister faring? Zhu Xiongying inquired, ruffling Zhu Bai's hair. Woo woo woo. Father, eldest sister hit me quite hard. My backside is swollen. Zhu Ning quickly feigned innocence. Enough. Mao Chong has even sent me a letter. He said you rode out of the city while the 12th was falling into the water. I dare say your sister's punishment was rather lenient. Zhu Xiongying scolded Zhu Ning. Had it not been for Mao Chong's prompt return, the chief steward would have almost been dispatched. How is the 12th? Has the imperial physician come to see him? Zhu Xiongying asked, lifting Zhu Bai into his arms, as the 12th was his favored child, the only ones who truly pleased him being the eldest and the 12th. The physician has examined him, and he said there is nothing to worry about, but we should keep a close watch on his health these next few days. Zhu Xiongying entered the room. It is not Zhu Ning's doing, but the wedding gown has several seams torn, and there is even a fishhook caught in it. Has this girl been frolicking in the river as a mermaid? That is good. I maintain that you were too lenient. When the 4th fled for marriage, he was beaten by his father-in-law, and then by Biao heir. I shall strike her once more to ensure the 4th does not feel it unfair, Zhu Xiongying declared, looking around for something suitable to use. What? Is one beating not enough? Why another? Besides, the eldest brother has already scolded her. Another beating would be unjust. Zhu Ning exclaimed in shock. Father, please do not tease her. She has already been punished enough today, Zhu Xiongying said with a smile. Is that so? Zhu Xiongying looked at Zhu Ning. My third brother was holding me, while my eldest sister was hitting me. After my eldest sister grew weary, my third brother fanned the flames. They struck me for quite some time. Zhu Ning's face was full of grievance. Were it not for Zhu Jian, she would not have suffered such hardship. Ha ha ha. Zhu Xiongying laughed heartily, appreciating how attentive the third brother was to his sisters. Very well, if there are no further matters. I have heard that the third has been dispatched to summon the provincial troops. What is this about? Zhu Xiongying inquired. It was I who requested the third brother to go, Zhu Xiongying replied. I feared she might still be disobedient. So I sent the third brother to summon some provincial troops. lest she attempt to sneak away. Isn't that a bit extreme? Surely. It is unnecessary to send the provincial troops. Zhu Xiongying expressed his concern for his daughter. Father, please do not indulge her. Look at how spoiled she has become. Were it not for Mao Chong bringing her back, who knows where she would be causing mischief now? Zhu Xiongying stated plainly. Let us endure this day, and afterward, I shall leave her in Mei Yin's care, sparing myself the worry as the elder sister, she concluded. That sounds agreeable. Then you two sisters can chat. I will take Lao Shire back first. Zhu Yuanzhang intended to check in, and, upon seeing that everything was well with the person, felt at ease. Allow me to escort you. Zhu Xiongying followed Zhu Yuanzhang out the door. No need for an escort. It's not as if someone has died. She retorted. You should go see your second sister. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and departed the residence with Zhu Bai. Watching Zhu Yuanzhang leave, Zhu Xiongying settled beside Zhu Ning. Are you feeling better now? Does it still hurt? Do you need medicine? Zhu Xiongying inquired. I'm fine. I'll be all right after lying down for a bit. Zhu Ning waved her hand dismissively. Sister, how is married life different from before? Zhu Ning was eager to hear about her sister's experiences post-marriage. Not much different. It's just life as usual, Zhu Xiongying sighed. Her husband was Li Qi, the son of Li Shanchang. Since Li Shanchang had retired from office, their lives had been steadily declining. Even as a princess, she found herself devising ways to earn money. Sister, are you deceiving me? You seem to be struggling. Zhu Ning remarked, her heart aching for Zhu Xiongying. What nonsense are you thinking? You should focus on living your own life. Zhu Xiongying lightly tapped Zhu Ning's forehead. However, she soon exhaled deeply. Your marriage should have been overseen by elder brother. Who could have known? As she spoke of her sorrow, tears began to flow. Elder brother was such a good person. Just like that, he is gone, without any warning. Seeing Zhu Xiongying weep, Zhu Ning grasped her hand. Sister, let me share a secret with you, but you must promise not to tell anyone, not even father. What secret? Zhu Xiongying wiped her tears. You must promise me first, or I want to tell you. Zhu Ning's eyes were resolute. Revealing a bit of information should be harmless. With so many people around elder brother, having another elder sister should be inconsequential. All right, I promise. Now, tell me. Zhu Xiongying responded with a smile. I must tell you. In truth, elder brother is still alive. Not just him, but also mother, elder sister-in-law, and Xiongying. They're all doing well. Zhu Xiongying looked at Zhu Ning in confusion. Isn't that extraordinary? She reached out to touch Zhu Ning's forehead. Wait here. The imperial physician shouldn't be far. I will fetch him. Silly child, why are you speaking such nonsense? Zhu Xiongying stood to leave, but Zhu Ning pulled her back. Sister, I speak nothing but the truth. Chapter 91. Li Jinglong. Why is it always me? It is indeed true. At that time, Wang Gu and Jiao Jiang were both present. Even if I were muddled, could they be as well? And fourth brother. He is by mother's side every day. If I were him, I wouldn't he return either. Zhu Ning hurriedly explained. How can that be? Sister-in-law has been gone for 4 years. Mother and Xiongying have also been gone for quite a while. You must not have been deceived. Zhu Xiongying remained skeptical. How can the dead return to life, especially those who have been gone for 4 years? It is true. Marquis Yao Chang and Duke Wei are also there. If you do not believe me, you may inquire. Zhu Ning recounted her experiences to Zhu Xiongying, from her fall into the water to being rescued. And then how Zhu Biao admonished her. After listening intently, Zhu Xiongying pondered. The portrayal of Zhu Biao as described by Zhu Ning appeared to lack any faults. It seemed entirely plausible, yet it was so extraordinary that few would likely believe it if spoken aloud. What did the person who saved mother and my elder brother look like? Zhu Xiongying inquired. One was quite robust, resembling a northern man, while the other was the beloved of Wang Gu, looking somewhat like a character from a painting. Zhu Ning reminisced about Chen Piao and Chu He, believing her description to be accurate. The beloved of Wang Gu? Zhu Xiongying recalled, concluding that it must refer to the owner of Songxing Pavilion. Lan Wangu had previously gifted me some cosmetics. Their designs were quite novel, albeit somewhat overpriced. Indeed, you have no idea. Those two were utterly enamored. They devoured an enormous platter of fruit, and I didn't get a single bite. Zhu Ning exclaimed indignantly. Such a vast array of colorful fruits, some of which I had never seen before, and I didn't taste a morsel, as Lan Wangu fed them all to Chen Piao. Why do you concern yourself with such trivial matters? Zhu Xiongying sighed. Will they come tomorrow? Zhu Ning mused. My elder brothers likely will not attend, but the fourth brother will definitely be here. That's a relief. You should rest now. The grand wedding is tomorrow, so adjust your spirits. Zhu Xiongying exited the room, leaving Zhu Ning alone on the bed. The following day, the streets of Yingtian City were filled with a festive atmosphere. Mei Yin, donned in the attire of the groom, radiated exuberance as he navigated among the tables of guests in the courtyard, continually toasting and drinking. Li Jinglong held a bowl, heartily consuming his meal. Today marked the auspicious day of the formal groundbreaking of Xian Ming. After attending the morning court session, he had come to partake in the feast, not having been occupied for long before rushing over to eat. Yet, others had not arrived, claiming that their presence was sufficient, and it was the Empress Dowager who specifically summoned him. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable to be alone. Zhu Xiongying seated herself beside Li Jinglong. Princess, what brings you to seek me? Li Jinglong hastily swallowed his food, placing down his bowl with utmost respect. You shall come to the side room shortly. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhu Xiongying noticed the crowd was too large and requested Li Jinglong to find a more private setting. Li Jinglong's eyes widened in surprise. Is that appropriate? What would we do in the side room? While I am known as the little white dragon of the waves, I have not descended to such frivolity. No, Zhu Xiongying clarified, realizing his misunderstanding. Yesterday, my younger sister shared some matters with me, and I wish to ascertain their veracity. Li Jinglong immediately recalled yesterday's events and cursed Zhu Ning for her indiscretion. Such matters were not to be spoken of lightly. Now I understand, Princess. However, the decision to disclose this matter rests beyond my control. I shall provide you with an answer tomorrow. Li Jinglong felt it necessary to consult the Empress Dowager. So, what my sister said is indeed true. Zhu Xiongying seized upon this pivotal information. It is true, but if the princess wishes to meet, I must first seek permission to report, Li Jinglong replied. Very well. Please be sure to inform me as soon as there is news, Zhu Xiongying remarked. Of course, Li Jinglong replied as he lifted his bowl and devoured his meal with great fervor. The wedding banquet concluded rather swiftly, and Li Jinglong even packed some food to bring back to the construction site. Upon his return, Empress Ma set down the large spatula she had been using to stir fry. You're back. How come it was so quick? She inquired. It was just a meal, nothing else, Li Jinglong replied. After placing the takeout box aside and ensuring no one else was around, he cautiously spoke. Aunt, today the eldest princess came to see me. She expressed a desire to meet you. Would you like to see her? Xiongying, how did she find out? Empress Ma asked. She said the second princess informed her. I mentioned that I couldn't decide and would consult you upon my return, he explained. Empress Ma pondered for a moment. It seems my eldest daughter is not faring well. I have heard she even sold her dowry before my passing. Given the current labor shortage at the construction site, it would be reasonable to have Li Qi come and lend a hand. Then you should tell her to come tomorrow, and also bring Li Qi along. We are in need of more workers here, she instructed. Understood. I will inform the eldest princess, Li Jinglong nodded. Have there been any developments in the palace lately? Empress Ma suddenly asked. Nothing significant. The only major news is that Lan Yu is preparing to campaign against the Northern Yuan. Other than that, there is nothing else. He answered. And what of the elf family? Empress Ma inquired. The elf family has been imprisoned in the cold palace by their cousin, and the imperial guards have been assigned to watch over them. The emperor has shown no intention of releasing them, and the elf family has faced a complete purge, with some collateral branches exiled to Ling'an, he reported. Empress Ma nodded. This was one area where Zhu Biao had performed adequately. Given that El Bin had sent assassins after Chen Piao, she could not easily pardon him. What is the situation regarding the crown prince? The Qin prince has lost his mind and the people's support, while the Jin prince has garnered the favor of many officials. Only a handful remain undecided, Li Jinglong replied, his tone filled with indignation. Empress Ma scoffed. After years of being married to Zhu Yuanzhang, she was well aware of his intentions. Pitting his three sons against one another was clearly a strategy of fostering discord. It was likely that by next year, when Lan Yu set out for battle, someone would be appointed to rule in his stead. Did any of you face any accusations during court? Empress Ma asked again. There were some, but they were trivial. Those literati enjoy nitpicking minor issues while neglecting the more pressing matters, Li Jinglong expressed with frustration. My father even attempted to side with the Jin prince, but I managed to dissuade him. Without me, this family would surely fall apart. Just bear with it for now. Once the development zone is established, everything will be fine. Empress Ma comforted him. Aunt, you have such faith in the development zone. I believe this idea is inferior to farming, Li Jinglong had long wanted to say. Nu Ming, what audacity. This is a blatant rebellion in front of Zhu Yuanzhang. If you trust me, quickly return home and prepare some money. Once the development zone is completed, buy a few shops on the commercial street. It would be far more profitable than the meager stipend Zhu Chongba has given you. Empress Ma remains quite optimistic about this project. Even if we do not establish a development zone, the profits from cement alone are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Moreover, with such a vast city, it is inconceivable that it would not yield profits. Chapter 92. The more you say, the more it comes true. My father will certainly not provide me with any funds. He has scolded me for several days regarding the land I exchanged with Chen Piao. Now, I find myself clutching that pile of glass every night, unable to touch it. Li Jinglong, seated nearby, tossed a piece of wood into the stove. How has your father been lately? Is his health still well? Upon hearing Li Wenzhongy's name, Empress Ma instinctively inquired. Not too well. Some old injuries have flared up again. He constantly complains of pain in his waist, Li Jinglong replied. Make sure to have Chen Piao bring a few prescriptions for him. Remember to pay for them. Do not take advantage of others, he added. Understood, uncle. Li Jinglong stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. I shall check on my uncle to see if there is anything I can assist with. Go ahead. If they aren't too busy, invite them over for dinner. Certainly. Li Jinglong tucked his hands into his sleeves and headed towards the construction site, which was bustling with activity. Many workers had been divided into groups, some compacting earth, while others were erecting protective boards. From a few paces away, one could see workers mixing concrete. Chen Piao and a few others were squatting under a tree, engrossed in a discussion over several blueprints. This is not how it should be. You must leave ample space for the roadway. If you proceed like this, the carriages will not be able to pass. At the very least, you must ensure that 4 carriages can traverse side by side. What will we do if traffic issues arise? Chu He gestured with the blueprints. Chen Piao felt the road was currently too wide and suggested narrowing it a bit. Chu He, however, insisted that traffic was of utmost importance, adhering to the principle that prosperity begins with road construction. Carriage specifications are not uniform. When the time comes, they will have to use our custom carriages. We need to find ways to increase our revenue. Once they are on our territory, they must abide by our rules. The two argued back and forth, each claiming their perspective had merit. Li Jinglong approached and nudged Chen Piao with his knee. Stop arguing for now. It is time to eat. And has finished preparing the meal, he said. Eat? What a joke. I thought we could pave a small section today. We Haven Tea even managed to finish the concrete. Chen Piao sighed, realizing he had overestimated these craftsmen. The quality of their work varied significantly. Some grasped the concepts quickly, while others still did not understand how concrete was made. Ultimately, it was a shortage of talent that hindered progress. Chu He exhaled deeply. At this rate, we might genuinely take 3 years to finish. What type of talent are we seeking? Zhu Biao inquired. Talent in management, civil engineering, any skilled workers will do. No need to be choosy, Chen Piao replied, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. This is far more tiring than my own job. Old Fourth, do you have any solutions? Zhu Biao turned to Zhu Di. Shall I go into the city to look for some? Zhu Di suggested. With our budget, we could attract quite a few skilled craftsmen. Zhu Di had no other options. If they were to find more workers, they would have to venture into the city. If all else failed, they could seek craftsmen from the palace. Then let us find as many as we can. Laborers and women are also needed. As long as they come, we will assign them work. Chen Piao is currently feeling apprehensive. The beginning of any endeavor is often fraught with difficulties, but if we persevere through this challenging period, we shall prevail. All right, I will visit after dinner. Zhu Di agreed, understanding that infrastructure development cannot be achieved overnight. It requires a gradual approach. You all go ahead and have your meal. I will inspect the construction site. Chen Piao needed to clear his mind. There were numerous matters at hand, and the first batch of sweet potatoes would be ready for harvest in 3 months. With winter approaching, Lan Yu was preparing to confront the Northern Yuan. Although he was aware of the outcome, there were still some matters that required his counsel. The construction of the new Ming needed to be strictly managed during this period. These were pressing concerns. I will join as well. Chu He stood up. Brother Zhu, you and the others should proceed with your meal. Chen Piao and I will eat later. Zhu Biao nodded. Clearly, these two had matters to discuss, and since it was not appropriate for him to listen in, he chose to step away. The two made their way to the construction site. Chen Piao pulled out 2 cans of cola and handed one to Chu He. How long do you think it would take if we were to add more manpower? Chen Piao inquired. It's hard to say. If we managed it like in later times, even without heavy machinery, it would surely progress swiftly. However, Chu He paused, popping open the cola and taking a sip. Currently, systematic management is not feasible. You are aware of that. Chen Piao continued. Perhaps I should temporarily close the Songxing Pavilion and have Yao Guangxiu return to assist? Chen Piao felt that Yao Guangxiu was somewhat overqualified for the current situation. No way. You know the profits from the Songqing Pavilion. There is a steady flow of revenue daily. We should avoid any unnecessary complications. Chu He felt uneasy about this. I believe we should find someone reliable. The Songqing Pavilion's model is well established, and anyone with sense should be able to manage it effectively. Chen Piao agreed with this viewpoint. Though he found the choice of candidates somewhat perplexing, Lan Wanga would not suffice. She could manage a minor task. But she is certainly not fit for the role of a leader. The others in the courtyard were not in a position to step forward, and even if they were, they likely would not. Didn't Su Shu mention bringing his son? Why haven't I seen him? Chen Piao suddenly inquired. He's over there, mixing mortar. Chu He gestured with his chin towards a young boy not far away. I suggested letting him manage a small team, but Su Shu insisted he should gain some experience. And he has been mixing mortar all morning. I recall Su Da's son is named Su Huizhu. Chen Piao pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Our situation is quite amusing. Everyone is concealing their identities from one another, yet we possess a godlike perspective. The world is indeed peculiar. Who could have imagined that our human trafficking system would be so troublesome? Chu He finished his cola in a single gulp. Chen Piao smirked and called out to the workers, urging them to have their meal. We shall attend to the work in the afternoon. A group of workers orderly set down their tools, retrieved their bowls from their bags, and headed towards the direction of Empress Ma. You haven't opened today's container yet, have you? Recently, the only useful item was that box of steel bars. Everything else has been worthless. Chu He suddenly recalled the system. Ah, indeed. But you mentioned that the system does not allow for the release of living beings. Could it be possible to open a container with living creatures? Chen Piao suddenly contemplated this question. It's certainly a possibility. Check your panel to see if it states that living beings cannot be released. Chu He remarked as Chen Piao opened the system panel. Noticing that the regulations did not explicitly mention the possibility of summoning living creatures. Observing Chen Piao's silence, Chu He swallowed nervously. You better not summon any biochemical specters. Those things can withstand nuclear explosions. Neither of us stands a chance against them. Chen Piao placed the container on a clear patch of ground. I'm not worried about that. If you modify that Gatling gun, it could become the Gatling of hell. When the time comes, just unleash it. And if things get dire, use that Nepalese knife. Chen Piao dismissed these notions as absurd, believing that the system had yet to manifest anything overly fantastical. Remaining firmly in the realms of the 21st century. Wait a moment. Old Chen, look at the container. It's moving. Chu He leaned closer to the container. His heart racing. It seems you really have summoned a living creature. He gasped. Chen Piao felt a sense of disbelief. What on earth is happening? Why can't you keep your mouth shut? Chapter 93. Is the Ming Dynasty pressuring for marriage? Could it truly be a biochemical specter? We don't have a fire Qilin. Chu He cautiously regarded the box. Go fetch the men from the yard. Who knows what might be inside? Chen Piao felt equally uncertain. This was the first time the blasted box had yielded a living creature. All right, what's Brother Biao's number? Do you have him on WeChat? Chu He instinctively asked. Are you foolish? If I had his number, would I need you to run an errand? Chen Piao shot a glance at Chu He, sensing he had yet to acclimate to life in the Ming Dynasty. Oh, I completely forgot. Wait for me. Chu He slapped his forehead and dashed toward the dining area. Moments later, he returned with a throng of people. What is going on, Chen Piao? What is the matter? Asked Empress Ma. Nothing much. Why did you bring so many people? Chen Piao inquired, handing several rifles to the men. There are living creatures in this container. Follow my command. If anything inside poses a threat, shoot to kill immediately. Rest assured, I've thoroughly examined this firearm. Suda reassured him, confidently chambering a round. Beside him, Su Huizhu, unfamiliar with such weaponry, curiously reached out to touch it. Hey, don't just poke around. What if it misfires? Suda swatted Su Huizhu's hand away. This is not a toy. If you're interested, buy your own. Chen Piao, is there really no danger? Lan Wanga asked, gripping her rifle, still feeling uneasy. Not at all. Just lower your weapons. Don't point them at me. It's quite frightening. All right, I'll count down from 3, 2, 1, and then we'll open the box. Just don't accidentally shoot me. Chen Piao stepped forward, gripping the container's handle tightly. The crowd held their breath, especially the workers who had followed. Some even removed their shoes, clutching them in their hands. Creaking as the door swung open, a swarm of brown piglets burst forth. Wow. Quickly. Catch them. Don't shoot. The moment Chen Piao recognized the piglets, he realized they were precisely what he needed for his pig farming venture. The sight transformed into a lively spectacle of pig catching. Thankfully, they were merely piglets. Had they been larger, it would have been quite a challenge. There were over 500 brown piglets, though a few darted away without a trace. Lan Yu wiped his hands and asked, "Is the pig pen large enough?" "Absolutely," Chen Piao replied. "Even if there are only piglets inside, it can accommodate them," Lan Yu declared. "That's splendid. The remaining 3 containers are also filled with pigs. I would appreciate your assistance in capturing them." Chen Piao chuckled, having just tested the container. He realized he could not directly retrieve it back into the system, so he would need to trouble Lan Yu to make a few more trips. Lan Yu gulped, as each container held nearly 500. So, that meant there were 2,000 piglets. It seemed the pig farm would need to expand, and they would require a significant workforce to collect pig feed in the mountains. A large group of people busied themselves for quite some time before finally categorizing and placing the 2,000 piglets into the farm. Chen Piao held a comprehensive guide on pig farming, perusing it while studying the piglets. "Chen Piao, how should we raise so many pigs?" Lan Yu inquired. As he had promised to take charge of the farm, which certainly required his attention. "Shu, I am contemplating," Chen Piao exclaimed as he picked up a piglet and compared it with the guide. "What I am about to say, you must absolutely remember. It's critical. If not, the pig farm may not turn a profit." "Is it really that serious?" Lan Yu questioned skeptically. "Then let me ask you, how long does it take for a large black pig to be ready for market?" Chen Piao folded the book and leaned against the fence, gazing at Lan Yu. "At least a year," Lan Yu responded. "I can teach you to have them ready in just 6 months, at most 200 days. Moreover, there won't be any unpleasant odor, though the breeding process is a bit complex." 6 months. Lan Yu pondered carefully. "That means while others take a year to raise 1 pig, I can raise 2 here without any unpleasant smell. This business is not a loss." "Speak. I am listening." Lan Yu perked up his ears. Chen Piao explained the breeding combinations and important considerations, emphasizing that piglets intended for meat must be castrated to avoid any unpleasant odor. "You need not return to the construction site. You can hire your own workers here. However, if they require pork from you, you must comply. Once the construction is complete, this farm will completely belong to you. Rest assured, I will ensure these piglets grow up healthily." A glimmer of greed appeared in Lan Yu's eyes. With so many pigs capable of gaining weight, the Lan family would have a monopoly in the business. They would never lack for money again. "No, I must go fetch some people. Such precious piglets cannot be stolen," Lan Yu muttered, hastily making his way to the courtyard. "Will you return for dinner?" Chen Piao called out. Lan Yu waved his hand dismissively, not looking back as he dashed away. Honestly, is he foregoing dinner just to raise pigs? Chen Piao shook his head and returned to the dining area. "Where's my father?" Lan Wanggu asked as she handed Chen Piao his meal. "He went to gather people. Your father is very fond of this pig farm," Chen Piao replied, digging into his meal. "Are you truly going to give this pig farm to my father?" Lan Wanggu inquired, sitting beside Chen Piao with her bowl. "Why not? Otherwise, your father will be perpetually frowning and borrowing money from his daughter," Chen Piao jested. "Ouch!" Lan Wanggu pinched the flesh at Chen Piao's waist. "What do you think I am doing this for? It is all for the purpose of eventually marrying you, isn't it? One must possess some family assets, after all. Is there really a need to belittle one's girlfriend in such a manner? Very well, then. Am I not merely seeking to secure some benefits for my future father-in-law? To spare him from hovering around me incessantly?" Chen Piao playfully pinched Lan Wang's cheek. "Go away. There are so many people here." Lan Wang swatted Chen Piao's hand away and glanced at the onlookers who were observing them intently. "Ahem. This bowl truly is a bowl," Zhu Di remarked awkwardly, holding his bowl. "Indeed, these chopsticks are genuine chopsticks." Chu He chuckled nervously. Empress Ma smiled and turned her gaze towards the two. "Chen Piao, when are you and Wang going to set a date? Didn't Lan Yu mention going to Beyuan before winter?" Yes. Hurry and finalize it. You should not be so leisurely about it. I am eagerly awaiting my role as a godfather." The crowd clamored, urging the couple to hasten their wedding plans. Lan Wanggu, with her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nudged Chen Piao, signaling him to speak. Observing this familiar scene, Chen Piao felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of past New Year gatherings when the elders would apply similar pressure. "Well, we ought to find someone to assist with the arrangements. Once Ximing City is constructed, I shall select a suitable wedding residence before settling the date. Your urgings are of no consequence at this moment," Chen Piao responded with a smile. "By the way, do we require a procession for the wedding? We don't even have a vehicle here." Chu He inquired. "What need is there for a vehicle?" Zhu Di is well acquainted with these matters. "The groom shall ride a horse, while the bride is carried in a palanquin. No vehicle is necessary." Chapter 94. Wang Jing. After the meal, everyone dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Chen Piao and Lan Wang strolled through their fields. I have a sudden curiosity, Chen Piao said, squatting down to touch the sweet potato seedlings. What is it? Lan Wang inquired. Do you think that when I first met your father and caused the death of so many in your household, you and he harbored no resentment towards me? Upon hearing this, Lan Wang chuckled softly. Lan Si brought it upon himself. Though my father had a hand in it at that time, we were unaware of your formidable capabilities. Furthermore, there was Fu Bo, who learned his reckless ways from my father. Lan Wang left her thought unspoken, primarily due to the presence of the Empress. No matter how outrageous Lan Yu may be, he must heed the Empress's words. Besides, it was merely a few servants who had perished. In these times, servants are plentiful. Your family truly possesses a broad-mindedness, Chen Piao remarked with a smile. Were it not for the Empress's presence, I suspect there would still be a lingering vendetta with Lan Yu. Recently, I heard from Li Jiang that your father had previously forbidden you from going out, and you resorted to threatening him with a brick. Is this true? Chen Piao clapped his hands, rising and walking alongside Lan Wang. I could not genuinely strike him. He was already injured. I merely intended to intimidate him. How could a daughter truly harm her own father? With no one around, Lan Wang entwined her arm with Chen Piao's. What is the story behind the emperor's bestowal of marriage? She inquired. I have known the princesses of Linen and Ningguo since childhood, and I am aware that the empress will protect me. Moreover, the emperor is so fearful of the empress. Having her as a supporter is undoubtedly a wise decision. Lan Wang is not a fool. She understands well whom to weep for in moments of sorrow, and to whom to smile in times of joy. Is this truly the nature of the dandy class in the Ming Dynasty? They are certainly more astute than the frivolous ones in my realm. Chen Piao jested. What a dreadful term, dandy. The second generation within Yingtian City are no simpletons. Only Li Jinglong is excessively foolish. Ha. Chen Piao laughed heartily, revealing that Li Jinglong is not only derided in cinematic portrayals, but also held in low regard even in the Ming era. What are you laughing at? Lan Wang, infected by Chen Piao's mirth, felt a chuckle rise within her. In our region, Li Jinglong is known by two nicknames. Would you care to hear them? Chen Piao inquired. What are they? The first is Second Young Lady, and the second is the first-generation god of war of the Ming Dynasty. Chen Piao replied with a smile. Second Young Lady? What a peculiar name. Lan Wang covered her mouth, laughing. I have no idea who coined it. It's simply what everyone calls him. And what of the first-generation god of war? Is he truly formidable in battle? Lan Wang did not perceive any particular prowess in Li Jinglong. Although he had previously commanded troops in Yunnan, it was merely a gilded venture alongside others. The soldiers returned with little effort, attributing their success to the dragoness merit. Can he truly be deemed impressive? Chen Piao held a differing perspective on Li Jinglong, asserting that labeling him as a fool was an unfair reduction. As the son of Li Wenzhong, even if he were mediocre, he could still serve as a minor general. 500,000 soldiers clashed against Zhu Di's mere thousands. Likely due to half-hearted efforts. After all, Zhu Xiongying had even turned against his own uncle. His fate was not particularly favorable either. Moreover, from the perspective of future generations, the emperors of the Ming Dynasty were indeed formidable figures. Zhu Xiongying executed loyal ministers without a flicker of hesitation, commanding their deaths with ruthless authority. Many noble families fell victim to his tyranny. Zhu Xiongying was even more merciless, striking against his uncle upon ascension and indirectly causing Zhu Bai's demise. Thus, Li Jinglong's actions could be interpreted as those of a simpleton. Ultimately, whether Zhu Di ascended or Zhu Xiongying triumphed, he could always provide a plausible excuse for his conduct. However, after Zhu Di's ascension, he elevated Li Jinglong to prominence, Grand Tutor and Duke of State, only for his estate to be confiscated and for him to be imprisoned until death. While his conclusion was not particularly commendable, it could be viewed as a form of a peaceful end. The merit of the dragon? Nonsense. Lan Wang expressed her skepticism. After all, the imperial authority is now firmly established. What merit could possibly be derived from the dragon? I shall explain it to you later. Who would believe such a tale if I told it now? Chen Piao shrugged. Lan Wang chuckled lightly, following Chen Piao as they strolled through the fields. Thus, the days passed. The following day, a large group had finished breakfast and was preparing to visit the construction site when a sudden knock echoed at the door. I shall answer it. Lu Chan stood and proceeded to open the door. Upon opening, a man and a woman stood outside, each carrying a number of items. Who are you? Lu Chan inquired. I am Huang Jing, and this is my husband. I am Biao Ji's sister. Having learned that my brother is here, I have come to pay a visit. Zhu Xiongying had gleaned a character set up from Li Jinglong, easily adopting a name for herself. Please wait a moment, Luchan replied, turning to dash into the courtyard. Young master. Two individuals arrived outside, claiming to be the sister of Brother Biao. Huangjing, Luchan said beside Chen Piao. Huangjing? Is there a girl named Jing in the old Zhu family? Damn it. Xiaoshu didn't even bother to record the princess's name. Only writing the title. What use is that? Since she is Brother Biao's sister, let us welcome her inside. Chen Piao was lamenting the absence of company and thought it would be pleasant to have a chat. Mother, why has my elder sister come? Zhu Biao, uncertain of the situation, glanced at Empress Ma beside him. It must be Ning's doing, but I'm not sure, Empress Ma remarked, deftly shifting the blame onto Zhu Ning. It was certainly unwise to admit that she had sent for her, lest it provoke unnecessary speculation. Lu Chan led the two into the courtyard. Upon seeing Empress Ma, Zhu Xiongying's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Mother, brother, sister-in-law, your Majesty, brother, sister-in-law, beside them. Li Qi's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly exclaiming, Your Majesty. Don't just stand there. Come, take a seat. Chen Piao called, gesturing them over. Aunt, please sit. Zhu Xiongying brought over a stool, adeptly discerning the familial connections. His father's sister was indeed his aunt. Ah, Xiongying. Zhu Xiongying promptly set down her belongings. Crouching to inspect Zhu Xiongying. I didn't know you were here in Zhejiang. Let your aunt have a look. You've grown so plump. You're nearly a ball. Ha 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 ha. Aunt, don't tickle me, it's so itchy. Zhu Xiongying chuckled. All right, sister, do refrain from playing with Xiongying. Zhu Biao interjected. At his words, Zhu Xiongying released Zhu Xiongying and turned towards Chen Piao and Chu He, saying, I apologize for my rudeness. Encountering family is quite overwhelming. Please do not take offense, young sir. It's quite all right. It's only natural. Chen Piao gestured for them to be seated. Once they were settled, Zhu Biao inquired, What brings you both here? Li Qi, aren't you supposed to be at work? My wife learned that my elder brother was here and wished to visit last night, but it was too late to disturb, Li Qi replied. So, early this morning. We brought gifts to see you. Chen Piao glanced at the items they had brought, a jar of Huadia wine, some pastries, and a bit of silk. To Chen Piao, these items were not particularly valuable, yet the old Zhu family typically treated their children well. Such meager offerings seemed insufficient for a visit. You're thoughtful. But I fear your lives are not easy. Why bring so much silk? Empress Ma expressed concern. Li Qi's meager stipend likely barely supported a household. And it had been heard that Zhu Xiongying had previously sold her dowry. It's nothing, just some household items, nothing extravagant, Li Qi smiled, then turned to Chen Piao. I sincerely appreciate the care both of you have provided during this time. I have some connections in the city, so should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Qi was the son of Li Shanchang, belonging to the prestigious Huaishi lineage. And all of them had invariably benefited from Empress Ma's kindness. Certainly. It's a pleasure. Chen Piao nodded slightly, recognizing that such words were likely mere formalities, predominantly intended for Empress Ma. After all, he was just a son-in-law. A married daughter is akin to water poured out. The couple did not linger long, exchanging pleasantries with a few individuals before departing the courtyard. Empress Ma watched their retreating figures and let out a long sigh. What troubles you, aunt? Is it displeasure at your daughter's arrival? Chen Piao lit a cigarette and approached Empress Ma. They say a son-in-law is like a half-son, but once a daughter is married, the emotional ties diminish, leaving only obligations. Empress Ma wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. Life is full of uncertainties. We all have our paths to tread, she replied. Chen Piao took a deep drag from his cigarette. Your life seems quite good at present. With 2 sons by your side and a plump grandson. Isn't that splendid? You are still too young. You will understand when you become a father. Empress Ma remarked with a smile before turning to prepare lunch for the workers. As the afternoon wore on at the construction site, Zhu Di arrived, accompanied by a throng of people, both men and women, including several young lads. Chen Piao, do you think I've brought enough people? My goodness. You must have several thousand here. Are you planning a rebellion? Chen Piao swallowed hard. Not many, just over 4,000. Chen Piao surveyed the crowd. Have them go find Biao Ge for registration, and let the women seek your aunt's assistance. All right. Zhu Biao, witnessing the multitude Zhu Di had assembled, also gulped nervously. Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? Bringing so many here. Aren't you worried about the gossip? Zhu Biao whispered. Not at all. A clean conscience fears no accusations. What can they do if someone slanders me? Zhu Di replied boldly. Seeing Zhu Di's confidence, Zhu Biao shook his head and began to register names. Among the throng stood a couple nestled closely together. The man, Li Tian, was a carpenter in the city, diligent in his craft for decades. However, since Zhu Xiongying took over the industrial sector, opportunities for Li Tian had vanished. Most shops had been forcibly transformed into blacksmith operations, with Zhu Xiongying insisting on ramping up weapon and armor production. As a carpenter, Li Tian knew nothing of blacksmithing. After being forcibly evicted from his shop, he found himself homeless, with his wife and children starving for days. Left with no alternatives, Li Tian sought work as a laborer, coincidentally arriving at the recruitment for the new Ming, bringing his wife along for the journey. "Dear, do you think we might be deceived? 1 tael of silver a day for each person, and 8 coins for women. Could it be a scam? It shouldn't be. There aren't any soldiers here, and besides, look at how well-dressed everyone is. They wouldn't trick us, would they?" Li Tian felt uncertain. As the couple conversed, the line brought them to the front. "This young master. I am Li Tian, and this is my wife, Zhang Xiaodi." Li Tian respectfully introduced himself. "Do you have any special skills?" Zhu Biao inquired, taking a sip from his cup. "I am a carpenter, and my wife has experience in preparing large banquets and can cook," Li Tian replied. "Very well. Men, step forward and report to the crowded area. Women, follow this path straight to the kitchen," Zhu Biao instructed. Zhu Biao meticulously inscribed names. His head bowed as he began recording the next individual. Li Tian nodded towards his wife, and the couple parted ways, each heading in a different direction. At the end of the road, Chen Piao was directing the crowd to form 2 lines. Each person who approached him recounted their particular skills. "Sir, I am a carpenter." Li Tian bent down to declare. "Carpenters to the far left." Chen Piao promptly responded. By the time evening approached, and work was nearly concluded, a count of 4,000 had been completed. "Everyone has understood. Tonight, this young master will treat you to a meal. If you arrive on time tomorrow, the previously discussed terms remain unchanged, but for those who arrive late, I will not consider your application, regardless of how late you are." Chen Piao shouted through a megaphone. "Has everyone comprehended?" Noticing the crowd's silence, Chen Piao reiterated, "Have you understood?" A chorus of voices erupted from the crowd in response. "Go eat. After your meal, do as you please." Chen Piao felt a twinge of exhaustion. Managing over 4,000 individuals was akin to running a company. At the side of the Empress Ma, several cooking stations had been set up to ensure everyone received a meal. Li Tian, cradling the bowl distributed by Chen Piao, followed the line to the serving area. The aroma of meat wafting from the large pot made him involuntarily